Priscilla Thompson is ahead with a full report.
A verdict has been rendered in the Vanessa Bryant case against LA County over first responders sharing crash photos of her husband, daughter, and 7 others. Details ahead.
President Biden's estimated $600 billion student loan forgiveness plan is music to millions of borrowers, but will it add fuel to the record high inflation? And what about those who didn't go to college or sacrifice to pay off their loans?
Our Gabe Gutierrez on the dramatic standoff between police and a gunman who attacked an Ohio FBI field office.
And our Joe Fryer goes behind the scenes for the latest on Meghan Markle's latest media venture. Early Today starts right now. Good Thursday morning. I'm Philip Mena.
And I'm Francis Rivero. We begin with breaking news in California, where Los Angeles County has been ordered to pay Vanessa Bryant $16 million. Bryant filed a lawsuit alleging emotional distress over graphic photos taken and shared by first responders at the site of the helicopter crash that killed her husband Kobe and their daughter Gianna and 7 others. Attorneys for the county argued the photos were deleted and never shared with the public. Co-plaintiff in the suit is Chris Chester, who lost his wife and daughter in the crash. He was awarded $15 million in damages. Last year, Los Angeles County approved a $2.5 million settlement with the Mauser and Altobelli families over a similar lawsuit.
Also developing overnight in Uvalde, Texas, School District Police Chief Pete Arredondo has been fired over the botched response to the shooting massacre at Robb Elementary that killed 21 people in May. The city school board voted unanimously to terminate his position. Here's NBC's Priscilla Thompson.
Embattled Uvalde School District Police Chief Pete Arredondo has been fired. After intense public debate, the school board made official what some parents have been demanding for months.
Turn in your badge and step down. You don't deserve to wear one.
Arredondo had been on administrative leave after the May 24th shooting at Robb Elementary that took the lives of 19 children and 2 teachers.
Tell them to wait.
The shooter locked himself in 2 adjoining classrooms with the victims. 376 law enforcement officers were dispatched to the scene.
These keys are not opening up this room.
But authorities didn't break through the door and engage the shooter for 77 minutes. That long gap drawing intense scrutiny. The Texas legislature releasing a fact-finding report this summer, faulting the police response for egregiously poor decision-making, adding the officers failed to prioritize saving the lives of innocent victims over their own safety.
It's not satisfactory. He should be held responsible for what happened.
Vincent Salazar's granddaughter, Layla, would be starting 5th grade.
She was the baby of the family, and now we lost her. Lost her because people didn't do their job.
Chief Arredondo refused to attend. His attorney released a statement accusing the board of violating Arredondo's constitutional right to due process and calling for his immediate reinstatement.
Our thanks to Priscilla for that report.
3 American service members were injured in 2 separate rocket attacks on U.S. bases in northeast Syria. That's according to U.S. Central Command. One was treated for a minor injury and has returned to duty. The 2 others are under evaluation for minor injuries. The U.S. military responded with Apache helicopter strikes, killing 2 or 3 suspected Iran-backed militants, believed to be directly responsible. Late Tuesday night, the U.S. struck 9 bunkers in Syria in retaliation for similar attacks last week.
The White House is delivering relief to millions of Americans saddled with student loans. President Biden coming through on a key campaign promise to forgive $10,000 of student loan debt. But as Tom Costello reports, this plan is under fire from both sides of the aisle.
The news will give millions of Americans a significant financial boost while fulfilling a Biden campaign pledge.
Provide more breathing room for people so they have less burden by student debt.
President Biden says the government will forgive federal student loan debt of up to $10,000 for those earning less than $125,000 a year. Pell Grant recipients will get $20,000 in loan forgiveness. Meanwhile, the pandemic loan payment pause will be extended through December. All of it a big relief for Kaya Jones, still paying down $38,000 in student loans after graduating from college 2 years ago. Buying a house, she says, has felt out of reach.
It is a disgrace that higher education costs so much. It's inaccessible to a large population of the people that live in the United States.
President Biden has been under pressure from within his own party to forgive as much as $50,000 in student debt, with lower and middle income Americans struggling the most to afford higher ed.
I don't think it's enough.
It's definitely a step, and I definitely think more is needed.
42% of those who go to college pay back loans over 5 years. The average household with student debt owes nearly $59,000.
They will see an improvement in their cost of living without having this student loan debt burden and be able to spend money.
But Americans are divided over whether the government should forgive any student loan debt. 30% of all adults say no, some tweeting they'd paid off their student loans and should now be reimbursed. Republicans argue loan forgiveness benefits wealthier Americans who go to college while ignoring those who don't.
The president doesn't have the power just to unilaterally on his own eliminate entire categories of debt.
I think it's a fundamental tenet of American life that if you owe money, as challenging as it is, you have an obligation to pay it back.
Thanks to Tom for that report.
We are getting our first look inside a tense standoff in Ohio after a man attempted to breach an FBI field office. New video shows how it all unfolded at a time when threats against law enforcement are on the rise. Here's Gabe Gutierrez.
The barrage of gunfire alongside an Ohio cornfield came during a tense standoff after police say a man tried to breach this FBI field office in Cincinnati this month.
We got him in sight.
A high-speed chase followed the attempted break-in.
About 85, 90 miles per hour.
The suspect stopping next to the cornfield. The gunfire starts. Troopers take cover. This video provided to NBC affiliate WLWT by the Warren County Sheriff's Office, just one of the agencies involved.
The subject still up by the car, now has a pistol.
More officers arrive, including an aviation unit, watching from above.
Driver's side window is shot out. He is back up and on his knees, just so everyone's aware, back on his knees, and he is holding the rifles.
It is a rare look at officers assessing the threat in real time.
Because he's got a rifle. Let's just make sure we get heavy equipment there, and I think we come up with a better game plan versus trying to go in with him and a rifle and he's ready for a fight.
The standoff lasts nearly 6 hours.
It appears he might have grabbed another firearm.
Eventually, law enforcement closes in. The suspect shot and killed. Authorities have not confirmed the motive, but the suspect posted on social media about his desire to kill FBI agents after former President Trump's Mar-a-Lago residence was searched. Back to you.
Okay, Gabe, thank you.
In just hours, a judge could fill in a major blank on the FBI's Mar-a-Lago search. It's deadline day on whether to release the affidavit approving the warrant, which would reveal probable cause for the search of former President Trump's home in Florida. Our Bree Jackson is in D.C. with the latest on this. Bree, clock is ticking.
That's right. Good morning, Philip. Well, DOJ prosecutors have until noon today to give a judge suggested redactions to the warrant affidavit. Now, that document would likely shed new light into why the judge okayed the search. The magistrate has previously said he's inclined to unseal at least some of it, but potentially with extensive redactions. The battle spilled into the public eye earlier this month when FBI agents recovered a trove of top secret and highly classified material from Mar-a-Lago. But it began well before that, according to the National Archives and Records Administration. Officials first contacted the Trump team about missing documents back in May of last year. The agency retrieved some of the records in January, but not all of them, so the department turned it over to DOJ. Mr. Trump was subpoenaed in May of this year, and when the documents were still not turned over, the FBI executed the search warrant, something which President Biden was asked about yesterday.
Mr. President, how much advance notice did you have of the FBI's plan to search Mar-a-Lago?
I didn't have any advance notice. None. Zero. Not one single bit. Thank you.
Earlier this week, Mr. Trump asked a federal judge to review the, quote, shockingly aggressive Mar-a-Lago search. His legal team also suggested for the appointment of a special master to oversee the handling of the seized documents. The judge, who was appointed by Mr. Trump, ordered the former president answer why her court should hear the case and to more precisely explain what he wants her to do. The deadline for that request is tomorrow. Philip?
And we will check back in then. All right, Bree, thank you.
And now to the extreme rainfall battering parts of Mississippi for the third day in a row. Several counties were faced with over a foot of rain, issuing flash flood emergencies in central and southern parts of the state. Officials advise people to stay off the flooded roads and highways. And floodwaters forced evacuations at a daycare center in Rankin County. Authorities and volunteers were able to rescue all 104 children and 4 employees with no injuries reported. Also in Rankin County, waist-level flooding forced people from a nursing home. Deputies used water rescue vehicles, 2 boats and an airboat to safely transport 42 residents from the Peachtree Village to the county's safe room. Again, officials did not report any injuries.
Let's turn now to NBC meteorologist Michelle Grossman to see what we're headed for today. All right, Michelle, good morning.
Good morning to you both. And we are looking at more showers, more downpours in the south. We're watching that at this hour, and we have a flood threat through tonight as well. So this is what it looks like on radar right now. We have a downpour in Mississippi, but most of the activity is off to the east in parts of Alabama into Georgia and also South Carolina. And that's what we're going to be watching throughout the day. The southeast being the bullseye for that heavy rain today. But we do have a flood watch through eastern Texas, also Louisiana, into portions of Mississippi, Alabama, and the panhandle of Florida. We could see 2 to 3 inches per hour with some of these storms. So your rainfall totals generally 1 to 3 inches, but we could see up to 4, maybe 5 inches in some spots, especially right along the coast. It's all due to this frontal boundary that's moving so slowly, nearly stalled, bringing these showers and storms not only today, but also tomorrow. That's a look at the big weather story of the day. Here's a closer look at your day ahead. All right, feeling like summer in the Northeast once again. Temperatures in the upper 80s and 90s, 90 in New York City, 91 in Philadelphia. We're going to be warm also in the southern plains, watching those scattered storms throughout the Gulf Coast and the southeast. All right, guys, we'll take a look at Thursday's forecast and take a look at the weekend in just a bit.
Can't wait to hear it. Thank you, Michelle. Mattel's latest doll in their Inspiring Women series is honoring the life of Madam C.J. Walker. The entrepreneur, philanthropist, and social activist single-handedly revolutionized the hair care industry by creating a line of products and cosmetics specifically for Black women, eventually making her the nation's first self-made millionaire and trailblazing role models for girls and women of all ages. It's available for $35.
Governor Ron DeSantis disparages Dr. Anthony Fauci on a whole new level. We got the tape next.
And new study on how psychedelics could help alcoholics say goodbye to the bottle. Next.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Harry Styles!
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Tell us what it was like? Our NBC News exclusive.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that. Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Harry Styles!
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen to the full season now.
New on NBCNews.com, a psychedelic drug could be a breakthrough in treating alcohol abuse. The active ingredient in magic mushrooms, along with talk therapy, helped people with alcohol use disorder reduce drinking in the largest clinical trial of its kind. The double-blind study by NYU Langone included 93 participants and incorporated psychotherapy and psilocybin. More than 80% who were given the psychedelic treatment drastically reduced their drinking, and 48% were completely abstinent 8 months after receiving their first dose. Researchers say the results are promising, but more work needs to be done.
Florida Governor Ron DeSantis has blasted Dr. Anthony Fauci in a personal attack. The Republican condemned Fauci's role in COVID school closures during a campaign stop.
You have people like Fauci saying that his lockdowns didn't cause any permanent damage to any young kids. I got news for you, it did, and we are going to reap those rewards across the whole country for years and years and years because they treated kids so poorly. And I'm just sick of seeing him. I know he says he's going to retire. Someone needs to grab that little elf and chuck him across the Potomac.
In the November midterms, Governor DeSantis will face Democratic Congressman Charlie Crist. Fauci did not immediately respond to a request for comment. The president's chief medical advisor has said he will retire in December.
Up next, we'll tell you why Sylvester Stallone is covering up the tattoo of his wife, Jennifer.
And journeying into a galaxy 250 million light years away, the eerie sounds from deep space.
What do you love about fatherhood?
The chaos, the learning. Is climate change one of your top priorities?
What's your message to girls who want to make a difference in their own communities?
Believe in yourself.
We're here to start conversations because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Back now with our NBC News exclusive.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Welcome back to Today. We got a lot to celebrate on this Wednesday morning. It's good to have you along with us.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Everybody's good, and that's it.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Can you tell us what it was like? Our NBC News exclusive.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen to the full season now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
We're back with today's Quick Hits Celebrity Edition. Sylvester Stallone and Jennifer Flavin calling it quits after 25 years of marriage. Flavin initiated the divorce. Stallone told people it's an amicable split. He's also covered up the tattoo of her face on his bicep.
The canon seems to be the gift that keeps on giving. He announced he's expecting another child, this one with model Brittany Bell, with whom he already shares 2 other kids. He welcomed his 8th child a month ago and is awaiting the arrival of his 9th.
Fans are saying gimme more after Elton John teased his Britney Spears duet Hold Me Closer on Instagram. This would be Britney's first new music since the end of her 13-year-long conservatorship.
Well, they say in space no one can hear you scream, but you can hear this. Listen. Sounds like a revved up motorcycle to me. According to NASA, that noise is the sound from a black hole. The audio is from 240 million light years away. Scientists say the black hole sends out pressure waves that cause ripples in the hot gas, which are translated into a note. Scientists amplified it so it could also be audible to humans. I could have that on loop as my white noise, machine, or my white noise for sleep.
Yeah, I can see the Calm app picking up on that. But these new scientific breakthroughs, specifically in space, that we're getting, seem to be picking up. Every day we're getting something, whether it's from the James Webb Telescope or something like this. I thought nothing could escape the black hole. Apparently, we have pressure waves that we can translate into something we can hear now. It's incredible.
It makes you wonder what else is going to come up that we'll discover sometime soon. Could be anything. Could be out of this world.
It really could be. What's on the other side of that?
All right. Up next, Michelle's got a look at your Thursday forecast.
And podcasting just got a little more royal. Meghan Markle debuts her new show along with one of her closest friends.
Our show is about sparking conversations around today's biggest issues. The Fed raises interest rates. That controls inflation. Explain how that works. Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs and their relationship to their employers? Could you just remind us why there are 9 justices on the Supreme Court instead of 3 or 20 or 2? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Right now on NBC News Now.
We've got all the angles covered tonight.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We've got 3 new developments just this afternoon.
We begin this hour with breaking news and the growing impact of Russia's assault.
This is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine.
I don't want to say goodbye.
This factory has gone from making kitchen pots to lethal items.
There's an intense artillery battle underway between Ukrainian forces and Russian troops.
Breaking news this morning.
The heartbreak, the grief, and the tears that we have seen here are all tragically familiar. Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told.
No.
The shooting is once again reigniting the debate over gun laws.
If it's Tuesday, it is primary night.
The highest profile races yet this year. We are talking elections in a battleground state.
The official confirmation of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson. Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be?
We got some promising news this morning about the rollout of COVID vaccines for children under 5.
Have you seen a demand for mental health services increase among Latinos?
It's time for another honest conversation about what it means to be Asian American.
The people of the Chamizal neighborhood aren't the only ones experiencing what they call environmental injustice.
We're here to try to start conversation.
A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Welcome back on this Thursday. We're watching those soaking rains in the southeast once again. Could see 4 to 5 inches in some spots. Then we're starting to heat up in the northeast once again. Temperatures into the 90s. Could see a few storms in the Great Lakes. Also warm in the west once again. As we go throughout Friday, we had the chance for severe weather in portions of New England. Soaking downpours once again in the southeast. Hot in interior parts of California. And then as we look towards Saturday, nice day in the Great Lakes, the Midwest, into portions of the northeast, although it's going to be warm, and plenty of sunshine in the northwest. Back to you guys.
All right, we'll plan accordingly. Thank you, Michelle. We'll take you inside Meghan Markle's most revealing media venture yet.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers right now on Morning News Now.
We're staying on top of the breaking situation in Ukraine.
We are watching dangerous heat this week.
Recession, I mean, is that where we're headed? Is there any way to avoid that?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Here's what's happening in your neck of the woods.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
The indictment of a former president, or perhaps candidate for president, would arguably tear the country apart. Is that your concern? Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Here's what's happening in your neck of the woods.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Back now with our NBC News exclusive.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Hello, Pops.
Jumping jeepers. An almost real boy. Turn around. Let me get a look at you. I will be right here when you get back.
Disney's Pinocchio is coming alive. The first full-length trailer with Tom Hanks is out for the live-action remake of the classic 1940 animated film, and its release date is quickly approaching. It hits Disney Plus on September 8th.
Can't wait for that one. Right, nearly 25 years after the passing of Princess Diana, Meghan Markle is opening up about life as a royal in her debut Spotify podcast. Our Joe Fryer has the latest.
People should expect the real me in this.
After stepping down from royal duties, the Duchess of Sussex is stepping up to the microphone, a podcast microphone, occasionally shared with her husband, Prince Harry.
Hi, you want to come say hi? Look, she just popped in.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello. How you doing?
She's letting listeners in on the struggles and scares behind the scenes of her time as a working royal, generating more backlash in the British press.
When either Harry or Meghan speak, there's a bit of British eye rolling going on, and that's not just in the British public, but probably behind palace gates as well.
Meghan recounted for the first time a harrowing story from a 2019 trip to South Africa.
We finish the engagement, we get in the car, and they say, there's been a fire at the residence.
She says a fire broke out in the room where Meghan and Harry's baby Archie was supposed to be sleeping. Archie was safely outside the room with his nanny, but Meghan told her guest, tennis superstar Serena Williams, the close call was traumatic.
We still had to leave him and go and do another official engagement.
I couldn't have done that. I was at
yeah, well.
With this year marking the 25-year anniversary of Diana's death, Harry says he feels his mother guiding him and Meghan.
I feel her presence in almost everything that I do now, but definitely more so in the last 2 years than ever before.
Meghan stressing the intense pressures of royal life they left behind.
I don't ever remember personally feeling the negative connotation behind the word ambitious until I started dating my now husband.
She says she felt firsthand the double standard that women face in the press.
Since I felt the negativity behind it, it's really hard to unfeel it.
And now, amid their estrangement, Harry and his brother Prince William will mark the anniversary of their mother's death on different continents. The gulf between them, more than just distance.
That was Joe Fryer reporting. Remember when we were saying they just wanted out of the spotlight?
Yeah, and they're right back in with the podcast on Spotify.
More so. This is Early Today. verdict has been rendered in the Vanessa Bryant case against LA County over first responders sharing crash photos of her husband, daughter, and 7 others. Details ahead.
Overnight, passions were running high in Uvalde, Texas, where 21 people were killed in a school shooting. Police Chief Pete Arredondo learned that he was being fired in a unanimous vote.
A deadly attack on a train station in Ukraine on the same day the nation celebrated its independence and 6 months since the start of the Russian invasion.
Our Gabe Gutierrez on the dramatic standoff between police and a gunman who attacked an FBI field office in Ohio.
And when Costco is the best game in town for the latest fashions as we begin a busy Thursday. Early Today starts right now.
Good morning, I'm Philip Mena.
And I'm Francis Rivera. We begin with breaking news. Vanessa Bryant says she has gotten justice for her husband Kobe and daughter Gianna. A federal jury has sided with the widow of the NBA legend, awarding her $16 million after she sued Los Angeles County over alleged graphic photos first responders took and shared from the helicopter crash that killed Kobe, Gianna, and 7 others. Vanessa Bryant testified that she suffered panic attacks, fearing the photos would appear online. The county argued the photos were deleted and never shared with the public. The suit's co-plaintiff, Chris Chester, lost his wife and daughter in the crash. He was awarded $15 million in damages. Last year, Los Angeles County approved a $2.5 million settlement with the Mauser and Altobello families over a similar lawsuit.
Also developing overnight in Uvalde, Texas, School District Police Chief Pete Arredondo has been fired over the botched response to the shooting massacre at Robb Elementary that killed 21 people in late May. The city's school board voting unanimously to terminate his position. Arredondo did not appear at the meeting himself. Through a lawyer, he stated that he has gotten death threats and didn't think the meeting was safe. There was enormous public pressure for Arredondo to be fired, but the greatest fury came from the families who lost children that day, like this father.
Our babies are dead, our teachers are dead, our parents are dead. The least y'all can do is show us the respect to do this in the public.
Nearly 75 minutes passed between police entering the building and the gunman being killed. A report by a Texas House committee criticized Arredondo for failing to take command during the shooting. 19 of the victims were children. An attorney for Arredondo released a 17-page statement that reads in part, Chief Arredondo is a leader and a courageous officer who, with all of the other law enforcement officers who responded to the scene, should be celebrated for the lives saved instead of vilified for those they couldn't reach in time and not for lack of effort. The perfect storm of circumstances had to culminate to cause such a tragedy. There was only one person that caused this, the shooter.
In just hours, a judge could fill in a major blank on the FBI's Mar-a-Lago search. It's deadline day on whether to release the affidavit approving the warrant, which would reveal probable cause for the search of former President Trump's Florida home. Our Bree Jackson is in D.C. with the latest. Good morning, Bree. The clock is ticking.
Good morning, Francis. That's right. Well, DOJ prosecutors have until noon today to give a judge suggested redactions to the warrant's affidavit. Now, that document will likely shed new light into why the judge okayed the search. The magistrate has previously said he's inclined to unseal at least some of it, but potentially with extensive redactions. The battle spilled into the public eye earlier this month when FBI agents recovered a trove of top secret and highly classified material from Mar-a-Lago. But it began well before that, according to the National Archives and Records Administration. Officials first contacted the Trump team about missing documents back in May of last year. The agency retrieved some of the records in January, but not all of them. So the department turned it over to DOJ. Mr. Trump was subpoenaed in May of this year, and when the documents were still not turned over, the FBI executed the search warrant, something which President Biden was asked about yesterday.
Mr. President, how much advance notice did you have of the FBI's plan to search Mar-a-Lago?
I didn't have any advance notice. None. Zero. Not one single bit. Thank you.
Earlier this week, Mr. Trump asked a federal judge to review the, quote, shockingly aggressive Mar-a-Lago search. His legal team also requested for the appointment of a special master to oversee the handling of the seized documents. The judge, who was appointed by Mr. Trump, ordered the former president answer why her court should hear the case and to more precisely explain what he wants her to do. The deadline for that request is tomorrow. Francis.
You're certainly adding to the timeline that you presented and run down for us today. Thank you, Bree.
The White House is delivering relief to millions of Americans saddled with student loans. President Biden unveiled his plan to cancel $10,000 in federal loans for those earning less than $125,000 a year. And if you paid down debt during the pandemic, you can request a refund. NBC's Hallie Jackson takes a closer look at what led to the explosive rise in student debt.
Delivering on a promise.
Hey, folks.
President Biden forgiving $10,000 of student loan debt for people who have federal loans and who earn less than $125,000 a year.
95% of the borrowers can benefit from these actions.
In total, about 45 million Americans have some kind of student debt now, but it wasn't always that way. The GI Bill, signed in 1944 by President Roosevelt, gave benefits to veterans, including grants for college. It was the first time the federal government had provided money for students to get higher education. In 1958, President Dwight Eisenhower signed the National Defense Education Act to boost Cold War efforts. That became the first federal student loan program. In 1965, Congress passed the Higher Education Act, establishing Pell Grants and Stafford loan programs meant to make college more accessible. It was later revamped to let parents in 1980 and grad students in 2006 take out loans for up to 100% of the cost of attendance. Enrollment skyrocketed. During the 1959 to 1960 school year, 3.6 million students had enrolled in post-secondary institutions. By 2009-2010, it jumped to more than 20 million. During the economic crisis of 2008, states cut funding to colleges, shifting more of the cost to students and their families. Tuition, on average, more than doubling in the past 30 years. And sure enough, debt grew too.
America's student debt is approaching $880 billion.
Student loan debt in this country has reached $1 trillion, and that's a record.
$1.7 trillion. In student debt. That is a number that is only going to keep rising.
1 in 5 Americans have student loan debt, but for some federal borrowers, help is now on the way.
It's a great explanation. Our thanks to Hallie for that report.
6 months since launching its invasion, Russia doubles down on their attacks on Ukraine, this time striking a train station. At least 22 people were killed and dozens more injured. Our Megan Fitzgerald is in Kyiv following the latest.
6 months after it launched its invasion, Russia showing no signs of letting up. These images from a railroad station where Ukraine says a Russian strike killed at least 22 people. Air raid sirens in Kyiv, though no attack. The mayor telling us the city could once again be a Russian target.
Any second, any minute, the Russians' rockets can land in any building.
As Ukraine marks its Independence Day, painful reminders of the cost of war. A short drive from the capital, we arrived in Bucha. More than 450 Ukrainian civilians were killed here in the early days of the war. Russian soldiers accused of war crimes.
People come to cemeteries to remember those they've lost. But here in Bucha, where hundreds are buried, grave sites are marked by numbers only. Names will never be known.
Then there's Mariupol, now under Russian control. Ukrainian soldiers held out for weeks in a steel plant. Marina Schumacher's husband was one of them, a mother of 2 young boys. She spoke in April to NBC's Kelly Kobiea. They all want to live, she said. We followed up with Marina. She says her husband was captured by the Russians, but she hasn't heard from him since. I don't know how to live without him, she said. We were together 27 years.
Are you scared?
Yes, she said. I'm scared.
Here in Kyiv, President Zelensky is warning that the city could still come under attack in the coming days. Back to you.
Megan, thank you.
A New York judge has granted an appeal to disgraced Hollywood producer and convicted sexual abuser Harvey Weinstein. He was convicted in February of 2020 on rape and sex abuse charges. Weinstein got a 23-year sentence. His attorney tells NBC News his client didn't receive a fair trial and hopes this will overturn his conviction. He is now in Los Angeles awaiting a separate trial on similar charges.
Florida Governor Ron DeSantis is blasting Dr. Anthony Fauci in a personal attack. During a campaign stop, the Republican condemned Fauci's role in COVID school closures.
You have people like Fauci saying that his lockdowns didn't cause any permanent damage to any young kids. I got news for you, it did, and we are going to reap those rewards across the whole country for years and years and years because they treated kids so poorly. And I'm just sick of seeing him. I know he says he's going to retire. Someone needs to grab that little elf and chuck him across the Potomac.
Fauci did not immediately respond to a request for comment. The president's chief medical advisor has said he will retire in December. In the November midterms, Governor DeSantis will face Democratic Congressman Charlie Crist.
In Mississippi, some 5 million people across the southeast are under flood watches. That's the same weather system that brought a drenching 1,000-year storm to the Dallas area this week. Here's Blaine Alexander.
In parts of central Mississippi, the scenes are dire. A desperate evacuation. Dozens of elderly residents rushed from a nursing home as floodwaters rush in.
We do have full saturation of the ground, so we knew we might have some flash flooding.
So far, more than 100 rescues across parts of central Mississippi, including this daycare center in Florence, where dozens of children and employees were rushed to safety. The images are even more striking from above. Cars, homes, entire neighborhoods underwater.
It's really bad. Like, literally, it's flooding.
The water so powerful it forced part of a train off the tracks. Jackson is the latest city in a string of historic flash flooding events over the past month. The rain at times was fast and furious. Some places seeing as many as 12 inches, with much of it falling in the span of 3 hours and more on the way. It is the same deadly system that has made its way across the country, picking up steam as it moved to the east. First flooding parts of Arizona, then dumping historic rainfall on Dallas, claiming at least one life in the process. Blaine Alexander, NBC News.
Okay, let's turn now to NBC meteorologist Michelle Grossman, who has been tracking this drenching weather all week. Good morning, Michelle.
Good morning to you both. Yeah, we've been tracking it since Monday, where it dumped all that rain in Texas and then moving so slowly to the east. Now we're seeing that rain falling in portions of the southeast, and that's what we're going to see as we head throughout the day. So this is what it looks like on radar right now. We do have some heavy downpours in Louisiana, also through Mississippi, but most of the activity is through the state of Georgia and also the Carolinas. We're seeing some lightning, hearing some thunder as well. We do have a flood watch. That's where you see the green through parts of eastern Texas into Louisiana, also portions of Mississippi and Alabama, the Panhandle and Florida too. We could see them expanding throughout the day. So it's all due to this area of low pressure, this very slow moving front. It's nearly stationary, and we're seeing showers and storms develop along this front, and it's pulling in that Gulf moisture, and that's why we're seeing those really heavy downpours. It does come fast and it comes furious. That's a look at the big weather story of the day. Here's a closer look at your day ahead. All right, still feeling like summer in the Northeast. Temperatures soaring into the 90s once again, 91 in D.C. We're going to be warm in the south central states as well. Also looking at the chance for more scattered storms, some showers, and heavy rainfall in portions of the southeast. All right, your Thursday forecast coming up in a bit.
Sounds good. See you in a bit, Michelle. Thank you. And we're back in 60 seconds with new video taking you inside the FBI standoff in Cincinnati.
You open the door for so many people.
I love working with people. I did not do any of this by myself.
Hello! Lizzo, you put a smile on every single face.
It feels like Christmas or my birthday or something.
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
What do you love about fatherhood?
The chaos, the learning.
Is climate change one of your top priorities?
What's your message to girls who want to make a difference in their own communities?
Believe in yourself.
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
The Seduction. Dateline's newest podcast. Listen now.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Tonight, I interviewed Secretary of Transportation Pete Buttigieg about the ongoing delays. You seem to be pointing the finger at the airlines. They're pointing the finger back. Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better?
Welcome back to Today. We got a lot to celebrate on this Wednesday morning. It's good to have you along with us.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Everybody's good, and that's it.
We're here to start conversations because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
We're getting our first look inside a tense standoff in Ohio after a man tried to breach an FBI field office. New video shows how it all unfolded at a time when threats against law enforcement are on the rise. Here's NBC's Gabe Gutierrez.
The barrage of gunfire alongside an Ohio cornfield came during a tense standoff after police say a man tried to breach this FBI field office in Cincinnati this month.
We got him in sight.
A high-speed chase followed the attempted break-in.
About 85, 90 miles per hour.
The suspect stopping next to the cornfield. The gunfire starts. Troopers take cover. This video provided to NBC affiliate WLWT by the Warren County Sheriff's Office, just one of the agencies involved.
The subject still up by the car, now has a pistol.
More officers arrive, including an aviation unit, watching from above.
Driver's side window is shot out. He is back up and on his knees, just so everyone's aware, back on his knees, and he is holding the rifle.
It is a rare look at officers assessing the threat in real time.
He's got a rifle. Let's just make sure we get heavy equipment there, and I think we come up with a better game plan versus trying to go in with him and a rifle and he's ready for a fight.
The standoff lasts nearly 6 hours.
It appears he might have grabbed another firearm.
Eventually, law enforcement closes in. The suspect shot and killed. Authorities have not confirmed the motive, but the suspect posted on social media about his desire to kill FBI agents after former President Trump's Mar-a-Lago residence was searched. Back to you.
All right, Gabe, thank you.
Still to come, a touching tribute to the Rolling Stones' legendary drummer Charlie Watts, 1 year after his death.
And the NFL says goodbye to a true groundbreaker. What's next for Shaquem Griffin?
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Our show is about sparking conversations around today's biggest issues. The Fed raises interest rates. That controls inflation. Explain how that works. Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs and their relationship to their employers? Could you just remind us why there are 9 justices on the Supreme Court instead of 3 or 20 or 2? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Tonight, I interviewed Secretary of Transportation Pete Buttigieg about the ongoing delays. You seem to be pointing the finger at the airlines. They're pointing the finger back. Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better?
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it.
This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers right now on Morning News Now.
We're staying on top of the breaking situation in Ukraine.
We are watching dangerous heat this week. Recession, I mean, is that where we're headed? Is there any way to avoid that?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
I miss Charlie because, you know, he had a great sense of humor, and we also were, outside of the band, you know, we used to hang out quite a lot and have interesting times going. We like sports, we'd go to football, we'd go to cricket games, and we would have other interesting partners.
Mick Jagger posting a touching tribute to his bandmate, Charlie Watts, on the one-year anniversary of his death. The clip featured the 1974 Rolling Stones song, Till the Next Goodbye. The drummer, the iconic drummer, was 80 years old.
One of the most inspirational players to ever hit the gridiron is calling it quits. NFL linebacker Shaquem Griffin announced his retirement yesterday, saying that he wants to make the world a better place. When Seattle drafted him back in 2018, he became the first player with one hand to play in the league's modern era. And Shaquem lost that hand when he was 4 years old to a congenital condition. And the cool thing about this, too, he was on the team, on the Seahawks, with his twin brother Shaquille all the way up until 2020. They had such a great relationship on the field and off. The NFL weighed in. They congratulated Griffin on his retirement, saying that he showed the world that anything is possible. Every time he was on the field, anybody who were watching games with him, he just stood out for his enthusiasm, you know, for playing the game. And they don't just hand out roster spots there. You know, you have to be good and earn it, and he was. It's just incredible to see.
Can't wait to see what he does next. If his goal is to make the world a better place, seems like he already has been.
Yeah, good place to start.
Okay, Michelle has an early look at your weekend forecast. That's next.
And Costco Couture, we will take a trip down the runway to savings coming up.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen to the full season now.
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen to the full season now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get in.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen to the full season now.
Harry Styles!
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
You open the door for so many people.
I love working with people. I did not do any of this by myself.
Hello! Lizzo, you put a smile on every single face.
It feels like Christmas or my birthday or something.
Desire, deception, and a double cross. The Seduction, a deadly love story only Dateline and Keith Morrison can tell. Listen now, wherever you get your podcasts.
Welcome back on this Thursday. Watching scattered storms and heavy downpours in the southeast today. Also heating up in the northeast into the 90s once again. DC, you're looking at 91. It's hot once again in the west. We're going to keep that heat as we start out the weekend tomorrow on Friday. Soaking downpours. Could see some strong storms in portions of New England. And then for Saturday, a nice day through the Great Lakes, parts of the Midwest, into the northeast. Still warm, though. And then summer storms continue into the southeast. Back to you guys.
Okay, thanks, Michelle. Never mind, there's 24 packs of paper towels. Costco's taking the fashion world by storm now.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen to the full season now.
News is happening now.
To look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Our show is about sparking conversations around today's biggest issues. The Fed raises interest rates. That controls inflation. Explain how that works. Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs and their relationship to their employers? Could you just remind us why there are 9 justices on the Supreme Court instead of 3 or 20 or 2? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
The indictment of a former president, or perhaps candidate for president, would arguably tear the country apart. Is that your concern? Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen now.
Okay, a lot of social media influencers are shifting their wardrobe finds from designer to discount, and now Costco, one of my favorite places literally in the world, the latest shopping hotspot for deals, not just on groceries and household items, but for fashion finds. NBC's Kristen Dahlgren spoke with some of the influencers behind the hype on apps like TikTok.
Costco Couture.
This week's Best Costco Fashion Finds.
2 words you probably never imagined you'd hear together.
I just got these sweatshirts. They are the Fila brand at Costco for guess how much? $13.
TikTok influencers are going wild for the membership-only wholesale retailer.
Costco has these super cute Kenzie strap sandals.
It's Sherpa lined, so soft, and it's only $14.99.
The search term Costco clothing finds racking up more than 2 billion views, thanks to designer brands at some big discounts.
What's your biggest score ever?
Definitely the Hunter boots.
Usually found for $175, just $84.99 at Costco.
I live in Los Angeles. It does not rain here. We are in the desert, and they sell out like crazy.
Jennifer Maldonado has more than 19,000 followers for her TikTok Costco Couture.
Right before we got on this conversation, I was on Costco, the app, and I found a Givenchy, another Givenchy bag, and a Valentino bag.
I don't remember anything like this on my last Costco run. What am I doing wrong?
You just have to take the time and look. I'll go to 2 Costcos a week. Now, sometimes I'll leave empty-handed. So it's just a matter of, day and time and what they have in stock.
Jennifer also recommends touching the fabric, seams, and zippers. Costco is staying tight-lipped about pricing and quality, but experts say be realistic.
A lot of the merchandise that you do get at these stores is kind of at an outlet level kind of selection.
You're not on Rodeo Drive buying them off. You've got to be realistic. We're at Costco.
It's not just Costco getting into the discount designer game.
I think we've been sleeping on Walmart fashion.
Influencer posts about Walmart, Target, and Amazon clothing are also easy to find.
Discount fashion used to be the butt of jokes. What's going on?
There's definitely affordability, there's convenience, and I think this is a little surprising, but hype. Thanks to social media.
This year, the hottest look may be money in your pockets.
Oh, there's nothing better than finding a good deal, buying it, wearing it, and then getting a compliment from it. Who doesn't want a $1.50 hot dog after a long day of shopping?
Those Gen Zers were today years old when they're learning this. I've known this forever.
Yeah, we've all known.
I'll start wearing my Costco couture.
I'm going to go to Gucci to buy a jug of peanuts.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer. Savannah is on assignment today. Right now on Morning News Now, new lifeline. President Biden set to cancel $10,000 in student loan debt for millions of Americans, and some graduates could see even more debt wiped away. We have a full team coverage on the announcement, including the breakdown of how this could impact you and why it's not all a done deal yet. Arredondo out. Breaking overnight, the embattled Uvalde Schools police chief unanimously fired by the city's school board. He's the focus of a lot of blame for the failed police response during that mass shooting at Robb Elementary. This morning, we're hearing the strong response from his lawyer, as well as parents who say this was long overdue. Going green. California, the largest state in the country, expected to move ahead with a plan to ban the sale of new gasoline-powered cars. We'll have more on the upcoming vote that would change the future of travel forever and the impact it could have on the environment and the economy. And pigtails for pay, the social media experiment that's yielding big returns. Women in the service industry seeing bigger tips after changing their hairstyle. We'll dig into what's behind this trend. Good to have you with us on this Thursday. We begin with that big announcement from President Biden. He is canceling $10,000 in federal student loans for millions of Americans. And low-income borrowers who receive Pell Grants could be eligible for up to $20,000 in debt relief. The president also announced a new income-based repayment plan and extended the COVID-era pause on payments one last time until the end of the year. The White House says the plan will benefit 43 million Americans, nearly everyone who has federal student loans, and nearly half of them, about 20 million people, will see their loans erased entirely.
People can finally crawl out from under that mountain of debt, to get on top of their rent and their utilities, to finally think about buying a home or starting a family or starting a business. And by the way, when this happens, the whole economy is better off.
We're going to dig into this and what it means for you with NBC News correspondent Dasha Burns and Vivian Tu, CEO and co-founder of Your Rich BFF. We're going to start, though, this morning with NBC News White House reporter Lauren Egan. So, Lauren, the president now delivering on a campaign promise. Walk us through this plan and who qualifies.
That's right. So anyone who makes less than $125,000 per year or $250,000, a married couple that files jointly, will qualify for $10,000 in cancellation. Now, if you're a Pell Grant recipient and you're under that income cap, you will get an additional $10,000 for a total of $20,000. This applies to undergraduate loans, graduate loans, Parent Plus loans, and it's based off of either your 2020 or your 2021 tax return. So if you were below that income cap in 2020 and then got a raise in 2021, you're still going to qualify for this cancellation. Current students also qualify for it, but if your parent claims you as a dependent, then that income is going to be based off of your parents and not your own, Joe.
So how do you know if you qualify? Is there something you need to do?
The first thing I would do is double check your tax returns. For some people who qualify, this is going to be applied automatically. It just depends how much information you already have on file with the education department. But for most people, you are going to have to fill out an application form. I know doing paperwork is not everyone's favorite thing, but the president did say yesterday that it would be a short and simple application form. That is not available yet. The education department said it would be available by the end of the year. In the meantime, my advice would be to just make sure that you have that tax form handy, because that will be something you're going to have to demonstrate, is that you are below that income cap.
I think some people won't mind doing paperwork if it means getting $10,000 or more. Now, this isn't the only thing. The president also announced an overhaul of the income-based repayment plan and the public service forgiveness program, which has been plagued with problems over the years. So what should we know about that?
That's right. For the income-based repayment plan, that's going to be capped now at 5% of your discretionary income. That's down from 10%, so that should really cut down some of those monthly payments. For public service, the president proposed different ways to streamline the process. One of the big things is that if you only make a partial payment or you're behind on some payments, that shouldn't count against you as you try and qualify for that forgiveness.
All right, let's be clear. This is not a done deal yet, right? I mean, we could see a legal battle over this.
That's right. There's almost certainly going to be legal challenges to this. You've already seen a lot of Republicans and conservatives come out and criticize this move. The Biden administration yesterday did release a memo outlining how they believe that they do have the legal authority here. It's not clear who exactly would have grounds to bring a legal challenge to this, but we do expect that there will at least be some attempts to bring this to court.
And Lauren, here's a question a lot of folks have. Usually when federal student loans are forgiven, the IRS treats that money like taxable income, meaning borrowers get a tax bill for it. Is that going to be the case with this plan?
Short answer, it's not.
All right. Lauren Egan, straight to the point. Thank you so much for joining us and laying it all out for us this morning. We appreciate it. Let's get more on the reaction to this and bring in Dasha Burns. She's been chatting with folks in upstate New York. Dasha, good morning to you. I mean, this is life-changing news for some Americans who are struggling to pay down their loans. Here's a number. Total student debt has surged past $1.7 trillion. It's more than triple what it had been 15 years ago, according to the Federal Reserve Bank of St. Louis. I understand you were at a restaurant when the news of this plan finally broke. What was the reaction?
Yeah, I mean, Joe, those numbers are just remarkable, and it's been such a burden for so many Americans. And we saw yesterday just how quickly an announcement like this can impact real people, impact real lives. I was sitting at this restaurant behind me, sitting at the bar, having a late lunch, and the customers at the bar next to me started to talk about this announcement. And the bartender, who's also a manager at this restaurant, Restaurant Kinsley here, realized, wait a minute, I think I qualify for this. She went and she did some research on her break, and we started talking later, and she told me what a huge relief this is, that she does in fact qualify. She started talking to other colleagues who are in the same boat. Just the ripple effect so quickly. People who don't necessarily pay attention to politics, Joe. She told me she normally doesn't really care what Washington has to say, but this time it's a direct impact to her family. Take a listen to just some of what she told me.
So what's your loan situation now? So I have $16,000 left. With the loan forgiveness now, they knocked 10 off, so that's only 6 left, which is crazy. Like, it's crazy. That's a lot.
I mean, you literally, I was sitting right here earlier today when you heard the news.
Yeah, because bar customers were talking about it, and I was like, oh, they talked about this before. Like, I don't know if it's true, and I looked it up, and like, if you make like under 125, and then they knock off 10, which is,
I mean, what went through your mind when you realized you qualify and this is actually going to happen?
Definitely very excited.
That was Katie Ritchie you just heard from there. She went to the Culinary Institute of America. She says she was young. She wanted to go to the best possible, food and hospitality school, and didn't think about what student debt would mean, and has since been burdened by this. She just bought a home, is thinking about eventually starting a family, and this really impacts all those day-to-day plans, groceries, trips, and also those longer-term future plans too, Joe.
Yeah, I mean, Dasha, part of this is like the psychological burden and the stress of debt. Most people take out loans when they're young, before they have much financial literacy or experience, and then they learn what it means to have to pay it all back when they're adults and actually start making a living. For many young adults, what's the potential impact they're saying on just their everyday lives?
Oh, Joe, it's huge. I mean, this news spread like wildfire in this restaurant. We met another server, Rebecca Kelly, who is married. She just had a baby. She has a 5-month-old at home. She's actually working as a waiter because she makes more money doing that than her recreational therapy job at a nursing home. She loved that job but needed to make a little bit more money because she has this new family. Her husband is working a full-time job. He's he's started driving for Uber at night to try to pay off some of his student debt. Together, combined, they have more than $100,000 of student debt. I mean, this has been such a burden for them. It's caused so much anxiety, especially as they've been thinking about now their daughter's future, right? Take a listen to what Rebecca told me.
I think it's going to take some of that weight off. It's going to help us be able to stress a little bit less about groceries, because monthly bills we probably will be able to once the pause is over and payment resumes, we'll probably be able to have a little bit lighter just because of that $20,000 that we're going to save in the long run, and be able to not worry quite so much about putting food on the table and taking a little trip here and there as a new family.
So you've got Rebecca, who still has a lot to pay off. You've got Katie, who now is almost done with her student loans because of this. But the bigger picture here that I've heard from people as well is, why should a family have $100,000 plus of student loan debt? The cost of higher education is something people still really want to see addressed. They're so grateful and excited for this little bit of relief. But for some people, you know, it's still only a small dent in this big mountain of debt that they have, Joe.
Yeah, just a drop in the bucket for a number of people out there, but also life-changing for so many more. Dasha Burns, thanks so much for getting that reaction. We appreciate it. Let's bring in Vivian, too, for more on this. She is the CEO and founder of Your Rich BFF, a familiar face on this show. Vivian, good morning. So this is cool. You were in the White House Zoom call when President Biden made this announcement. So even though it was a Zoom room, could you take the temperature of the room? What was the mood like when the announcement was made? And just what do you make of this?
Yeah, I think the briefing room was filled with a lot of excitement. There were so many young people in the room, lots of creators, lots of influencers. And I think there was just such a hunger for information about how to physically and actively go about this, because everyone was so excited about this information. Like so many have said before, this is going to be a huge, huge impact on our generation and the one before and after ours. And I think it's really given some people some peace.
Speaking of young people, I mean, the numbers help tell this story. There's a recent poll that shows 74% of Gen Z delayed major financial decisions because of their student loan debt. 68% of millennials have done the same. Do those numbers reflect what you hear, and how do you think this forgiveness plan will help millions of people who feel like they're just struggling to get ahead in life?
Yes, 100%. To your point, it feels like so many young people are delaying their life milestones because of their student debt. And then the other quarter are just kind of so in debt that they are just burying their head in the sand. And this is going to be a benefit pretty much across the board. Some really wonderful stats that I was given during the briefing was that 90% of the money going out will go to people making less than $75,000 a year, and 40% of people who are going to get 40% of people are essentially going to get a letter that says, yeah, you're done. And that type of reduction in debt is going to be life-changing. We forget that it's not about these big, scary numbers, but rather what our monthly cash flow looks like. And this means people will have more dollars in their pocket to spend on their lives, their food, their home, all of these things that we need to spend money on every single month.
By the way, it'd be really cool if the letter they got actually said, yeah, you're done. That'd be awesome. All right, let's tap your mind for some of your knowledge here. What advice do you have for young adults? They're in college right now. They're in the process of taking on this college debt because they have no other choice if they want to go to school. What does this decision mean for them, and what's your advice for them now moving forward?
Yeah, I think it's really, really important for young people who are now choosing colleges and majors to evaluate whether or not those schools and those focuses are actually going to be able to help them pay off that student loan debt. I think a lot of us are sold this American dream that if you work hard, you study, you go to college, you get that degree, you're going to be able to have a wonderful job and buy that white picket fence home, have your 2.5 children and your golden retriever. But it's not always the case. With some majors, the earn back period on that debt is much, much longer than others. So if you are in a position where financial security is really, really important to you, there are going to be certain majors and certain schools that are going to be more valuable to you.
All right, Vivian, too, appreciate your advice. Thanks so much for taking some time to join us this morning. We appreciate it.
Of course.
New overnight, Uvalde Schools Police Chief Pete Arredondo has been fired. During a special meeting yesterday, the city's school board voted unanimously to terminate Arredondo's employment. It comes amid growing calls for the school board to take action over law enforcement's botched response to the deadly shooting at Robb Elementary School back in May. Before the vote, members of the community got a chance to speak, expressing their outrage.
Our babies are dead, our teachers are dead, our parents are dead. The least y'all can do is show us the respect to do this in the public.
I have messages for Pete Arredondo and all the law enforcement that were there that day. Turn in your badge and step down. You don't deserve to wear one.
Well, Arredondo did not attend the meeting. His lawyer released a statement. It says Arredondo, quote, will not participate in his own illegal and unconstitutional public lynching and respectfully requests the board immediately reinstate him with all back pay and benefits and close the complaint as unfounded. Arredondo resigned from the Uvalde City Council last month. Now to the latest on the FBI search of former President Trump's Mar-a-Lago home. A judge has given the Justice Department until noon today to provide a redacted version of the search warrant affidavit. But the judge acknowledged that the redactions could be so extensive that it might be, quote, a meaningless disclosure. NBC News Justice and Intelligence correspondent Ken Delanian joins us with more on this. So, Ken, given those comments by the judge, is it likely we're going to learn anything new today?
Good morning, Joe. It seems unlikely. There are really three possibilities. One, the unlikely possibility he actually orders the release of a redacted document. Secondly, he decides there's no point in releasing it because it's going to be so redacted. It's going to be, as he put it earlier, meaningless gibberish. And then third, if the judge and the Justice Department disagree on the redactions, he will put it under seal to allow the Justice Department to appeal, in which case we will see nothing today, Joe.
So, Ken, a judge has also set a Friday deadline, that's tomorrow, for Trump's legal team to better explain why he wants what's called a special master to oversee those seized documents. Is this a normal request, and what more does the judge perhaps need here?
Legal experts who have looked at this said this was the judge's attempt, and by the way, this is a different judge. This was the judge's attempt to sort of gently correct the Trump lawyers and ask them to file a better motion because there were a lot of defects in the one that they filed. She's saying, first of all, why doesn't the magistrate? Secondly, have you even physically served the Justice Department with this lawsuit? And then she's asking for other sort of legal arguments that she feels like they did not make. Really what they want to do is try to order the Justice Department to stop looking at these records. But it's been more than 2 weeks since the search. They've been going through this stuff. So it's not even clear that this lawsuit really has a point at this moment, Joe.
All right, Ken, let's talk about something else while we have you with us. I want to ask about yesterday's decision by a judge in Idaho to temporarily block part of that state's strict abortion law. This was really the first lawsuit by the Biden administration to try and protect reproductive rights since Roe versus Wade was overturned. Tell us more about this ruling in Idaho and what it actually means.
This is a significant victory for the Justice Department. It's a narrow ruling. It doesn't knock out the law banning abortions. What it says is that Idaho cannot prosecute doctors for committing abortions because that would conflict with a federal law requiring hospitals to provide certain emergency services, which in some cases can include an abortion. Now, the issue here, though, is that there is a separate case in Texas on the same point where a judge has ruled in a different manner. So what that means is, the rulings conflict. It's going to go up on appeal. But for right now, the judge has temporarily suspended enforcement of that law in Idaho, or at least the provision that allows Idaho to prosecute doctors, which the Biden administration believes is a significant victory, Joe.
The first of many legal battles over this abortion laws around the country. All right, Ken, thank you so much. Appreciate it. Turning now to some new developments in the fight against COVID, the Biden administration is preparing to roll out a new round of booster shots targeting the dominant Omicron subvariants BA4 and BA5. Both Moderna and Pfizer have submitted their emergency use authorization requests for the updated booster dose. The FDA is expected to authorize the application before the CDC reviews the data next week. That means a final decision from CDC Director Rochelle Walensky could come before Labor Day. The Biden administration hopes to have shots out shortly after CDC approval. Let's bring in NBC News senior medical correspondent Dr. John Torres for more on this. Dr. Torres, good morning. So we know now the Omicron subvariant, it currently accounts for nearly 89% of COVID cases in the U.S. So do you think this booster shot, is the goal that it's supposed to slow the spread of this particular subvariant, or is it again supposed to more protect us from serious illness? And then what's your message to people who might be hesitant about trying to get this booster?
And Joe, I think right now we're still at the same stage with the shots and the boosters, where it's not necessarily slowing the spread, but it is preventing us from getting hospitalized, preventing us from dying, and to some extent helping slow that spread down a little bit. But I think the big message here, and this is the message that's been all along, and it doesn't really change with this new booster that's coming out. If you have not gotten your booster shot in 2022, you should get a booster shot. And right now, waiting until that new booster shot comes out might be best for most people, because that's going to come out very quickly here within the next few weeks. And so then you can get this updated booster, which we hope will help going into the winter time frame. But overall, the message is, if you've been fully vaccinated, fantastic. Get those boosters, though, because we know that vaccine doesn't last that long. We want to make sure that people are protected from those big things we talk about, the hospitalization and the death from COVID, Joe.
We know that some health officials are expressing some concern about how quickly these vaccines are being released. Can you explain to us what exactly is it these officials are focusing on? Is there anything here for the public to be worried about?
And they have sped up the vaccine release here, and they have sped up getting this emergency use authorization. And the way they've done it with the BA.4/5 variant, which if you remember back in June, the FDA Advisory Committee basically recommended to the vaccine manufacturers that they do this BA.4/5 variant. They've been studying BA.1 for a while, so they had to switch things a little bit. But it's a technology that you're able to do that very quickly. And so what they're doing in this case is they're using some of that BA.1 testing they've done on humans, and they're combining that with BA.4/5 testing right now in this new booster shot that they've done in mice that shows that it works very well in them. And the reason they can do that is because we know all along this mRNA technology for this COVID shot has been working in humans. They're just tweaking it a little bit here. And so I think the important point here is that the public shouldn't be worried about the safety. We'll know more about the efficacy, but we're assuming it's going to be pretty good. And going into the fall, this BA.4/5 variant has been very dominant for the past 2 months, almost 3 months now. And so we think that's going to be the same thing going into the fall, which this booster shot should protect you from. So they were taking a bit of a gamble, but I think that gamble is going to pay off, and this is going to be the one we need going into the fall and winter, Joe.
All right, so that's vaccines. Let's talk about treatments, too. There's a new study that says Paxlovid, that's Pfizer's COVID-19 pill, appears to have little or no benefit for younger adults, but can still reduce the risk of hospitalization and death for high-risk seniors. What more can you tell us about this study?
And Joe, this was an Israeli study, and they looked at people 40 and above who were high risk for having complications from COVID, and they gave some Paxlovid, and they watched other ones that they didn't give Paxlovid to, and they found out, like you said, 65 and above significantly reduced the amount of hospitalizations. But for those 40 to 65, it didn't seem to make much of a big difference in getting those hospitalization rates to a lower level. And so what the researchers are saying is, that 40 to 65 age, we're not sure how well Paxlovid is working for them. But the one thing you do have to remember is they didn't really delineate it out very much as far as the ones that were very sick versus the ones that were only a little bit sick, the ones that had higher risk versus the ones that only had medium risk. And so this is going to be an individual decision, especially for that 40 to 65 age, that you need to sit down with your healthcare provider and say, do I need this at this point? Am I sick enough where I need this? Or is this something I should hold off on? If you're 65 and above, it seems like this is the ticket to make sure that you stay out of the hospital along with the vaccines, Joe.
So I just want to clarify, because of my question there, I said it appears to have little or no benefit for younger adults. Younger adults would be ages 40 to 65 here.
That is true. This is 40 to 65 and above, and it's all relative, Joe.
All right. A lot of 64-year-olds will be happy to hear they're young adults right now. All right. One more thing I want to ask you about. Dr. Anthony Fauci told the New York Times, quote, "We're in the middle of a BA.5 outbreak here, and we are nowhere near where we want to be." What do you make of that assessment? Are you worried at all about a big winter outbreak of COVID?
I think we might see a winter outbreak. I don't know if it's going to be necessarily as big as last winter's outbreak, but I think it's going to be higher than what we're seeing right now. And like I mentioned earlier, for the past 2+ months, we have hovered around 100,000 cases. That's the BA.4, BA.5, and it really hasn't dropped down. Every now and then it drops down into the 80,000s, but then jumps right back up. And so that is holding very steady. But we also are finding out some new things about the BA.4/5 variant, that it tends to show the symptoms very quickly, and doesn't last as long as the other variants did. And so, I think we're turning a corner here in the variants and the subvariants we're seeing. And I think we're starting to see Omicron become the more stable variant across the spectrum here. And so if that continues forward, then this is something that, number one, we can get a better understanding of how to fight it long term. But number two, also we're going to be getting more protection from it just by natural infections and the vaccinations. And so I think in the long run, this will help. But in the wintertime period, I think we will see it crop up a little bit, but hopefully not nearly to the extent we've seen before, Joe.
I agree with hoping for that as well. Dr. John Torres, a lot to talk about this morning. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Time to get a check on your morning news now weather. We have kept meteorologist Michelle Grossman very busy this week. How's it looking right now, Michelle?
It's looking the same, actually. We're looking at that front that won't budge, and we're looking at scattered storms and showers. So once again, a really busy day. We were busy yesterday. We had Mississippi seeing those flooding rains. We had water rescues, a lot of rain in a short amount of time. And that has been the story since Monday. Fast and furious. It comes on quickly. We've heard people talk from these areas saying how quickly it was minutes before we saw these flooding conditions. So that's what we're concerned about once again today. We do have a flash flood warning, a flash flood watch, excuse me. That's your green, where we're seeing anywhere from Texas into Louisiana, portions of Mississippi, the panhandle of Florida, and also Alabama. We're expecting the chance of some very heavy rain at times, widespread across the area here. So we put radar on top of it. You can see even along the portions of Texas into Louisiana, where you see those darker colors, the reds, the oranges, the yellows, the higher reflectivity. That's where we're seeing the heaviest amounts of rain. And that's what we're going to be watching as we go throughout the day, because we could see rainfall totals up to 6 inches in some spots. We could see rainfall inches per hour, 3.5 inches per hour. That adds up very quickly. But it's extending all the way to portions of the southeast. So now we're seeing some heavy downpours throughout Mississippi, throughout Alabama, into Georgia, into the Carolinas, and we're going to see them into Florida as well, especially in the panhandle of Florida. So as we go throughout the day here, we're going to rack up those totals. Once again, we're looking at totals anywhere from 1 to 3 inches, but could see 4, 5, 6 inches. Yesterday, we saw up to a foot in some spots, and that's because it does come pretty quickly. So as we go throughout time, that's what we're going to be watching. We're watching this front. It's moving very, very slowly. It's almost stalled across the area. It's pulling in that Gulf moisture. It's almost like a magnet. So we're looking at the chance for torrential rainpours once again, especially this morning. It's going to relax a little bit this afternoon, but Texas and Louisiana, portions of Mississippi, that's what we're watching throughout the day. And then tomorrow, no relief once again, more scattered storms on top of really wet soil. A few downpours may lead to flash flooding. So the concern remains tomorrow into the weekend. I'll show you the weekend forecast in just a bit. But today across the country, we have those scattered storms. We have monsoonal flooding throughout the southwest. We're already seeing that this morning. Also heating up in the northeast. Temperatures soaring into the 90s once again. August is back, and we are looking at temperatures once again in the west really hot as well. So plan on the 90s. You want to dress for the 90s, and we do have humidity out there, so feeling a little warmer than it actually is. Baltimore will feel like 92 this afternoon. Richmond, 94 is what it's going to feel like. We'll feel like the upper 80s in Charleston, and it's going to feel like the mid 80s in Detroit and also Pittsburgh. That stays in place tomorrow. It's going to stay in place for the weekend as well. So 90s once again along the I-95 corridor, Philadelphia 92, feeling like 93, into the 80s in New England. And I do want to mention that we will see the chance for severe storms tomorrow. So we have that heat, we have that humidity, and that's going to spawn the chance of some severe weather in New England tomorrow. Now, as we go throughout the weekend, temperatures still really warm. D.C. into the upper 80s, 90 degrees on Monday. So that's something to watch as we go throughout the next couple of days. And then as we look towards the weekend, we're looking at the chance for, at least starting out the weekend, some severe storms into the northeast tomorrow. Today, we could see some strong storms in the Great Lakes, and then this moves off into the northeast tomorrow. And we do have the chance for a tornado risk tomorrow in parts of New England, especially in Maine and also upstate New York. So we're going to watch that closely.
And if your air conditioner has made it this far, it's got a little more work to do.
Just keep going. Like
keep going. All right. Yeah, just exactly. We are like our air conditioners right now. All right, Michelle, thank you so much.
Sure.
Coming up, putting the brakes on gas for good. California is set to vote on a plan to ban new gas cars. We're going to take a look at when this could go into effect and what it could mean, not just for California, but for other states.
You open the door for so many people. I love working with people. I did not do any of this by myself.
Hello! Lizzo, you put a smile on every single face.
It feels like Christmas or my birthday or something.
Tonight, I interviewed Secretary of Transportation Pete Buttigieg about the ongoing delays. You seem to be pointing the finger at the airlines. They're pointing the finger back. Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better?
The seduction,
Dateline's newest podcast. Listen now.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Can you tell us what it was like? Our NBC News exclusive.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Right now on NBC News Now.
We've got all the angles covered tonight.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We've got 3 new developments just this afternoon.
We begin this hour with breaking news and the growing impact of Russia's assault.
This is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine.
I don't want to say goodbye.
This factory has gone from making kitchen pots to lethal items.
There's an intense artillery battle underway between Ukrainian forces and Russian troops.
Breaking news this morning.
The heartbreak, the grief, and the tears that we have seen here are all tragically familiar. Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told.
No.
The shooting is once again reigniting the debate over gun laws.
If it's Tuesday, it is primary night.
The highest profile races yet this year. We are talking elections in a battleground state.
The official confirmation of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson.
Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be?
We got some promising news this morning about the rollout of COVID vaccines for children under 5.
Have you seen a demand for mental health services increase among Latinos? It's time for another honest conversation about what it means to be Asian American.
The people of the Chamizal neighborhood aren't the only ones experiencing what they call environmental injustice.
We're here to try to start conversation.
A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
You open the door for so many people. I love working with people. I did not do any of this by myself.
Hello! Lizzo, you put a smile on every single face.
It feels like Christmas or my birthday or something.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen to the full season now.
We're back now with a decision that could have major implications in the battle against climate change. Later today, California regulators are expected to vote in favor of banning all sales of new gasoline cars by 2035. The move could lead to more than a dozen other states doing the same. Here to discuss this with us is Barron senior writer Al Root. Al, good to have you with us on this one. So if all these states were to follow California and adopt similar rules, it would mean the restrictions apply to really about a third of the U.S. car market. What would be the impact of that? How significant would that be?
So it's a big deal, right? And I think you could characterize it as an acceleration of this electric vehicle trend. Don't forget, President Biden, hopes to have about 50% of new cars all electric by 2030. The California thing is 2035. If you look at the California regulation, they hope to have, about 68% of vehicles be all electric by 2030. So we're always, we're matching up, different time periods here. But the bottom line is it's a faster shift to electric vehicles. In California, of course, CARB, very important body for regulating emissions. About 15 states, like you say, follow California. California, of course, about 10% of the U.S. population. New York, New Jersey, Pennsylvania, they follow CARB emissions laws. So it is another bit of good news for the electric vehicle industry, just like the Inflation Reduction Act was good news. Purchase tax credits that were part of that bill is good news. So this massive shift in this century-old industry from gasoline to batteries continues apace.
Let's talk more about that rapid shift. I mean, how fast is this market expected to grow, and can it actually meet the increased demand?
What's interesting about that? Like, the automakers are basically all in, right? So Ford, General Motors, GM wants to be selling 1 million electric vehicles a year in North America by 2025. Ford's goal, I think, is 2 million electric vehicles a year globally by 2026, right? They're pouring, those two and others are pouring billions into electric vehicle development, battery plants. So, usually, you don't want to see necessarily things sort of mandated from the top down, like President Biden saying, 50% of cars will be all electric, and the industry says, yeah, we'll see if we can get there. This is one where the company goals are actually fairly close to the regulators' goals. So it's interesting. Can we get there, right? So, they're certainly going to try, and there's not going to be a lot of pushback from the industry saying, wait a second, we don't want to do this. Right now, as we sit in 2022, EV penetration, new car sales, about 7-8%. So you're going to have to go from like 7-8% to, 50 or 60% by 2030 to 100% by 2035 in some of these states. So it's a huge increase. Like EV sales have to grow about 25% a year on average for 13 years. It's massive. That works out to like a 13-fold increase. So are we going to hit it? We might not hit it, but we're going to see massive gains for EVs.
Real quick, what's the biggest challenge, do you think, in implementing and trying to reach these emissions goals?
Battery supply chains, right? So, this has been well written about. The global industry for lithium, which go in lithium-ion batteries, it needs to ramp up like 700%. And the entire industry is worth about $7 billion in terms of annual sales of lithium. Mm-hmm. So there's just got to be a massive expansion. There'll be some hiccups, right? Cobalt, nickel, copper, all of these things, right? It is a very rapid expansion for mining industries or basic industries that have been around for 100 years to say, oh, wait a second, in 13 years, my demand's going to be 100% or 500% higher. Yeah. So that means capital. It means know-how, right? It's not like you just sort of, just say, oh, I want to double my output. So the battery supply chain is something to watch. Again, companies are pouring billions of dollars into it with Asian partners, building a supply chain in the U.S.
Yeah.
So it'll be interesting to see how it happens.
All right. Al Root, thanks so much for joining us this morning. We appreciate your expertise on this one. In Florida, one candidate for Congress is hoping to make history. 25-year-old Maxwell Frost is gearing up for November after winning Tuesday's Democratic primary race in Florida. If he wins the midterms, Frost would become the first Gen Z member of Congress. NBC News Digital reporter Maya Eaglin joined Frost for a closer look at his campaign efforts on the ground.
Maxwell Alejandro Frost will be one of the first Gen Z candidates heading to the general election for Congress. His primary election day on Tuesday was packed.
Hey,
Maxwell, nice to meet you.
Good to meet you too.
How are you feeling?
We're feeling really good. We have the momentum right now, which is really what you want on election day.
So tell me what's on the agenda for the rest of the day.
So we're going to go to more polling locations, meet voters, shake some hands, because every vote matters, especially in these Florida elections. Yeah, just reminding people to go vote. Have you voted yet?
I feel like so many people in our generation are very jaded by politics.
Yeah, the reason why we're so jaded with politics is because we've been lied to our whole life that if you vote for this person, this will happen tomorrow. That's what politicians tell us. And it's a farce. It's not right. I'm running to be a voice for my community. What I can promise is how hard I'm going to fight for certain things, what my beliefs are, and talk about the fact that I'm here to build a coalition, to build the progressive infrastructure in Central Florida to get to where we want to go. But it can't just be me. And that's been the problem in politics.
My big question is, how are you doing all of this at 25?
It's been very stressful. I mean, it's the hardest thing I've ever done in my life.
What do you say to people who think you might not have enough experience?
I would say my experience is what qualifies me to be in Congress. Congress needs to be diverse in not just race, not just gender, age, but also experience. I'm an organizer through and through.
Maxwell worked as a staffer for several campaigns and spent much of his teen years organizing with the ACLU and March for Our Lives.
How much money have you been able to fundraise?
So just last night we hit $2 million.
And where are the donors coming from?
We have the most individual contributions out of any candidate in this race here in Florida, but also people across the country who are paying attention to the work going on here.
What do you say to your opponents who might think that because your donors are outside of the state, that's a poor reflection on you?
I have the most individual contributions here in Florida, so it's just not true. But on top of that, I don't think it's a bad thing to have people outside of the state donating to your campaign.
Frost won the primary election Tuesday, beating 9 other Dems running for the spot. Now it's on to the November general election, where he'll go up against GOP candidate Calvin Wimbush for the congressional seat. Frost says this journey is about so much more than just him.
It means a lot, right? I'll be the fourth Afro-Latino, the first Afro-Cuban, the first member of Generation Z, but more than all of that, it's going to be the honor of a lifetime to represent my home, my community, such a diverse district of people in the United States Congress.
Our thanks to Maya Eaglin for that report. That seat that's up for grabs in Florida's 10th district is currently held by Congresswoman Val Demings, who's now running for Senate in the state against GOP incumbent Senator Marco Rubio. International headlines now. In eastern Ukraine, a Russian missile hit a train station, killing at least 25 people and leaving several injured. NBC's Claudio Lavanga joined us from Rome with that and other world news. Claudio, good morning.
Good morning, guys. Yes, these photos that were published by the Stratcom Center in Ukraine show the deadly devastation of that strike that was carried out on Wednesday, which is when Ukraine was celebrating its Independence Day, even without public celebrations for fear of attacks such as this one. This is not the first time that trains and train stations in Ukraine have become a target since the start of the invasion. In April, 50 people died when a rocket fell on an overcrowded train station in eastern Ukraine. Now let's go to North Korea, where the country's news agency says 4 people are being tested after developing COVID-19 symptoms near the border with China, 2 weeks after Kim Jong-un declared victory over the pandemic. The patients have developed fever, and authorities now are running tests to find whether it was caused by the so-called malignant virus, as they call it, as they call COVID-19 in North Korea. And let's end this short tour of the world in Britain, where the large blue butterfly is flying higher than ever. The butterfly was declared extinct in Britain in 1979, but was reintroduced via caterpillars from Sweden 4 years later. Well, thanks to a long and careful restoration work, the butterfly flew in its greatest numbers in June this year since records began, guys.
All right, beautiful. Thank goodness for Swedish caterpillars. Claudio, thank you so much. Appreciate it. Coming up, the civil rights movement was a defining moment in our country's history, but a new study shows many Americans lack a full understanding of the era. Up next, we're going to go one-on-one with an expert to find out what's behind the issue and what we can do to try and fix it.
Right now on NBC News Now, look at what's making headlines around the world.
We've got 3 new developments just this afternoon.
We begin this hour with breaking news.
This is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine.
I don't want to say goodbye.
This factory has gone from making kitchen pots to lethal items.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
Breaking news this morning.
The heartbreak, the grief, and the tears that we have seen here are all tragically familiar. Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told.
No.
The shooting is once again reigniting the debate over gun laws.
If it's Tuesday, it is primary night.
The highest profile races yet this year.
The official confirmation of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson. Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be?
The rollout of COVID vaccines for children under 5.
Inflation is cutting into almost everything. Another honest conversation about what it means to be Asian American.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
Our show is about sparking conversations around today's biggest issues. The Fed raises interest rates. That controls inflation. Explain how that works. Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs and their relationship to their employers? Could you just remind us why there are 9 justices on the Supreme Court instead of 3 or 20 or 2? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Back now with our NBC News exclusive.
News is happening now.
To look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
We are back now with an eye-opening news survey. It found Americans today value the civil rights movement, but lack a deeper understanding of the era. Get this, the survey released by the group More in Common found that many people were unable to list 5 events from that period. Joining us now to break down those findings is Coco Shu, research analyst at More in Common. Coco, good morning, and thanks for joining us. So help us out here. We know Black history is American history. Why is it Americans don't know more about the civil rights era?
Thank you for having me. And that's a really important question. And actually, a lot of factors can be at play here. For example, some of us might not think about history on a day-to-day basis. But what we really want to emphasize is that our report finds that despite this lack of knowledge, Americans are united in believing how important it is. And we want our students and children to learn more about its history and its complexity.
So I know the survey that you guys did, 77% agreed students should learn about leaders other than Martin Luther King Jr. and Rosa Parks. What else did you find about what people think students should learn? And do they feel like it's something that should be taught in schools or also more at home?
Yeah, that's a great question. We found that Americans want our children and students to learn more about the complex narratives of the civil rights movement, which includes the progress made by activists, but also the obstacles and their struggles and the resistance that they encounter.
So this Sunday marks the anniversary of the March on Washington. What's something that people can do to become more familiar with this event and so many of the other important historical events?
Yeah, there's actually a lot of things we can do. For example, checking out our local museum or historical society, or visit online resources or exhibits that talk about the history of the civil rights movement, or even watch a movie or discuss with our friends and family. And what we really want to emphasize is that this is a moment where we might feel divided in our country, but we can look to the civil rights movement as a historical period that we can all come together on.
All right, a good message there. Coco Shu, thanks so much for joining us. We appreciate it. Coming up, one farm is growing more than just food, how it's giving back to a community in a food desert and teaching valuable lessons to teens. I'll bring you that story next.
Our show is about sparking conversations around today's biggest issues. The Fed raises interest rates. That controls inflation. Explain how that works. Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs and their relationship to their employers? Could you just remind us why there are 9 justices on the Supreme Court instead of 3 or 20 or 2? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Oh, pretty bad.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers right now on Morning News Now.
We're staying on top of the breaking situation in Ukraine.
We are watching dangerous heat this week. Recession, I mean, is that where we're headed? Is there any way to avoid that?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back to Today. We got a lot to celebrate on this Wednesday morning. It's good to have you along with us.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Everybody's good, and that's it.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
And what do you love about fatherhood?
The chaos, the learning. Is climate change one of your top priorities?
What's your message to girls who want to make a difference in their own communities?
Believe in yourself.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
What do you love about fatherhood?
The chaos, the learning. Is climate change one of your top priorities?
What's your message to girls who want to make a difference in their own communities?
Believe in yourself.
NBC News, streaming free now.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen now.
Financial headlines now. A former Twitter executive who accused the company of misleading investors is now expected to testify on Capitol Hill. CNBC's Frank Holland joins us with that and more Money News. Hey, Frank, good morning.
Hey, good morning to you. We're going to start with that Twitter news. The Senate Judiciary Committee will hold a hearing next month with Twitter's former security chief to discuss allegations from his whistleblower complaint. He's accusing Twitter of falsely claiming it had solid security plans and also making misleading statements about defending against hackers and spam accounts. He alleges Twitter made user growth a priority over reducing spam, with executives eligible to get bonuses of up to $10 million. Twitter has denied all the allegations. Instacart will now let you order large items. A new service called Big and Bulky promises same-day and scheduled delivery of items such as outdoor furniture, office supplies, and home electronics. Office Depot and Staples are among the retailers that are participating. Instacart tells TechCrunch it'll pay workers who accept big and bulky orders based on the number and the weight of those items. And NBC is moving next-day streaming of shows like Law & Order and Saturday Night Live from Hulu to Peacock. That's starting next month. Peacock ended its content sharing deal with Hulu back in March, so it could exclusively secure more of its own content. The streaming platform already runs next-day episodes from Bravo, which is owned by NBC Universal, and NBC has made one of its longest-running shows, Days of Our Lives, exclusive to Peacock. A lot of people like that show right there, soap operas.
Yeah, exactly, and they'll be watching it on Peacock now, like many of our viewers are watching us on Peacock right now.
Exactly.
So, all right, Frank, thanks so much. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
It's a change that starts at the roots, literally. Some teens in Atlantic City are honing their green thumbs in a summer program at a nearby farm. And as I discovered, the organic fruits and veggies they're growing are more than just food on a plate. On Reed's Organic Farm in New Jersey, they're harvesting food.
Good, right?
While growing young minds.
Beautiful.
These teens live in Atlantic City, which is a mere 20 minutes away, yet feels like another world. Why do you love it so much?
Because it's quiet.
78 serene acres that are home to a summer program through the Boys and Girls Club of Atlantic City.
Hold the branch with one hand.
The kids are learning what it takes to grow and harvest a wide range of fruits and veggies.
You have to have the muscles to pull the stuff out.
Do you have the muscles?
Yeah.
Here, they're united with nature, even the pigs in the farm's animal sanctuary.
They can come here and they can learn how we do things on a farm, but it's so important that they know that these are things that they can take home with them and share with their families.
In fact, some of the food they harvest ends up at the Boys and Girls Club.
Why are these so special?
Because they're organic.
A lesson in nutrition in a place deemed a food desert. Atlantic City has gone 15 years without a fully operated grocery store. For Amir Simmons-Robinson, the 8-week program is having an impact. Just ask Mom.
I see a huge difference in his attitude, his behavior. He's a lot more patient.
And for Cookie Till, the farm's co-founder, that is food for the soul. When you see it have an impact on them, how does that impact you?
It just makes my heart sing. It just means that change is possible.
Planting seeds in more ways than one. And Reed's Organic Farm was founded just 2 years ago in 2020. In addition to that 8-week summer program, the farm holds seasonal workshops throughout the year, teaching kids about cultivating crops and making plant-based meals. Coming up, a new trend on TikTok is examining the link, get this, between pigtails and bigger tips. We're going to dig into the social experiment and what's behind the possible connection next.
Choke point for this fire. Unnecessary, unjustifiable, illegal. And good evening. from New Orleans, late military operation, witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
You open the door for so many people.
I love working with people. I did not do any of this by myself.
Hello! Lizzo, you put a smile on every single face.
It feel like Christmas or my birthday or something.
Tonight, I interviewed Secretary of Transportation Pete Buttigieg about the ongoing delays. You seem to be pointing the finger at the airlines. They're pointing the finger back. Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better?
Our show is about sparking conversations around today's biggest issues. The Fed raises interest rates. That controls inflation. Explain how that works. Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs and their relationship to their employers? Could you just remind us why there are 9 justices on the Supreme Court instead of 3 or 20 or 2? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
And what do you love about fatherhood?
The chaos, the learning. Is climate change one of your top priorities?
What's your message to girls who want to make a difference in their own communities?
Believe in yourself.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
You open the door for so many people.
I love working with people. I did not do any of this by myself.
Hello! Lizzo, you put a smile on every single face.
It feel like Christmas or my birthday or something.
Tonight, I interviewed Secretary of Transportation Pete Buttigieg about the ongoing delays. You seem to be pointing the finger at the airlines. They're pointing the finger back. Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better?
A new social experiment is making the rounds on TikTok, unveiling an uncomfortable reality in the service industry. It's called the pigtail experiment, where women style their hairs into pigtails to get more tips while serving customers. This leads to a lot of questions, including the big question, why does a simple change in hairstyle lead to more cash? NBC News youth and internet culture reporter Callan Rosenblatt joins us now for more of her story, which is on NBCnews.com. Callan, good morning. So walk us through some of these TikToks. What is it they show, and what did some of these women find when putting their hair in pigtails?
Good morning, Joe. The videos are very straightforward. It shows women like Lisa Sterling, who's a server, or Veronica Portillo, who is a dancer, basically saying, you know, I've heard that at work, if you wear pigtails, you make more tips, so I'm going to try this. Now, I've talked to both women. Lisa told me that when she wore pigtails, she made 2.5% more than she did when she wore her hair down. And Veronica told me that on a slow Sunday night, she would typically make about $100. She wore pigtails in her hair, and she made $600 that night. A dramatic increase just by changing her hairstyle.
So 6 times as much?
6 times as much. It is a massive increase. She had also on a slow Wednesday night, she also made a dramatic increase. $700 when you usually make around $200.
All right, so let's delve into some of why this is, and it's a bit of an adult conversation, but some of the women who shared the results on social media say it underlines a schoolgirl fetish among men. Talk more about where these comments stem from, and are there other examples in pop culture to support those claims?
Absolutely. I mean, Joe, as you mentioned, it is a little seedy, the reason that this works. You know, the women told me that if men are going to, you know, be sort of creepy at their jobs and fetishize them at their jobs, that they might as well make a little extra money off of it. And that was their thought process. Now, we see this in pop culture a lot. And the seedy thing about it is we see this in pop culture a lot in young women. We see cartoons like the Powerpuff Girls and even like Boo from Pixar's Monsters, Inc., all wearing pigtails, all sort of denoting a younger age. And women like Veronica said that men at her job as a dancer at a strip club came up to her and made a lot of comments about those pigtails and being, a sort of fantasy of theirs. So, Veronica telling me, I don't think that this is a children's hairstyle anymore. And if you're going to put your, young daughter's hair in pigtails, you really have to think about the way men are perceiving it. And it's kind of a sad statement on, how this hairstyle is perceived. But she said she won't be putting her daughter's hair in pigtails because of the way men reacted at her job.
Yeah, Callan, so we have less than a minute here, but this creates kind of a bit of a quandary for women. Do they make more money doing this knowing why some people are tipping them more, or do they say, no, I'm not going to do this, even if it means making less money?
What they told me is that they experience creepy men at their job. They experience being hit on, having derogatory comments made at them. And they said, if we could make more money, we have bills to pay, we're going to do what we can to make more money. So in their mind, it's really about making sure their children are fed, making sure that they're making the most money that they can and getting their bills paid. So ultimately, that is the main factor in their mind as to why they're wearing this hairstyle. Certainly an eye-opening conversation. Callan Rosenblatt, thanks for joining us. We appreciate your reporting on this one. That does it for this hour of Morning News Now, but stay with us. The news continues right now. Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer. Savannah is on assignment today. Right now on Morning News Now, relief for millions. President Biden takes a long-promised step. He is forgiving thousands of dollars of student debt for more than 40 million Americans. The president calling the move a major financial boost for borrowers.
All this means people can start, finally crawl out from under that mountain of debt, to get on top of their rent and their utilities, to finally think about buying a home or starting a family or starting a business.
Just who qualifies for this debt relief and what does it mean for the pandemic pause on student loan payments? Plus, why Republicans, even some Democrats, are concerned the plan will do more harm than good. Fired. Uvalde's school district police chief is off the job this morning over his response to the mass shooting at Robb Elementary that killed 19 students and 2 teachers. The decision to fire him met with cheers from parents. Many say he is partly to blame for the long delay before authorities confronted the shooter. Now, the former chief is defending himself as parents call for even more accountability. Game changer. Alcoholism may soon be treated with a pill. A mind-altering element found in psychedelic mushrooms could help people overcome alcohol addiction. NBC News has an exclusive look at the study that researchers say is already helping people. Plus, the cost of love. Discussions about money are tough enough, so when should you start having those conversations with your significant other? Later this hour, some tips on what those talks should look like and how you and your loved one can achieve financial intimacy. Good to have you with us. We begin this hour with what is surely the talk at plenty of breakfast tables and probably on every college campus nationwide this morning. President Biden announced a plan to cut federal student loan debt by $10,000 each for tens of millions of Americans. While many are celebrating, the decision is also causing some resentment among others who paid off their loans or never went to college. NBC News correspondent Tom Costello is following this story for us and joined us from Washington with more. Hey, Tom, good morning.
Hey, Joe, good morning to you. So 43 million Americans are carrying some college debt, the average amount $36,000. President Biden's decision will essentially say that taxpayers can pick up a big chunk of that. And a lot of people don't like that idea at all.
President Biden fulfilling a campaign promise, cutting American student loan debt.
It focuses the benefit on middle class and working families.
But he's also stirred up a hornet's nest of backlash.
I just feel it's a little slap in the face to those who worked hard to pay it off.
And from Republicans who say it unfairly benefits Americans who choose to go to college while ignoring those who don't, like truckers, plumbers, welders, and retail workers.
A lot of Americans choose not to go to college. And then there are those Americans who borrowed money to pay for school and paid it back. In what way is it fair to those taxpayers?
Many also argue the president exceeded his authority by unilaterally slashing federal student loans. The plan affects 43 million Americans, forgiving loan debt of up to $10,000 each for those earning less than $125,000. 27 million Americans who received need-based Pell Grants will get an additional $10,000 in loan forgiveness. All of it a big relief for Chrissy Connors, who has roughly $40,000 in student debt.
It just doesn't feel achievable to pay down. The $10,000 debt relief, for me, it's not just like a financial lift, it's even like a mental lift.
President Biden has been under pressure from his own party to forgive as much as $50,000 in debt, with lower and middle income Americans struggling the most to afford higher ed.
It's definitely a step, and I definitely think more is needed.
The average household with student debt owes nearly $59,000. 42% of those who go to college pay back loans over 5 years. Loan specialists recommend using the freed up money now to lay a sound financial foundation.
Maybe pay down higher interest debt like credit card debt using the money you've been saving.
Okay, a couple of notes here that are important. First of all, the federal repayment plan to repay your student loans, that's been on hold during the pandemic. It was going to expire. So in other words, you're going to have to start repaying at the end of this month. That's now been extended till the end of the year. So repayment starts on January 1st. Listen, a lot of concern, number one, that the president doesn't have the authority to do this. Even the Speaker of the House, Nancy Pelosi, said recently the president can't unilaterally forgive loan. And second, a lot of economists out there on both sides of the aisle think that this will be inflationary. It's going to cost taxpayers $300 billion. That's money that, in theory, goes into the consumers or the people who have the loans, their pockets. So will then that cause them to go out and spend, driving prices even higher? As you can see, this is not something that is universally popular. Back to you, Joe.
All right, Tom Costello, thank you, Tom. So for more on who stands to benefit from this potentially life-changing news, let's bring in NBC News Now anchor Morgan Radford. Morgan, good morning. So the White House says they think about 43 million Americans are going to benefit from this. Keep in mind, that's almost as many as the number of people who have the loans, which is 45 million. But certain groups are going to benefit more than others, right?
The numbers are pretty striking. I mean, actually, if you look at it as a whole, about 50% of the people who own student loans, they owe about $20,000 on them. But it's really, when you look at those numbers and break them down in terms of who is actually standing to benefit, you basically are looking at three different groups of people. Number one, younger Americans who are just starting out in their careers and just starting out to pay those student loans. Number two, you're looking at people who have low credit scores. And number three, blacks and Latinos. If you look at the numbers just among blacks and Latinos, for example, you'll see that they tend to take out smaller loan amounts, and it tends to follow them longer after graduation. So you're talking about people like Juan Sarmiento. He's fighting to help make college a little bit more equitable. He's someone who had to stop going to school because his mother had to self-deport back to Mexico during the Trump administration, and he had to get a job and support his family. Take a listen.
I took out loans because I didn't have financial support from my family. I am one of 4 children, but I'm the only U.S. citizen in my family. I come from a mixed status household. You know, I voted for the president specifically for this issue. $20,000 for Pell recipients would be a major victory. And I voted for the president for those reasons, and I would feel like the president is delivering to an extent, even if it's not everything that we advocated for.
So you hear someone like Juan say this is the opportunity for the president to make good on the reasons why someone like him chose to vote for him.
Let's look at the numbers. We know undergraduate students of color are more likely to rely on loans. It's 90% of black students took out federal loans. Compare that with 66% of white students. That's according to the Department of Education. So let's talk about what this means, not just when you're in college, but in the years after college.
Bingo. That's the part that, I mean, you and I both know it really matters, right? When you're trying to make ends meet, you're trying to start in your career. And when you look at those numbers, it's really striking because, as I mentioned earlier, you have blacks and Latinos who are taking out smaller amounts, but it's following them. If you look at the numbers 4 years after graduation, you'll see that black students owe about $52,000 compared to their white counterparts who owe about $28,000. But what we don't often talk about, Joe, is the people who actually never get their college degree. So that number is striking. 39% of the 43 million people who owe money in their student loans do not have a degree 6 years after they first enrolled. So you have people like Sharonda Pender. She's someone who had to stop going to school just to get a job. Take a listen. And she's still fighting those loans.
I went to school in '93.
to 96. So it's like now I wasn't able to finish. Life happened. I had a baby, and I had to get a job outside of college and work, and then, got married, had another baby. Long story short, so I was never able to finish. I'm 46 years old and still have this, over my head. So this announcement definitely, it gives a little hope, for a start of some type of relief for us.
So 46 years old, never actually was able to get that degree because she had to work, and still has those loan balances.
And that story is certainly not a rare one.
No, it's not an aberration, not at all.
All right, Morgan Radford, thanks so much. Appreciate your look at that one. All right, Uvalde's school police chief Pete Arredondo is out of a job this morning. In a unanimous vote last night, the city school board approved Arredondo's termination. It comes after he and responding officers faced harsh criticism over their response to the deadly school shooting at Robb Elementary School back in May. NBC News correspondent Priscilla Thompson joined us from Uvalde with the latest on this. Priscilla, good morning.
Joe, good morning. Emotions ran high here last night with the crowd erupting in cheers when it was announced that Pete Arredondo would be fired. But this morning, those families are also making it clear that this is far from over. This morning in Uvalde, embattled school police chief Pete Arredondo has been fired.
All in favor? Motion passes unanimously.
Emotions among students and families quickly running high.
I have messages for Pete Arredondo and all the law enforcement that were there that day. Turn in your badge and step down. You don't deserve to wear one.
Our babies are dead. Our teachers are dead. Our parents are dead.
The termination comes exactly 3 months after a gunman claimed the lives of 19 children and 2 teachers at Robb Elementary. Brett Cross, the uncle and guardian of Uzziah Garcia, says victims like Uzziah deserve justice.
He's never going to graduate from high school. He's never going to have his first date, his first car. None of that. He will forever be 10 years old.
Though absent from the meeting, Arredondo having his say in a lengthy 17-page statement sent to the school board, his lawyer accusing the board of an unconstitutional public lynching, writing the board has not followed proper procedure and refuses to provide a written complaint against Arredondo, adding none of his decisions or actions demonstrate a failure to meet the accepted standards of conduct for law enforcement officers in similarly situated school districts in Texas. Arredondo has faced widespread scrutiny for the delayed response to the shooting. Officials say it took authorities 77 minutes to engage the shooter.
The shots have come in through that wall, so you know. These keys are not opening up this room.
The Texas legislature releasing a fact-finding report last month, faulting the police response for egregiously poor decision-making, adding officers failed to prioritize saving the lives of innocent victims over their own safety. In that report, Arredondo telling the committee he didn't consider himself the incident commander. But Uvalde families glad to see some results even 3 months later.
We did something. We got something accomplished finally.
And no word yet on whether Arredondo plans to appeal this decision. His attorney yesterday afternoon calling for him to be reinstated with back pay and benefits. We did reach out to Arredondo and his attorney after this decision was announced, but have not heard back. Joe?
All right, Priscilla, thank you so much. The death toll is rising from yesterday's rocket strike by Russian forces on a train station in eastern Ukraine. Officials say at least 25 people have been killed. The attack, which came on Ukraine's Independence Day, has prompted condemnation in both Europe and here in the U.S. Let's get to NBC News correspondent Megan Fitzgerald, who is in Kyiv for us. So, Megan, first, what more can you tell us about the attack, and what are the Russians saying about it?
Well, Joe, what we know is that this has been the deadliest attack that the country has seen since the middle of July. So we're talking weeks here. What the Russians are saying right now is that 200 service members from the Ukrainian army, along with 10 units that were heading to combat, were destroyed. Now, the Ukrainians giving a completely different story. They're saying that 25 people were killed, around 31 people injured when that missile hit that railroad station in the east of the country. We also know there was a separate missile that went into a home not far away that killed an 11-year-old boy, Joe.
So we're also following the situation at the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant. First, what's the latest there? And then also, how soon will the UN's atomic watchdog be able to visit and assess the situation of the plant and the condition there?
Joe, great questions. I mean, this plant continues to be of grave concern, not only to the Ukrainians, but really to the international community. The Ukrainians have continuously said that the Russians are hiding artillery inside the Zaporizhzhia nuclear plant and outside of the plant. We know that there's been shelling that has hit the plant. There's missiles that have continued to go over the facility and around the Zaporizhzhia region, which is of grave concern here. Because, again, any misstep here or shutting down of this facility, as the Ukrainians say they have intelligence to suggest the Russians are actively trying to do, could create this nuclear disaster where we see this radioactive material seeping out of this plant and really seeping throughout the world, certainly throughout Europe and beyond. And so, yeah, there have continued to be calls by the international community to get these inspectors inside that plant before it's too late. Russia has said that that's something that they're taking a look at and they'd be interested in doing in September. But there are immediate calls for this to happen now because, again, the clock is ticking here, Joe.
And Megan, as we've been talking about yesterday, we saw Ukraine mark its Independence Day yesterday much more somber than past years. There was a surprise third visit by the outgoing British Prime Minister Boris Johnson. Can you tell us more about how that day unfolded there?
Yeah. That's right. So, this visit is taking place at a time just yesterday when Ukraine was under a high alert, certainly Kyiv as well, bracing for any potential missile strikes. Their mass gatherings here were canceled on the Independence Day. And then this surprise visit by the outgoing Prime Minister of the UK. And this is his third visit. He was the first international leader to visit Ukraine back in April. He came again in June. And then, of course, the surprise visit yesterday, really sending a statement on Ukraine's Independence Day at what was perceived as a very high-risk time. As you know, the United States State Department was urging Americans to leave the city immediately, to leave the country immediately. But this was a statement of solidarity, standing with the people of Ukraine, and that is certainly how the people received it, Joe.
And that Independence Day just happened to fall on the exact 6-month mark of the start of the war in Ukraine. Megan, thank you so much for your reporting. Appreciate it. Now to Los Angeles, where Vanessa Bryant won a multi-million-dollar lawsuit against LA County over photos taken of her deceased husband, Kobe Bryant, and their 13-year-old daughter, Gigi. The pictures were never made public, but the jury awarded her damages for emotional distress. NBC News national correspondent Miguel Almaguer has the details.
Vanessa Bryant and her co-plaintiff, Chris Chester, were suing LA County for $75 million. They won their lawsuit and were awarded $31 million for damages, including pain and suffering.
As the verdict was read in her favor, Vanessa Bryant wept in court. A federal jury ordering LA County to pay the widow of NBA legend Kobe Bryant $16 million for past and future emotional distress and suffering.
We love you, Vanessa.
After the verdict, Bryant walked past a crush of media, later posting on Instagram, "All for you. I love you. Justice for Kobe and Gigi."
One copter down. With medium brush.
Her lawsuit coming just months after the 2020 Hillside helicopter crash that killed Kobe Bryant, their daughter Gigi, and 7 others. LA County confirming first responders took or shared gruesome photos of the victims for personal use. Those pictures, according to testimony, were later shown at bars and even a banquet by sheriff's deputies and firefighters. During the 10 days of testimony when Bryant took the stand, she said, "I felt blindsided, devastated, and hurt. I trusted them not to do these things." A sobbing Bryant adding after the photo leak, "I have 2 choices, to try and live my life or end it." The jury also awarding Bryant's co-plaintiff, Chris Chester, who lost his wife and daughter, $15 million.
It sounds crazy when you have a $31 million verdict, but in a way, the county should have a sigh of relief because it could have been so much bigger.
During closing statements, county lawyers argued the pictures never became public. There's a simple truth that cannot be ignored. There's been no public dissemination. The verdict coming down on 8/24, Kobe Bryant Day in Los Angeles, and just a day after he would have celebrated his 44th birthday. The jury deciding 2 families who lost loved ones were victimized by the very people called in to help.
The county says they respect the jury's verdict, but they could appeal it. They say they are looking into possible options, and more legal maneuvering could be down the road for them. Back to you.
All right, Miguel, thank you so much. Breaking news this morning, the ongoing teachers' strike in Columbus, Ohio is now over. The president of the Columbus Board of Education announced earlier this morning that the board has come to an agreement with the teachers union. The union had been calling for smaller class sizes and building improvements. Yesterday was the first day of school there. While details of the agreement have not been announced yet, the board president says students will continue online learning for the remainder of this week and that the district is looking forward to welcoming students, teachers, and staff back to the classroom on Monday. Now to that dangerous storm system that has drenched millions across the country. This week, parts of Mississippi are bracing for even more rain this morning after heavy downpours and flash flooding slammed the central and southern parts of the state yesterday. NBC News correspondent Blaine Alexander joins us now with more. Blaine, good morning.
Well, Joe, good morning to you. This is approaching a once-in-a-thousand-year flood. That's how statistically rare this is. But incredibly, if that is confirmed, this will be the 6th such event that we've seen over just the past month. Now, this morning in Mississippi, the damage is growing and the rain is not over yet. This morning, it's a race against time in rain-ravaged parts of central Mississippi. Emergency crews conducting dozens of desperate rescues. In Brandon, an all-out effort by first responders and volunteers battling fast-rising floodwaters while evacuating more than 40 residents from this nursing home. In nearby Florence, more than 100 children and staff members moved to safety after water rushed into this daycare center. The water strong enough to sweep part of this train off its tracks.
Evidently, the storm drain underwashed the bed of the train. The train stopped.
The scenes are even more striking from above. Historic flooding leaving entire communities underwater.
It's really bad. Like, literally, it's flooding. Like my neighborhood.
Much of the rain's fury is in how fast it fell. Some areas dealing with up to a foot of rain in hours. And in Hattiesburg, this possible tornado sighting.
The whole town is almost flooded.
In Canton, some residents are exhausted after facing major flooding for the second time this year, with homes, cars, and entire neighborhoods now covered in murky water.
When the water comes down that fast and that quick, it has nowhere to go. And that's when the water bag up.
Officials are warning residents to stay off of the roads after highways like this have been completely washed away.
If they see a barricade, please don't go around it.
Now, as the water begins to recede, many residents must face the daunting task of cleaning up. Now, this is the same system that we've been watching all week that's really left a path of destruction across much of the country. Now, Joe, this morning, the threat is not over. Some 7 million people still remain at risk for flash flooding today.
All right,
Joe.
let's talk more about that. Blaine, thank you so much. And get your morning news now weather forecast. Michelle Grossman's here. They want to know, when is this thing going to get out of here? It's moving so slowly.
It's so slow. As Blaine mentioned, it's been since Monday. It's going to be tomorrow and also Friday. And then we start to see the improvement, but still some showers in the southeast over the weekend. Let's look at what's happening today, because we're seeing some heavy rain falling right now. We have the potential for flash flooding once again, life-threatening flash flooding. It's dangerous and it comes quickly. So this is the snapshot for today. We do have Gulf flooding. That's what we're going to be watching. We're already seeing that right now. We have flash flood warnings right now. We also have southwest monsoon. So we're seeing flooding all the way from portions of the northern Rockies, the high plains, into the southwest. That's going to be a big story too. Could see some storms in portions of the upper Midwest. And then we're starting to heat up in the Northeast, and that's going to add some fuel to some storms tomorrow. So we're once again very, very busy. So as we go throughout today, we're looking at a flood watch once again, stretching from eastern Texas through Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama, the Panhandle of Florida. Where you see this red here, that is a flood warning. And again, we're going to see them popping in and popping out. 2 million people at risk along the Gulf Coast. Blaine had mentioned 7 million at risk. That includes the entire country. So right along the Gulf Coast, we're looking at 2 million under a flood alert. That's in the green once again, but we're seeing really heavy rain. Where you see the those brighter colors. That's where the torrential downpours are coming. So right along the coast of Texas, that's going to be a hot spot where we could see 2 to 3.5 inches of rain per hour. Likely to see some flash flooding there. And then all along the Gulf Coast here, seeing some lightning. That's just showing you how much energy these storms have. It's pulling that energy, that warm bathwater off the Gulf, and it's giving the oomph to some of these storms. And it's stretching all the way to portions of the southeast. So Florida, Georgia, the Carolinas, we're going to see some strong storms as we go throughout the afternoon hours. We'll start to see improvement in portions of Mississippi and also Louisiana. But before that, we could see 1, 2, 3 inches of rain and pockets of higher amounts, 4 or 5. As we saw in those clips with everyone talking, it comes very fast, so it adds up. We could see fast and furious amounts pretty quickly. Now, here's the setup once again. We have an area of low pressure. It's a frontal boundary. It's hardly moving. It has hardly moved since Monday. It's creeping so slowly to the east, and that's why we're seeing all these problems. We're seeing training storms where it goes over the same areas over and over again. And again, it's pulling off the Gulf, so we're seeing a lot of moisture. We're seeing torrential downpours, and that will be the story over the next couple of days. And it's on top of really wet soil, so we do have the chance for flash flooding once again tomorrow. All right, let's turn towards the heat because the West is still sweltering. We're looking at 4 million people impacted with a heat advisory from Bellingham through Tacoma, all the way down through portions of southern Washington. Again, Seattle, you're going to be warm again. Interior portions of California, you could see temperatures into the 90s, into the triple digits. And the east is warming up as well. We had a little bit of a break. It felt good for a while. The humidity levels didn't really come down too much, but the temperatures were nicer. But we're back into the 90s by this afternoon in several spots. New York City, 90 degrees. Baltimore, 90. It's going to feel like 92. Richmond, 91. Temperatures into the 80s in portions of Pittsburgh, Charleston. So the Great Lakes, also portions of the northeast and mid-Atlantic, we're really going to be warm today. That August warmth continues tomorrow. Looking along the coast here, we're looking at temperatures in the 90s. In Philly, also in Salisbury, Maryland, 91. It's going to feel like 92. It'll feel like 93 in Richmond, but look towards New England because this is where we have the chance of seeing some strong storms tomorrow, especially in the state of Maine, upstate New York. We have that heat and humidity in place, and then we're going to see a frontal boundary come through, and that's going to spark the chance for some strong storms. This warmth stays in place as we go throughout the weekend, so no relief. You're going to need those fans, the pool, whatever you need to stay cool this weekend because we're looking at temperatures into the 80s and 90s. Here's a front for today. It's a different front from the southeast. It's another storm system bringing the chance for storms into the Great Lakes, parts of the Midwest, and this will skirt to the east tomorrow. So I mentioned that heat and humidity along with this front bringing some strong storms. We could see the chance of a tornado risk there. Also some really damaging storms. There it is. We're looking at that slight risk from Burlington, Albany, and then just close to Boston. We're 8 million at risk for some strong to severe storms tomorrow.
All right. Something to keep an eye on. Thank you, Michelle. Appreciate it. Coming up on Morning News Now, just like the U.S., Europe is feeling the brutal heat this summer, too. And now a widespread drought has uncovered major parts of history. Long-last artifacts coming to the surface. Next.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Here's what's happening in your neck of the woods. Here's what's happening in your neck of the woods.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Desire, deception, and a double cross. The Seduction, a deadly love story only Dateline and Keith Morrison can tell. Listen now, wherever you get your podcasts.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
The indictment of a former president, or perhaps candidate for president, would arguably tear the country apart. Is that your concern? Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
Still to come on the Channel 2 News.
Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. Here are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
No stress, no mess, just yum.
That's it.
You open the door for so many people. I love working with people. I did not do any of this by myself.
Hello! Lizzo, you put a smile on every single face.
It feels like Christmas or my birthday or something.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
No stress, no mess, just yum.
That's it.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. Many of us have been sweltering under historic heat waves this summer, while severe droughts have been drying up rivers and lakes. But around the world, the extreme weather has uncovered long-lost treasures and forgotten sites, as well as hidden warnings. NBC News foreign correspondent Matt Bradley joins us now from northern England with more on these discoveries. Matt, good morning.
Hey, good morning, Joe. So obviously, it's no longer a drought. This is England, after all, but you can still clearly see what happened here at Chatsworth House. This grass, after weeks of drought, it revealed the contours of a 300-year-old garden. It's been a long, hot summer. Droughts and heat waves have spread across entire continents worldwide, killing crops, drying up rivers, and raising worries about our planet's future. Even as they reveal tantalizing glimpses of the past, normally hidden from view. Like this ornate 17th century garden in England. 300-year-old paths and hedges laid bare by record-setting heat. Most were revealed by falling water levels as rivers shriveled. Like this island in China and its Buddhist statues believed to be 600 years old. 比较少吧. I'm worried, this local man said. I feel like the environment has just become quite bad. I think this is a warning to us. In Spain, a dried-out reservoir displayed an entire village swallowed when the dam was built. The feeling is nostalgic as people see the home of a family member, their own, or of someone they know re-emerge, said the town's mayor. Some even date back to prehistory. In Texas, a dinosaur left these 113-million-year-old tracks. Other waterways exposed the scars of history's worst trials, like this bomb from World War II destroyed by the Italian army. And in Serbia, a graveyard for sunken Nazi warships emerged from the Danube. But other rivers convey urgent warnings about what's to come. In German tradition, these hunger stones mark the water levels that preceded famines. The oldest one, from 1616, reads, "If you see me, weep." Climate experts like Bob Ward say these hints from history shouldn't be ignored. What do you think that means for our present day?
We're seeing more intense, more frequent heat waves happening all around the world.
He says it's something we may have to get used to.
They're definitely going to continue, and it's going to get worse for at least the next 30 years until the world reduces their emissions of greenhouse gases to zero.
A new reality that's living up to old warnings. So, Joe, this particular grass is getting a much-needed drink, but throughout the world, the damage has already been done from this past summer of very extreme weather, and according to scientists, we're in for a lot worse in the years to come. Joe?
And it takes a lot of rain to reverse so much of the damage from the drought. All right, Matt, thanks so much. Appreciate your reporting. We've got more international headlines now. Taiwan is proposing a boost in defense spending for next year. NBC's Claudio Labonga joins us from Rome with that and more world news. Claudio, good morning.
Good morning, Joe. Yes, that $19 billion defense package was announced by Taiwan literally weeks after China staged its largest ever military exercises around the island following the visit by Nancy Pelosi. Well, now the new package, which includes funds for new fighter jets, will still need to be approved by the parliament there. Let's go to Germany, where the government has introduced several energy-saving measures in response to the looming energy crisis caused by the war in Ukraine. Among the measures are the reduction in temperature inside public buildings and an overnight ban on illuminated advertisements and buildings. Now, Germany relies heavily on gas from Russia and fears further cuts in imports in the future in response to sanctions. And finally, let's go to Afghanistan, where women's rights activists open a library in Kabul, a courageous initiative in a country where, since the takeover from the Taliban 1 year ago, women are increasingly cut off from education and public life. One of the activists told the Reuters news agency that the library is aimed at girls who cannot go to school anymore, or those women who were fired and have nothing, literally nothing left to do in that country. Joe?
All right, incredibly courageous, Claudio. Thank you for bringing us that. We appreciate it. Coming up, a possible treatment for alcoholism in the form of a pill, how doctors are using the ingredients from psychedelic mushrooms and how that could help millions of people.
Right now on NBC News Now.
We've got all the angles covered tonight.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We've got 3 new developments just this afternoon.
We begin this hour with breaking news and the growing impact of Russia's assault.
This is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine.
I don't want to say goodbye.
This factory has gone from making kitchen pots to lethal items.
There's an intense artillery battle underway between Ukrainian forces and Russian troops.
Breaking news this morning.
The heartbreak, the grief, and the tears that we have seen here are all tragically familiar. Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told.
No.
The shooting is once again reigniting the debate over gun laws.
If it's Tuesday, it is primary night.
The highest profile races yet this year.
We are talking elections in a battleground state.
The official confirmation of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson.
Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be?
We got some promising news this morning about the rollout of COVID vaccines for children under 5.
Have you seen a demand for mental health services increase among Latinos? It's time for another honest conversation about what it means to be Asian American.
The people of the Chamizal neighborhood aren't the only ones experiencing what they call environmental injustice.
We're here to try to start conversation.
A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
No stress, no mess, just yum.
That's it.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
We're here to start conversation because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Harry Styles!
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
This morning, what could be a game changer in treating addiction. A study in the Journal of the American Medical Association raises the possibility that a hallucinogenic compound could help people conquer alcohol addiction. NBC's Harry Smith joins us with more on this fascinating story. Hey, Harry, good morning.
We've been hearing more and more about using MDMA, for instance, with veterans and treating PTSD. This is just, we're sort of in the infant stages of what feels like an explosion in using hallucinogenics to treat a number of different issues. This is a handle of alcohol, a few ounces short of a half-gallon of booze.
Something you'd bring to a party. I would drink one of those by myself.
John Costas started drinking in his early teens. Getting drunk became the #1 thing on his mind.
You're constantly thinking about where your next drink's going to come from.
AA didn't work, nor did any other rehab. His doctors told him alcohol was killing him. His last hope, he says, psilocybin, a compound found in psychedelic mushrooms.
I was terrified of psychedelics. I never touched them.
Yet he joined a double-blind study incorporating psychotherapy and psilocybin at NYU Langone Health. In all, there were 93 participants. The results, very promising. More than 80% who were given the psychedelic treatment drastically reduced their drinking. 48% were completely abstinent 8 months after receiving their first dose.
Their improvement was evident immediately during the month after the first dose of psilocybin.
Dr. Michael Bogenschutz headed the study.
There wasn't really any sign that the effect was diminishing over time.
Through 12 weeks of psychotherapy, participants were given 2 doses of psilocybin and were given an option for a third. During the sessions, they were accompanied by 2 staff members who monitored them for possible physical or psychological side effects.
My emotions were really amplified. So if I'm happy, I'm ecstatic. If I'm sad, I'm terrified.
We know that psilocybin can make it possible for the brain to change more than it ordinarily would.
That change is called neuroplasticity, the brain's ability to modify, change, and adapt. The theory, psilocybin makes the brain more malleable. Costas had profound, transcendent reactions to the drug.
I saw a liquor bottle in the middle of a desert, and all of a sudden it disintegrates into the sand. And I thought that was pretty obvious symbolism for my alcoholism leaving me.
The researchers have not kept track of how many participants remain abstinent. Costas, one of the first patients, says he has not had a drink in nearly 7 years.
It was never a case where I could just have a drink and then not have another drink.
Nicola D'Alessandro also participated in the study. The psilocybin's effect, mind-altering and life-changing.
The third dose was like the icing on the cake that completed my experience and allowed me to move forward in life with a new path, a new hope. Hard not to cry.
It's not that it's, a miracle cure that works for every single participant, but a lot of the patients will report they learned something that was very personal and very critical for them to understand in order to make these major changes in their lives.
The results are promising, but more research is needed, says Dr. Bogenschutz.
If the results of this study are replicated and we eventually are able to show that this drug can be safe and effective and it becomes clinically available, it could impact millions and millions of lives.
Isn't that amazing?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
So, some people are probably wondering, do you have to keep taking the pill over and over again?
No, never again. Never touch it again. I mean, listen, study results are just out, but for John Costas, for instance, 7 years ago, he's not touched a drop of alcohol. He's not gone back for another session. He says for most of his life, alcohol was the only thing he paid attention to, only thing he thought about. He says, He says, maybe once a year I realize, oh, I haven't had alcohol for a year.
And that number, about 8 months, was really what stood out there with the study. That
right.
People got 8 months totally abstinent. Right?
Yeah. So, I'm sure at some point they'll go back and look and see who's still sober. But for that long period of time, and especially for alcohol treatment, the results, the successful results, are not particularly high for lots of different methodologies.
Right. Maybe this is the thing. All right, Harry, at least for some. Harry,
big time stuff.
Fascinating story. Thank you. Appreciate it.
My pleasure.
All right, coming up, is the Great Resignation paying off? Millions of Americans left their jobs during the pandemic in hopes of better opportunities, but now a new survey shows many of them regret it. Why they feel it was the wrong choice ahead. Plus, achieving financial intimacy, not literacy, intimacy. When should couples start having money talks, and how can it bring them closer? Harry might stick around and participate in the conversation next.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. Military operation, witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
Here's what's happening in your neck of the woods.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen to the full season now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers right now on Morning News Now.
We're staying on top of the breaking situation in Ukraine.
We are watching dangerous heat this week. Recession, is that where we're headed? Is there any way to avoid that?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
It's the best time of the morning. Time for that pop start, baby.
I'm feeling the vibe today on the show. NBC News, streaming free now.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen to the full season now.
It's the best time of the morning. Time for that pop start, baby.
I'm feeling the vibe today on the show.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Financial headlines now. Amazon is leaving the healthcare space by the end of the year. CNBC's Frank Holland joins us with that and more money headlines. Frank, good morning.
Hey, good morning again, Joe. We're going to start with that Amazon news. Amazon is shutting down its telehealth service, Amazon Care. That's according to an internal memo. It launched in 2019 as a pilot program for employees in and around Amazon's headquarters in Seattle. It lets business customers offer digital or at-home doctor's visits. Amazon Care operates virtual services nationwide and makes house calls in markets such as LA, Washington, and Dallas. Amazon says the service just wasn't meeting the needs of customers. GameStop plans to reward thousands of employees with stock and pay raises as the struggling retailer looks to become profitable again under new leadership. The Wall Street Journal reports GameStop was shifted last year to growing online sales. is trying to do more to motivate and retain employees at its physical stores. All store leaders will receive company stock of up to $21,000, and GameStop will give raises to some senior store staff. It's unclear how long employees need to have worked for the company to qualify. And Apple is sending out invites to the company's next big launch event on September the 7th, where it's expected to announce the iPhone 14. The event will also be streamed on Apple's website. Apple has held pre-recorded virtual launches since the start of the pandemic back in 2020, but it's inviting some people to watch the event at its headquarters in California. Apple is expected to unveil 4 iPhone models and could show off a new Apple Watch or maybe even a new version of its AirPods that are pretty popular. I just actually got a pair myself a couple weeks ago.
Yeah, they definitely are. They're very useful. So, Frank, my personal phone is, I kid you not, an Apple 7. I got it nearly 6 years ago, so I think I'm due for a new one now, right?
Joe, I have like an Apple -1. Like, my phone is so old. I can only connect my AirPods to my work phone. I'm like telling on myself. My personal phone, they won't even connect.
We're going to go get new iPhones together,
yes.
All right, Frank? All right, thanks so much. It is known as the Great Resignation. Tens of millions of workers who've quit their jobs in search of better ones during the pandemic. But new research shows the grass isn't always greener when it comes to jumping ship. NBC News correspondent Gadi Schwartz is in L.A. with more on a new report. Hey, Gadi, good morning.
Hey, Joe, yeah, there are so many reasons that people have quit their jobs over the last 2 years. It's a red-hot labor market. You can find bigger salaries, more benefits, more flexibility, more job fulfillment. At least that's what a lot of people expect to find. But it turns out the reality of the Great Resignation isn't always as rosy.
Call it the Great Resignation regret. More than 40 million Americans left their jobs last year in hopes of finding a career with better pay and hours and more satisfaction. A new survey finds nearly half of people who quit their old jobs for new ones during the pandemic say the switch has not met their expectations.
It was just kind of a slow burn of, oh, this is taking a lot out of me. I miss my old life.
For years, 39-year-old Skylar Maston worked as a server at one of LA's hottest restaurants. But when the pandemic hit, he started thinking about jumping ship.
Waiting tables can be difficult. And with the compounded aspect of COVID, that you're in a mask and a face shield and it's sweaty, it was exhausting.
Skylar also wanted a more stable career because he and his wife hoped to start a family. So he quit and took a job teaching high school English where the pay was 20% less, but the fulfillment would be higher, or so he assumed.
Was teaching what you thought it was going to be?
It was not necessarily what I expected. To realize that, oh, I'm making less money, but I'm probably working 80 to 90 hours a week, grading papers. There was a great sense of, is this really what I want?
Many other workers have shared that disappointment.
Some will leave their jobs thinking that the grass is greener, and sometimes grass is grass.
Career counselor Tony Franis says her firm sees a lot of job jumpers move to new careers that may pay more but are less satisfying.
The work experience and the work-life balance and the company culture is not aligning with their personal goals and priorities.
And just when Skylar thought he was stuck, his former restaurant called, offering him a management job with higher pay and benefits and less stress, so he took it. Experts say it's a national trend known as boomeranging, and boomerangers now make up about 1/3 of all new hires. Some companies wooing back those former employees with better positions and perks. Employees and workers perhaps both learning lessons from the Great Resignation chaos.
Sometimes grass is grass. There's a quote for you there. So, Gadi, what happens if you jump to your new job and find out the grass is grass? What should you do?
Well, experts say do not panic. The demand for workers is still sky high in so many sectors, so it's still very much an employee's market. It is good to start by sharing your concerns with your employer. Also, always be networking, and then even reach out to your previous employer to see if they might have something better, because many times it will. This is kind of one of those situations where it feels like you're going back to your ex. However, it happens a lot more often than people think.
I was literally just thinking of that comparison. Gadi. All right. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Now to your money and how it could be key to building a stronger bond with your partner. Financial therapists say that next date night you have planned is the perfect time to talk finances with your significant other. It is called financial intimacy, and they say it helps to bring couples closer together. Joining us now is Megan McCoy, assistant professor and director of the master's program in personal financial planning at Kansas State University. Megan, good to have you with us. So the words intimacy and finances don't typically go together unless you're someone who likes to say you love money. So help us understand, what is financial intimacy and why is it so important in a relationship?
Absolutely. So I think there's such a money taboo in our culture that most of the times the only time we talk about money with our partner is when we're kind of stressed about it, when we don't have enough or we're worried about it. But there's actually been a study recently by Sonia Luder who found that all these couples were getting happier accidentally by seeing a financial planner. And what they realized through the study is that having financial conversations doesn't always have to be stressful or fighting, but actually can be a vehicle about talking about your dreams, your values, your hopes for the future, and can bring couples closer.
So how early in your relationship should couples start discussing finances, and then how often?
Well, I think it's one thing to talk about, like, how much money do you have in your bank account, which makes everybody go, ooh. But another thing to talk about, like, here's my dreams for when I make money. Or recently a Powerball came out and me and my husband bought tickets, and we're talking about, like, what will we do with that money? How will we actually give to others, find our way to our passions, spend more time with family? It's not the money that we're talking about, but how you're using the money and your underlying values that can be beautiful.
Let's be clear, no matter who you're talking about it with, talking about money can be uncomfortable, it can be intimidating. So how do we approach starting a conversation about finances with our partner, and what are some of the questions that we should be asking?
Yeah, I think the first thing is to get comfortable with yourself. So many of us have these hang-ups from our childhood or even hang-ups from last year around money. And so making sure that you're healthy with money could be a wonderful first step. I think the next way is kind of talking about how your family was raised around money. What do your parents do around money? Like, what's your earliest money memory? What do you think you want to take forward from your parents' role modeling of money behaviors and money communication into your relationships? That could be a vehicle about talking about those underlying money messages without, again, going back to what's in your bank account. It's not about what you have or don't have, but how you value it and what you want to do with it. As a little side note, we always talk about opposites attract, but that's frankly not true. Most of the time we marry someone very much like us in our big worldviews, but not when it comes to money. So a lot of us are opposites with our partners around money, and that might be the only way we're opposites. So having these conversations can let you get insights on who your partner actually is.
All right. Interesting stuff. Megan McCoy, thanks so much for joining us. Fascinating conversation. Appreciate it. Coming up, big changes are coming to the world of golf thanks to one of the sport's biggest names. Next, how Tiger Woods is working with the PGA to take on the competition from the Saudi-backed Live Golf organization. Next.
No stress, no mess, just yum.
That's it.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now. NBC News, streaming free now.
Our show is about sparking conversations around today's biggest issues. The Fed raises interest rates. That controls inflation. Explain how that works. Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs and their relationship to their employers? Could you just remind us why there are 9 justices on the Supreme Court instead of 3 or 20 or 2? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire.
Unnecessary, unjustifiable, illegal.
And good evening from New Orleans. Late military operation. Witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
You open the door for so many people. I love working with people. I did not do any of this by myself.
Hello! Lizzo, you put a smile on every single face.
It feels like Christmas or my birthday or something.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Big changes are coming to professional golf in a new push driven by the sport's biggest name. Tiger Woods held a players-only meeting to discuss the future of the PGA Tour, which is pushing back against its controversial competitor, the Saudi-backed Live Golf League. Woods really now stepping up as a leader in a sport he has dominated for so long. Tiger Woods is a household name, an undisputed golfing legend. With 15 major championships and a record-tying 82 PGA Tour wins, he has dominated the sport and generated excitement like few other modern athletes.
This scene.
But Woods' career took a horrifying turn last February after a single-car crash nearly ended his life. After the accident, which seriously injured his right leg, Woods admitted his career on the course would never be the same.
I can play certain events here and there, but on a full-time level, no, that will never happen again.
Now, golf's biggest name is trying to revolutionize the sport once again.
Yes, it is.
Off the course, using his influence to protect the legacy of the PGA Tour against a challenger gaining ground in the game. The controversial Saudi-backed Live Golf offered big bucks to entice several major champions like Phil Mickelson and Dustin Johnson to jump ship from the PGA. Woods himself was offered at least $700 million to join Live.
I think that what they've done is they've turned their back on what has allowed them to get to this position.
The 46-year-old turned down the money, instead advocating for his peers in the PGA Tour's future.
He has taken on the role of spokesman. He never did that before.
Last week, Woods and four-time major champion Rory McIlroy held a players-only meeting to discuss ways to improve the game, including marquee events and more prize money. Woods' leadership role speaking volumes.
And I think if someone like him is passionate about it, that's, I mean, no offense to all of us, but that's really all that matters.
Woods and McIlroy also announced their own golf league in partnership with the PGA Tour. It's called TGL, a series of primetime events in a high-tech, custom-built arena featuring teams of superstar golfers, giving fans, especially younger ones, a chance to watch Woods and their favorites up close.
To be able to see him still showcase his skills on prime time on TV without really any wear and tear on his body, I think it is a really good use of his time.
Now, in response, Live Golf says in a statement that it's clearly the best thing that's ever happened to help the careers of professional golfers. That does it for this hour of Morning News Now. Stay with us. The news continues right now. Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer. Savannah is on assignment today. Right now on Morning News Now, new lifeline. President Biden set to cancel $10,000 in student loan debt for millions of Americans, and some graduates could see even more debt wiped away. We have a full team coverage on the announcement, including the breakdown of how this could impact you and why it's not all a done deal yet. Arredondo out. Breaking overnight, the embattled Uvalde Schools police chief unanimously fired by the city's school board. He's the focus of a lot of blame for the failed police response during that mass shooting at Robb Elementary. This morning, we're hearing the strong response from his lawyer, as well as parents who say this was long overdue. Going green, California, the largest state in the country, expected to move ahead with a plan to ban the sale of new gasoline-powered cars. We'll have more on the upcoming vote that would change the future of travel forever and the impact it could have on the environment and the economy. And pigtails for pay, the social media experiment that's yielding big returns. Women in the service industry seeing bigger tips after changing their hairstyle. We'll dig into what's behind this trend. Good to have you with us on this Thursday. We begin with that big announcement from President Biden. He is canceling $10,000 in federal student loans for millions of Americans. And low-income borrowers who receive Pell Grants could be eligible for up to $20,000 in debt relief. The president also announced a new income-based repayment plan and extended the COVID-era pause on payments one last time until the end of the year. The White House says the plan will benefit 43 million Americans, nearly everyone who has federal student loans, and nearly half of them, about 20 million people, will see their loans erased entirely.
People can start, finally crawl out from under that mountain of debt, to get on top of their rent and their utilities, to finally think about buying a home or starting a family or starting a business. And by the way, when this happens, the whole economy is better off.
We're going to dig into this and what it means for you with NBC News correspondent Dasha Burns and Vivian Tu, CEO and co-founder of Your Rich BFF. We're going to start, though, this morning with NBC News White House reporter Lauren Egan. So, Lauren, the president now delivering on a campaign promise. Walk us through this plan and who qualifies.
That's right. So anyone who makes less than $125,000 per year or $250,000, a married couple that files jointly, will qualify for $10,000 in cancellation. Now, if you're a Pell Grant recipient and you're under that income cap, you will get an additional $10,000 for a total of $20,000. This applies to undergraduate loans, graduate loans, Parent Plus loans, and it's based off of either your 2020 or your 2021 tax return. So if you were below that income cap in 2020 and then got a raise in 2021, you're still going to qualify for this cancellation. Current students also qualify for it, but if your parent claims you as a dependent, then that income is going to be based off of your parents and not your own, Joe.
So how do you know if you qualify? Is there something you need to do?
The first thing I would do is double check your tax returns. For some people who qualify, this is going to be applied automatically. It just depends how much information you already have on file with the education department. But for most people, you are going to have to fill out an application form. I know doing paperwork is not everyone's favorite thing, but the president did say yesterday that it would be a short and simple application form. That is not available yet. The education department said it would be available by the end of the year. In the meantime, my advice would be to just make sure that you have that tax form handy, because that will be something you're going to have to demonstrate, is that you are below that income cap.
I think some people won't mind doing paperwork if it means getting $10,000 or more. Now, this isn't the only thing. The president also announced an overhaul of the income-based repayment plan and the public service forgiveness program, which has been plagued with problems over the years. So what should we know about that?
That's right. For the income-based repayment plan, that's going to be capped now at 5% of your discretionary income. That's down from 10%, so that should really cut down some of those monthly payments. For public service, the president proposed different ways to streamline the process. One of the big things is that if you only make a partial payment or you're behind on some payments, that shouldn't count against you as you try and qualify for that forgiveness.
All right, let's be clear. This is not a done deal yet, right? I mean, we could see a legal battle over this?
That's right. There's almost certainly going to be legal challenges to this. You've already seen a lot of Republicans and conservatives come out and criticize this move. The Biden administration yesterday did release a memo outlining how they believe that they do have the legal authority here. It's not clear who exactly would have grounds to bring the legal challenge to this, But we do expect that there will at least be some attempts to bring this to court.
And Lauren, here's a question a lot of folks have. Usually when federal student loans are forgiven, the IRS treats that money like taxable income, meaning borrowers get a tax bill for it. Is that going to be the case with this plan?
Short answer, it's not.
All right. Lauren Egan, straight to the point. Thank you so much for joining us and laying it all out for us this morning. We appreciate it. Let's get more on the reaction to this and bring in Dasha Burns. She's been chatting with folks in upstate New York. Dasha, good morning to you. I mean, this is life-changing news for some Americans who are struggling to pay down their loans. Here's a number. Total student debt has surged past $1.7 trillion. It's more than triple what it had been 15 years ago, according to the Federal Reserve Bank of St. Louis. I understand you were at a restaurant when the news of this plan finally broke. What was the reaction?
Yeah, I mean, Joe, those numbers are just remarkable, and it's been such a burden for so many Americans. And we saw yesterday just how quickly an announcement like this can impact real people, impact real lives. I was sitting at this restaurant behind me, sitting at the bar, having a late lunch, and the customers at the bar next to me started to talk about this announcement. And the bartender, who's also a manager at this restaurant, Restaurant Kinsley here, realized, wait a minute, I think I qualify for this. She went and she did some research on her break, and we started talking later, and she told me what a huge relief this is, that she does in fact qualify. She started talking to other colleagues who are in the same boat. Just the ripple effect so quickly. People who don't necessarily pay attention to politics, Joe. She told me she normally doesn't really care what Washington has to say, but this time it's a direct impact to her family. Take a listen to just some of what she told me.
So what's your loan situation now? So I have $16,000 left. With the loan forgiveness now, they knocked 10 off, so that's only 6 left, which is crazy. Like, it's crazy. That's a lot.
I mean, you literally, I was sitting right here earlier today when you heard the news.
Yeah, because bar customers were talking about it, and I was like, oh, they talked about this before. Like, I don't know if it's true. And I looked it up, and like, if you make like under 125, and then they knock off 10, which is,
I mean, what
went
through your mind when you realized you qualify and this is actually going to happen?
Definitely very excited.
That was Katie Ritchie you just heard from there. She went to the Culinary Institute of America. She says she was young. She wanted to go to the best possible, food and hospitality school, and didn't think about what student debt would mean, and has since been burdened by this. She just bought a home, is thinking about eventually starting a family, and this really impacts all those day-to-day plans, groceries, trips, and also those longer-term future plans too, Joe.
Yeah, I mean, Dasha, part of this is like the psychological burden and the stress of debt. Most people take out loans when they're young, before they have much financial literacy or experience, and then they learn what it means to have to pay it all back when they're adults and actually start making a living. For many young adults, what's the potential impact they're saying on just their everyday lives?
Oh, Joe, it's huge. I mean, this news spread like wildfire in this restaurant. We met another server, Rebecca Kelly, who is married. She just had a baby. She has a 5-month-old at home. She's actually working as a waiter because she makes more money doing that than her recreational therapy job at a nursing home. She loved that job but needed to make a little bit more money because she has this new family. Her husband is working a full-time job. He's started driving for Uber at night to try to pay off some of his student debt. Together, combined, they have more than $100,000 of student debt. I mean, this has been such a burden for them. It's caused so much anxiety, especially as they've been thinking about now their daughter's future, right? Take a listen to what Rebecca told me.
I think it's going to take some of that weight off. It's going to help us be able to stress a little bit less about groceries, because monthly bills we probably will be able to, once the pause is over and payment resumes, we'll probably be able to have a little bit lighter just because of that $20,000 that we're going to save in the long run, and be able to not worry quite so much about putting food on the table and taking a little trip here and there as a new family.
So you've got Rebecca, who still has a lot to pay off. You've got Katie, who now is almost done with her student loans because of this. But the bigger picture here that I've heard from people as well is, why should a family have $100,000 plus of student loan debt? The cost of higher education is something people still really want to see addressed. They're so grateful and excited for this little bit of relief. But for some people, you know, it's still only a small dent in this big mountain of debt that they have, Joe.
Yeah, just a drop in the bucket for a number of people out there, but also life-changing for so many more. Dasha Burns, thanks so much for getting that reaction. We appreciate it. Let's bring in Vivian, too, for more on this. She is the CEO and founder of Your Rich BFF, a familiar face on this show. Vivian, good morning. So this is cool. You were in the White House Zoom call when President Biden made this announcement. So even though it was a Zoom room, could you take the temperature of the room? What was the mood like when the announcement was made? And just what do you make of this?
Yeah, I think the briefing room was filled with a lot of excitement. There were so many young people in the room, lots of creators, lots of influencers. And I think there was just such a hunger for information about how to physically and actively go about this, because everyone was so excited about this information. Like so many have said before, this is going to be a huge, huge impact on our generation and the one before and after ours. And I think it's really given some people some peace.
Speaking of young people, I mean, the numbers help tell this story. There's a recent poll that shows 74% of Gen Z delayed major financial decisions because of their student loan debt. 68% of millennials have done the same. Do those numbers reflect what you hear, and how do you think this forgiveness plan will help millions of people who feel like they're just struggling to get ahead in life?
Yes, 100%. To your point, it feels like so many young people are delaying their life milestones because of their student debt. And then the other quarter are just kind of so in debt that they are just burying their head in the sand. And this is going to be a benefit pretty much across the board. Some really wonderful stats that I was given during the briefing was that 90% of the money going out will go to people making less than $75,000 a year. And 40% of people who are going to get 40% of people are essentially going to get a letter that says, yeah, you're done. And that type of reduction in debt is going to be life-changing. We forget that it's not about these big, scary numbers, but rather what our monthly cash flow looks like. And this means people will have more dollars in their pocket to spend on their lives, their food, their home, all of these things that we need to spend money on every single month.
By the way, it'd be really cool if the letter they got actually said, yeah, you're done. That'd be awesome. All right, let's tap your mind for some of your knowledge here. What advice do you have for young adults? They're in college right now. They're in the process of taking on this college debt because they have no other choice if they want to go to school. What does this decision mean for them, and what's your advice for them now moving forward?
Yeah, I think it's really, really important for young people who are now choosing colleges and majors to evaluate whether or not those schools and those focuses are actually going to be able to help them pay off that student loan debt. I think a lot of us are sold this American dream that if you work hard, you study, you go to college, you get that degree, you're going to be able to have a wonderful job and buy that white picket fence home, have your 2.5 children and your golden retriever. But it's not always the case. With some majors, the earn back period on that debt is much, much longer than others. So if you are in a position where financial security is really, really important to you, there are going to be certain majors and certain schools that are going to be more valuable to you.
All right, Vivian, too, appreciate your advice. Thanks so much for taking some time to join us this morning. We appreciate it.
Of course.
New overnight, Uvalde Schools Police Chief Pete Arredondo has been fired. During a special meeting yesterday, the city's school board voted unanimously to terminate Arredondo's employment. It comes amid growing calls for the school board to take action over law enforcement's botched response to the deadly shooting at Robb Elementary School back in May. Before the vote, members of the community got a chance to speak, expressing their outrage.
Our babies are dead, our teachers are dead, our parents are dead. The least y'all can do is show us the respect to do this in the public.
I have messages for Pete Arredondo and all the law enforcement that were there that day. Turn in your badge and step down. You don't deserve to wear one.
Well, Arredondo did not attend the meeting. His lawyer released a statement. It says Arredondo, quote, will not participate in his own illegal and unconstitutional public lynching and respectfully requests the board immediately reinstate him with all back pay and benefits and close the complaint as unfounded. Arredondo resigned from the Uvalde City Council last month. Now to the latest on the FBI search of former President Trump's Mar-a-Lago home. A judge has given the Justice Department until noon today to provide a redacted version of the search warrant affidavit. But the judge acknowledged that the redactions could be so extensive that it might be, quote, a meaningless disclosure. NBC News Justice and Intelligence correspondent Ken Delaney joins us with more on this. So, Ken, given those comments by the judge, is it likely we're going to learn anything new today?
Good morning, Joe. It seems unlikely. There are really three possibilities. One, the unlikely possibility, he actually orders the release of a redacted document. Secondly, he decides there's no point in releasing it because it's going to be so redacted. It's going to be, as he put it earlier, meaningless gibberish. And then third, if the judge and the Justice Department disagree on the redactions, he will put it under seal to allow the Justice Department to appeal, in which case we will see nothing today, Joe.
So, Ken, a judge has also set a Friday deadline, that's tomorrow, for Trump's legal team to better explain why he wants what's called a special master to oversee those seized documents. Is this a normal request, and what more does the judge perhaps need here?
Legal experts who have looked at this said this was the judge's attempt. And by the way, this is a different judge. This was the judge's attempt to sort of gently correct the Trump lawyers and ask them to file a better motion because there were a lot of defects in the one that they filed. She's saying, first of all, why doesn't the magistrate? Secondly, have you even physically served the Justice Department with this lawsuit? And then she's asking for other sort of legal arguments that she feels like they did not make. Really what they want to do is try to order the Justice Department to stop looking at these records. But it's been more than 2 weeks since the search. They've been going through this stuff. So it's not even clear that this lawsuit really has a point at this moment, Joe.
All right, Ken, let's talk about something else while we have you with us. I want to ask about yesterday's decision by a judge in Idaho to temporarily block part of that state's strict abortion law. This was really the first lawsuit by the Biden administration to try and protect reproductive rights since Roe versus Wade was overturned. Tell us more about this ruling in Idaho and what it actually means.
This is a significant victory for the Justice Department. It's a narrow ruling. It doesn't knock out the law banning abortions. What it says is that Idaho cannot prosecute doctors for committing abortions because that would conflict with a federal law requiring hospitals to provide certain emergency services, which in some cases can include an abortion. Now, the issue here, though, is that there is a separate case in Texas on the same point where a judge has ruled in a different manner. So what that means is, the rulings conflict. It's going to go up on appeal. But for right now, the judge has temporarily suspended enforcement of that law in Idaho, or at least the provision that allows Idaho to prosecute doctors, which the Biden administration believes is a significant victory, Joe.
The first of many legal battles over this abortion laws around the country. All right, Ken, thank you so much. Appreciate it. Turning now to some new developments in the fight against COVID, the Biden administration is preparing to roll out a new round of booster shots targeting the dominant Omicron subvariants BA4 and BA5. Both Moderna and Pfizer have submitted their emergency use authorization requests for the updated booster dose. The FDA is expected to authorize the application before the CDC reviews the data next week. That means a final decision from CDC Director Rochelle Walensky could come before Labor Day. The Biden administration hopes to have shots out shortly after CDC approval. Let's bring in NBC News senior medical correspondent Dr. John Torres for more on this. Dr. Torres, good morning. So we know now the Omicron subvariant, it currently accounts for nearly 89% of COVID cases in the U.S. So do you think this booster shot, is the goal that it's supposed to slow the spread of this particular subvariant, or is it again supposed to more protect us from serious illness? And then what's your message to people who might be hesitant about trying to get this booster?
And Joe, I think right now we're still at the same stage with the shots and the boosters, where it's not necessarily slowing the spread, but it is preventing us from getting hospitalized, preventing us from dying, and to some extent helping slow that spread down a little bit. But I think the big message here, and this is the message that's been all along, and it doesn't really change with this new booster that's coming out. If you have not gotten your booster shot in 2022, you should get a booster shot. And right now, waiting until that new booster shot comes out might be best for most people because that's going to come out very quickly here within the next few weeks. And so then you you can get this updated booster, which we hope will help going into the winter time frame. But overall, the message is, if you've been fully vaccinated, fantastic. Get those boosters, though, because we know that vaccine doesn't last that long. We want to make sure that people are protected from those big things we talk about, the hospitalization and the death from COVID, Joe.
We know that some health officials are expressing some concern about how quickly these vaccines are being released. Can you explain to us what exactly is it these officials are focusing on? Is there anything here for the public to be worried about?
And they have sped up the vaccine release here, and they have sped up getting this emergency use authorization. And the way they've done it with the BA.4 or 5 variant, which if you remember back in June, the FDA Advisory Committee basically recommended to the vaccine manufacturers that they do this BA.4 or 5 variant. They've been studying BA.1 for a while, so they had to switch things a little bit. But it's a technology that you're able to do that very quickly. And so what they're doing in this case is they're using some of that BA.1 testing they've done on humans, and they're combining that with BA.4 5 testing right now in this new booster shot that they've done in mice that shows that it works very well in them. And the reason they can do that is because we know all along this mRNA technology for this COVID shot has been working in humans. They're just tweaking it a little bit here. And so I think the important point here is that the public shouldn't be worried about the safety. We'll know more about the efficacy, but we're assuming it's going to be pretty good. And going into the fall, this BA.4 5 variant has been very dominant for the past 2 months, almost 3 months now. And so we think that's going to be the same thing going into the fall, which this booster shot should protect you from. So they were taking a bit of a gamble, but I think that gamble is going to pay off, and this is going to be the one we need going into the fall and winter, Joe.
All right, so that's vaccines. Let's talk about treatments, too. There's a new study that says Paxlovid, that's Pfizer's COVID-19 pill, appears to have little or no benefit for younger adults, but can still reduce the risk of hospitalization and death for high-risk seniors. What more can you tell us about this study?
And Joe, this was an Israeli study, and they looked at people 40 and above who are high risk for having complications from COVID, and they gave some Paxlovid, and they watched other ones that they didn't give Paxlovid to, and they found out, like you said, 65 and above significantly reduced the amount of hospitalizations. But for those 40 to 65, it didn't seem to make much of a big difference in getting those hospitalization rates to a lower level. And so what the researchers are saying is, that 40 to 65 age, we're not sure how well Paxlovid is working for them. But the one thing you do have to remember is they didn't really delineate it out very much as far as the ones that were very sick versus the ones that were only a little bit sick, the ones that had higher risk versus the ones that only had medium risk. And so this is going to be an individual decision, especially for that 40 to 65 age, that you need to sit down with your healthcare provider and say, do I need this at this point? Am I sick enough where I need this? Or is this something I should hold off on? If you're 65 and above, it seems like this is the ticket to make sure that you stay out of the hospital along with the vaccines, Joe.
So I just want to clarify, because of my question there, I said it appears to have little or no benefit for younger adults. Younger adults would be ages 40 to 65 here.
That is true. This is 40 to 65 and above, and it's all relative, Joe.
All right. A lot of 64-year-olds will be happy to hear they're young adults right now. All right. One more thing I want to ask you about. Dr. Anthony Fauci told the New York Times, quote, "We're in the middle of a BA.5 outbreak here, and we are nowhere near where we want to be." What do you make of that assessment? Are you worried at all about a big winter outbreak of COVID?
I think we might see a winter outbreak. I don't know if it's going to be necessarily as big as last winter's outbreak, but I think it's going to be higher than what we're seeing right now. And like I mentioned earlier, for the past 2+ months, we have hovered around 100,000 cases. That's the BA.4, BA.5, and it really hasn't dropped down. Every now and then it drops down into the 80,000s, but then jumps right back up. And so that is holding very steady. But we also are finding out some new things about the BA.4, 5 variant, that it tends to show the symptoms very quickly, and doesn't last as long as the other variants did. And so, I think we're turning a corner here in the variants and the subvariants we're seeing, and I think we're starting to see Omicron become the more stable variant across the spectrum here. And so if that continues forward, then this is something that, number one, we can get a better understanding of how to fight it long term, but number two, also we're going to be getting more protection from it just by natural infections and the vaccinations. And so I think in the long run this will help, but in the wintertime period, I think we will see it crop up a little bit, but hopefully not nearly to the extent we've seen before, Joe.
I agree with hoping for that as well. Dr. John Torres, a lot to talk about this morning. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Time to get a check on your morning news now weather. We have kept meteorologist Michelle Grossman very busy this week. How's it looking right now, Michelle?
You know, it's looking the same, actually. We're looking at that front that won't budge, and we're looking at scattered storms and showers. So once again, a really busy day. We were busy yesterday. We had Mississippi seeing those flooding rains. We had water rescues, a lot of rain in a short amount of time. And that has been the story since Monday. Fast and furious. It comes on quickly. We've heard people talk from these areas saying how quickly it was minutes before we saw these flooding conditions. So that's what we're concerned about once again today. We do have a flash flood warning, a flash flood watch, excuse me. That's your green, where we're seeing anywhere from Texas into Louisiana, portions of Mississippi, the panhandle of Florida, and also Alabama. We're expecting the chance of some very heavy rain at times, widespread across the area here. So we put radar on top of it. You can see even along the portions of Texas into Louisiana, where you see those darker colors, the reds, the oranges, the yellows, the higher reflectivity. That's where we're seeing the heaviest amounts of rain. And that's what we're going to be watching as we go throughout the day, because we could see rainfall totals up to 6 inches in some spots. We could see rainfall inches per hour, 3.5 inches per hour. That adds up very quickly. But it's extending all the way to portions of the southeast. So now we're seeing some heavy downpours throughout Mississippi, throughout Alabama, into Georgia, into the Carolinas, and we're going to see them into Florida as well, especially in the panhandle of Florida. So as we go throughout the day here, we're going to rack up those totals. Once again, we're looking at totals anywhere from 1 to 3 inches, but could see 4, 5, 6 inches. Yesterday, we saw up to a foot in some spots, and that's because it does come pretty quickly. So as we go throughout time, that's what we're going to be watching. We're watching this front. It's moving very, very slowly. It's almost stalled across the area. It's pulling in that Gulf moisture. It's almost like a magnet. So we're looking at the chance for torrential rainpours once again, especially this morning. It's going to relax a little bit this afternoon, but Texas and Louisiana, portions of Mississippi, that's what we're watching throughout the day. And then tomorrow, no relief once again, more scattered storms on top of really wet soil. A few downpours may lead to flash flooding. So the concern remains tomorrow into the weekend. I'll show you the weekend forecast in just a bit. But today across the country, we have those scattered storms. We have monsoonal flooding throughout the southwest. We've already seen that this morning. Also heating up in the northeast. Temperatures soaring into the 90s once again. August is back, and we are looking at temperatures once again in the west, really hot as well. So plan on the 90s. You want to dress for the 90s, and we do have humidity out there, so feeling a little warmer than it actually is. Baltimore will feel like 92 this afternoon. Richmond, 94 is what it's going to feel like. We'll feel like the upper 80s in Charleston, and it's going to feel like the mid 80s in Detroit and also Pittsburgh. That stays in place tomorrow. It's going to stay in place over the weekend as well. So 90s once again along the I-95 corridor, Philadelphia 92, feeling like 93, into the 80s in New England. And I do want to mention that we will see the chance for severe storms tomorrow. So we have that heat, we have that humidity, and that's going to spawn the chance of some severe weather in New England tomorrow. Now, as we go throughout the weekend, temperatures still really warm. D.C. into the upper 80s, 90 degrees on Monday. So that's something to watch as we go throughout the next couple of days. And then as we look towards the weekend, we're looking at the chance for, at least starting out the weekend, some severe storms into the northeast tomorrow. Today, we could see some strong storms in the Great Lakes, and then this moves off into the northeast tomorrow. And we do have the chance for a tornado risk tomorrow in parts of New England, especially in Maine and also upstate New York. So we're going to watch that closely.
And if your air conditioner has made it this far, it's got a little more work to do.
Just keep going. Like
keep going. All right. Yeah, just exactly. We are like our air conditioners right now. All right, Michelle, thank you so much. Sure. Coming up, putting the brakes on gas for good. California is set to vote on a plan to ban new gas cars. We're going to take a look at when this could go into effect and what it could mean, not just for California, but for other states.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
what's happening in your neck of the woods.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
No stress, no mess, just yum. That's it.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
NBC News, streaming free now.
You open the door for so many people. I love working with people. I did not do any of this by myself.
Hello! Lizzo, you put a smile on every single face.
It feels like Christmas or my birthday or something.
We're back now with a decision that could have major implications in the battle against climate change. Later today, California regulators are expected to vote in favor of banning all sales of new gasoline cars by 2035. The move could lead to more than a dozen other states doing the same. Here to discuss this with us is Barron senior writer Al Root. Al, good to have you with us on this one. So if all these states were to follow California and adopt similar rules, it would mean the restrictions apply to really about a third of the U.S. car market. What would be the impact of that? How significant would that be?
So it's a big deal, right? And I think you could characterize it as an acceleration of this electric vehicle trend. Don't forget, President Biden, hopes to have about 50% of new cars all electric by 2030. The California thing is 2035. If you look at the California regulation, they hope to have, about 68% of vehicles be all electric by 2030. So we're always, we're matching up, different time periods here. But the bottom line is it's a faster shift to electric vehicles. In California, of course, CARB, very important body for regulating emissions. About 15 states, like you say, follow California. California, of course, about 10% of the U.S. population. New York, New Jersey, Pennsylvania, they follow CARB emissions laws. So it is another bit of good news for the electric vehicle industry, just like the Inflation Reduction Act was good news. Purchase tax credits that were part of that bill is good news. So this massive shift in this century-old industry from gasoline to batteries continues apace.
Let's talk more about that rapid shift. I mean, how fast is this market expected to grow, and can it actually meet the increased demand?
What's interesting about that? Like, the automakers are basically all in, right? So Ford, General Motors, GM wants to be selling 1 million electric vehicles a year in North America by 2025. Ford's goal, I think, is 2 million electric vehicles a year globally by 2026, right? They're pouring, those two and others are pouring billions into electric vehicle development, battery plants. So, usually, you don't want to see necessarily things sort of mandated from the top down, like President Biden saying, 50% of cars will be all electric, and the industry says, yeah, we'll see if we can get there. This is one where the company goals are actually fairly close to the regulators' goals. So it's interesting. Can we get there, right? So, they're certainly going to try, and there's not going to be a lot of pushback from the industry saying, wait a second, we don't want to do this. Right now, as we sit in 2022, EV penetration, new car sales, about 7-8%. So you're going to have to go from like 7-8% to, 50 or 60% by 2030 to 100% by 2035 in some of these states. So it's a huge increase. Like EV sales have to grow about 25% a year on average for 13 years. It's massive. That works out to like a 13-fold increase. So are we going to hit it? We might not hit it, but we're going to see massive gains for EVs.
Real quick, what's the biggest challenge, do you think, in implementing and trying to reach these emissions goals?
Battery supply chains, right? So, this has been well written about. The global industry for lithium, which go in lithium-ion batteries, it needs to ramp up like 700%. And the entire industry is worth about $7 billion in terms of annual sales of lithium. Mm-hmm. So there's just got to be a massive expansion. There'll be some hiccups, right? Cobalt, nickel, copper, all of these things, right? It is a very rapid expansion for mining industries or basic industries that have been around for 100 years to say, oh, wait a second, in 13 years, my demand's going to be 100% or 500% higher. Yeah. So that means capital. It means know-how, right? It's not like you just sort of, just say, oh, I want to double my output. So the battery supply chain is something to watch. Again, companies are pouring billions of dollars into it with Asian partners, building a supply chain in the U.S.
Yeah.
So it'll be interesting to see how it happens.
All right. Al Root, thanks so much for joining us this morning. We appreciate your expertise on this one. In Florida, one candidate for Congress is hoping to make history. 25-year-old Maxwell Frost is gearing up for November after winning Tuesday's Democratic primary race in Florida. If he wins the midterms, Frost would become the first Gen Z member of Congress. NBC News Digital reporter Maya Eaglin joined Frost for a closer look at his campaign efforts on the ground.
Maxwell Alejandro Frost will be one of the first Gen Z candidates heading to the general election for Congress. His primary election day on Tuesday was packed.
Hey, Maxwell, nice to meet you.
Good to meet you too.
How are you feeling?
We're feeling really good. We have the momentum right now, which is really what you want on election day.
So tell me what's on the agenda for the rest of the day.
So we're going to go to more polling locations, meet voters, shake some hands, because every vote matters, especially in these Florida elections. Yeah, just reminding people to go vote. Have you voted yet?
I feel like so many people in our generation are very jaded by politics.
Yeah, the reason why we're so jaded with politics is because we've been lied to our whole life that if you vote for this person, this will happen tomorrow. That's what politicians tell us. And it's a farce. It's not right. I'm running to be a voice for my community. What I can promise is how hard I'm going to fight for certain things, what my beliefs are, and talk about the fact that I'm here to build a coalition, to build the progressive infrastructure in Central Florida to get to where we want to go. But it can't just be me. And that's been the problem in politics.
My big question is, how are you doing all of this at 25?
It's been very stressful. I mean, it's the hardest thing I've ever done in my life.
What do you say to people who think you might not have enough experience?
I would say my experience is what qualifies me to be in Congress. Congress needs to be diverse in not just race, not just gender, age, but also experience. I'm an organizer through and through.
Maxwell worked as a staffer for several campaigns and spent much of his teen years organizing with the ACLU and March for Our Lives.
How much money have you been able to fundraise?
So just last night we hit $2 million.
And where are the donors coming from?
We have the most individual contributions out of any candidate in this race here in Florida, but also people across the country who are paying attention to the work going on here.
What do you say to your opponents who might think that because your donors are outside of the state, that's a poor reflection on you?
I have the most individual contributions here in Florida, so it's just not true. But on top of that, I don't think it's a bad thing to have people outside of the state donating to your campaign.
Frost won the primary election Tuesday, beating 9 other Dems running for the spot. Now it's on to the November general election, where he'll go up against GOP candidate Calvin Wimbush for the congressional seat. Frost says this journey is about so much more than just him.
It means a lot, right? I'll be the 4th Afro-Latino, the first Afro-Cuban, the first member of Generation Z, but more than all of that, it's going to be the honor of a lifetime to represent my home, my community, such a diverse district of people in the United States Congress.
Our thanks to Maya Eaglin for that report. That seat that's up for grabs in Florida's 10th district is currently held by Congresswoman Val Demings, who's now running for Senate in the state against GOP incumbent Senator Marco Rubio. International headlines now. In eastern Ukraine, a Russian missile hit a train station, killing at least 25 people and leaving several injured. NBC's Claudio Lavanga joined us from Rome with that and other world news. Claudio, good morning.
Good morning, guys. Yes, these photos that were published by the Stratcom Center in Ukraine show the deadly devastation of that strike that was carried out on Wednesday, which is when Ukraine was celebrating its Independence Day, even without public celebrations for fear of attacks such as this one. This is not the first time that trains and train stations in Ukraine have become a target since the start of the invasion. In April, 50 people died when a rocket fell on an overcrowded train station in eastern Ukraine. Now let's go to North Korea, where the country's news agency says 4 people are being tested after developing COVID-19 symptoms near the border with China, 2 weeks after Kim Jong-un declared victory over the pandemic. The patients have developed fever, and authorities now are running tests to find whether it was caused by the so-called malignant virus, as they call it, as they call COVID-19 in North Korea. And let's end this short tour of the world in Britain, where the large blue butterfly is flying higher than ever. The butterfly was declared extinct in Britain in 1979, but was reintroduced via caterpillars from Sweden 4 years later. Well, thanks to a long and careful restoration work, the butterfly flew in its greatest numbers in June this year since records began, guys.
All right, beautiful. Thank goodness for Swedish caterpillars. Claudio, thank you so much. Appreciate it. Coming up, the civil rights movement was a defining moment in our country's history, but a new study shows many Americans lack a full understanding of the era. Up next, we're going to go one-on-one with an expert to find out what's behind the issue and what we can do to try and fix it.
Right now on NBC News Now.
We've got all the angles covered tonight.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We've got 3 new developments just this afternoon.
We begin this hour with breaking news and the growing impact of Russia's assault.
This is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine.
I don't want to say goodbye.
This factory has gone from making kitchen pots to lethal items.
There's an intense artillery battle underway between Ukrainian forces and Russian troops.
Breaking news this morning.
The heartbreak, the grief, and the tears that we have seen here are all tragically familiar. Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told.
No.
The shooting is once again reigniting the debate over gun laws.
If it's Tuesday, it is primary night.
The highest profile races yet this year. We are talking elections in a battleground state.
The official confirmation of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson.
Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be?
We got some promising news this morning about the rollout of COVID vaccines for children under 5.
Have you seen a demand for mental health services increase among Latinos?
It's time for another honest conversation about what it means to be Asian American.
The people of the Chamizal neighborhood aren't the only ones experiencing what they call environmental injustice.
We're here to try to start conversation.
A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen now.
We're here to start conversation because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We are back now with an eye-opening new survey. It found Americans today value the civil rights movement, but lack a deeper understanding of the era. Get this, the survey released by the group More in Common found that many people were unable to list 5 events from that period. Joining us now to break down those findings is Coco Shu, research analyst at More in Common. Coco, good morning, and thanks for joining us. So help us out here. We know Black history is American history. Why is it Americans don't know more about the civil rights era?
Thank you for having me. And that's a really important question. And actually, a lot of factors can be at play here. For example, some of us might not think about history on a day-to-day basis. But what we really want to emphasize is that our report finds that despite this lack of knowledge, Americans are united in believing how important it is. And we want our students and children to learn more about its history and its complexity.
So I know the survey that you guys did, 77% agreed students should learn about leaders other than Martin Luther King Jr. and Rosa Parks. What else did you find about what people think students should learn? And do they feel like it's something that should be taught in schools or also more at home?
Yeah, that's a great question. We found that Americans want our children and students to learn more about the complex narratives of the civil rights movement, which includes the progress made by activists, but also the obstacles and their struggles and the resistance that they encounter.
So this Sunday marks the anniversary of the March on Washington. What's something that people can do to become more familiar with this event and so many of the other important historical events?
Yeah, there's actually a lot of things we can do. For example, checking out our local museum or historical society, or visit online resources or exhibits that talk about the history of the civil rights movement, or even watch a movie or discuss with our friends and family. And what we really want to emphasize is that this is a moment where we might feel divided in our country, but we can look to the civil rights movement as a historical period that we can all come together on.
All right, a good message there. Coco Shu, thanks so much for joining us. We appreciate it. Coming up, one farm is growing more than just food, how it's giving back to a community in a food desert and teaching valuable lessons to teens. I'll bring you that story next.
The indictment of a former president, or perhaps candidate for president, would arguably tear the country apart. Is that your concern? Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now you can listen to it as a podcast, available anytime and anywhere.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
NBC News, streaming free now.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Our show is about sparking conversations around today's biggest issues. The Fed raises interest rates. That controls inflation. Explain how that works. Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs and their relationship to their employers? Could you just remind us why there are 9 justices on the Supreme Court instead of 3 or 20 or 2? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back to you today. We got a lot to celebrate on this Wednesday morning. It's good to have you along with us.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Everybody's good, and that's it.
Our show is about sparking conversations around today's biggest issues. The Fed raises interest rates. That controls inflation. Explain how that works. Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs and their relationship to their employers? Could you just remind us why there are 9 justices on the Supreme Court instead of 3 or 20 or 2? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Financial headlines now. A former Twitter executive who accused the company of misleading investors is now expected to testify on Capitol Hill. CNBC's Frank Holland joins us with that and more Money News. Hey, Frank, good morning.
Hey, good morning to you. We're going to start with that Twitter news. The Senate Judiciary Committee will hold a hearing next month with Twitter's former security chief to discuss allegations from his whistleblower complaint. He's accusing Twitter of falsely claiming it had solid security plans and also making misleading statements about defending against hackers and spam accounts. He alleges Twitter made user growth a priority over reducing spam, with executives eligible to get bonuses of up to $10 million. Twitter has denied all the allegations. Instacart will now let you order large items. A new service called Big and Bulky promises same-day and scheduled delivery of items such as outdoor furniture, office supplies, and home electronics. Office Depot and Staples are among the retailers that are participating. Instacart tells TechCrunch it'll pay workers who accept big and bulky orders based on the number and the weight of those items. And NBC is moving next-day streaming of shows like Law & Order and Saturday Night Live from Hulu to Peacock. That's starting next month. Peacock ended its content sharing deal with Hulu back in March so it could exclusively secure more of its own content. The streaming platform already runs next-day episodes from Bravo, which is owned by NBC Universal. And NBC has made one of its longest-running shows, Days of Our Lives, exclusive to Peacock. A lot of people like that show right there, those soap operas.
Yeah, exactly. And they'll be watching it on Peacock now, like many of our viewers are watching us on Peacock right now.
Exactly.
So, all right, Frank, thanks so much. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
It's a change that starts at the roots, literally. Some teens in Atlantic City are honing their green thumbs in a summer program at a nearby farm. And as I discovered, the organic fruits and veggies they're growing are more than just food on a plate. On Reed's Organic Farm in New Jersey, they're harvesting food.
Good, right?
While growing young minds.
Beautiful.
These teens live in Atlantic City, which is a mere 20 minutes away, yet feels like another world. Why do you love it so much?
Because it's quiet.
78 serene acres that are home to a summer program through the Boys and Girls Club of Atlantic City.
Hold the branch with one hand.
The kids are learning what it takes to grow and harvest a wide range of fruits and veggies.
You have to have the muscles to pull the stuff out.
Do you have the muscles?
Yeah.
Here, they're united with nature, even the pigs in the farm's animal sanctuary.
They can come here and they can learn how we do things on a farm, but it's so important that they know that these are things that they can take home with them and share with their families.
In fact, some of the food they harvest ends up at the Boys and Girls Club.
Why are these so special?
Because they're organic.
A lesson in nutrition in a place deemed a food desert. Atlantic City has gone 15 years without a fully operated grocery store. For Amir Simmons Robinson, the 8-week program is having an impact. Just ask Mom.
I see a huge difference in his attitude, his behavior. He's a lot more patient.
And for Cookie Till, the farm's co-founder, that is food for the soul. When you see it have an impact on them, how does that impact you?
It just makes my heart sing. It just means that change is possible.
Planting seeds in more ways than one. And Reed's Organic Farm was founded just 2 years ago in 2020. In addition to that 8-week summer program, the farm holds seasonal workshops throughout the year, teaching kids about cultivating crops and making plant-based meals. Coming up, a new trend on TikTok is examining the link, get this, between pigtails and bigger tips. We're going to dig into the social experiment and what's behind the possible connection next.
What do you love about fatherhood?
The chaos, the learning. Is climate change one of your top priorities?
What's your message to girls who want to make a difference in their own communities?
Believe in yourself.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen to the full season now.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Yamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
the seduction. Dateline's newest podcast. Listen to the full season now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
A new social experiment is making the rounds on TikTok, unveiling an uncomfortable reality in the service industry. It's called the pigtail experiment, where women style their hairs into pigtails to get more tips while serving customers. This leads to a lot of questions, including the big question, why does a simple change in hairstyle lead to more cash? NBC News youth and internet culture reporter Callan Rosenblatt joins us now for more of her story, which is on NBCnews.com. Callan, good morning. So walk us through some of these TikToks. What is it they show, and what did some of these women find when putting their hair in pigtails?
Good morning, Joe. The videos are very straightforward. It shows women like Lisa Sterling, who's a server, or Veronica Portillo, who is a dancer, basically saying, you know, I've heard that at work, if you wear pigtails, you make more tips, so I'm going to try this. Now, I've talked to both women. Lisa told me that when she wore pigtails, she made 2.5% more than she did when she wore her hair down. And Veronica told me that on a slow Sunday night, she would typically make about $100. She wore pigtails in her hair, and she made $600 that night, a dramatic increase just by changing her hairstyle.
So 6 times as much?
6 times as much. It is a massive increase. She had also on a slow Wednesday night, she also made a dramatic increase, $700, which you usually make around $200.
All right, so let's delve into some of why this is, and it's a bit of an adult conversation, but some of the women who shared the results on social media say it underlines a schoolgirl fetish among men. Talk more about where these comments stem from, and are there other examples in pop culture to support those claims?
Absolutely. I mean, Joe, as you mentioned, it is a little seedy, the reason that this works. You know, the women told me that if men are going to, you know, be sort of creepy at their jobs and fetishize them at their jobs, that they might as well make a little extra money off of it. And that was their thought process. Now, we see this in pop culture a lot. And the seedy thing about it is we see this in pop culture a lot in young women. We see cartoons like the Powerpuff Girls and even like Boo from Pixar's Monsters, Inc., all wearing pigtails, all sort of denoting a younger age. And women like Veronica said that men at her job as a dancer at a strip club came up to her and made a lot of comments about those pigtails and being, you know, a sort of fantasy of theirs. So, you know, Veronica telling me, I don't think that this is a children's hairstyle anymore. And if you're going to put your, you know, young daughter's hair in pigtails, you really have to think about the way men are perceiving it. And it's kind of a sad statement on, you know, how this hairstyle is perceived. But she said she won't be putting her daughter's hair in pigtails because of the way men reacted at her job.
Yeah, Callan, so we have less than a minute here, but this creates kind of a bit of a quandary for women. Do they make more money doing this knowing why some people are tipping them more? Or do they say, no, I'm not going to do this, even if it means making less money?
You know, what they told me is that they experience creepy men at their job. They experience being hit on, having derogatory comments made at them. And they said, if we could make more money, we have bills to pay, we're going to do what we can to make more money. So in their mind, it's really about making sure their children are fed, making sure that they're making the most money that they can and getting their bills paid. So ultimately, that is the main factor in their mind as to why they're wearing this hairstyle.
Certainly an eye-opening conversation. Kellen Rosenblatt, thanks for joining us. We appreciate your reporting on this one. That does it for this hour of Morning News Now, but stay with us. The news continues right now. Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer. Savannah is on assignment today. Right now on Morning News Now, relief for millions. President Biden takes a long-promised step. He is forgiving thousands of dollars of student debt for more than 40 million Americans. The president calling the move a major financial boost for borrowers.
All this means people can start, finally crawl out from under that mountain of debt, to get on top of their rent and their utilities, to finally think about buying a home or starting a family or starting a business.
Just who qualifies for this debt relief and what does it mean for the pandemic pause on student loan payments? Plus, why Republicans, even some Democrats, are concerned the plan will do more harm than good. Fired. Uvalde's school district police chief is off the job this morning over his response to the mass shooting at Robb Elementary that killed 19 students and 2 teachers. The decision to fire him met with cheers from parents. Many say he is partly to blame for the long delay before authorities confronted the shooter. Now, the former chief is defending himself as parents call for even more accountability. Game changer. Alcoholism may soon be treated with a pill. A mind-altering element found in psychedelic mushrooms could help people overcome alcohol addiction. NBC News has an exclusive look at the study that researchers say is already helping people. Plus, the cost of love. Discussions about money are tough enough, so when should you start having those conversations with your significant other? Later this hour, some tips on what those talks should look like and how you and your loved one can achieve financial intimacy. Good to have you with us. We begin this hour with what is surely the talk at plenty of breakfast tables and probably on every college campus nationwide this morning. President Biden announced a plan to cut federal student loan debt by $10,000 each for tens of millions of Americans. While many are celebrating, the decision is also causing some resentment among others who paid off their loans or never went to college. NBC News correspondent Tom Costello is following this story for us and joins us from Washington with more. Hey, Tom, good morning.
Hey, Joe, good morning to you. So 43 million Americans are carrying some college debt, the average amount $36,000. President Biden's decision will essentially say that taxpayers can pick up a big chunk of that. And a lot of people don't like that idea at all. President Biden fulfilling a campaign promise, cutting American student loan debt.
It focuses the benefit on middle class and working families.
But he's also stirred up a hornet's nest of backlash.
I just feel it's a little slap in the face to those who worked hard to pay it off.
And from Republicans who say it unfairly benefits Americans who choose to go to college while ignoring those who don't, like truckers, plumbers, welders, and retail workers.
A lot of Americans choose not to go to college. And then there are those Americans who borrowed money to pay for school and paid it back. In what way is it fair to those taxpayers?
Many also argue the president exceeded his authority by unilaterally slashing federal student loans. The plan affects 43 million Americans, forgiving loan debt of up to $10,000 each for those earning less than $125,000. 27 million Americans who received need-based Pell Grants will get an additional $10,000 in loan forgiveness. All of it a big relief for Chrissy Connors, who has roughly $40,000 in student debt.
It just doesn't feel achievable to pay down. The $10,000 debt relief, for me, it's not just like a financial lift, it's even like a mental lift.
President Biden has been under pressure from his own party to forgive as much as $50,000 in debt, with lower and middle income Americans struggling the most to afford higher ed.
It's definitely a step, and I definitely think more is needed.
The average household with student debt owes nearly $59,000. 42% of those who go to college pay back loans over 5 years. Loan specialists recommend using the freed up money now to lay a sound financial foundation.
Maybe pay down higher interest debt like credit card debt using the money you've been saving.
Okay, a couple of notes here that are important. First of all, the federal repayment plan to repay your student loans, that's been on hold during the pandemic. It was going to expire. So in other words, you're going to have to start repaying at the end of this month. That's now been extended till the end of the year. So repayment starts on January 1st. Listen, a lot of concern, number one, that the president doesn't have the authority to do this. Even the Speaker of the House, Nancy Pelosi, said recently the president can't unilaterally forgive loan. And second, a lot of economists out there on both sides of the aisle think that this will be inflationary. It's going to cost taxpayers $300 billion. That's money that, in theory, goes into the consumers or the people who have the loans, their pockets. So will then that cause them to go out and spend, driving prices even higher? As you can see, this is not something that is universally popular. Back to you, Joe.
All right, Tom Costello, thank you, Tom. So for more on who stands to benefit from this potentially life-changing news, let's bring in NBC News Now anchor Morgan Radford. Morgan, good morning. So the White House says they think about 43 million Americans are going to benefit from this. Keep in mind, that's almost as many as the number of people who have the loans, which is 45 million. But certain groups are going to benefit more than others, right?
The numbers are pretty striking. I mean, actually, if you look at it as a whole, about 50% of the people who own student loans, they owe about $20,000 on them. But it's really, when you look at those numbers and break them down in terms of who is actually standing to benefit, you basically are looking at three different groups of people. Number one, younger Americans who are just starting out in their careers and just starting out to pay those student loans. Number two, you're looking at people who have low credit scores. And number three, blacks and Latinos. If you look at the numbers just among blacks and Latinos, for example, you'll see that they tend to take out smaller loan amounts, and it tends to follow them longer after graduation. So you're talking about people like Juan Sarmiento. He's fighting to help make college a little bit more equitable. He's someone who had to stop going to school because his mother had to self-deport back to Mexico during the Trump administration, and he had to get a job and support his family. Take a listen.
I took out loans because I didn't have financial support for my family. I am one of 4 children, but I'm the only U.S. citizen in my family. I come from a mixed status household. You know, I voted for the president specifically for this issue. $20,000 for Pell recipients would be a major victory. And I voted for the president for those reasons, and I would feel like the president is delivering to an extent, even if it's not everything that we advocated for.
So you hear someone like Juan say this is the opportunity for the president to make good on the reasons why someone like him chose to vote for him.
Let's look at the numbers. We know undergraduate students of color are more likely to rely on loans. It's 90% of black students took out federal loans. Compare that with 66% of white students. That's according to the Department of Education. So let's talk about what this means, not just when you're in college, but in the years after college.
Bingo. That's the part that, I mean, you and I both know it really matters, right? When you're trying to make ends meet, you're trying to start in your career. And when you look at those numbers, it's really striking because, as I mentioned earlier, you have blacks and Latinos who are taking out smaller amounts, but it's following them. If you look at the numbers 4 years after graduation, you'll see that black students owe about $52,000 compared to their white counterparts who owe about $28,000. But what we don't often talk about, Joe, is the people who actually never get their college degree. So that number is striking. 39% of the 43 million people who owe money in their student loans do not have a degree 6 years after they first enrolled. So you have people like Sharonda Pender. She's someone who had to stop going to school just to get a job. Take a listen. And she's still fighting those loans.
I went to school in 93 to 96. So it's like now I wasn't able to finish. Life happened. I had a baby, and I had to get a job outside of college and work, and then, got married, had another baby, long story short. So I was never able to finish. I'm 46 years old and still have this, over my head. So this announcement definitely, it gives a little hope, for starters, some type of relief for us.
So 46 years old, never actually was able to get that degree because she had to work, and still has those loan balances.
And that story is certainly not a rare one.
No, it's not an aberration, not at all.
All right, Morgan Radford, thanks so much. Appreciate your look at that one. All right, Uvalde's school police chief Pete Arredondo is out of a job this morning. In a unanimous vote last night, the city school board approved Arredondo's termination. It comes after he and responding officers faced harsh criticism over their response to the deadly school shooting at Robb Elementary School back in May. NBC News correspondent Priscilla Thompson joined us from Uvalde with the latest on this. Priscilla, good morning.
Joe, good morning. Emotions ran high here last night with the crowd erupting in cheers when it was announced that Pete Arredondo would be fired. But this morning, those families are also making it clear that this is far from over. This morning in Uvalde, embattled school police chief Pete Arredondo has been fired.
All in favor? Motion passes unanimously.
Emotions among students and families quickly running high.
I have messages for Pete Arredondo and all the law enforcement that were there that day. Turn in your badge and step down. You don't deserve to wear one.
Our babies are dead. Our teachers are dead. Our parents are dead.
The termination comes exactly 3 months after a gunman claimed the lives of 19 children and 2 teachers at Robb Elementary. Brett Cross, the uncle and guardian of Uzziah Garcia, says victims like Uzziah deserve justice.
He's never going to graduate from high school. He's never going to have his first date, his first car. None of that. He will forever be 10 years old.
Though absent from the meeting, Arredondo having his say in a lengthy 17-page statement sent to the school board, his lawyer accusing the board of an unconstitutional public lynching, writing the board has not followed proper procedure and refuses to provide a written complaint against Arredondo, adding none of his decisions or actions demonstrate a failure to meet the accepted standards of conduct for law enforcement officers in similarly situated school districts in Texas. Arredondo has faced widespread scrutiny for the delayed response to the shooting.
Tell them to wait.
Officials say it took authorities 77 minutes to engage the shooter.
The shots have come in through that wall, so you know. These keys are not opening up this room.
The Texas legislature releasing a fact-finding report last month, faulting the police response for egregiously poor decision-making, adding officers failed to prioritize saving the lives of innocent victims over their own safety. In that report, Arredondo telling the committee he didn't consider himself the incident commander. But Uvalde families glad to see some results even 3 months later.
We did something. We got something accomplished finally.
And no word yet on whether Arredondo plans to appeal this decision. His attorney yesterday afternoon calling for him to be reinstated with back pay and benefits. We did reach out to Arredondo and his attorney after this decision was announced, but have not heard back. Joe?
All right, Priscilla, thank you so much. The death toll is rising from yesterday's rocket strike by Russian forces on a train station in eastern Ukraine. Officials say at least 25 people have been killed. The attack, which came on Ukraine's Independence Day, has prompted condemnation in both Europe and here in the U.S. Let's get to NBC News correspondent Megan Fitzgerald, who is in Kyiv for us. So, Megan, first, what more can you tell us about the attack, and what are the Russians saying about it?
Well, Joe, what we know is that this has been the deadliest attack that the country has seen since the middle of July. So we're talking weeks here. What the Russians are saying right now is that 200 service members from the Ukrainian army, along with 10 units that were heading to combat, were destroyed. Now, the Ukrainians giving a completely different story. They're saying that 25 people were killed, around 31 people injured when that missile hit that railroad station in the east of the country. We also know there was a separate missile that went into a home not far away that killed an 11-year-old boy, Joe.
So we're also following the situation at the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant. First, what's the latest there? And then also, how soon will the UN's atomic watchdog be able to visit and assess the situation of the plant and the condition there?
Joe, great questions. I mean, this plant continues to be of grave concern, not only to the Ukrainians, but really to the international community. The Ukrainians have continuously said that the Russians are hiding artillery inside the Zaporizhzhia nuclear plant and outside of the plant. We know that there's been shelling that has hit the plant. There's missiles that have continued to go over the facility and around the Zaporizhzhia region, which is of grave concern here, because, again, any misstep here or shutting down of this facility, as the Ukrainians say they have intelligence to suggest the Russians are actively trying to do, could create this nuclear disaster where we see this radioactive material seeping out of this plant and really seeping throughout the world, certainly throughout Europe and beyond. And so, yeah, there have continued to be calls by the international community to get these inspectors inside that plant before it's too late. Russia has said that that's something that they're taking a look at and they'd be interested in doing in September. but there are immediate calls for this to happen now because, again, the clock is ticking here, Joe.
And Megan, as we've been talking about yesterday, we saw Ukraine mark its Independence Day yesterday much more somber than past years. There was a surprise third visit by the outgoing British Prime Minister Boris Johnson. Can you tell us more about how that day unfolded there?
Yeah. That's right. So, this visit is taking place at a time just yesterday when Ukraine was under a high alert, certainly Kyiv as well, bracing for any potential missile strikes. There were mass gatherings here were canceled on the Independence Day. And then this surprise visit by the outgoing Prime Minister of the UK. And this is his third visit. He was the first international leader to visit Ukraine back in April. He came again in June. And then, of course, the surprise visit yesterday, really sending a statement on Ukraine's Independence Day at what was perceived as a very high-risk time. As you know, the United States State Department was urging Americans to leave the city immediately, to leave the country immediately. But this was a statement of solidarity, standing with the people of Ukraine, and that is certainly how the people received it, Joe.
And that Independence Day just happened to fall on the exact 6-month mark of the start of the war in Ukraine. Megan, thank you so much for your reporting. Appreciate it. Now to Los Angeles, where Vanessa Bryant won a multi-million-dollar lawsuit against LA County over photos taken of her deceased husband, Kobe Bryant, and their 13-year-old daughter, Gigi. The pictures were never made public, but the jury awarded her damages for emotional distress. NBC News national correspondent Miguel Almaguer has the details.
Vanessa Bryant and her co-plaintiff, Chris Chester, were suing LA County for $75 million. They won their lawsuit and were awarded $31 million for damages, including pain and suffering.
As the verdict was read in her favor, Vanessa Bryant wept in court. A federal jury ordering LA County to pay the widow of NBA legend Kobe Bryant $16 million for past and future emotional distress and suffering.
We love you, Vanessa.
After the verdict, Bryant walked past a crush of media, later posting on Instagram, "All for you. I love you. Justice for Kobe and Gigi."
One copter down. With medium brush.
Her lawsuit coming just months after the 2020 Hillside helicopter crash that killed Kobe Bryant, their daughter Gigi, and 7 others. LA County confirming first responders took or shared gruesome photos of the victims for personal use. Those pictures, according to testimony, were later shown at bars and even a banquet by sheriff's deputies and firefighters. During the 10 days of testimony when Bryant took the stand, she said, "I felt blindsided, devastated, and hurt. I trusted them not to do these things." A sobbing Bryant adding after the photo leak, "I have 2 choices, to try and live my life or end it." The jury also awarding Bryant's co-plaintiff, Chris Chester, who lost his wife and daughter, $15 million.
It sounds crazy when you have a $31 million verdict, but in a way, the county should have a sigh of relief because it could have been so much bigger.
During closing statements, county lawyers argued the pictures never became public. There's a simple truth that cannot be ignored. There's been no public dissemination. The verdict coming down on 8/24, Kobe Bryant Day in Los Angeles, and just a day after he would have celebrated his 44th birthday. The jury deciding 2 families who lost loved ones were victimized by the very people called in to help.
The county says they respect the jury's verdict, but they could appeal it. They say they are looking into possible options, and more legal maneuvering could be down the road for them. Back to you.
All right, Miguel, thank you so much. Breaking news this morning, the ongoing teachers' strike in Columbus, Ohio is now over. The president of the Columbus Board of Education announced earlier this morning that the board has come to an agreement with the teachers union. The union had been calling for smaller class sizes and building improvements. Yesterday was the first day of school there. While details of the agreement have not been announced yet, the board president says students will continue online learning for the remainder of this week and that the district is looking forward to welcoming students, teachers, and staff back to the classroom on Monday. Now to that dangerous storm system that has drenched millions across the country. This week, parts of Mississippi are bracing for even more rain this morning after heavy downpours and flash flooding slammed the central and southern parts of the state yesterday. NBC News correspondent Blaine Alexander joins us now with more. Blaine, good morning.
Well, Joe, good morning to you. This is approaching a once-in-a-thousand-year flood. That's how statistically rare this is. But incredibly, if that is confirmed, this will be the 6th such event that we've seen over just the past month. Now, this morning in Mississippi, the damage is growing and the rain is not over yet. This morning, it's a race against time in rain-ravaged parts of central Mississippi. Emergency crews conducting dozens of desperate rescues. In Brandon, an all-out effort by first responders and volunteers battling fast-rising floodwaters while evacuating more than 40 residents from this nursing home. In nearby Florence, more than 100 children and staff members moved to safety after water rushed into this daycare center. The water strong enough to sweep part of this train off its tracks.
Evidently, the storm drain underwashed the bed of the train. The train stopped.
The scenes are even more striking from above. Historic flooding leaving entire communities underwater.
It's really bad. Like, literally, it's flooding. Like my neighborhood.
Much of the rain's fury is in how fast it fell. Some areas dealing with up to a foot of rain in hours. And in Hattiesburg, this possible tornado sighting.
The whole town is almost flooded.
In Canton, some residents are exhausted after facing major flooding for the second time this year, with homes, cars, and entire neighborhoods now covered in murky water.
When the water comes down that fast and that quick, it has nowhere to go. And that's when the water bag up.
Officials are warning residents to stay off of the roads after highways like this have been completely washed away.
If they see a barricade, please don't go around it.
Now, as the water begins to recede, many residents must face the daunting task of cleaning up. Now, this is the same system that we've been watching all week that's really left a path of destruction across much of the country. Now, Joe, this morning, the threat is not over. Some 7 million people still remain at risk for flash flooding today.
All right, let's talk more about that. Blaine, thank you so much. And get your morning News Now weather forecast. Michelle Grossman's here. They want to know, when is this thing going to get out of here? It's moving so slowly.
It's so slow. As Blaine mentioned, it's been since Monday. It's going to be tomorrow and also Friday. And then we start to see the improvement, but still some showers in the southeast over the weekend. Let's look at what's happening today, because we're seeing some heavy rain falling right now. We have the potential for flash flooding once again, life-threatening flash flooding. It's dangerous and it comes quickly. So this is the snapshot for today. We do have Gulf flooding. That's what we're going to be watching. We're already seeing that right now. We have flash flood warnings right now. We also have southwest monsoon. So we're seeing flooding all the way from portions of the northern Rockies, the high plains, into the southwest. That's going to be a big story too. Could see some storms in portions of the upper Midwest. And then we're starting to heat up in the northeast, and that's going to add some fuel to some storms tomorrow. So we're once again very, very busy. So as we go throughout today, we're looking at a flood watch once again, stretching from eastern Texas through Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama, the panhandle of Florida. Where you see this red here, that is a flood warning. And again, we're going to see them popping in and popping out. 2 million people at risk along the Gulf Coast. Blaine had mentioned 7 million at risk. That includes the entire country. So right along the Gulf Coast, we're looking at 2 million under a flood alert. That's in the green once again, but we're seeing really heavy rain. Where you see those brighter colors, that's where the torrential downpours are coming. So right along the coast of Texas, that's going to be a hot spot where we could see 2 to 3.5 inches of rain per hour. Likely to see some flash flooding there. And then all along the Gulf Coast here, seeing some lightning. That's just showing you how much energy these storms have. It's pulling that energy, that warm bath water off the Gulf, and it's giving the oomph to some of these storms. And it's stretching all the way to portions of the southeast. So Florida, Georgia, the Carolinas, we're going to see some strong storms as we go throughout the afternoon hours. We'll start to see improvement in portions of Mississippi and also Louisiana. But before that, we could see 1, 2, 3 inches of rain and pockets of higher amounts, 4 or 5. As we saw in those clips with everyone talking, it comes very fast, so it adds up. We could see fast and furious amounts pretty quickly. Now, here's the setup once again. We have an area of low pressure. It's a frontal boundary. It's hardly moving. It has hardly moved since Monday. It's creeping so slowly to the east, and that's why we're seeing all these problems. We're seeing training storms where it goes over the same areas over and over again. And again, it's pulling off the Gulf, so we're seeing a lot of moisture. We're seeing torrential downpours, and that will be the story over the next couple of days. And it's on top of really wet soil, so we do have the chance for flash flooding once again tomorrow. All right, let's turn towards the heat because the West is still sweltering. We're looking at 4 million people impacted with a heat advisory from Bellingham through Tacoma, all the way down through portions of southern Washington. Again, Seattle, you're going to be warm again. Interior portions of California, you could see temperatures into the 90s, into the triple digits. And the east is warming up as well. We had a little bit of a break. It felt good for a while. The humidity levels didn't really come down too much, but the temperatures were nicer. But we're back into the 90s by this afternoon in several spots. New York City, 90 degrees. Baltimore, 90. It's going to feel like 92. Richmond, 91. Temperatures into the 80s in portions of Pittsburgh, Charleston. So the Great Lakes, also portions of the northeast, the mid-Atlantic, we're really going to be warm today. That August warmth continues tomorrow. Looking along the coast here, we're looking at temperatures in the 90s. In Philly, also in Salisbury, Maryland, 91. It's going to feel like 92. It'll feel like 93 in Richmond, but look towards New England because this is where we have the chance of seeing some strong storms tomorrow, especially in the state of Maine, upstate New York. We have that heat and humidity in place, and then we're going to see a frontal boundary come through, and that's going to spark the chance for some strong storms. This warm stays in place as we go throughout the weekend, so no relief. You're going to need those fans, the pool, whatever you need to stay cool this weekend because we're looking at temperatures into the 80s and 90s. Here's a front for today. It's a different front from the southeast. It's another storm system bringing the chance for storms into the Great Lakes, parts of the Midwest, and this will skirt to the east tomorrow. So I mentioned that heat and humidity along with this front bring some strong storms. We could see the chance of a tornado risk there. Also some really damaging storms. There it is. We're looking at that slight risk from Burlington, Albany, and then just close to Boston, where 8 million at risk for some strong to severe storms tomorrow.
All right. Something to keep an eye on. Thank you, Michelle. Appreciate it. Coming up on Morning News Now, just like the U.S., Europe is feeling the brutal heat this summer, too. And now a widespread drought has uncovered major parts of history. Long-last artifacts coming to the surface. Next.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen to the full season now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
No stress, no mess, just yum.
That's it.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen now.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
No stress, no mess, just yum.
That's it.
Here's what's happening in your neck of the woods.
Welcome back. Many of us have been sweltering under historic heat waves this summer, while severe droughts have been drying up rivers and lakes. But around the world, the extreme weather has uncovered long-lost treasures and forgotten sites, as well as hidden warnings. NBC News foreign correspondent Matt Bradley joins us now from northern England with more on these discoveries. Matt, good morning.
Hey, good morning, Joe. So obviously, it's no longer a drought. This is England, after all, but you can still clearly see what happened here at Chatsworth House. This grass, after weeks of drought, it revealed the contours of a 300-year-old garden. It's been a long, hot summer. Droughts and heat waves have spread across entire continents worldwide, killing crops, drying up rivers, and raising worries about our planet's future. Even as they reveal tantalizing glimpses of the past, normally hidden from view. Like this ornate 17th century garden in England. 300-year-old paths and hedges laid bare by record-setting heat. Most were revealed by falling water levels as rivers shriveled. Like this island in China and its Buddhist statues believed to be 600 years old. 比较少吧. I'm worried, this local man said. I feel like the environment has just become quite bad. I think this is a warning to us. In Spain, a dried-out reservoir displayed an entire village swallowed when the dam was built. The feeling is nostalgic as people see the home of a family member, their own, or of someone they know re-emerge, said the town's mayor. Some even date back to prehistory. In Texas, a dinosaur left these 113-million-year-old tracks. Other waterways exposed the scars of history's worst trials, like this bomb from World War II destroyed by the Italian army. And in Serbia, a graveyard for sunken Nazi warships emerged from the Danube. But other rivers convey urgent warnings about what's to come. In German tradition, these hunger stones mark the water levels that preceded famines. The oldest one, from 1616, reads, "If you see me, weep." Climate experts like Bob Ward say these hints from history shouldn't be ignored. What do you think that means for our present day?
We're seeing more intense, more frequent heat waves happening all around the world.
He says it's something we may have to get used to.
They're definitely going to continue, and it's going to get worse for at least the next 30 years until the world reduces their emissions of greenhouse gases to zero.
A new reality that's living up to old warnings. So, Joe, this particular grass is getting a much-needed drink, but throughout the world, the damage has already been done from this past summer of very extreme weather, and according to scientists, we're in for a lot worse in the years to come. Joe?
And it takes a lot of rain to reverse so much of the damage from the drought. All right, Matt, thanks so much. Appreciate your reporting. We've got more international headlines now. Taiwan is proposing a boost in defense spending for next year. NBC's Claudio Labonga joins us from Rome with that and more world news. Claudio, good morning.
Good morning, Joe. Yes, that $19 billion defense package was announced by Taiwan literally weeks after China staged its largest ever military exercises around the island following the visit by Nancy Pelosi. Well, now the new package, which includes funds for new fighter jets, will still need to be approved by the parliament there. Let's go to Germany, where the government has introduced several energy-saving measures in response to the looming energy crisis caused by the war in Ukraine. Among the measures are the reduction in temperature inside public buildings and an overnight ban on illuminated advertisements and buildings. Now, Germany relies heavily on gas from Russia and fears further cuts in imports in the future in response to sanctions. And finally, let's go to Afghanistan, where women's rights activists opened a library in Kabul, a courageous initiative in a country where, since the takeover from the Taliban 1 year ago, women are increasingly cut off from education and public life. One of the activists told the Reuters news agency that the library is aimed at girls who cannot go to school anymore, or those women who were fired and have nothing, literally nothing left to do in that country. Joe?
All right, incredibly courageous, Claudio. Thank you for bringing us that. We appreciate it. Coming up, a possible treatment for alcoholism in the form of a pill, how doctors are using the ingredients from psychedelic mushrooms, and how that could help millions of people.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen to the full season now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Tonight, I interviewed Secretary of Transportation Pete Buttigieg about the ongoing delays. You seem to be pointing the finger at the airlines. They're pointing the finger back. Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better?
Our show is about sparking conversations around today's biggest issues. The Fed raises interest rates. That controls inflation. Explain how that works. Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs and their relationship to their employers? Could you just remind us why there are 9 justices on the Supreme Court instead of 3 or 20 or 2? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Tonight, I interviewed Secretary of Transportation Pete Buttigieg about the ongoing delays. You seem to be pointing the finger at the airlines. They're pointing the finger back. Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better?
Here's what's happening in your neck of the woods.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Tonight, I interviewed Secretary of Transportation Pete Buttigieg about the ongoing delays. You seem to be pointing the finger at the airlines. They're pointing the finger back. Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better?
Our show is about sparking conversations around today's biggest issues. The Fed raises interest rates. That controls inflation. Explain how that works. Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs and their relationship to their employers? Could you just remind us why there are 9 justices on the Supreme Court instead of 3 or 20 or 2? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
This morning, what could be a game changer in treating addiction. A study in the Journal of the American Medical Association raises the possibility that a hallucinogenic compound could help people conquer alcohol addiction. NBC's Harry Smith joins us with more on this fascinating story. Hey, Harry, good morning.
We've been hearing more and more about using MDMA, for instance, with veterans and treating PTSD. This is just, we're sort of in the infant stages of what feels like an explosion in using hallucinogenics to treat a number of different issues.
This is a handle of alcohol, a few ounces short of a half-gallon of booze.
Something you'd bring to a party. I would drink one of those by myself.
John Costa started drinking in his early teens. Getting drunk became the #1 thing on his mind.
You're constantly thinking about where your next drink's going to come from.
AA didn't work, nor did any other rehab. His doctors told him alcohol was killing him. His last hope, he says, psilocybin, a compound found in psychedelic mushrooms.
I was terrified of psychedelics. I never touched them.
Yet he joined a double-blind study incorporating psychotherapy and psilocybin at NYU Langone Health. In all, there were 93 participants. The results, very promising. More than 80% who were given the psychedelic treatment drastically reduced their drinking. 48% were completely abstinent 8 months after receiving their first dose.
Their improvement was evident immediately during the month after the first dose of psilocybin.
Dr. Michael Bogenschutz headed the study.
There wasn't really any sign that the effect was diminishing over time.
Through 12 weeks of psychotherapy, participants were given 2 doses of psilocybin and were given an option for a third. During the sessions, they were accompanied by 2 staff members who monitored them for possible physical or psychological side effects.
My emotions were really amplified. So if I'm happy, I'm ecstatic. If I'm sad, I'm terrified.
We know that psilocybin can make it possible for the brain to change more than it ordinarily would.
That change is called neuroplasticity, the brain's ability to modify, change, and adapt. The theory, psilocybin makes the brain more malleable. Costas had profound, transcendent reactions to the drug.
I saw a liquor bottle in the middle of a desert, and all of a sudden it disintegrates into the sand. And I thought that was pretty obvious symbolism for my alcoholism leaving me.
The researchers have not kept track of how many participants remain abstinent. Costas, one of the first patients, says he has not had a drink in nearly 7 years.
It was never a case where I could just have a drink and then not have another drink.
Nicola D'Alessandro also participated in the study. The psilocybin's effect, mind-altering and life-changing.
The third dose was like the icing on the cake that completed my experience and allowed me to move forward in life with a new path, a new hope. Hard not to cry.
It's not that it's, a miracle cure that works for every single participant, but a lot of the patients will report they learned something that was very personal and very critical for them to understand in order to make these major changes in their lives.
The results are promising, but more research is needed, says Dr. Bogenschutz.
If the results of this study are replicated and we eventually are able to show that this drug can be safe and effective and it becomes clinically available, it could impact millions and millions of lives.
Isn't that amazing?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I mean, some people are probably wondering, so do you have to keep taking the pill over and over again?
No, never again. Never touch it again. I mean, listen, study results are just out, but for John Costas, for instance, 7 years ago, he's not touched a drop of alcohol. He's not gone back for another session. He says for most of his life, alcohol was the only thing he paid attention to, only thing he thought about. He says, maybe once a year I realize, I haven't had alcohol for a year.
And that number, about 8 months, was really what stood out there with the study.
Right.
People got 8 months totally abstinent. Right?
Yeah. So, I'm sure at some point they'll go back and look and see who's still sober. But for that long period of time, and especially for alcohol treatment, the successful results are not particularly high for lots of different methodologies.
Right. Maybe this is the thing. All right, Harry, at least for some. Harry,
big time
fascinating story. Thank you. Appreciate it.
My pleasure.
All right, coming up, is the Great Resignation paying off? Millions of Americans left their jobs during the pandemic in hopes of better opportunities, but now a new survey shows many of them regret it. Why they feel it was the wrong choice ahead. Plus, achieving financial intimacy, not literacy, intimacy. When should couples start having money talks, and how can it bring them closer? Harry might stick around and participate in the conversation next.
The indictment of a former president, or perhaps candidate for president, would arguably tear the country apart. Is that your concern? Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Desire, deception, and a double cross. The Seduction, a deadly love story only Dateline and Keith Morrison can tell. Listen now, wherever you get your podcasts.
The indictment of a former president, perhaps candidate for president, would arguably tear the country apart. Is that your concern? Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
And what do you love about fatherhood?
The chaos, the learning.
Is climate change one of your top priorities?
What's your message to girls who want to make a difference in their own communities?
Believe in yourself.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. From New Orleans, late military operation, witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now. Fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Financial headlines now. Amazon is leaving the healthcare space by the end of the year. CNBC's Frank Holland joins us with that and more money headlines. Frank, good morning.
Hey, good morning again, Joe. We're going to start with that Amazon news. Amazon is shutting down its telehealth service, Amazon Care. That's according to an internal memo. It launched in 2019 as a pilot program for employees in and around Amazon's headquarters in Seattle. It lets business customers offer digital or at-home doctor's visits. Amazon Care operates virtual services nationwide and makes house calls in markets such as LA, Washington, and Dallas. Amazon says the service just wasn't meeting the needs of customers. GameStop plans to reward thousands of employees with stock and pay raises as the struggling retailer looks to become profitable again under new leadership. The Wall Street Journal reports GameStop was shifted last year to growing online sales. It's trying to do more to motivate and retain employees at its physical stores. All store leaders will receive company stock of up to $21,000, and GameStop will give raises to some senior store staff. It's unclear how long employees need to have worked for the company to qualify. And Apple is sending out invites to the company's next big launch event on September the 7th, where it's expected to announce the iPhone 14. The event will also be streamed on Apple's website. Apple has held pre-recorded virtual launches since the start of the pandemic back in 2020, but it's inviting some people to watch the event at its headquarters in California. Apple is expected to unveil 4 iPhone models and could show off a new Apple Watch or maybe even a new version of its AirPods that are pretty popular. I just actually got a pair myself a couple weeks ago.
Yeah, they definitely are. They're very useful. So, Frank, my personal phone is, I kid you not, an Apple 7. I got it nearly 6 years ago, so I think I'm due for a new one now, right?
Joe, I have like an Apple -1. My phone is so old. I can only connect my AirPods to my work phone. I'm like telling on myself. My personal phone, they won't even connect.
We're going to go get new iPhones together.
Yes.
All right, Frank? All right. Thanks so much. It is known as the Great Resignation. Tens of millions of workers who've quit their jobs in search of better ones during the pandemic. But new research shows the grass isn't always greener when it comes to jumping ship. NBC News correspondent Gadi Schwartz is in L.A. with more on a new report. Hey, Gadi, good morning.
Hey, Joe, yeah, there's so many reasons that people have quit their jobs over the last 2 years. It's a red-hot labor market. You can find bigger salaries, more benefits, more flexibility, more job fulfillment. At least that's what a lot of people expect to find. But it turns out the reality of the Great Resignation isn't always as rosy.
Call it the Great Resignation regret. More than 40 million Americans left their jobs last year in hopes of finding a career with better pay and hours and more satisfaction. A new survey finds nearly half of people who quit their old jobs for new ones during the pandemic say the switch has not met their expectations.
It was just kind of a slow burn of, oh, this is taking a lot out of me. I miss my old life.
For years, 39-year-old Skylar Maston worked as a server at one of LA's hottest restaurants. But when the pandemic hit, he started thinking about jumping ship.
Waiting tables can be difficult. And with the compounded aspect of COVID, that you're in a mask and a face shield and it's sweaty, it was exhausting.
Skylar also wanted a more stable career because he and his wife hoped to start a family, so he quit and took a job teaching high school English where the pay was 20% less, but the fulfillment would be higher, or so he assumed.
Was teaching what you thought it was going to be?
It was not necessarily what I expected. To realize that, oh, I'm making less money, but I'm probably working 80 to 90 hours a week, grading papers. There was a great sense of, is this really what I want?
Many other workers have shared that disappointment.
Some will leave their jobs thinking that the grass is greener, and sometimes grass is grass.
Career counselor Tony Franis says her firm sees a lot of job jumpers move to new careers that may pay more but are less satisfying.
The work experience and the work-life balance and the company culture is not aligning with their personal goals and priorities.
And just when Skylar thought he was stuck, his former restaurant called, offering him a management job with higher pay and benefits and less stress, so he took it. Experts say it's a national trend known as boomeranging, and boomerangers now make up about 1/3 of all new hires. Some companies wooing back those former employees with better positions and perks. Employees and workers perhaps both learning lessons from the Great Resignation chaos.
Sometimes grass is grass. There's a quote for you there. So, Gotti, what happens if you jump to your new job and find out the grass is grass? What should you do?
Well, experts say do not panic. The demand for workers is still sky high in so many sectors, so it's still very much an employee's market. It is good to start by sharing your concerns with your employer. Also, always be networking, and then even reach out to your previous employer to see if they might have something better, because many times it will. This is kind of one of those situations where it feels like you're going back to your ex. However, it happens a lot more often than people think.
I was literally just thinking of that comparison. Gotti. All right. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Now to your money and how it could be key to building a stronger bond with your partner. Financial therapists say that next date night you have planned is the perfect time to talk finances with your significant other. It is called financial intimacy, and they say it helps to bring couples closer together. Joining us now is Megan McCoy, assistant professor and director of the master's program in personal financial planning at Kansas State University. Megan, good to have you with us. So the words intimacy and finances don't typically go together unless you're someone who likes to say you love money. So help us understand, what is financial intimacy and why is it so important in a relationship?
Absolutely. So I think there's such a money taboo in our culture that most of the times the only time we talk about money with our partner is when we're kind of stressed about it, when we don't have enough, or when we're worried about it. But there's actually been a study recently by Sonia Luder who found that all these couples were getting happier accidentally by seeing a financial planner. And what they realized through the study is that having financial conversations doesn't always have to be stressful or fighting, but actually can be a vehicle about talking about your dreams, your values, your hopes for the future, and can bring couples closer.
So how early in your relationship should couples start discussing finances, and then how often?
Well, I think it's one thing to talk about, like, how much money do you have in your bank account, which makes everybody go, ooh. But another thing to talk about, like, here's my dreams for when I make money. Or recently a Powerball came out, and me and my husband bought tickets, and we're talking about, like, what will we do with that money? How will we actually give to others, find our way to our passions, spend more time with family? It's not the money that we're talking about, but how you're using the money and your underlying values that can be beautiful.
Let's be clear, no matter who you're talking about it with, talking about money can be uncomfortable, it can be intimidating. So how do we approach starting a conversation about finances with our partner, and what are some of the questions that we should be asking?
Yeah, I think the first thing is to get comfortable with yourself. So many of us have these like hangups from our childhood or even hangups from last year around money. And so making sure that you're healthy with money could be a wonderful first step. I think the next way is kind of talking about how your family was raised around money. What do your parents do around money? Like, what's your earliest money memory? What do you think like you want to take forward from your parents' role modeling of money behaviors and money communication into your relationships? That could be a vehicle about talking about those underlying money messages without, again, going back to what's in your bank account. It's not about what you have or don't have, but how you value it and what you want to do with it. As a little side note, we always talk about opposites attract, but that's frankly not true. Most of the time we marry someone very much like us in our big worldviews, but not when it comes to money. So a lot of us are opposites with our partners around money, and that might be the only way we're opposites. So having these conversations can let you get insights on who your partner actually is.
All right. Interesting stuff. Megan McCoy, thanks so much for joining us. Fascinating conversation. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Coming
Thank
up,
you so
big changes are coming to the world of golf thanks to one of the sport's biggest names. Next, how Tiger Woods is working with the PGA to take on the competition from the Saudi-backed Live Golf organization. Next.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
Our show is about sparking conversations around today's biggest issues. The Fed raises interest rates. That controls inflation. Explain how that works. Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs and their relationship to their employers? Could you just remind us why there are 9 justices on the Supreme Court instead of 3 or 20 or 2? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen to the full season now.
It's the best time of the morning. Time for that pop start, baby.
Oh, I'm feeling the vibe today on the show.
Welcome back to Today. We got a lot to celebrate on this Wednesday morning. It's good to have you along with us.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Everybody's good, and that's it.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Our show is about sparking conversations around today's biggest issues. The Fed raises interest rates. That controls inflation. Explain how that works. Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs and their relationship to their employers? Could you just remind us why there are 9 justices on the Supreme Court instead of 3 or 20 or 2? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Big changes are coming to professional golf in a new push driven by the sport's biggest name. Tiger Woods held a players-only meeting to discuss the future of the PGA Tour, which is pushing back against its controversial competitor, the Saudi-backed Live Golf League. Woods really now stepping up as a leader in a sport he has dominated for so long. Tiger Woods is a household name, an undisputed golfing legend. With 15 major championships and a record-tying 82 PGA Tour wins, he's dominated the sport and generated excitement like few other modern athletes.
This scene.
But Woods' career took a horrifying turn last February after a single-car crash nearly ended his life. After the accident, which seriously injured his right leg, Woods admitted his career on the course would never be the same.
I can play certain events here and there, but on a full-time level, no, that will never happen again.
Now, golf's biggest name is trying to revolutionize the sport once again.
Yes, it is.
Off the course, using his influence to protect the legacy of the PGA Tour against a challenger gaining ground in the game. The controversial Saudi-backed Live Golf offered big bucks to entice several major champions like Phil Mickelson and Dustin Johnson to jump ship from the PGA. Woods himself was offered at least $700 million to join Live.
I think that what they've done is they've turned their back on what has allowed them to get to this position.
The 46-year-old turned down the money, instead advocating for his peers in the PGA Tour's future.
He has taken on the role of spokesman. He never did that before.
Last week, Woods and four-time major champion Rory McIlroy held a players-only meeting to discuss ways to improve the game, including marquee events and more prize money. Woods' leadership role speaking volumes.
And I think if someone like him is passionate about it, that's, I mean, no offense to all of us, but that's really all that matters.
Woods and McIlroy also announced their own golf league in partnership with the PGA Tour. It's called TGL, a series of primetime events in a high-tech custom-built arena featuring teams of superstar golfers, giving fans, especially younger ones, a chance to watch Woods and their favorites up close.
To be able to see him still showcase his skills on primetime on TV without really any wear and tear on his body, I think it is a really good use of his time.
Now, in response, Live Golf says in a statement that it's clearly the best thing that's ever happened to help the careers of professional golfers. That does it for this hour of Morning News Now. Stay with us. The news continues right now.
Hey there, everyone. We are so happy, honored, really, that you're spending your Thursday with us. I'm Morgan Radford. My co-anchor, Vicki Wynn, has the day off. Right now on NBC News Now, debt drama. The president's plan to wipe out billions of dollars in student loan debt stirs up new controversy. Who qualifies for the needed relief, and the new fears this will make the ballooning inflation even worse. Plus, redaction deadline. The clock is ticking for the Justice Department to file proposed redactions to the affidavit behind the search warrant for former President Trump's private home. What this all means for the investigation into the hundreds of classified documents taken from the White House. And fired. The Uvalde School's police chief is stripped of his badge for the response to a school shooting that left 21 people dead. The emotional reaction from families who say the firing should have happened months ago. Back to school setback. One state seeing requests for school vaccine waivers skyrocket as kids are just about to head back to the classrooms. We'll tell you why one expert calls this simply scary just a little later. Good Thursday to you, and we begin this hour with that student loan relief that's impacting millions of Americans. The White House says 43 million borrowers will benefit from the president's plan. Now, as many as 20 million Americans will have their student loan balances just completely wiped out. So let's just set the stage for you right here. The vast majority of student debt holders, nearly 75% of them, owe less than $40,000. And more than half of all borrowers owe less than $20,000. So in a nutshell, there are basically three categories of people who will be most affected by this. One, we're talking about a lot of younger people who are just kind of getting those first jobs and they're starting to pay off their loans. And then number two, people with lower credit scores. Third and finally, Blacks and Latinos, who will end up having a higher share of their debt eliminated when compared to their white counterparts. And ultimately, that's because data shows that students of color tend to do a couple of things. One, they take out smaller loans. Two, they owe more money after graduation. In fact, if you break down those numbers, you can see here 90% of Black students and 72% of Latino students take out loans compared to 66% of their white counterparts. And then when you sort of fast forward 4 years after graduation, you can see that the average Black college student owes more than $52,000. And that's compared to around $30,000 for Latinos, $28,000 for white graduates. So at the end of the day, a lot of those loan holders, they look like Juan Ramiro Sarmiento, a young activist who says he had to drop out of school and get a job after his mother had to self-deport back to Mexico during the Trump administration. Borrowers also look like Sharonda Pender, a mother of two in her 40s who still has that loan balance hanging over her head, even though she had to stop going to school to get a job. Take a listen.
I went to school in 93 to 96. So it's like now I wasn't able to finish. Life happened. I had a baby, and I had to get a job outside of college and work, and then, got married, had another baby, long story short. So I was never able to finish. I'm 46 years old and still have this, over my head. So this announcement definitely, it gives a little hope, for a start of some type of relief for us.
I took out loans because I didn't have financial support from my family. I am one of 4 children, but I'm the only U.S. citizen in my family. I come from a mixed status household. I voted for the president specifically for this issue. $20,000 for Pell recipients would be a major victory. And I voted for the president for those reasons, and I would feel like the president is delivering to an extent, even if it's not everything that we advocated for.
So the big picture is that while every student loan holder we spoke to was happy about this decision, many said they do hope that this is just the first step, because even though this is likely to eliminate student debt for around 14.6 million people, there are still around 30 million who owe more than that threshold, with new students taking on debt every single semester. So with that, let's go ahead and bring in NBC News correspondent Tremaine Lee. He's at Texas Southern University, which is a historically black college. Tremaine, it's great to see you this Thursday. First off, just, fill us in on what the students are telling you. We're talking mostly black and brown students at that university behind you. So do they think this decision disproportionately impacts them like the data suggests?
I'll tell you what, Morgan, you talked about how much more debt, student loan debt, that black and brown students end up carrying, which affects generations. But the young people we talked to today said that many of them got scholarships and grants, and so they weren't so worried about student loans. But the one thing that did stand out when we were talking to this one young lady, it was the generational nature, right? How this could be have a generation-changing impact on their families. This young lady said it's not just about her, it's about the generations before. Let's take a listen.
I think it's a pretty good idea, to help people out, struggling with student debt, especially if it's keeping them from, furthering things that they want to do. I feel like that's a great thing because my mom, she has student loans right now, and I know I'm about to have student loans, and I really want her to be forgiven because, certain things you can't do with student loans. So for that to be forgiven, I feel like that's a great thing. So go Biden.
Go Biden. Just imagining the possibilities that they're not shackled with this debt, what they could do with their lives moving forward.
It's really interesting to hear you mention the generational piece of that, because even that young lady saying, look, I got debt, my mom has debt. You hear a lot of, people who feel like this is a poor decision. They're discussing people in the past, like how would that feel if, I worked really hard and paid off my debt and now come to find out I wouldn't have needed to do that. But I wonder if people are also considering the future, right? How many more students will consider pursuing a college degree because that's something that's now affordable to them? I mean, what do the students there say in terms of whether this was perhaps a politically motivating factor, Tremaine? I mean, will it ultimately affect how they vote? I heard that young lady say go Biden, but did any of them sort of feel like this offered a sense of validation that Washington was actually listening to them?
Many of the students we talked to, again, we're in the first days of class. They're younger students. Many will be voting for their very first time in the midterms. But we did hear one young lady echo what organizations and activists across the country are saying, that perhaps it doesn't go far enough, right? There's some reporting that shows that if that number of the debt cancellation goes to 50,000, you'll add 40% of wealth back to black folks. There are 40%. So that's a big deal. So we're hearing some of that saying this is great. It's a great first start. Folks will have a little more room to breathe, but perhaps it doesn't go far enough. And Joe Biden did promise much more. So a lot of folks were banking on that.
It's interesting, Tremaine, because it feels like every week we're seeing these new polls, right? Especially as we head to the midterms. What do people care about? My question to you is, when you talk to these students, how does this student loan forgiveness program rate in comparison to the other issues you talk to in terms of what they care about? Like, do they care more about this than they do abortion? Do they care more about this than they do immigration? What are they telling you?
I'll tell you what, so we're here on campus because we're kicking off this HBCU tour for Into America. We're going to go across the South, engaging with young black voters and these students about what matters most to them. And we've talked to folks in Georgia and around the country, and student loan debt really ranked relatively low. They were concerned about police violence and criminal justice, healthcare, and certainly with the overturning of Roe, reproductive rights. And so for the students who are actively in school right now, accruing some of this debt, it was pretty far down the list, even though they're fully aware from their parents and folks in their communities that they will be saddled with some debt that may encumber their future, but it's relatively low on the list so far.
All right, NBC News correspondent Tremaine Lee. Be sure to check out Tremaine's podcast, Into America, wherever you get your podcasts. Great conversations, great interviews, great reporting. You will not want to miss it. Tremaine, thank you so much for joining us. We appreciate it. President Trump's legal troubles loom large in separate cases today. The first centers on the Mar-a-Lago classified documents investigation. The Justice Department faces a deadline to submit its redaction recommendations for that affidavit that was used in the FBI search. The judge in this case said earlier this week that he's really unsure if any of it will actually be unsealed. Meanwhile, if we go down to Georgia, new developments in the investigation over Trump and his allies' alleged interference in the state's 2020 election. Less than an hour ago, a hearing began where lawyers for Georgia Governor Brian Kemp are trying to get his grand jury subpoena withdrawn. NBC News correspondent Blaine Alexander has been covering this story from the beginning. She's standing by in Atlanta with the very latest on that grand jury case. But first, we begin with NBC News Justice reporter Ryan Riley on today's DOJ deadline. Ryan, you join us now from D.C. The DOJ has previously said it does not want anything released to really avoid potentially compromising their ongoing investigation. The recommendations are due in less than an hour now. So what can we expect to happen after the judge receives them?
I think the judge is going to receive these recommendations privately, and then he'll have to decide what is going to exactly happen. There's a chance that he could release them based on what DOJ has recommended. But I would say I think that those redactions are going to be very heavy that are coming from DOJ. Essentially, when you print it out, it's going to be draining your toner because you're just going to be looking at a lot of black pages. I think they're going to want to keep as much of this as they can secret because they don't want to give Donald Trump essentially a roadmap to what this investigation looks like, who they've been speaking with, what they're looking at, etc. So I think that the recommendations are going to be very heavy, but it's yet to be seen about whether or not the judge is going to accept those recommendations. If he does, he could publish that as potentially as soon as today, but there's also a chance that he could go back and say, I think we can show a little bit more. I don't know if that's necessarily the path he's going to go down based upon what we've seen him right before, because it seems like he's very aware that they also don't want to give Donald Trump this roadmap. There's not a ton that he can share. So we might end up with a document that essentially doesn't give us much new information than we had already received previously when they gave us these the return, and it showed exactly what they had actually seized from Mar-a-Lago and what exactly they were looking for, Morgan.
And speaking of that, Ryan, I mean, just overall, if we sort of take a step back here and look at the 10,000-mile view, where does this investigation stand? And could we see anyone in the former president's orbit subpoenaed because of all this?
Yeah, I think we're at the very early stages of this. This has been an ongoing discussion between the National Archives and Donald Trump's team for a very long time. It's been very clear to Donald Trump's team for a while that they should have returned these documents. Remember, it's not just the classified documents that they had. It's all these documents altogether did not belong to Donald Trump. He wrongfully took them away from the White House. So these weren't something that he was supposed to hold on to at all. These are documents that belong to the American people, will be used for history. You're not just supposed to take all these documents, and there's a reason for that goes back to the Nixon administration, why Congress created this law in the first place, the Presidential Records Act, to ensure that records weren't being squirreled away or taken. So I think that's the broader picture that we have to remember here, Morgan.
All right, NBC News Justice reporter Ryan Riley from D.C. Ryan, thank you. I do want to go now to that Georgia investigation. NBC News correspondent Blaine Alexander is outside the Fulton County Courthouse in Atlanta with the very latest.
Well, Morgan, certainly a lot of moving pieces here in Fulton County. Let's start with Jenna Ellis. This is the former legal advisor to the Trump campaign. But as relates to 2020, prosecutors are very interested in the role that she played in setting up a series or several legislative hearings here in the state of Georgia. That's, of course, where Rudy Giuliani came down and laid forth a number of lies, conspiracy theories about Georgia's election. Prosecutors want to talk to her about that and about her role in setting up those hearings. Now, the other thing, of course, that we're watching is this this back and forth between Governor Brian Kemp and DA Fani Willis. This really is something like a rather contentious back and forth that has kind of spilled into public view over the past week or so, as revealed through a series of court filings. There's a hearing going on this morning for attorneys for the governor who are hoping to quash the subpoena altogether. They are claiming executive privilege, attorney-client privilege, but most specifically, they're pointing to the fact that they say that this process has been politicized, pointing to the fact that it's now so close to the November election that they feel that it's kind of been politically motivated. Now, for her part, DA Fani Willis says that's not the case. They say in their own filing that it's crucial that they hear from the governor saying that he has specific knowledge about what they're looking into, which of course is election meddling, alleged election meddling here in the state of Georgia. So the governor's team is saying, look, if you're not going to quash the subpoena altogether, at least let him come after the November election, saying because we're about 2.5 months out until the governor's race here in Georgia, that it's difficult for him to be prepped for any sort of testimony and also run the state at the same time. They're also requesting to know what specific questions he would be asked, Morgan.
Thanks to Blaine Alexander reporting. We now have video of the tense standoff between law enforcement and the man who police say tried to breach an FBI field office in Cincinnati. The Warren County Sheriff's Office provided this footage to our NBC affiliate WLWT. The suspect led officers on a high-speed chase following that attempted break-in. Now, the nearly 6-hour standoff ended when Ohio authorities say officers shot and killed the suspect. A motive for that breach does remain unclear. However, the suspect made social media posts about wanting to kill FBI agents after the search at former President Trump's Mar-a-Lago residence just earlier on this month. President Biden has a new director of the Secret Service. He announced yesterday that he's naming Kim Cheadle for the leadership role. Cheadle served on Biden's security detail when he was vice president. This shakeup comes amid scrutiny over the Secret Service's missing text messages relating to January 6th. A spokesperson for the agency has previously denied deleting any of those text messages. Cheadle will become the second woman to lead the agency. And stay with us. Skyrocketing rent, it is really taking a toll on millions of millennials. We'll tell you about the major cities where even a tiny apartment simply is not affordable, just after the break.
No stress, no mess, just yum.
That's it.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers right now on Morning News Now.
We're staying on top of the breaking situation in Ukraine.
We are watching dangerous heat this week. Recession, I mean, is that where we're headed? Is there any way to avoid that?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7. The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
The indictment of a former president, perhaps candidate for president, would arguably tear the country apart. Is that your concern? Can you update us on the status of negotiations? Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get a hint.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
We're back now with the latest business headlines. A new whistleblower complaint is making the legal battle between Elon Musk and Twitter even more complicated. And millennials from coast to coast are finding it next to impossible to afford a one-bedroom rental. A lot to unpack there. CNBC correspondent Kate Rogers joins us now with a breakdown of these headlines. Kate, first, let's take a closer look at this new whistleblower complaint. I mean, if there wasn't already so much drama dealing with Twitter and Elon Musk, what are the claims and how could they actually strengthen Musk's push to get out of this multi-billion-dollar deal?
Yeah, Morgan. So up until now, a lot of lawyers thought that Twitter had the upper hand in this battle between Elon Musk and the company over Musk's bid to kind of get out of buying Twitter for $44 billion. Now this whistleblower came forward this week alleging that there were serious security, data, and privacy flaws within Twitter and the platform itself. Musk was saying that Twitter had misled him over the amount of bots and spam that are on the platform, but the whistleblower's claims are much more severe here and could wind up strengthening Musk's case. Some legal experts think. Now Musk's team has subpoenaed the whistleblower, could wind up potentially using him in this battle that's ongoing, and now he may wind up having, more ammunition to get out of buying Twitter, which he seems to seriously want to do.
And Kate, I want to switch gears to something that I feel like a lot of us talk about. I feel like this has almost become like a drinking game in my house. Which city has the worst, rent prices? We're just now sort of learning which cities in the U.S. have the largest gaps in rent-to-income ratio for millennials. So which cities are we talking about? I mean, how bad are these discrepancies?
It's pretty bad. So the West Coast is actually the toughest area for millennials to be able to afford that one-bedroom rental. And this study looked at median annual income and median rents without spending more than 30% of your annual income on rent, which is what financial advisors say you should do. So the worst city for millennial renters was actually the Los Angeles area here. And median annual wage needed to afford that one bedroom is millennials are making about $36,000 annually in that area, and a median annual wage to be able to afford a one bed in the LA area is over $70,000 without spending more than 30% of your income. So a huge discrepancy there. The other cities rounding out the top four: Miami, Fort Lauderdale, West Palm Beach, San Diego, Carlsbad, California, and then Orlando, Kissimmee, Sanford, Florida. San Francisco is also on the list. I live there. New York City, also a big area where a lot of millennials are struggling to afford rent, and that's why about a quarter of millennials say they think they'll be forever renters, which is sad, but in this environment could be true.
No, it is. I mean, I feel like the perennial question is always like, is it just cheaper to rent? Will I be able to save more liquid cash? Or, and it's sad to see that the dream of home ownership is just really dwindling for this generation, for our generation, for millennials. Kate, I do want to switch gears again, though. Amazon just announced its plan to shutter its telehealth service, Amazon Care. I know that these telehealth services were just completely what everyone was using during the pandemic to try to stay healthy. Why did they decide to do this, and why now?
Yeah, this is a surprising move from Amazon as it tried to push into healthcare. As you mentioned, the platform was called Amazon Care. It did offer telehealth services for free and then in-home visits from a nurse for a small fee. So CNBC obtained an internal memo yesterday that essentially said that this was not the right long-term solution for Amazon to continue to move forward. Morgan, it's a crowded space. Telehealth, doctor on demand, teledoc, all of those stocks were rallying yesterday on the move of Amazon getting out of here.
I'll tell you what, these were some good headlines. CNBC's Kate Rogers for us. Kate, thanks for breaking it all down. We really appreciate it. And to our viewers, stay with us. Coming up, why has America only elected men to be president? We'll talk to our very own congressional star correspondent, Ali Vitale, about her new book on what it'll actually take to vote a woman into the White House. That's just after the break.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Back now with our NBC News exclusive.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. Here are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
NBC News, streaming free now.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen to the full season now.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
And what do you love about fatherhood?
The chaos, the learning. Is climate change one of your top priorities?
What's your message to girls who want to make a difference in their own communities?
Believe in yourself.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Women have been elected as the head of state in India, the UK, Pakistan, and dozens of other countries, but never right here in the United States. As the world's oldest democracy, why is it that American voters have yet to put a woman in the Oval Office? And really, what will it take? In her debut book, Electable, Why America Hasn't Put a Woman in the White House Yet, NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ali Vitale explores exactly that question. Ali, first off, I have to say we are so incredibly proud of you. Congratulations on the book. I know this is your baby. I know you put blood, sweat, and tears into this book while you've been zigzagging across campaign trails and then sitting down in Washington to break it down for us 7 days a week on our air. So thank you for that. Look, I want to jump into it because I'm excited, frankly, to read this book. I mean, in the past presidential cycle, there were 6 women. You followed one of those women, Senator Elizabeth Warren. What is different about this presidential cycle compared to previous ones?
Yeah, Morgan, I mean, there was a lot that was different in the 2020 cycle, specifically the fact that instead of just having one singular woman in the field, which is what we had seen a few previous times before, we actually had 6 women. And so there was an ability for all of them to collectively show all of the different ways that you could be a woman running for president. But I feel like in this book, it's really the story of taking 1 step forward and 2 steps back, because it came after a cycle where we saw Hillary Clinton clinch the nomination, the first woman to win a major party nomination, and she ultimately fell short. That was a shadow that cast over the field, but nevertheless, having 6 different women, 4 of them senators, running viable, qualified campaigns for president, that was huge in just the larger landscape of making this road a little bit more even for the women who could come next.
Yeah, Ali, I want to talk for a minute about this fallacy of sameness, which I think, you know, we sort of fall into this trap when we talk about gender or we talk about race. For example, when you talk about, you know, Obama, people say, well, you know, we needed to have the black vote out or the Latino vote out. There were tons of white people, white women specifically, who were voting for Obama. And now there's this common perception that women candidates only have a hard time with male voters. But that is not the full story. So is there gender bias among women, and how do female candidates overcome that?
Well, because Morgan, think about it on the flip side, right? If you have a male candidate and men don't vote for them, people don't clutch their pearls and say, well, gosh, men just won't vote for other men. That is never the way that we think about it. But when it comes to women or just simply non-white, non-male candidates not earning 100% of the people that are in their same demographic, there's suddenly this big confusion as if their people are not coming out for them. And certainly that's not true. And I go into this in the book, the idea of the gender gap widening and being driven by the fact that men broadly are becoming more conservative. And also because in 2016 and 2020, there was this confusion that Trump won white women, when really white women do tend to vote more conservative than they do Democrat.
That's really fascinating. Ali, I hate to do this, reporter to reporter, but I do want to ask you to look into your crystal ball a little bit, because I think this all, I mean, come on, it begs the question. I mean, how close do you actually think we are to electing a woman, regardless of her politics, to the Oval Office? I mean, what really, after all your research, after all your interviews, what is it going to take?
I love the yet in the title because it's really what I'm leaning on right now. This idea that every single person I talk to, and I talked to Secretary Clinton, Senators Warren, Klobuchar, Gillibrand, all of Carly Fiorina, who ran on the Republican side, all these women who have run, and maybe women who could still run in the future, and all of them say the same thing, which is, I hope to see it in my lifetime. And I really do think that we are getting close to that, because I think gone are the days of presidential fields that are only men running. I think the pipelines now on both sides are full enough that we will see women running in every presidential cycle, even if potentially with Liz Cheney, it's not an open field with Donald Trump running on the Republican side in 2024. So those are some of the things that I am looking forward to. The idea that both parties have done enough of the groundwork to have qualified women running in this field. And Morgan, while we're doling out congratulations, you and I both have such big things to celebrate. I'm so happy for you on your news, and I'm really excited for you.
All the babies. Mine just happens to be human.
Babies.
Yours happens to be information. News we can all use, okay? Allie, thank you for this. I really appreciate it. The book is called Electable, Shameless Plug. You should go get it. I'm dying to read it. I hope you guys read it with me. Let's start a book club. Let's talk about it. Allie Vitale, thank you so much. We appreciate it, Allie.
Thank you.
And straight ahead, a heated meeting. We're there as the Uvalde, Texas School Board fires the school's top cop over the deadly delay in responding to an elementary school shooting massacre. We'll have that story just after the break.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it. You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Tonight, I interviewed Secretary of Transportation Pete Buttigieg about the ongoing delays. You seem to be pointing the finger at the airlines. They're pointing the finger back. Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better?
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers right now on Morning News Now.
We're staying on top of the breaking situation in Ukraine.
We are watching dangerous heat this week. Recession, I mean, is that where we're headed? Is there any way to avoid that?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Here's what's happening in your neck of the woods.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
3 months to the day, a lone gunman murdered 19 children and 2 teachers at Uvalde, Texas Elementary School. The school police chief is now out of a job. The school board unanimously voted to fire Pete Arredondo last night. He and other officers are under fire for their slow response to that school shooting. It took more than an hour and 15 minutes to take out the gunman back on May 24th. NBC News correspondent Priscilla Thompson joins us now from Uvalde, Texas. Priscilla, parents and young students got a chance to really express themselves and sound off about that fumbled response at the school board meeting just last night. Walk us through some of the most powerful moments that you all saw.
Yeah, Morgan, the school board meeting got off to a fiery start as soon as the public comment opened. About a handful of people were allowed to speak for around a minute, and they did not hold back. We heard from both families of victims and also students expressing their concerns and calling for greater accountability and also transparency. Take a listen to some of what they had to say to those board members.
Our babies are dead, our teachers are dead, our parents are dead. The least y'all can do is show us the respect to do this in the public.
I have messages for Pete Arredondo and all the law enforcement that were there that day. Turn in your badge and step down. You don't deserve to wear one.
And after that public comment wrapped up, the school board went and met behind closed doors. They met for over an hour to decide whether or not they would fire Arredondo. And during that time, you could feel the tension in the room growing. At one point, someone even getting on the microphone and saying, stop wasting our time, just come out already and tell us what this decision is going to be. And when the board finally did come out and vote unanimously to fire Pete Arredondo, you heard the whole room erupting in cheers. Folks walking out feeling victorious, feeling like they had gotten some justice tonight, but also saying that this is not over and that they want to see more people held accountable. Morgan?
You know, Priscilla, you said that the cheers sort of erupted when this decision was announced, but let's talk now about former Chief Pete Arredondo. I mean, he wasn't at that meeting, but a statement was released on his behalf. What did it say? And frankly, is it likely that he will appeal this decision?
Yeah, that is certainly a possibility. We have reached out to his attorney but have not heard back, so no word yet on if he plans to appeal or even if he plans to sue the school district. But just before that meeting began, he did release a 17-page statement through his attorney, and I want to read part of what that statement said, writing, "Chief Arredondo will not participate in his own illegal and unconstitutional public lynching and respectfully request that the board immediately reinstate him with all back pay and benefits and close the complaint as unfounded." And so that clearly did not happen last night, but his attorney argued that Arredondo did anything a reasonable police officer would have done in this situation. He did nothing wrong, and that instead he is being treated as the fall guy in this situation. Morgan?
All right. Priscilla, I did want to ask you just one quick question before we have to go here. We know that school there starts up in just a few weeks. So what are they doing differently? I mean, how's the community that's just been slammed since May 24th now preparing to restart a brand new year?
Well, it's an incredibly tough time, Morgan, with a lot of difficult decisions. All of the Robb Elementary School students are going to be placed at other elementary schools in this community, and the district says that they are doing everything to keep students safe, including adding additional monitors who will check locks on doors and fences. There are also going to be more than 30 state lawmakers who will be on campuses, although notably the same lawmakers who were on site whenever all of this happened. And so many parents saying that still doesn't make them or their children feel safe, and they're not sure if they'll send their kids back. And Morgan, before I let you go, just wanted to say congratulations on the baby news. This is my first time seeing you since then, so happy for you and your husband.
Priscilla, you're making a brown girl blush, man. Thank you. I appreciate it. I'm very, very excited. Thank you, Priscilla. I hope I have a kid who is as sharp and loved as you are, Priscilla. Thank you so much. We appreciate it. And a small but significant win for the Biden administration. A judge is temporarily blocking part of Ohio's strict new abortion ban, and it's set to take effect today. The federal government sued Idaho earlier this month to protect reproductive rights after the Supreme Court overturned Roe v. Wade in June. Attorney General Merrick Garland says the new law violated part of the federal law. NBC News legal analyst Danny Savalos joins us now. Danny, what exactly is this Idaho law? What does it mean for the rest of us?
The state Idaho law outlaws abortion, basically, and at the same time, you have a federal law, the EMTALA. It's also called the anti-dumping law, but it requires that a hospital with an emergency room that accepts federal funds must stabilize and screen someone who comes to the emergency room. So the argument here is that this federal law requiring stabilization and this Idaho law outlawing abortion come into conflict with each other when the abortion is necessary, for example, to stabilize the patient as required by federal law. So, under the Supremacy Clause and as recognized by the judge, the Constitution requires that where the federal government the federal law and the state law conflict, if the federal law is intended to occupy the field, the state law loses. For that reason, the judge concluded that the federal government is likely to win, and that's why the judge issued what's called an injunction, a pause, preventing this law from being used.
But in everyday terms, I mean, some people are arguing that basically this is forcing doctors to do the opposite of what they're supposed to do. When they put on those white coats, they promise the medical version of protect and serve. Basically, we will do no harm. We will help those who come into our path. What kind of legal sort of can of worms does this now present?
The judge actually observes exactly that challenge, that in the scary moments in the emergency room, a doctor would have to consider whether or not, well, is this abortion medically necessary? Because that's the only way it's allowed under the Idaho law. Or is it just really good for the patient or something that is medically indicated? And now that doctor would have to use that as a defense in a criminal prosecution. That is the position that this Idaho law is going to put doctors in when they're in the emergency room, considering whether or not to give life-sustaining care and stabilize patients as they're required to under federal law.
So, Danny, briefly, tell me about precedent here. I mean, does this sort of provide a blueprint for the Department of Justice when it comes to handling reproductive rights?
Yes and no. It's not a means to overturn Dobbs. As the judge recognizes, that's essentially settled law for now. However, in cases where this law, and it may be narrow situations, but in cases where an abortion is necessary to comply with federal law, and that is screening and stabilization, then possibly that might be a narrow exception to a state's ability to outlaw abortion.
But only in that very kind of small sliver of a case.
In that sliver. Dobbs is not threatened at all by this litigation, and the judge acknowledges that. That is and I'm using a quote, bygone decision. It's already passed us. We're moving forward, according to this judge.
Wow. All right, Danny Savalos for us.
And of course, I have to congratulate you as well, because every other guest has done it. And of course, I'm very happy for you.
I appreciate that. I am very excited myself. So thank you, Danny. And thank you also for the information. That helped me understand it. I wish I'd gone to law school just so I could keep up with you.
You got it.
Thank you, Danny. All right, well, California is making moves to clean up its air. State regulators are expected to approve a new policy today that would ultimately ban the sale of new gasoline-fueled cars by 2035. Now, this move could reduce pollution from cars and small trucks more than 50% by 2040. NBC News correspondent Steve Patterson joins us now to break it all down. Steve, it's great to see you. Let's go ahead and start with this new policy. What exactly is in this proposal, and when could we see it kind of start to be rolled out?
Yeah, well, you kind of said it already, Morgan. If approved, this would essentially change the game. The hope is it would essentially mark the beginning of the end for gas vehicles that most all of us grew up with. So what exactly does it do? All new cars sold in California by about 2035 would be free of greenhouse gas emissions like carbon dioxide. But the plan is to start curbing this early. For instance, there are these interim targets requiring 35% of new passenger vehicles sold by 2026 to produce zero gas emissions, then 68% by 2026. Then to enforce all of this, automakers would be fined up to $20,000 for every car that falls short of that production goal. I want to be clear, none of this would impact used cars or cars that are like already on the road. And the change would be in line with California's goals that they set back in 2020, significantly boosting the production of sales of electric, of hydrogen-powered, and plug-in hybrids by about 100% by the time they want to be right in line with that. But no doubt about it, it's a huge deal, Morgan.
And Steve, I mean, California is the largest auto market in the U.S. Surprisingly, I know you're from Detroit, and a lot of people associate the car industry with Detroit. But, you know, many states are following California's lead when setting auto emissions standards. So what impact could this new rule really have on the global fight to zero emissions?
Yeah, I'm from Detroit. My dad worked for Ford for 40 years,
wow.
But California's auto market is huge. 11% of all new passenger car sales across the entire country come from California. And typically, when this state makes a move like this, like more than a dozen other states at least expected to follow their lead, you know, with a precedent that is likely to extend to a third of the country's auto market. Meanwhile, you know, other states like Washington, like Massachusetts, like New York, they already have similar goals that are in line with this. But even if there was some sort of lag or states don't follow, California's population footprint, its automaking footprint is so huge that, again, it would make a really big difference. Morgan?
And, you know, critics of policies like this, Steve, they point out to the high sticker prices for electric cars, right? I mean, they're also concerned that a rapid rise in EVs could actually strain those electricity grids. So what is the plan to sort of source the extra power that would be needed for more electric vehicles?
Yeah, and you know, let's be fair. I think those critics have a right to be worried. You're talking about a huge shift in infrastructure. You're talking about more expensive vehicles. I mean, starting with the fact that we're going to need more charging stations in this state. There's only about like 80,000 in the state right now. You know, there's a plan to spool that up to about 250,000 by 2025, and there's funding for that spooling up. But you're right, on top of the access to the materials to make the batteries, on top of the supply chain issues that we've been having, improvements to the grid itself would take billions, and the pace to update everything would have to dramatically improve. I'm sorry to kind of give you a non-answer, but there's no real clear, easy answer. It's going to have to come from a lot of different sources.
No, that's the truth. It's a balanced answer. NBC News correspondent Steve Patterson for us in California. Steve, thank you. Thanks. The number of Utah parents asking for their kids to skip kindergarten vaccine requirements is skyrocketing. In fact, 10 of the 13 health districts in the state report an increase in waiver requests, and that's just in the past year. The sharpest spikes are in overwhelmingly conservative counties. Utah news reporter for Axios, Aaron Alberti, joins us now with a closer look. Aaron, first let's just sort of start with those waiver requests themselves. Why are we seeing a spike? And more importantly, why now?
Well, there are a couple of different reasons. One of them is politically neutral. It's that a lot of parents missed their child's kind of child appointments, their doctor's appointments, their routine doctor's appointments during the pandemic. They may have gotten behind on their vaccines, kind of out of sight, out of mind until they went back to school in 2021. And their parents, it was easier to get a waiver than it is to schedule and do the co-pays for a doctor's appointment. They might have done that. However, that's not evenly distributed across the state. What we see is a lot more waiver requests coming from conservative areas. And we know that in the in the several months leading up to fall of last year, that there was a big uptick in anti-vaccine rhetoric that was generally targeted at the COVID vaccine. But there's, some evidence that that is bleeding into other vaccines as well, because the kindergarten immunizations in Utah are mostly things like measles and mumps and whooping cough and polio and things like that.
Speaking of that, Aaron, it's not just about the health concern, right? I mean, this has quickly become a divisive political issue. And your reporting shows that the vaccine waivers more than doubled in a half dozen Utah counties that former President Trump won back in 2020. So why is that? What's the correlation? What is the connection? And ultimately, what's behind this?
I mean, there has been some other national reporting that shows maybe, it is not across the board thing, but there is more now than before COVID, a tendency for people to tie being opposed to vaccines generally and vaccine requirements to a conservative political identity. That said, there are a number of places in Utah that are extremely conservative and that didn't see very much growth in the exemption requests at all. And there are a couple of liberal places in Utah where the waiver requests did go up.
All right. Salt Lake City Axios local reporter Aaron Alberty. Aaron, this is great reporting. Thank you for sharing it with us. We really appreciate it.
Thank you so much.
Of course. And straight ahead, they went to jail on marijuana charges, and now New York is helping them sell pot the legal way. We'll take you inside the first of its kind initiative just after this short break. Stay with us. And before you go, though, are you following us on Twitter and on Instagram? Be sure to check us out at NBC News Now on both of those platforms. We'd love to hear questions, segments, ideas. Come interact with us. We look forward to hearing from you.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen to the full season now.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
Harry Styles!
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
And what do you love about fatherhood?
The chaos, the learning. Is climate change one of your top priorities?
What's your message to girls who want to make a difference in their own communities?
Believe in yourself.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Welcome back to Today. We got a lot to celebrate on this Wednesday morning. It's good to have you along with us.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Everybody's good, and that's it.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers right now on Morning News Now.
We're staying on top of the breaking situation in Ukraine.
We are watching dangerous heat this week. Recession, I mean, is that where we're headed? Is there any way to avoid that?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
So New York is leading the way in a first-of-its-kind initiative letting hundreds of people with prior marijuana convictions get priority when it comes to selling weed legally. Here's NBC News Now correspondent Sinclair Semoa.
What happened on this block?
When I was 13, 1998, I was walking down this pathway right here.
Cos Marte was arrested here for selling marijuana.
A undercover detective grabbed my wrist and just slammed me down to the ground.
24 years later, Cos is working to legally open a New York marijuana dispensary on the same block he was first arrested for it.
First time I got arrested was then, and then it was down a spiral.
Cos says he was in and out of prison for years.
You can't talk about marijuana legalization without talking about the war on drugs.
Chris Alexander is the executive director of New York State's Office of Cannabis Management, writing a major part of the state's 2021 cannabis law.
There was a time when marijuana arrests were the single leading misdemeanor arrest in New York State.
And the consequences for those arrests are far-reaching.
So I couldn't go to a bank and get a regular bank loan because there were restrictions. Business insurance rejected me.
In many states, having a criminal record is a barrier to a marijuana business license. But New York is changing that, expunging those marijuana convictions, now introducing the new conditional adult use retail dispensary or card program, prioritizing the first 100 to 200 licenses to sell cannabis to those with prior marijuana convictions ahead of large corporations, turning that barrier into a business opportunity. Eligibility is straightforward.
Having a New York State conviction for a marijuana offense, the additional requirement is that folks have experience owning and operating a business.
Cos hopes to be one of the new licensees, having operated a successful fitness studio for nearly a decade, and now working to open a new venture, Conbud, selling cannabis with 2 family members just steps away from where his marijuana journey began.
It's a sign of reparations, to give back for what the government has done wrong. I feel like this is a step in the right direction.
And as mentioned earlier, today, New York State has opened up that special application for those with former marijuana use convictions to now sell adult use cannabis and marijuana. And the Office of Cannabis Management tells us that even when they open up those applications to the general public, priority will continue to be given to those impacted by criminal justice and marijuana use convictions. Back to you.
Coming up next, triple crossover. Do you love Detectives Benson and Stabler as much as me? Well, if you do, we'll tell you how the 3 Law and Order series are now joining forces. Stay with us.
Harry Styles!
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Right now on Morning News Now.
We're staying on top of the breaking situation in Ukraine.
We are watching dangerous heat this week. Recession, I mean, is that where we're headed? Is there any way to avoid that?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Welcome back to Today. We got a lot to celebrate on this Wednesday morning. It's good to have you along with us.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Everybody good, and that's it.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top story with Tom Yamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Our show is about sparking conversations around today's biggest issues. The Fed raises interest rates. That controls inflation. Explain how that works. Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs and their relationship to their employers? Could you just remind us why there are 9 justices on the Supreme Court instead of 3 or 20 or 2? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Right now on NBC News Now,
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We've got 3 new developments just this afternoon.
we begin this hour with breaking news.
This is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine.
I don't want to say goodbye.
This factory has gone from making kitchen pots to lethal items.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
Breaking news this morning.
The heartbreak, the grief, and the tears that we have seen here are all tragically familiar. Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told.
No.
The shooting is once again reigniting the debate over gun laws.
If it's Tuesday, it is primary night.
The highest profile races yet this year.
The official confirmation of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson. Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be?
The rollout of COVID vaccines for children under 5.
Inflation is cutting into almost everything. Another honest conversation about what it means to be Asian American.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
All right. Here's what's popping now. For the first time, actress Olivia Wilde is calling out her ex-husband, Jason Sudeikis, over their dramatic custody dispute. She tells Variety that being served custody papers while at CinemaCon in April was vicious but not surprising. Wilde and Sudeikis share custody of their 8-year-old son and their 5-year-old daughter. For the first time ever, all 3 Law & Order series are joining forces. I am such a fangirl, so you're going to get to see Benson, Stabler, McCoy, and more of your favorite characters teaming up to solve a case in a 3-hour crossover marathon, with each show airing one after the other. The historic event is set to air September 22nd right here on NBC. You will know where to find me. Actor John Boyega says that he will not be returning to the Star Wars universe. He played Finn in the latest trilogy and has opened up about experiencing racist online attacks from some fans of that franchise. And he's now moved on to other projects. Boyega is starring in a new crime thriller titled Breaking that hits theaters tomorrow. All right, so question of the day. Could a hairstyle increase the chances of getting more money? A social experiment that's happening right now on TikTok finds that men appear to be more eager to tip when the female server is wearing pigtails. Women are opening up to NBC News about their experiences and just how much more money they're raking in. Joining me now, we have NBC News youth and internet culture reporter Callan Rosenblatt, who wrote that article for us. Callan, wow, a lot to unpack here. How much money are we talking? What's the actual difference here?
Yeah, so again, it's going to vary. You know, different nights have different amounts of customers, but one server I spoke to is basically tracking the percent of sales she makes in tips. So, you know, on an average night, she said she was making around like 13%, started making over 16% of her sales in tips just by changing her hairstyle. So she's saying, I'm changing my hairstyle. I can pay my bills now. I can put food on the table. It's
just for the pigtails.
It's just for the pigtails, just because she changed her hairstyle. So now other servers in that restaurant, other servers across the country on TikTok are now testing this out to see how much money they can make. And they're also saying, you know, if I wear my hair half up, half down, do I still make that kind of money? Unanimously, they are saying if they wear pigtails, they're making more money.
Okay. I'm afraid to ask, but I feel like the obvious question is why. It sounds like these women are describing this as sort of a fetish. What are they saying?
Yeah, so they essentially say they deal with men and creepy customers all the time. So if you're going to deal with a creepy customer, why not make a little extra money off of them? It's a challenge that they already have in their day-to-day life. And again, they're trying to pay their bills. And now, Morgan, we know from cartoons, from pop music, that pigtails are sometimes associated with fantasies. It's unfortunately sort of associated with younger looking women. And so the women I spoke with said, you know, this is playing into, unfortunately, that kind of fantasy, but it is making them more money. And then they have children, they have bills, and they're saying, again, if this hairstyle is going to make more money and I'm going to have to deal with a range of people who sometimes are more creepy, I might as well make more money out of it.
But I guess the question is, does it sort of attract some of that creepiness if you're sort of playing to the attention or the desires of those customers who want that? And I think the larger question is sort of, you know, social media is for everyone, but TikTok is one of the newest platforms, and we see a lot of young people who are watching these videos and hearing about these experiences on TikTok. You know, what does this mean for young girls who are scrolling on their phones, the first phones their mom or daddy just gave them, and they're hearing this? I mean, what does that sort of say to this generation?
I mean, I think unfortunately in society, we know that women have to be really careful about a lot of things. I've had some of these women tell me, you know, I look at pigtails and I don't think of it as a young girl's hairstyle anymore. And they also say they advise parents, if you're going to put pigtails on a young child, to think twice. It's sort of a sad statement on how young women and even girls have to behave around men to feel safe. And that's what, you know, these people are saying. Again, there are people who are frustrated who say you're playing into the stereotype and maybe even validating this sort of fetish that some people may have. But again, for these women, it all comes down to the money.
Yeah, no one should have to alter their look or appearance just to sort of get paid well to do their job, right?
Absolutely.
Wow, just fascinating discussion, certainly a talker. Callan Rosenblatt, thank you so much. We really appreciate you bringing this reporting.
Thanks, Morgan.
And to our viewers, thank you so much for joining us. Be sure to follow us on Twitter, to follow us on Instagram, on Facebook. We are here. We want to hear from you. Come interact with us. My name is Morgan Radford, and your news continues just after this short break.
Welcome back to Today. We got a lot to celebrate on this Wednesday morning. It's good to have you along with us.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Everybody good, and that's it.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get a hint. Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Welcome back to Today. We got a lot to celebrate on this Wednesday morning. It's good to have you along with us.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Everybody good, and that's it.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Good Thursday, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us here on NBC News Now. I'm Morgan Radford. My co-anchor, Vicki Wynn, has the day off. Right now on NBC News Now, deadline day, the Justice Department is up against the clock to block parts of a key document in the FBI search of former President Trump's private home. We'll tell you what this means for the investigation just ahead. Cancellation controversy. President Biden makes good on a campaign promise to cancel billions of dollars of student loan debt, but not everyone is happy about it. Inside this growing debt debate coming up. Game-changing treatment. How psychedelic magic mushrooms could actually help people struggling with alcohol addiction kick the habit for good. Plus, higher calling. A far-right Christian cell phone company spends $500,000 to take over 4 Texas school boards. Why company executives call this a mission of God. Good Thursday to you. We begin with the latest in the Mar-a-Lago classified documents investigation. Right now, noon Eastern marks the deadline for the Justice Department to send its redaction recommendations for the affidavit that was actually used in that FBI search. The judge overseeing the case made this order last week, and former President Trump has previously denied any and all wrongdoing. Criminal defense attorney and former prosecutor Bernardo Villalona joins us now and will stay with us in just a moment. But first, NBC News Justice and Intelligence correspondent Ken Delanian joining us now from D.C. Ken, first off, what's the timeline look like? I mean, how long could we have to wait until we see the redactions, if anything, is in fact released publicly?
It's unclear, Morgan. All we know is that the Justice Department had until right now, noon, to submit their proposed redactions to the judge. How long the judge gets to mull it over and what he'll decide to do now and how he will tell the world, we don't know. But, you know, there's really only a handful of possibilities here, one of which is he just decides to release a redacted version of the document. Another possibility is that he decides that the redactions are so extensive that it's not worth releasing anything, and he may put a notation in the docket to that effect. And then the third possibility is he disagrees with the extent to which the Justice Department proposes blacking this thing out, in which case he said that he would put it all under seal and allow the DOJ a chance to appeal his ruling, and so we wouldn't see anything today. So chances are we're not going to see much, but we're still holding out hope, Morgan.
All right, NBC News Justice and Intelligence correspondent Ken Delaney for us there. Ken, thank you. And joining me now in our studio, we have Bernarda Villalona. She's a criminal defense attorney and former prosecutor. Bernarda, these have some pretty, this case, a lot of unusual, unprecedented challenges. For the prosecutors, what sort of challenges are they facing right now in trying to make this case?
There are numerous challenges in this. I was a former prosecutor for 16 years, and I've written numerous search warrants. And one of the key issues and challenges in the releasing of a probable cause affidavit is that I'm releasing the information of the people that cooperated or confidential witnesses or what I've already done during the investigation, which can change the trajectory of the investigation and can put my witnesses at risk. We're talking about possible destruction of evidence. There's so many different possibilities that it's not worth the releasing to the public, the affidavit, the probable cause that led that judge to sign that search warrant.
That's really interesting. When you flip that sort of on its head then and look at this from a defense perspective, what are the challenges there? Sort of what do you anticipate the defense to do? And what do you really expect the people who are in Trump's inner circle to do?
Well, that's the problem, and that's why the defense wants that affidavit revealed, because the defense wants to know what information do you already have? What exactly are you looking for? Who's cooperating in this case? What are your next steps? So I can prepare a proper defense. But right now, what defense attorneys are preparing for, you do not know much except what your client, Donald Trump, may be telling you.
And speaking of that client, a term that a lot of us really hadn't been familiar with was this special master request. Mr. Trump, his team, asked for a special master to oversee this investigation. What does that mean, and what does that sort of signal to you about this investigation?
So in terms of a special master, they're asking for a neutral party to come in, and that neutral party to be the eyes and ears and the decision maker in looking at all of these documents, to take it away from the judge. The problem that you have here is that you already have a judge that's been assigned, that being the magistrate. When you bring in another party and you're talking about documents that are so confidential, now you're putting someone else into the mix. But the reality is that Donald Trump, and requesting this special master, you're late in the game, 2 weeks out already. So a lot of these documents were probably already reviewed, because I'm sure the government didn't take these documents and just let it sit and collect some dust, especially when they're looking for information that was so dear and crucial in timing to collect that they needed a search warrant to collect immediately.
And sort of a thought, have you ever seen anything like this? What about this sort of surprised you most?
Well, what surprised me the most, of course, at the timing of it, that they decided to execute this search warrant now, so many months out from when Donald Trump left office. But that all gives you insight as to when was it that these witnesses, because we know it's multiple witnesses, cooperated with the government. So it could be information that they were just recently gathered in order to get them the probable cause to get a search warrant. But I'm sure Merrick Garland, he thought this out, because when you're coming for the head man in charge, the head position of this country, you have to make sure that all your I's are dotted and your T's are crossed.
And what are you looking for in terms of the focus when you think about this investigation? Is there anything that you think we should be focusing on at this point in order to really get the answers that the American people want and need?
Well, the American people aren't going to get the full picture. And regardless, you're not going to get an agreement as to what everyone wants to see, because those people that are in denial, it doesn't matter how much you expose to them, they're still going to be hypocrites and critics of the investigation itself. The reality is you have to separate politics from the investigation. Because politics shouldn't play. Exactly. Politics doesn't play with justice inside of a courtroom. All of this it shouldn't, at least. All of this is going to be litigated in a courtroom. And you have to guide your investigation and your decision making as to what are you going to do in the courtroom, not for the public eye.
Bernarda Villalona, class is in session. Thank you. Thank you for joining us. We really appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, the numbers are jarring. Total student loan debt tops $1.7 trillion. President Biden's action to cancel some of that will bring relief to millions of Americans. In fact, the White House says that 43 million borrowers will benefit from the president's plan, and as many as 20 million people will have their student loan balances just completely wiped out. But Americans appear divided on the issue of student loan forgiveness, and the president is now facing pushback on some of the possible consequences of this decision. We're going to talk the real-life impact with NBC News correspondent Dasha Burns in just a moment. Let's go ahead and begin with NBC News senior White House correspondent Kelly O'Donnell. Kelly, we spoke when we anticipated that the president was going to announce this yesterday. Now we have the official plan. Walk us through what that plan actually looks like. I mean, who is standing to benefit when it comes to getting relief in terms of those student loan borrowers?
Well, after a lot of consideration, Morgan, the president who had really given this a lot of time and was sort of hit by all sides with recommendations on what he should do, here's where he landed. Making a debt for those who have Pell Grants, so those are the students who demonstrated greater financial need in the beginning, they get up to $20,000 forgiven. Those seeking federal loans who have had federal loans and have that debt, they get $10,000 of loan forgiveness. So that, for many people, represents a significant part of their debt burden. For others who have much larger debt, it might just be a piece of the puzzle. For a much broader group of those who are paying back on loans, the extension of having to make those monthly payments will continue. We've seen that during the COVID period. That will continue now through the end of this year. And the White House says this will be the final extension. And so they're alerting people to make plans to put that money back into their budget planning so that in the new year they will have to begin repaying their loans. But they point out that the entire time the president has been in office, and by January that will be 2 years, there has been no repayment of those federal loans. And they cap the amount of monthly repayment at 5% of someone's income. So what the White House was looking to do here is to try to provide relief and to do it with an income cap of $125,000, so only affecting those who qualify. And this is not something that happens automatically. People do need to apply, and there are other kinds of programs within this where they may see additional relief. People who have had jobs that fall under public service where there may be other ways to get some additional loan forgiveness. And so it does require a little homework on the part of borrowers. But this is the kind of relief that many Americans have said they have wanted, and the president had promised as a part of his campaign pledge. And it has taken some time for him to formulate what he wanted to do, especially under a lot of pressure from Democrats to do even more, and plenty of predictable pressure and criticism from the political right, Republicans and others, who say this is the wrong way to do it. It doesn't solve the problem of the cost of higher education, and it transfers the burden of this debt. That doesn't just magically go away. It becomes a part of the overall tax burden for all American taxpayers to pick up that tab. Relief for some, it gets paid by everyone. And the White House says that's just something they believe these individuals need this relief, and the president wants to provide it. Morgan?
Kelly, I think you have sort of outlaid that criticism better than anyone I've heard all day. I mean, that makes perfect sense. But, you know, how much ultimately will that criticism cost him? Because the president is sort of, you know, aware that he's facing this tough backlash. And when we talk about the timing, just months away from the midterms, do we have a sense of which voters this could potentially cost him and what that could look like in just the months ahead?
Well, the argument I expect you will hear from the president and his allies is that doing something that helps Americans is a battle he's willing to take on. And he is not claiming that this is fair to all Americans because there is a shifting of the burden, but that it is a need that should be met, and that it is a need that he can answer with this kind of program. Just as he, when asked about the fairness issue, said, is it fair that there were tax breaks for wealthier Americans under the Trump administration? Or is it fair that certain corporations get tax breaks? Not everything is fair. There's not a level playing field. And so he sees a need, and a need that he thinks will be responsive to especially promises that he has made. And certainly Democrats hope it will inspire and animate their voters to turn out. And Republicans will certainly say this is unfair, even beyond what the president has the legal authority to do. It'll be an issue for sure over the next few months on the campaign trail.
All right, NBC News senior White House correspondent Kelly O'Donnell. Kelly, thank you. Let's go in and bring in NBC News correspondent Dasha Burns now. She's in Kensington, New York. Dasha, you were at a restaurant there when the news of this plan first broke. What was the immediate reaction?
Yeah, Morgan, I mean, this is such an example of just how quickly an announcement like this can spread like wildfire in just one small place and how much it can have an impact. I was sitting in between live shots yesterday at the bar at a restaurant doing some work, having a little late lunch. When the news came out, there was a couple sitting next to me who started talking about it. And the bartender, who's also the manager of this restaurant, Restaurant Kinsley, behind me here, she realized, wait a minute, I think I qualify for this. She didn't believe it at first, but then she went and did some research on her break, and it turns out she did. Her name is Katie Ritchie. She went to the Culinary Institute of America. She made the decision to go and spend all of that money when she was young and didn't really know what student loans would really mean. And now she has $16,000 left to pay off. And this $10,000 will really mean so much to her. And the news really spread like wildfire throughout the staff at the restaurant. Take a listen to what Katie told me. So what's your loan situation now?
So I have $16,000 left. With the loan forgiveness now, they knocked 10 off, so that's only 6 left, which is crazy. Like, it's crazy. That's a lot.
I mean, what went through your mind when you realized you qualify and this is actually going to happen?
Definitely very excited.
Morgan, she and her partner just bought a home. She's thinking down the line about family planning as well. And something like this can really impact not just the day-to-day paying of bills, but really how she's thinking about her finances and how that impacts her big life decisions going forward, Morgan.
And Dasha, I mean, the reality of this is that, debt can be a real stressor, not just financially, but mentally.
Yeah.
I mean, for the people that you've talked to, what is the real life impact for them specifically? I mean, how do they say this is going to change their lives for better or for worse?
Yeah, Morgan, like I mentioned, the news spread very quickly through this restaurant. I talked to another server named Rebecca Kelly. Her and her husband together have about $100,000 of debt. They both have full-time jobs. They both have been working extra shifts, extra hours. Her husband took a job driving with Uber to try to pay down some of that debt. They just had a newborn baby. She tells me that the anxiety of having to pay those loans back has been weighing heavily on them. And to know that there's just a little bit of relief coming is a really big deal for everything. What they're buying at the grocery store, vacations, and planning for the future of their newborn baby, their 5-month-old daughter, Morgan.
All right, NBC News correspondent Dasha Burns. Dasha, thanks so much for joining us. We appreciate it. And stay with us. Coming up, Instacart is making some upgrades to its service. We'll take a look at the new products they'll soon be delivering to your front door.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen now.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that.
Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Harry Styles!
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers right now on Morning News Now.
We're staying on top of the breaking situation in Ukraine.
We are watching dangerous heat this week. Recession, I mean, is that where we're headed? Is there any way to avoid that?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
We're here to start conversations because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now tonight with Joshua Johnson, weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
desire, deception, and a double cross. The Seduction, a deadly love story only Dateline and Keith Morrison can tell. Listen now, wherever you get your podcasts.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top Story with Tom Yamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen now.
All right, topping the latest in business headlines, it could be game over for some PlayStation fans as inflation sets in. And Instacart is taking home delivery all the way to the next level. CNBC correspondent Kate Rogers joins us now with a breakdown of those headlines. Kate, let's start with the news out from Sony. Not everyone will see PlayStation 5 price hike, but which markets will this actually affect, and by how much, really?
Hey again, Morgan. So Sony is hiking the price of its PlayStation 5 console in several international markets due to inflation and other global economic factors like currency headwinds that are being felt around the world. The hikes are effective immediately, except if you're in Japan, where they will begin on September 15th. Customers in the U.S. are lucking out, though, because there are no price hikes here. Europe will see a 50 euro increase, the UK a 30 euro increase, Japan 5,000 yen increase, China a 400 yuan increase. Those are just some of the hikes. Sales at Sony fell 2% year on year in its gaming unit in June. So we'll see if these price hikes impact whether or not people are willing to buy.
And what about Instacart, Kate? I mean, it's making some changes to its entire delivery model, really expanding the kinds of items that you can actually order. What do we know about the new service?
So Instacart is launching what it's calling big and bulky fulfillment capacity that lets you order same day and then schedule delivery for bigger items. It's going to be available for things from stores including Big Lots, the Container Store, Office Depot, Staples, and more. For items like outdoor furniture, home office supplies, and electronics, as you can imagine, bigger items. For those delivering these items, it's also a way to earn more money. If you have a larger vehicle, you can deliver what they're calling bulky batches. And Instacart said that about 90% of its eligible shoppers opted in to deliver those. It's testing these in the U.S. and Canada in the weeks to come. So we'll see if people actually want to take them up on it. But it looks like the drivers with bigger cars are looking to make more money and interested.
Finally, Kate, let's talk about GameStop. I mean, they're rolling out new rewards for employees. What kind of perks are the employees going to see? What are we talking about here?
So GameStop is going to be rewarding its employees with stock and pay raises as it looks to regain its footing and profitability, hopefully, under new leadership. The Wall Street Journal is reporting that a memo was sent yesterday and shows that it plans to award stock to all of its U.S. store leaders and also give raises to senior staff. Leaders are going to receive up to $21,000 in stock that'll vest over 3 annual installments. It will invest up to $50 million, GameStop, in this new initiative. The Journal says it's looking to refocus on its bricks and mortar business after it pivoted to e-commerce last year, Morgan.
All right, CNBC correspondent Kate Rogers for us there. Kate, thank you. Well, speaking of money, you might want to double check the price on your dream home today. That's because housing prices fell for the first time in 3 years in July. According to the mortgage firm Black Knight, it's the biggest drop in the market since January 2011. It's also the second worst July performance dating back to 1991. Home prices rose during the beginning of the COVID pandemic as demand surged. Well, now Black Knight claims it's the most affordable time to buy a home in 30 years. That's some good news. Straight ahead, a potential breakthrough in the fight against addiction, how a drug made from psychedelic mushrooms can actually help some addicts kick their habits for good. Join us just after the break.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Right now on Morning News Now.
We're staying on top of the breaking situation in Ukraine.
We are watching dangerous heat this week. Recession, I mean, is that where we're headed? Is there any way to avoid that?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
And what do you love about fatherhood?
The chaos, the learning. Is climate change one of your top priorities?
What's your message to girls who want to make a difference in their own communities?
Believe in yourself. These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that.
Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers right now on Morning News Now.
We're staying on top of the breaking situation in Ukraine.
We are watching dangerous heat this week. Recession, I mean, is that where we're headed? Is there any way to avoid that?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Our show is about sparking conversations around today's biggest issues. The Fed raises interest rates. That controls inflation. Explain how that works. Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs and their relationship to their employers? Could you just remind us why there are 9 justices on the Supreme Court instead of 3 or 20 or 2? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
So check this out. I'm curious about your opinions on this one. There is potential breakthrough for millions of Americans struggling with addiction. A new study finds a psychedelic drug and psychotherapy helped people fighting alcohol use disorder reduce their drinking for at least 8 months. Researchers used 2 doses of the pill psilocybin, the compound found in psychedelic mushrooms, like magic mushrooms. NBC News medical fellow Dr. Akshay Syal joins us now. Dr. Syal, what sort of stood out to you about this study? Because I'm sure a lot of people are curious. I mean, magic mushrooms, does that help?
Yes, let's break this down a little bit. It was a randomized placebo-controlled trial, which is the gold standard of evidence. It was actually the first and the largest on psilocybin and alcohol abuse. And basically what they found is, they gave one group psilocybin, they gave the other group diphenhydramine, which is Benadryl. And they found that people who got the magic mushrooms basically had 2 things. One, 83% reduction in heavy drinking, and 7 months after their last dose, they remained sober. Half of them hadn't had a drink at 7 months after their last dose. And I actually spoke to the study author about really what this means, and here's what he had to say.
The effects seem to persist for many months after the treatment is finished, suggesting that it's actually doing something to alter the actual disease, not just to treat the symptoms.
So the big thing he says here, 7 months after the last dose, half of them remain sober. So there's an idea here that it may be changing the brain in some way. So we're not swapping out an alcohol addiction for a magic mushroom addiction. That's not really what's going on here.
So it's interesting because you sort of write about how this has potential to rewire your brain, as you said. But I mean, does it really work? Are you so confident in the results of the study that you would sort of recommend magic mushrooms to someone who has an alcohol addiction? Does it work?
So off the top, no, we're not there yet where I would recommend patients who have alcohol abuse go out and do shrooms in a cabin in Woodstock. We're not there yet. What this really is showing is that, when you take psilocybin, there's an idea that it may rewire the brain in the sense that promote what's called neuroplasticity. And all that really means is it makes your brain more pliable, more amenable to change. Now, the key thing here is you really need that therapy to make sure you change for the good, because change can be a bad thing, right? So the therapy can kind of guide you in the right direction. So it's a 2-hit punch.
Okay, so that's interesting, because I do feel like a lot of people sometimes say, wait a minute, just give me the drug. I don't want to do the therapeutic work. But you're saying that's a necessary component to this.
Absolutely, yeah. Every expert I've talked to in the last few months about this, yes.
Now, you said just a minute ago, this isn't swapping one addiction for another. But I have to be honest, for a lot of people who sort of see this story at first glance, it kind of sounds like that. Why? Why is this not just swapping an addiction to mushrooms for addiction to alcohol?
So in a traditional sense, mushrooms aren't considered an addictive drug. You can build a tolerance to them, but overall, they're not addictive in the way we think of opiates are. And the reason we're not really swapping one out for the other is because they only got 2 doses. And then, you know, some were offered a 3rd dose, but 7 months after that 2nd dose, half of them weren't craving any alcohol at all. So it's, you know, one patient kind of described it to us as an antibiotic. You know, you have a disease, you take an antibiotic, and you remain disease-free. And that's kind of the idea here.
Now, that's really interesting. You did just mention opiates. Does this have the potential to work with other addictions?
Yeah, so I think the big one here you're going to hear a lot about is smoking cessation. There's a first NIH-funded trial in 50 years on psilocybin, on psychedelics in general at Johns Hopkins. And there's a group studying this to see if we can actually get people, you know, one group to get nicotine patches, the other group to get psilocybin, and to see if we can get them to stop smoking altogether with just a few doses.
So what is the difference then between LSD, for example, and ecstasy?
Well, so these are all sort of in the psychedelic range. You know, they all work on different receptors in the brain, and they all can cause different visual hallucinations, auditory hallucinations. And, you know, there's interest in really studying all of these for addiction, whether it's opiate use disorder, smoking cessation, alcohol use disorder. You know, the big one experts have told me about is cocaine use disorder, because we really don't have a lot out there for cocaine use disorder.
I have to say, this is fascinating.
Yeah.
Like, I'm on the edge of my seat. Like, I'm hooked, for lack of a better word. I think I'm curious to see where this research goes, because, I mean, anything you can do to help people, especially with the combination of therapy, I mean, sounds like a great idea, something at least worth exploring. Dr. Akshay, thank you so much for joining us. We really appreciate it.
Anytime.
All right, so as students around the world return back to school, COVID shows signs of finally slowing down. The World Health Organization says COVID deaths around the world fell by 15% in just the last week, while new cases dropped by 9%. The number of new infections declined in every region in the world except one. The most dramatic decline came in Europe, where deaths fell by 1/3. Straight ahead, 47,000 students in Columbus, Ohio could return to school in person next week. We'll tell you about the new deal that's on the table right now to end the strike just after the break. And don't go anywhere. We would love to hear from you. Share your thoughts, share story ideas, share segment ideas, give us questions. Follow us on Twitter, follow us on Instagram. We would love to connect.
The indictment of a former president, or perhaps candidate for president, would arguably tear the country apart. Is that your concern?
Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top story with Tom Yamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by. Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Columbus, Ohio students returned to full-time in-person learning on Monday after a conceptual agreement was reached just overnight between the City Board of Education and the Columbus Education Association. This all comes after 4 days of teacher strikes. NBC News correspondent Jesse Kirsch joins us now with the latest. Jesse, it's great to see you there. Let's first just start with this agreement. I know a lot of people were breathing a sigh of relief when they heard that at least a conceptual framework was put together last night. What can you tell us about it?
Yeah, very little at this point, Morgan, because it's not even 12 hours old. This came together in the middle of the night, the early morning hours. The announcement came through. Here's what the Board of Education here in Columbus is saying about this agreement. While the details cannot yet be disclosed, the contract recognizes the board's commitment to improving our student outcomes, the essential work of the CEA members, referring to the teachers union, and strengthening our learning environment. We know that the teachers union had been pushing for multiple things, including smaller class sizes, improvements to heating and air conditioning in the schools, and had been looking for full-time PE, music, and art teachers in all of the elementary schools in the district. But at this point, again, we don't know exactly what is in this agreement because it is not even 12 hours old yet.
And what are you hearing from the teachers? I mean, after 4 days of strikes, how are they feeling about it?
Yeah, so the teachers union put out a video overnight when this agreement came to be, saying that it is excited to bring this forward to its membership for ratification, because remember, this is an agreement between the teachers union, a tentative agreement between the teachers union and with the School Board of Education here in Columbus, Ohio. But the teachers union membership, which is more than 4,000 people, according to the union, they have to vote on this. And remember, the strike happened. The strike started because 94% of the teachers union, according to the union, voted against the last offer from the district and voted to go on strike. So at this point, it is something that is being presented to the membership. All of the teachers and other staff members in that union will have to look it over and decide if they can support it like their leadership says they do.
Speaking of which, Jesse, I mean, we're all sort of finally breathing a sigh of relief as we fight our way out through the end of this pandemic. And something that a lot of people are just looking at and focusing on across the country is the transition plan. I mean, what is it like there to transition students and teachers from remote classes to in-person learning over the next couple of days? What are they planning?
Right, and we know that remote learning has been one of those very touchy subjects throughout the pandemic, and it is something that has been seen as a huge hurdle for students to overcome. So you can imagine how frustrating it might have been for this community to be told that your children are going to have to start the school year on remote learning if you were planning on being back in the classroom. So we know as of now, remote learning will finish out this first week of school. They will be back in the classroom. We're told if this agreement comes to be ratified, that will happen on Monday. But for the next 2 days, the school district, the Board of Education, says that teachers will have these next 2 days to prepare and get ready to be back in the classroom, because it has been substitutes in online learning for the students for the start of the year. But all that is supposed to end on Monday if things go as planned.
All right, we will wait and see. NBC News correspondent Jesse Kirsch for us. Jesse, thank you. Meanwhile, hundreds of students are back at Michigan High School turned crime scene last year. Oxford High School students were greeted with a new weapons detection system at each entrance, stepped up patrols around campus, and a mandate for clear backpacks today. Last November, a 15-year-old gunman opened fire, killing 4 students and injuring 6 others. He is in an adult jail until his trial begins later on this year. Well, speaking of guns, the nation's largest city has new rules when it comes to legally carrying a gun. Months after the Supreme Court ruled New York State's concealed carry law was overreaching and unconstitutional, New York City is out with new steps for getting a concealed carry permit. NBC News correspondent for investigations Tom Winter joins us now. Tom, bottom line, what are these new rules?
Right. So ever since this decision came forward, which effectively knocked New York State and certainly New York City's ability to make you say essentially prove it. You want a concealed carry permit? You got to show us a reason why you need it. That's something that differs from a lot of other states. And so what happened here is that with the Supreme Court deciding that that should not be an effective bar to somebody getting a concealed carry permit, New York City in particular, and the NYPD's gun licensure division, which handles these requests for the 5 boroughs of New York, had to take a look at its rules and say, okay, we can modify them. We can put in some reasonable checks and the ability to make sure that somebody is following the law. We just can't do what we made you do before, which was a 6 months, even a year process to basically prove it to the NYPD that you're somebody that should have a concealed carry permit unless you were a security guard or an armored car driver or somebody who's a former police officer. And so what these new rules establish is a way of going forward for the gun licensure division to look into your background. There's new language that has to deal with the red flag laws, the emergency risk of protection orders in New York State. So it encompasses a lot of things that have been out there, cleans up a lot of the language and says, we've got some new hurdles. Some of them we're looking at on screen, which are 4 character references, a list of your social media accounts. That goes back 3 years. So every social media account that you've had over the past 3 years, you have to list those for the NYPD. You have to conduct an in-person interview at police headquarters, and you also have to complete a live firearm safety course. These are all new things that you have to have saved for the interview. So I think it'll provide a little bit more of a roadmap and basically allows the New York City Police Department, in their words, to kind of interact with the person who's going to be applying for this and make sure they know who they're giving this license to.
What about these sort of so-called gun-free zones? I understand there are places where even if you do have the permit, you're not allowed to go with a gun. Where are they?
Right. So initially, we're looking at Times Square. There's a preliminary area there where you're not allowed to go with it. There's also going to be, and this is in the process of all coming through with legislation and new rules and new statutes in New York State, but it appears that the subway system is going to be another one of those places where you can't bring a concealed carry permit. So I think when you look at this, you're looking at the city essentially saying, where are our highest risk areas? where are the most amount of people moment to moment where we could have an accident with a gun, or worse, we could have somebody being involved with a shooting? Where can we try to prohibit those guns from going into? It's a bit of an honor system. You don't have police at every single turnstile and subway stop. And if you're just walking down the street in Times Square, how is somebody going to know whether or not you're carrying a concealed weapon? That's the whole point, is that it's concealed. So there are some challenges to it, but that's what at least they've laid out as far as initial rules and procedures.
Well, speaking of which, these rules are new, certainly for New York, but what about other places? I mean, could we see sort of a similar dynamic set up in other cities and other states?
Well, I think that's going to be an interesting thing to watch. First off, if there are any legal challenges to what the NYPD is putting forward as far as these new rules, which are going to be effective the 1st of September. But I think when you look at other cities and states, in light of what we've seen, in light of individuals that have had clear mental health concerns or have made statements in the past that would certainly be concerning to anyone, are we going to see these types of enhanced, you might want to call it screenings, if you will, prior to somebody getting a concealed carry permit? Having said that, most of the shootings that we've had, the mass shootings that you and I have talked about on so many occasions, do not involve concealed carry permits, involved assault-type rifles. So those were, typically we see legally purchased weapons that are not allowed to be carried openly in most of these places, certainly not allowed to be used in the way that they were in killing dozens of individuals. But it's not something where there would necessarily be a tripwire here with the concealed carry permit.
Yeah, really, really interesting, especially sort of in a city like this.
It will be interesting to see. It'll be interesting to see how many people apply. And this process has never been quick in New York City. You know, some states it's pretty fast. Here, we're talking about a half a year, even more.
Whew, Tom Winter. Tom, this was great.
To be continued.
Yes, yeah, exactly. I hope it's not in a year, but
exactly.
Thank you, Tom. We appreciate it. All right, 3 U.S. service members were hurt in Syrian rocket attacks on Wednesday. All 3 suffered minor injuries. U.S. Central Command confirmed an Iranian-backed group was behind that attack, and they believe it was in response to U.S. airstrikes targeting an Iran-affiliated military group earlier that day. NBC News Pentagon correspondent Courtney Kuby joins us now. Courtney, what more can you tell us about the details of this particular attack?
So there's been a real escalation in this back and forth between the U.S. military and these Iran-backed groups. The most recent one, where we saw 3 U.S. service members with minor injuries, that was a series of rocket attacks on 2 different locations housing U.S. troops in Syria. One is called Konoko, the other Green Village. They're both in northeastern Syria. In both cases, a number of rockets were fired on these 2 bases, and several service members, as I said, received minor injuries. Well, in retaliation for that, the U.S. military responded with a series of strikes. The first one was from Apache attack helicopters. They targeted at least 3 vehicles believed to be driven by or with some of the people who were firing these rockets. A number of people were killed in those strikes. In the ensuing hours, there have been even more strikes, though, Morgan, including from airplane gunships, AC-130s, and from some ground artillery.
And Courtney, I mean, there's been airstrikes between the U.S. and Iran since that August 15th attack on U.S. military facilities in Syria. What do we know about the U.S. strikes? I mean, what have they specifically targeted?
So the ones that were specifically in retaliation for the August 15th attack, which, by the way, that was a coordinated attack, again, against 2 different locations, Green Village, the same one that was targeted yesterday, and then one in the south part of Syria called Atanf Garrison. In both cases, there were no U.S. service members injured or killed. There was a little bit of property damage. So the U.S. responded in direct retaliation to that with some strikes on some of these Iranian-backed groups' bunkers. So these are like storage facilities. They have ammunition. They have some logistics supplies. But the U.S. was very specific not to target individuals. And in fact, initially, when they planned this mission, they were planning to hit 11 bunkers. At the last minute, they saw some potential proof of life, maybe some people moving around 2 of them, and they only hit 9 of the bunkers in an effort to not take out not kill anyone at the location. That just really shows how fast this has progressed and escalated in just about 36 hours. The fact that the U.S. military intentionally targeted and killed some of these Shia militia groups in the strikes yesterday.
Yeah. Great reporting, NBC News Pentagon correspondent Courtney Kuby. Courtney, thank you.
Thanks.
Meanwhile, a new wave of Russian rocket attacks on a Ukrainian train station leaves at least 25 people dead and dozens more wounded. That attack happened on Ukraine's Independence Day and also the 6-month mark of that Russian invasion. Ukrainian President Zelensky warned Moscow might, quote, attempt something particularly cruel this week. NBC News foreign correspondent Megan Fitzgerald joins us now live from Kyiv. Megan, it's good to see you. You know, we understand that this could be one of the deadliest strikes on civilians in Ukraine in weeks. What more are we learning about the details of that attack?
Yeah, Morgan, you're absolutely right. What we know is that this happened last night. This rocket crashed right into this railroad station in the east of the country where 25 people were killed, 31 people were injured. We know that vehicles erupted in flames, and according to authorities, there were people inside. Another rocket striking a residential area, taking out a home, killing an 11-year-old boy and burying 2 others in the rubble. Then just outside of Kyiv, there was an attack targeting a residential building. But look, this is an entire nation that's been on edge, as you mentioned, in anticipation of a strike from Russia. And what we saw is that, as you mentioned, the deadliest attack that this country has seen in the last several weeks, since the middle of July. And as the mayor of Kyiv told me yesterday, nowhere in this country is safe. Morgan.
And Megan, I mean, we're now 6 months, as we mentioned, into this war. What are we hearing about the possibility of Russia stepping up even more attacks at this point?
So according to U.S. intelligence and Ukrainian intelligence, they believe that Russia is increasing their attacks. They're trying to attack more and more viciously, more vengefully in the next couple of days here, which is why this country is on edge. We know that today President Putin signed a decree where he is trying to increase his military by 10%, trying to get a head count of some 2 million soldiers. This, of course, is coming after a top military official acknowledged the fact that Russia's offense is stalling. They're not gaining as much ground as anticipated. And so that is why this country is on edge, preparing for the worst case scenario, Morgan.
All right. And Megan, what kind of sort of response can we expect to see from Ukraine at this point going forward, anticipating what you just said in terms of Russia?
You know what? We've been speaking with people here on the ground, just residents. How are they coping knowing that an attack could come at any time? These citizens here are resilient. They truly believe that they will win this war. They have the fight to do so. They are determined. And so they are taking heed to these missile attack warnings, these sirens that go off, and taking cover. They're doing everything they can to support the men and women that are on the front line. And look, over the last several weeks, we've seen Ukraine take a different posture and really position themselves in the offensive, hitting Crimea several times. That, of course, is sacred ground to Vladimir Putin, taking out military bases and fighter jets at a very important hub for Russia. So we are seeing that Ukraine is making advancements, and also the country acknowledging that this is help because of the assistance that they've been getting from people all across the world, specifically the United States, which just announced this $3 billion military package that will be coming soon. Morgan.
All right. NBC News foreign correspondent Megan Fitzgerald. Megan, live from Kyiv. Thank you, Megan. We appreciate it. And stay with us. Coming up, the fight for American education hitting all new heights. How one cell phone company took over 4 school boards in Texas. We'll have that story for you coming up just after the break. Stay with us.
Critical choke point for this fire. Unnecessary, unjustifiable, illegal. And good evening from New Orleans. Late military operation witnessing the massive crowds. That Larry, you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers right now on Morning News Now.
We're staying on top of the breaking situation in Ukraine.
We are watching dangerous heat this week. Recession, I mean, is that where we're headed? Is there any way to avoid that?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
No stress, no mess, just yum.
That's it.
A far-right Christian cell phone company is leading a Texas school board shakeup. Just last year, Patriot Mobile made it their mission to restore what it calls conservative Christian values at all levels of government. They first focused on school boards, spending more than $600,000 to help 11 candidates. All 11 won, and they took over 4 different school boards in the Fort Worth suburbs. NBC News senior investigative reporter Mike Hicksonbaugh joins us now. Mike, first off, just briefly, I mean, how did this company pull this off?
Well, the company Patriot Mobile at the beginning of this year created a political action committee called Patriot Mobile Action. As you mentioned, they gave that PAC $600,000. They found 11 candidates who they supported in 4 school districts, and they blanketed these communities with flyers warning about the dangers of critical race theory and literally that children's physical safety would be in danger if they don't elect these 11 candidates. And as you mentioned, they won every race and flip the majorities on some of those boards.
I mean, this is really fascinating, and one of the reasons I'm glad you brought this to us is sometimes it's sort of these myopic stories that show us the larger trends that could be coming around the corner. We know, speaking of that sort of school board races are obviously more popular now for precisely the reasons you just mentioned, these culture wars that are now happening on the battlefield of schools. Is this sort of a blueprint that people in other parts of the country are now looking at as sort of a loophole as a way to control the education system?
I think absolutely that there are groups all over the country who are doing the same kind of work that Patriot Mobile has done in Texas. And they're working with big name, heavy hitter, national level GOP political consultants to craft these campaigns and to gain control of these school boards. And we saw this week, one of these school boards that Patriot Mobile worked on, they passed what might be the most sweeping set of policies in the country at the local level in terms of restricting what teachers can say about racism, gender, sexuality, what books can be in the library. And as you see there, some parents protested by saying that our school district is no longer called Grapevine Colleyville ISD. It is Patriot Mobile Action ISD.
All right, NBC News senior investigative reporter Mike Hicksonbaugh. Mike, thanks for bringing up this story. Really, really important. And straight ahead, one author has bad blood with pop star Taylor Swift. What we know about a $1 million lawsuit just filed after the break.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Can you tell us what it was like? Our NBC News exclusive.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen now.
The indictment of a former president, or perhaps candidate for president, would arguably tear the country apart. Is that your concern? Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen to the full season now.
News is happening now.
To look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
Welcome back to Today. We got a lot to celebrate on this Wednesday morning. It's good to have you along with us.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Everybody's good, and that's it.
Desire, deception, and a double cross. The Seduction, a deadly love story only Dateline and Keith Morrison can tell. Listen now, wherever you get your podcasts.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
You open the door for so many people.
I love working with people. I did not do any of this by myself.
Hello! Lizzo, you put a smile on every single face.
It feels like Christmas or my birthday or something.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Tonight, I interviewed Secretary of Transportation Pete Buttigieg about the ongoing delays. You seem to be pointing the finger at the airlines. They're pointing the finger back. Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better?
Here's what's poppin' now. Taylor Swift is trying to shake off a $1 million lawsuit today. Actor Teresa Ledard accuses the Bad Blood singer of stealing from her 2010 book titled Lover. This is also the name of Swift's 2019 album. Ledard claims Swift copied several creative elements from her work and used them in her book of poems that was released with her album. Sylvester Stallone and his wife are splitting up after 25 years of marriage. Stallone's wife, Jennifer Flavin, has filed for divorce from the Rocky star, but says she will still cherish their relationship. They share 3 daughters who are all adults. And Nick Cannon is once again expecting a new addition to his family. He took to Instagram to announce he's expecting his 9th child and 3rd with model Brittany Bell. In July, Cannon welcomed a baby boy with a different woman. At just 26 years old, actor Terry Hu is already making a name for themselves as the first ever non-binary actor to have a leading role in a live-action Disney movie. Hu plays Aspen, a blue-haired alien in the film Zombies 3. They're also on Netflix, playing the character of Addison, a non-binary private school student in season 3 of the teen comedy series Never Have I Ever. NBC's Joe Fryer talked to them about their history-making roles and the changing landscape of the entertainment world.
You're in the hit Netflix show Never.
Thank you so much for joining us this hour here on NBC News Now. We look forward to hearing from you on Twitter, on Instagram. Share your thoughts, share your story ideas. We would love to connect. I'm Morgan Radford. Thanks for spending the hour with us. Your news continues right now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers right now on Morning News Now.
We're staying on top of the breaking situation in Ukraine.
We are watching dangerous heat this week. Recession, I mean, is that where we're headed? Is there any way to avoid that?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
News is happening now.
To look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
NBC News, streaming free now.
The indictment of a former president, or perhaps candidate for president, would arguably tear the country apart. Is that your concern? Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
NBC News, streaming free now.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen to the full season now.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Right now on NBC News Now.
We've got all the angles covered tonight.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We've got 3 new developments just this afternoon.
We begin this hour with breaking news and the growing impact of Russia's assault.
This is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine.
I don't want to say goodbye.
This factory has gone from making kitchen pots to lethal items.
There's an intense artillery battle underway between Ukrainian forces and Russian troops.
Breaking news this morning.
The heartbreak, the grief, and the tears that we have seen here are all tragically familiar. Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told.
No.
The shooting is once again reigniting the debate over gun laws.
If it's Tuesday, it is primary night.
The highest profile races yet this year.
We are talking elections in a battleground state.
The official confirmation of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson.
Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be?
We got some promising news this morning about the rollout of COVID vaccines for children under 5.
Have you seen a demand for mental health services increase among Latinos?
It's time for another honest conversation about what it means to be Asian American.
The people of the Chamizal neighborhood aren't the only ones experiencing what they call environmental injustice.
We're here to try to start conversation.
A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. From New Orleans, late military operation, witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now. Fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Here's what's happening in your neck of the woods.
Good Thursday, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us here on NBC News Now. I'm Morgan Radford. My co-anchor, Vicki Wynn, has the day off. Right now on NBC News Now, deadline day, the Justice Department is up against the clock to block parts of a key document in the FBI search of former President Trump's private home. We'll tell you what this means for the investigation just ahead. Cancellation controversy. President Biden makes good on a campaign promise to cancel billions of dollars in student loan debt, but not everyone is happy about it. Inside this growing debt debate coming up. Game-changing treatment. How psychedelic magic mushrooms could actually help people struggling with alcohol addiction kick the habit for good. Plus, higher calling. A far-right Christian cell phone company spends $500,000 to take over 4 Texas school boards. Why company executives call this a mission of God. Good Thursday to you. We begin with the latest in the Mar-a-Lago classified documents investigation. Right now, noon Eastern marks the deadline for the Justice Department to send its redaction recommendations for the affidavit that was actually used in that FBI search. The judge overseeing the case made this order last week, and former President Trump has previously denied any and all wrongdoing. Criminal defense attorney and former prosecutor Bernarda Villalona joins us now and will join us. Stay with us in just a moment. But first, NBC News Justice and Intelligence correspondent Ken Delanian joining us now from D.C. Ken, first off, what's the timeline look like? I mean, how long could we have to wait until we see the redactions, if anything, is in fact released publicly?
It's unclear, Morgan. All we know is that the Justice Department had until right now, noon, to submit their proposed redactions to the judge. How long the judge gets to mull it over and what he'll decide to do now and how he will tell the world, we don't know. But, you know, there's really only a handful of possibilities here, one of which is he just decides to release a redacted version of the document. Another possibility is that he decides that the redactions are so extensive that it's not worth releasing anything, and he may put a notation in the docket to that effect. And the third possibility is he disagrees with the extent to which the Justice Department proposes blacking this thing out, in which case he said that he would put it all under seal and allow the DOJ a chance to appeal his ruling, and so we wouldn't see anything today. So chances are we're not going to see much, but we're still holding out hope, Morgan.
All right, NBC News Justice and Intelligence correspondent Ken Delanian for us there. Ken, thank you. And joining me now in our studio, we have Bernarda Villalona. She's a criminal defense attorney and former prosecutor. Bernarda, these have some this case, a lot of unusual, unprecedented challenges. For the prosecutors, what sort of challenges are they facing right now in trying to make this case?
There are numerous challenges in this. I was a former prosecutor for 16 years, and I've written numerous search warrants. And one of the key issues and challenges in the releasing of a probable cause affidavit is that I'm releasing the information of the people that cooperated or confidential witnesses or what I've already done during the investigation, which can change the trajectory of the investigation and can put my witnesses at risk. We're talking about possible destruction of evidence. There's so many different possibilities that it's not worth the releasing to the public, the affidavit, the probable cause that led that judge to sign that search warrant.
That's really interesting. I mean, when you flip that sort of on its head then and look at this from a defense perspective, what are the challenges there? Sort of what do you anticipate the defense to do? And what do you really expect the people who are in Trump's inner circle to do?
Well, that's the problem. And that's why the defense wants that affidavit revealed, because the defense wants to know what information do you already have? What exactly are you looking for? Who's cooperating in this case? What are your next steps? So I can prepare a proper defense. But right now, what defense attorneys are preparing for, you do not know much except what your client, Donald Trump, may be telling you.
And speaking of that client, a term that a lot of us really hadn't been familiar with was this special master request. Mr. Trump, his team asked for a special master to oversee this investigation. What does that mean, and what does that sort of signal to you about this investigation?
So in terms of a special master, they're asking for a neutral party to come in, and that neutral party to be the eyes and ears and the decision maker in looking at all of these documents, to take it away from the judge. The problem that you have here is that you already have a judge that's been assigned, that being the magistrate. When you bring in another party and you're talking about documents that are so confidential, now you're putting someone else into the mix. But the reality is that Donald Trump, and requesting this special master, you're late in the game, 2 weeks out already. So a lot of these documents were probably already reviewed, because I'm sure the government didn't take these documents and just let it sit and collect some dust, especially when they're looking for information that was so dear and crucial in timing to collect that they needed a search warrant to collect immediately.
And sort of been a thought, have you ever seen anything like this? I mean, what about this sort of surprised you most?
Well, what surprised me the most, of course, at the timing of it, that they decided to execute this search warrant now, so many months out from when Donald Trump left office. But that all gives you insight as to when was it that these witnesses, because we know it's multiple witnesses, cooperated with the government. So it could be information that they were just recently gathered in order to get them the probable cause to get a search warrant. But I'm sure Merrick Garland, he thought this out, because when you're coming for the head man in charge, the head position of this country, you have to make sure that all your I's are dotted and your T's are crossed.
And what are you looking for in terms of the focus when you think about this investigation? I mean, is there anything that you think we should be focusing on at this point in order to really get the answers that the American people want and need?
Well, the American people aren't going to get the full picture. And regardless, you're not going to get an agreement as to what everyone wants to see, because those people that are in denial, it doesn't matter how much you expose to them, they're still going to be hypocrites and critics of the investigation itself. The reality is you have to separate politics from the investigation. Because politics shouldn't play. Exactly. Politics doesn't play with justice inside of a courtroom. All of this it shouldn't, at least. All of this is going to be litigated in a courtroom. And you have to guide your investigation and your decision making as to what are you going to do in the courtroom, not for the public eye.
Bernarda Villalona, class is in session. Thank you. Thank you for joining us. We really appreciate it. Thank you. All right, the numbers are jarring. Total student loan debt tops $1.7 trillion. President Biden's action to cancel some of that will bring relief to millions of Americans. In fact, the White House says that 43 million borrowers will benefit from the president's plan, and as many as 20 million people will have their student loan balances just completely wiped out. But Americans appear divided on the issue of student loan forgiveness, and the president is now facing pushback on some of the possible consequences of this decision. We're going to talk the real-life impact with NBC News correspondent Dasha Burns in just a moment. Let's go ahead and begin with NBC News senior White House correspondent Kelly O'Donnell. Kelly, we spoke when we anticipated that the president was going to announce this yesterday. Now we have the official plan. Walk us through what that plan actually looks like. I mean, who is standing to benefit when it comes to getting relief in terms of those student loan borrowers?
Well, after a lot of consideration, Morgan, the president, who had really given this a lot of time and was sort of hit by all sides with recommendations on what he should do, here's where he landed. Making a debt for those who have Pell Grants, so those are the students who demonstrated greater financial need in the beginning, they get up to $20,000 forgiven. Those seeking federal loans who have had federal loans and have that debt, they get $10,000 of loan forgiveness. So that, for many people, represents a significant part of their debt burden. For others who have much larger debt, it might just be a piece of the puzzle. For a much broader group of those who are paying back on loans, the extension of having to make those monthly payments will continue. We've seen that during the COVID period. That will continue now through the end of this year. And the White House says this will be the final extension. And so they're alerting people to make plans to put that money back into their budget planning so that in the new year they will have to begin repaying their loans. But they point out that the entire time the president has been in office, and by January that will be 2 years, there has been no repayment of those federal loans. And they cap the amount of monthly repayment at 5% of someone's income. So what the White House was looking to do here is to try to provide relief and to do it with an income cap of $125,000, so only affecting those who qualify. And this is not something that happens automatically. People do need to apply, and there are other kinds of programs within this where they may see additional relief. People who have had jobs that fall under public service where there may be other ways to get some additional loan forgiveness. And so it does require a little homework on the part of borrowers. But this is the kind of relief that many Americans have said they have wanted, and the president had promised as a part of his campaign pledge. And it has taken some time for him to formulate what he wanted to do, especially under a lot of pressure from Democrats to do even more, and plenty of predictable pressure and criticism from the political right, Republicans and others, who say this is the wrong way to do it. It doesn't solve the problem of the cost of higher education, and it transfers the burden of this debt. That doesn't just magically go away. It becomes a part of the overall tax burden for all American taxpayers to pick up that tab. Relief for some, it gets paid by everyone. And the White House says that's just something they believe these individuals need this relief, and the president wants to provide it. Morgan?
Kelly, I think you have sort of outlaid that criticism better than anyone I've heard all day. I mean, that makes perfect sense. But, you know, how much ultimately will that criticism cost him? Because the president is sort of, you know, aware that he's facing this tough backlash. And when we talk about the timing, just months away from the midterms, do we have a sense of which voters this could potentially cost him and what that could look like in just the months ahead?
Well, the argument I expect you will hear from the president and his allies is that doing something that helps Americans is a battle he's willing to take on. And he is not claiming that this is fair to all Americans, because there is a shifting of the burden, but that it is a need that should be met, and that it is a need that he can answer with this kind of program. Just as he, when asked about the fairness issue, said, is it fair that there were tax breaks for wealthier Americans under the Trump administration? Or is it fair that certain corporations get tax breaks? Not everything is fair. There's not a level playing field. And so he sees a need, and a need that he thinks will be responsive to especially promises that he has made. And certainly Democrats hope it will inspire and animate their voters to turn out. And Republicans will certainly say this is unfair, even beyond what the president has the legal authority to do. It'll be an issue for sure over the next few months on the campaign trail.
All right, NBC News senior White House correspondent Kelly O'Donnell. Kelly, thank you. Let's go and bring in NBC News correspondent Dasha Burns now. She's in Kensington, New York. Dasha, you were at a restaurant there when the news of this plan first broke. What was the immediate reaction?
Yeah, Morgan, I mean, this is such an example of just how quickly an announcement like this can spread like wildfire in just one small place, and how much it can have an impact. I was sitting in between live shots yesterday at the bar at a restaurant doing some work, having a little late lunch. When the news came out, there was a couple sitting next to me who started talking about it, and the bartender, who's also the manager of this restaurant, Restaurant Kinsley, behind me here, she realized, wait a minute, I think I qualify for this. She didn't believe it at first, but then she went and did some research on her break, and it turns out she did. Her name is Katie Ritchie. She went to the Culinary Institute of America. She made the decision to go and spend all of that money when she was young and didn't really know what student loans would really mean. And now she has $16,000 left to pay off. And this $10,000 will really mean so much to her. And the news really spread like wildfire throughout the staff at the restaurant. Take a listen to what Katie told me. So what's your loan situation now?
So I have $16,000 left. With the loan forgiveness now, they knocked 10 off, so that's only 6 left, which is crazy. Like, it's crazy. That's a lot.
I mean, what went through your mind when you realized you qualify and this is actually going to happen?
Definitely very excited.
Morgan, she and her partner just bought a home. She's thinking down the line about family planning as well. And something like this can really impact not just the day-to-day paying of bills, but really how she's thinking about her finances and how that impacts her big life decisions going forward, Morgan.
And Dasha, I mean, the reality of this is that, you know, debt can be a real stressor, not just financially, but mentally.
Yeah.
I mean, for the people that you've talked to, what is the real life impact for them specifically? I mean, how do they say this is going to change their lives for better or for worse?
Yeah, Morgan, like I mentioned, the news spread very quickly through this restaurant. I talked to another server named Rebecca Kelly. Her and her husband together have about $100,000 of debt. They both have full-time jobs. They both have been working extra shifts, extra hours. Her husband took a job driving with Uber to try to pay down some of that debt. They just had a newborn baby. She tells me that the anxiety of having to pay those loans back has been weighing heavily on them, and to know that there's just a little bit of relief coming is a really big deal for everything. What they're buying at the grocery store, vacations, and planning for the future of their newborn baby, their 5-month-old daughter, Morgan.
All right, NBC News correspondent Dasha Burns. Dasha, thanks so much for joining us. We appreciate it. And stay with us. Coming up, Instacart is making some upgrades to its service. We'll take a look at the new products they'll soon be delivering to your front door.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. go. This is a critical choke point for this fire.
Unnecessary, unjustifiable, illegal.
And good evening from New Orleans. Late military operation witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Back now with our NBC News exclusive.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Yamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
All right, topping the latest in business headlines, it could be game over for some PlayStation fans as inflation sets in. And Instacart is taking home delivery all the way to the next level. CNBC correspondent Kate Rogers joins us now with a breakdown of those headlines. Kate, let's start with the news out from Sony. Not everyone will see PlayStation 5 price hike, but which markets will this actually affect and by how much, really?
Hey again, Morgan. So Sony is hiking the price of its PlayStation 5 console in several international markets due to inflation and other global economic factors like currency headwinds that are being felt around the world. The hikes are effective immediately, except if you're in Japan, where they will begin on September 15th. Customers in the U.S. are lucking out, though, because there are no price hikes here. Europe will see a 50 euro increase, the UK a 30 euro increase, Japan 5,000 yen increase, China a 400 yuan increase. Those are just some of the hikes. Sales at Sony fell 2% year on year in its gaming unit in June. So we'll see if these price hikes impact whether or not people are willing to buy.
And what about Instacart, Kate? I mean, it's making some changes to its entire delivery model, really expanding the kinds of items that you can actually order. What do we know about the new service?
So Instacart is launching what it's calling big and bulky fulfillment capacity that lets you order same day and then schedule delivery for bigger items. It's going to be available for things from stores including Big Lots, the Container Store, Office Depot, Staples, and more. For items like outdoor furniture, home office supplies, and electronics, as you can imagine, bigger items. For those delivering these items, it's also a way to earn more money. If you have a larger vehicle, you can deliver what they're calling bulky batches. And Instacart said that about 90% of its eligible shoppers opted in to deliver those. It's testing these in the U.S. and Canada in the weeks to come. So we'll see if people actually want to take them up on it. But it looks like the drivers with bigger cars are looking to make more money and interested.
Finally, Kate, let's talk about GameStop. I mean, they're rolling out new rewards for employees. What kind of perks are the employees going to see? What are we talking about here?
So GameStop is going to be rewarding its employees with stock and pay raises as it looks to regain its footing and profitability, hopefully, under new leadership. The Wall Street Journal is reporting that a memo was sent yesterday and shows that it plans to award stock to all of its U.S. store leaders and also give raises to senior staff. Leaders are going to receive up to $21,000 in stock that'll vest over 3 annual installments. It will invest up to $50 million, GameStop, in this new initiative. The Journal says it's looking to refocus on its bricks and mortar business after it pivoted to e-commerce last year, Morgan.
All right, CNBC correspondent Kate Rogers for us there. Kate, thank you. Well, speaking of money, you might want to double check the price on your dream home today. That's because housing prices fell for the first time in 3 years in July. According to the mortgage firm Black Knight, it's the biggest drop in the market since January 2011. It's also the second worst July performance dating back to 1991. Home prices rose during the beginning of the COVID pandemic as demand surged. Well, now Black Knight claims it's the most affordable time to buy a home in 30 years. That's some good news. Straight ahead, a potential breakthrough in the fight against addiction, how a drug made from psychedelic mushrooms can actually help some addicts kick their habits for good. Join us just after the break.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
You open the door for so many people. I love working with people. I did not do any of this by myself.
Hello! Lizzo, you put a smile on every single face.
It feels like Christmas or my birthday or something.
The indictment of a former president, or perhaps candidate for president, would arguably tear the country apart. Is that your concern? Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Right now on NBC News Now,
look at what's making headlines around the world.
We've got 3 new developments just this afternoon.
We begin this hour with breaking news.
This is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine.
I don't want us to say goodbye.
This factory has gone from making kitchen pots to lethal items.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
Breaking news this morning.
The heartbreak, the grief, and the tears that we have seen here are all tragically familiar. Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told.
No.
The shooting is once again reigniting the debate over gun laws.
If it's Tuesday, it is primary night.
The highest profile races yet this year.
The official confirmation of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson.
Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be?
The rollout of COVID vaccines for children under 5.
Inflation is cutting into almost everything.
Another honest conversation about what it means to be Asian American.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
Here's what's happening in your neck of the woods.
So check this out. I'm curious about your opinions on this one. There is potential breakthrough for millions of Americans struggling with addiction. A new study finds a psychedelic drug and psychotherapy helped people fighting alcohol use disorder reduce their drinking for at least 8 months. Researchers used 2 doses of the pill psilocybin, the compound found in psychedelic mushrooms, like magic mushrooms. NBC News medical fellow Dr. Akshay Syal joins us now. Dr. Syal, what sort of stood out to you about this study? Because I'm sure a lot of people are curious. I mean, magic mushrooms, does that help?
Yes, let's break this down a little bit. It was a randomized placebo-controlled trial, which is the gold standard of evidence. It was actually the first and the largest on psilocybin and alcohol abuse. And basically what they found is, they gave one group psilocybin, they gave the other group diphenhydramine, which is Benadryl. And they found that people who got the magic mushrooms basically had 2 things. One, 83% reduction in heavy drinking, and 7 months after their last dose, they remained sober. Half of them hadn't had a drink at 7 months after their last dose. And I actually spoke to the study author about really what this means, and here's what he had to say.
The effects seem to persist for many months after the treatment is finished, suggesting that it's actually doing something to alter the actual disease, not just to treat the symptoms.
So the big thing he says here, 7 months after the last dose, half of them remain sober. So there's an idea here that it may be changing the brain in some way. So we're not swapping out an alcohol addiction for a magic mushroom addiction. That's not really what's going on here.
So it's interesting because you sort of write about how this has potential to rewire your brain, as you said. But I mean, does it really work? Are you so confident in the results of this study that you would sort of recommend magic mushrooms to someone who has an alcohol addiction? Does it work?
So off the top, no, we're not there yet where I would recommend patients who have alcohol abuse go out and do shrooms in a cabin in Woodstock. We're not there yet. What this really is showing is that, when you take psilocybin, there's an idea that it may rewire the brain in the sense that promote what's called neuroplasticity. And all that really means is it makes your brain more pliable, more amenable to change. Now, the key thing here is you really need that therapy to make sure you change for the good, because change can be a bad thing, right? So the therapy can kind of guide you in the right direction. So it's a two-hit punch.
Okay, so that's interesting because I do feel like a lot of people sometimes say, wait a minute, just give me the drug. I don't want to do the therapeutic work. But you're saying that's a necessary component to this.
Absolutely, yeah. Every expert I've talked to in the last few months about this, yes.
Now, you said just a minute ago, this isn't swapping one addiction for another. But I have to be honest, for a lot of people who sort of see this story at first glance, it kind of sounds like that. Why? Why is this not just swapping an addiction to mushrooms for addiction to alcohol?
So in a traditional sense, mushrooms aren't considered an addictive drug. You can build a tolerance to them, but overall, they're not addictive in the way we think of opiates are. And the reason we're not really swapping one out for the other is because they only got 2 doses. And then, some were offered a 3rd dose, but 7 months after that 2nd dose, half of them weren't craving any alcohol at all. So it's, one patient kind of described it to us as an antibiotic. You have a disease, you take an antibiotic, and you remain disease-free. And that's kind of the idea here.
Now, that's really interesting. You did just mention opiates. Does this have the potential to work with other addictions?
Yeah, so I think the big one here you're going to hear a lot about is smoking cessation. There's a first NIH-funded trial in 50 years on psilocybin, on psychedelics in general at Johns Hopkins. And there's a group studying this to see if we can actually get people, one group to get nicotine patches, the other group to get psilocybin, and to see if we can get them to stop smoking altogether with just a few doses.
So what is the difference then between LSD, for example, and ecstasy?
Well, so these are all sort of in the psychedelic range. They all work on different receptors in the brain, and they all can cause different visual hallucinations, auditory hallucinations. There's interest in really studying all of these for addiction, whether it's opiate use disorder, smoking cessation, alcohol use disorder. The big one experts have told me about is cocaine use disorder, because we really don't have a lot out there for cocaine use disorder.
I have to say, this is fascinating.
Yeah.
Like, I'm on the edge of my seat. Like, I'm hooked, for lack of a better word. I think I'm curious to see where this research goes, because, I mean, anything you can do to help people, especially with the combination of therapy, sounds like a great idea, something at least worth exploring. Dr. Akshay, thank you so much for joining us. We really appreciate it.
Anytime.
All right, so as students around the world return back to school, COVID shows signs of finally slowing down. The World Health Organization says COVID deaths around the world fell by 15% in just the last week, while new cases dropped by 9%. The number of new infections declined in every region in the world except one. The most dramatic decline came in Europe, where deaths fell by 1/3. Straight ahead, 47,000 students in Columbus, Ohio could return to school in person next week. We'll tell you about the new deal that's on the table right now to end the strike just after the break. And don't go anywhere. We would love to hear from you. Share your thoughts, share story ideas, share segment ideas, give us questions. Follow us on Twitter, follow us on Instagram. We would love to connect.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The indictment of a former president, or perhaps candidate for president, would arguably tear the country apart. Is that your concern? Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
It's the best time of the morning, time for that pop start, baby.
Oh, I'm feeling the vibe today on the show.
Desire, deception, and a double cross. The Seduction, a deadly love story only Dateline and Keith Morrison can tell. Listen now, wherever you get your podcasts.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
It's the best time of the morning, time for that pop start, baby.
Oh, I'm feeling the vibe today on the show.
Columbus, Ohio students returned to full-time in-person learning on Monday after a conceptual agreement was reached just overnight between the City Board of Education and the Columbus Education Association. This all comes after 4 days of teacher strikes. NBC News correspondent Jesse Kirsch joins us now with the latest. Jesse, it's great to see you there. Let's first just start with this agreement. I know a lot of people were breathing a sigh of relief when they heard that at least a conceptual framework was put together last night. What can you tell us about it?
Yeah, very little at this point, Morgan, because it's not even 12 hours old. This came together in the middle of the night, the early morning hours. The announcement came through. Here's what the Board of Education here in Columbus is saying about this agreement. While the details cannot yet be disclosed, the contract recognizes the board's commitment to improving our student outcomes, the essential work of the CEA members, referring to the teachers union, and strengthening our learning environment. We know that the teachers union had been pushing for multiple things, including smaller class sizes, improvements to heating and air conditioning in the schools, and had been looking for full-time PE, music, and art teachers in all of the elementary schools in the district. But at this point, again, we don't know exactly what is in this agreement because it is not even 12 hours old yet.
And what are you hearing from the teachers? I mean, after 4 days of strikes, how are they feeling about it?
Yeah, so the teachers union put out a video overnight when this agreement came to be, saying that it is excited to bring this forward to its membership for ratification, because remember, this is an agreement between the teachers union, a tentative agreement between the teachers union and with the School Board of Education here in Columbus, Ohio. But the teachers union membership, which is more than 4,000 people, according to the union, they have to vote on this. And remember, the strike happened. The strike started because 94% of the teachers union, according to the union, voted against the last offer from the district and voted to go on strike. So at this point, it is something that is being presented to the membership. All of the teachers and other staff members in that union will have to look it over and decide if they can support it like their leadership says they do.
Speaking of which, Jesse, I mean, we're all sort of finally breathing a sigh of relief as we fight our way out through the end of this pandemic. And something that a lot of people are just looking at and focusing on across the country is the transition plan. I mean, what is it like there to transition students and teachers from remote classes to in-person learning over the next couple of days? What are they planning?
Right, and we know that remote learning has been one of those very touchy subjects throughout the pandemic, and it is something that has been seen as a huge hurdle for students to overcome. So you can imagine how frustrating it might have been for this community to be told that your children are going to have to start the school year on remote learning if you were planning on being back in the classroom. So we know as of now, remote learning will finish out this first week of school. They will be back in the classroom. We're told if this agreement comes to be ratified, that will happen on Monday. But for the next 2 days, the school district, the Board of Education, says that teachers will have these next 2 days to prepare and get ready to be back in the classroom, because it has been substitutes in online learning for the students for the start of the year. But all that is supposed to end on Monday if things go as planned.
All right, we will wait and see. NBC News correspondent Jesse Kirsch for us. Jesse, thank you. Meanwhile, hundreds of students are back at Michigan High School turned crime scene last year. Oxford High School students were greeted with a new weapons detection system at each entrance, stepped up patrols around campus, and a mandate for clear backpacks today. Last November, a 15-year-old gunman opened fire, killing 4 students and injuring 6 others. He is in an adult jail until his trial begins later on this year. Well, speaking of guns, the nation's largest city has new rules when it comes to legally carrying a gun. Months after the Supreme Court ruled New York State's concealed carry law was overreaching and unconstitutional, New York City is out with new steps for getting a concealed carry permit. NBC News correspondent for investigations Tom Winter joins us now. Tom, bottom line, what are these new rules?
Right. So ever since this decision came forward, which effectively knocked New York State and certainly New York City's ability to make you say essentially prove it. You want a concealed carry permit? You got to show us a reason why you need it. That's something that differs from a lot of other states. And so what happened here is that with the Supreme Court deciding that there should not be an effective bar to somebody getting a concealed carry permit, New York City in particular, and the NYPD's gun licensure division, which handles these requests for the 5 boroughs of New York, had to take a look at its rules and say, okay, we can modify them. We can put in some reasonable checks and the ability to make sure that somebody is following the law. We just can't do what we made you do before, which was a 6 months, even a year process to basically prove it to the NYPD that you're somebody that should have a concealed carry permit, unless you were a security guard or an armored car driver or somebody who's a former police officer. And so what these new rules establish is a way of going forward for the Gun Licensure Division to look into your background. There's new language that has to deal with the red flag laws, the emergency risk of protection orders in New York State. So it encompasses a lot of things that have been out there, cleans up a lot of the language, and says we've got some new hurdles. Some of them we're looking at on screen, which are 4 character references, a list of your social media accounts. That goes back 3 years. So every social media account that you've had over the past 3 years, you have to list those for the NYPD. You have to conduct an in-person interview at police headquarters, and you also have to complete a live firearm safety course. These are all new things that you have to have saved for the interview. So I think it'll provide a little bit more of a roadmap and basically allows the New York City Police Department, in their words, to kind of interact with the person who's going to be applying for this and make sure they know who they're giving this license to.
What about these sort of so-called gun-free zones? I understand there are places where even if you do have the permit, you're not allowed to go with a gun. Where are they? Right.
So initially, we're looking at Times Square. There's a preliminary area there where you're not allowed to go with it. There's also going to be, and this is in the process of all coming through with legislation and new rules and new statutes in New York State, but it appears that the subway system is going to be another one of those places where you can't bring a concealed carry permit. So I think when you look at this, you're looking at the city essentially saying, where are our highest risk areas? Where are the most amount of people moment to moment where we could have an accident with a gun, or worse, we could have somebody being involved with a shooting? Where can we try to prohibit those guns from going into? It's a bit of an honor system. You don't have police at every single turnstile and subway stop. And if you're just walking down the street in Times Square, how is somebody going to know whether or not you're carrying a concealed weapon? That's the whole point, is that it's concealed. So there are some challenges to it, but that's what at least they've laid out as far as initial rules and procedures.
Speaking of which, these rules are new, certainly for New York, but what about other places? I mean, could we see sort of a similar dynamic set up in other cities and other states?
Well, I think that's going to be an interesting thing to watch. First off, if there are any legal challenges to what the NYPD is putting forward as far as these new rules, which are going to be effective the 1st of September. But I think when you look at other cities and states, in light of what we've seen, in light of individuals that have had clear mental health concerns or have made statements in the past that would certainly be concerning to anyone, are we going to see these types of enhanced, you might want to call it screenings, if you will, prior to somebody getting a concealed carry permit? Having said that, most of the shootings that we've had, the mass shootings that you and I have talked about on so many occasions, do not involve concealed carry permits, involved assault-type rifles. So those were, typically we see legally purchased weapons that are not allowed to be carried openly in most of these places, certainly not allowed to be used in the way that they were in killing dozens of individuals. But it's not something where there would necessarily be a tripwire here with the concealed carry permit.
Yeah, really, really interesting, especially sort of in a city like this.
It will be interesting to see. It'll be interesting to see how many people apply. And this process has never been quick in New York City. You know, some states it's pretty fast. Here, we're talking about a half a year, even more.
Whew, Tom Winter. Tom, this was great.
To be continued.
Yes, yeah, exactly. I hope it's not in a year, but
exactly.
Thank you, Tom. We appreciate it. All right, 3 U.S. service members were hurt in Syrian rocket attacks on Wednesday. All 3 suffered minor injuries. U.S. Central Command confirmed an Iranian-backed group was behind that attack, and they believe it was in response to U.S. airstrikes targeting an Iran-affiliated military group earlier that day. NBC News Pentagon correspondent Courtney Kuby joins us now. Courtney, what more can you tell us about the details of this particular attack?
So there's been a real escalation in this back and forth between the U.S. military and these Iran-backed groups. The most recent one, where we saw 3 U.S. service members with minor injuries, that was a series of rocket attacks on 2 different locations housing U.S. troops in Syria. One is called Conoco, the other Green Village. They're both in northeastern Syria. In both cases, a number of rockets were fired on these 2 bases, and several service members, as I said, received minor injuries. Well, in retaliation for that, the U.S. military responded with a series of strikes. The first one was from Apache attack helicopters they targeted at least 3 vehicles believed to be driven by or with some of the people who were firing these rockets. A number of people were killed in those strikes. In the ensuing hours, there have been even more strikes, though, Morgan, including from helicopter or from airplane gunships, AC-130s, and from some ground artillery.
And Courtney, I mean, there's been airstrikes between the U.S. and Iran since that August 15th attack on U.S. military facilities in Syria. What do we know about the U.S. strikes? I mean, what have they specifically targeted?
So the ones that were specifically in retaliation for the August 15th attack, which, by the way, that was a coordinated attack, again, against 2 different locations, Green Village, the same one as that was targeted yesterday, and then one in the south part of Syria called Atanf Garrison. In both cases, there were no U.S. service members injured or killed. There was a little bit of property damage. So the U.S. responded in direct retaliation to that with some strikes on some of these Iranian-backed groups' bunkers. So these are like storage facilities. They have ammunition. They have some logistics supplies. But the U.S. was very specific not to target individuals. And in fact, initially, when they planned this mission, they were planning to hit 11 bunkers. At the last minute, they saw some potential proof of life, maybe some people moving around 2 of them, and they only hit 9 of the bunkers in an effort to not take out not kill anyone at the location. That just really shows how fast this has progressed and escalated in just about 36 hours. The fact that the U.S. military intentionally targeted and killed some of these Shia militia groups in the strikes yesterday.
Yeah. Great reporting, NBC News Pentagon correspondent Courtney Kuby. Courtney, thank you.
Thanks.
Meanwhile, a new wave of Russian rocket attacks on a Ukrainian train station leaves at least 25 people dead and dozens more wounded. That attack happened on Ukraine's Independence Day and also the 6-month mark of that Russian invasion. Ukrainian President Zelensky warned Moscow might, quote, attempt something particularly cruel this week. NBC News foreign correspondent Megan Fitzgerald joins us now live from Kyiv. Megan, it's good to see you. You know, we understand that this could be one of the deadliest strikes on civilians in Ukraine in weeks. What more are we learning about the details of that attack?
Yeah, Morgan, you're absolutely right. What we know is that this happened last night. This rocket crashed right into this railroad station in the east of the country where 25 people were killed, 31 people were injured. We know that vehicles erupted in flames, and according to authorities, there were people inside. Another rocket striking a residential area, taking out a home, killing an 11-year-old boy and burying 2 others in the rubble. Then just outside of Kyiv, there was an attack targeting a residential building. But look, this is an entire nation that's been on edge, as you mentioned, in anticipation of a strike from Russia. And what we saw is that, as you mentioned, the deadliest attack that this country has seen in the last several weeks since the middle of July. And as the mayor of Kyiv told me yesterday, nowhere in this country is safe. Morgan.
And Megan, I mean, we're now 6 months, as we mentioned, into this war. What are we hearing about the possibility of Russia stepping up even more attacks at this point?
So according to U.S. intelligence and Ukrainian intelligence, they believe that Russia is increasing their attacks. They're trying to attack more and more viciously, more vengefully in the next couple of days here, which is why this country is on edge. We know that today President Putin signed a decree where he is trying to increase his military by 10%, trying to get a head count of some 2 million soldiers. This, of course, is coming after a top military official acknowledged the fact that Russia's offense is stalling. They're not gaining as much ground as anticipated. And so that is why this country is on edge, preparing for the worst case scenario, Morgan.
All right. And Megan, what kind of sort of response can we expect to see from Ukraine at this point going forward, anticipating what you just said in terms of Russia?
You know what? We've been speaking with people here on the ground, just residents. How are they coping knowing that an attack could come anytime? These citizens here are resilient. They truly believe that they will win this war. They have the fight to do so. They are determined. And so they are taking heed to these missile attack warnings, these sirens that go off and taking cover. They're doing everything they can to support the men and women that are on the front line. And look, over the last several weeks, we've seen Ukraine take a different posture and really position themselves in the offensive, hitting Crimea several times. That, of course, is sacred ground to Vladimir Putin, taking out military military bases and fighter jets at a very important hub for Russia. So we are seeing that Ukraine is making advancements, and also the country acknowledging that this is help because of the assistance that they've been getting from people all across the world, specifically the United States, which just announced this $3 billion military package that will be coming soon. Morgan.
All right, NBC News foreign correspondent Megan Fitzgerald. Megan, live from Kyiv. Thank you, Megan. We appreciate it. And stay with us. Coming up, the fight for American education hitting all new heights. How one cell phone company took over 4 school boards in Texas. We'll have that story for you coming up just after the break. Stay with us.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Harry Styles!
Critical choke point for this fire. Unnecessary, unjustifiable, illegal. And good evening from New Orleans. Late military operation witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
You open the door for so many people. I love working with people. I did not do any of this by myself.
Hello! Lizzo, you put a smile on every single face.
It feel like Christmas or my birthday or something.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. Mel, do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months.
Exactly.
Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Yamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
A far-right Christian cell phone company is leading a Texas school board shakeup. Just last year, Patriot Mobile made it their mission to restore what it calls conservative Christian values at all levels of government. They first focused on school boards, spending more than $600,000 to help 11 candidates. All 11 won, and they took over 4 different school boards in the Fort Worth suburbs. NBC News senior investigative reporter Mike Hicksonbaugh joins us now. Mike, first off, just briefly, how did this company pull this off?
Well, the company Patriot Mobile at the beginning of this year created a political action committee called Patriot Mobile Action. As you mentioned, they gave that PAC $600,000. They found 11 candidates who they supported in 4 school districts, and they blanketed these communities with flyers warning about the dangers of critical race theory and literally that children's physical safety would be in danger if they don't elect these 11 candidates. And as you mentioned, they won every race and flipped the majorities on some of those boards.
This is really fascinating, and one of the reasons I'm glad you brought this to us is sometimes it's sort of these myopic stories that show us the larger trends that could be coming around the corner. We know, speaking of that sort of school board races are obviously more popular now for precisely the reasons you just mentioned, these culture wars that are now happening on the battlefield of schools. Is this sort of a blueprint that people in other parts of the country are now looking at as sort of a loophole as a way to control the education system?
I think absolutely that there are groups all over the country who are doing the same kind of work that Patriot Mobile has done in Texas. And they're working with big name, heavy hitter, national level GOP political consultants to craft these campaigns and to gain control of these school boards. And we saw this week, one of these school boards that Patriot Mobile worked on, they passed what might be the most sweeping set of policies in the country at the local level in terms of restricting what teachers can say about racism, gender, sexuality, what books can be in the library. And as you see there, some parents protested by saying that our school district is no longer called Grapevine Colleyville ISD. It is Patriot Mobile Action ISD.
All right, NBC News senior investigative reporter Mike Hixenbaum. Mike, thanks for bringing up this story. Really, really important. And straight ahead, one author has bad blood with pop star Taylor Swift. What we know about a $1 million lawsuit just filed after the break.
What do you love about fatherhood?
The chaos, the learning. Is climate change one of your top priorities?
What's your message to girls who want to make a difference in their own communities?
Believe in yourself.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers right now on Morning News Now.
We're staying on top of the breaking situation in Ukraine.
We are watching dangerous heat this week. Recession, is that where we're headed? Is there any way to avoid that?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
It's the best time of the morning. Time for that pop start, baby.
I'm feeling the vibe today on the show. Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers right now on Morning News Now.
We're staying on top of the breaking situation in Ukraine.
We are watching dangerous heat this week. Recession, is that where we're headed? Is there any way to avoid that?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
You open the door for so many people. I love working with people. I did not do any of this by myself.
Hello! Lizzo, you put a smile on every single face.
It feels like Christmas and my birthday or something.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
The indictment of a former president, or perhaps candidate for president, would arguably tear the country apart. Is that your concern? Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
Here's what's poppin' now. Taylor Swift is trying to shake off a $1 million lawsuit today. Actor Teresa Ladard accuses the Bad Blood singer of stealing from her 2010 book titled Lover. This is also the name of Swift's 2019 album. Ladard claims Swift copied several creative elements from her work and used them in her book of poems that was released with her album. Sylvester Stallone and his wife are splitting up after 25 years of marriage. Stallone's wife, Jennifer Flavin, has filed for divorce from the Rocky star, but says she will still cherish their relationship. They share 3 daughters who are all adults. And Nick Cannon is once again expecting a new addition to his family. He took to Instagram to announce he's expecting his 9th child and 3rd with model Brittany Bell. In July, Cannon welcomed a baby boy with a different woman. At just 26 years old, actor Terry Hu is already making a name for themselves as the first ever non-binary actor to have a leading role in a live-action Disney movie. Hu plays Aspen, a blue-haired alien in the film Zombies 3. They're also on Netflix, playing the character of Addison, a non-binary private school student in season 3 of the teen comedy series Never Have I Ever. NBC's Joe Fryer talked to them about their history-making roles and the changing landscape of the entertainment world.
You're in the hit Netflix show Never Have I Ever. You're in the Disney movie Zombies 3.
We need to find their most precious thing.
And in both, you do play a non-binary character. Help us understand, I mean, how significant is that and how much does that mean to you?
So when I booked Zombies 3, they were like, yeah, we can make Aspen, my character's name, non-binary. And I was like, oh, that's awesome. And on a personal level, I was just like, this is my first feature. This is so cool. I don't think I was thinking like, I'm here to make history. You know, like, I don't think that's a sustainable sort of thought process to have. But I obviously was very, very grateful, and I could recognize like the importance of what they were doing.
I'm going to disengage our emotional suppressors. Personally, I'm excited to see what emotions feel like.
That being said, it wasn't until like fans started reaching out when my casting got announced and they were like, this means so much to me. Like, I didn't know what non-binary was when I was growing up. So it was really, really cool to see these like kids and, you know, like the younger generation know all these things. And that's what made it really meaningful to me. I'm just really happy to be a part of anyone's journey towards like their authenticity is a really huge honor, I think.
How are you flipping the script?
You know, my character is queer and non-binary, and you know, they use they them pronouns, and as do I. And I think this is just something that like anyone who grew up watching Disney, myself included, could not have fathomed. It's a very normalized thing. Like the movie doesn't make it a huge part. It's just very normalized. Like the character just is non-binary and queer, and I think that is a huge script flip.
Let's talk about growing up. You know, when I was younger, there wasn't much for me to see on TV or in movies. That has changed with time. What was your experience like growing up?
I didn't see a lot of examples. I can't think of like queer or non-binary at all, but it was, for me growing up, it was mainly about Asian representation even, because I was just thinking like, could I even audition as like an Asian person? Like, are there any roles for me? So I think there were two different sides, yeah.
Things have changed a lot, haven't they?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. And obviously, like, there's so much work to be done and, like, still a long way to go. But, yeah, I feel it, too. And, like, even in the past 10 years, I think there are things that I'm doing and things I'm part of that I could not have fathomed from 10 years ago.
When you were growing up, you did some acting. And then when you went to college, what is it you studied?
I majored in neuroscience.
Does not like acting at all.
No, I'm not using that at all. So now I'm like an actor stereotype. But no, I was going to go to physical therapy school. And so I got into schools after graduating and everything. I decided to pursue acting, and the rest is history.
And maybe someday it'll come in handy, right?
Yeah, honestly, I hope so. Neurosurgeon, Grey's Anatomy, cast me.
For those who are watching you right now, and whether they are a young aspiring Asian actor or queer non-binary, what's the biggest advice you can give them if they say, I'm looking right now at you and I want to be just like you?
I think, firstly, know that it's possible. I think that was something when I was younger I wish I had seen more, like hopefully me just existing on screen, whether you even like my character or not, just visually seeing me, it's like you're possible, like it is possible. But also just to give yourself like grace through the process, and that like truly everyone's journey is so different. Listen to yourself and give yourself that grace on this journey, because it's kind of wild.
Thank you so much for being with us this hour. I'm Morgan Radford, and your news continues just after this.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen to the full season now.
Here's what's happening in your neck of the woods.
The indictment of a former president, or perhaps candidate for president, would arguably tear the country apart. Is that your concern? Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Harry Styles!
Right now on NBC News Now, ban blocked. A judge halting one state's abortion law, but only temporarily. The arguments now being made on both sides. Investigating Trump, a judge reviewing what the government wants removed from the Mar-a-Lago search affidavit. This as the former president faces another critical deadline tomorrow. And back to bargaining. Teachers in Ohio end their strike and agree to restart talks. What they're demanding and the impact it could have on schools nationwide. And good Thursday, everybody. I'm Aaron Gilchrist at NBC News in Los Angeles. 11 a.m. here, 2 p.m. out east. And we begin with a major win for the Biden administration and the battle to protect access to abortions. A federal judge in Idaho has temporarily blocked part of that state's restrictive abortion law. That law was set to take effect today. Leading us off this hour, NBC News correspondent Julia Ainsley and NBC investigative reporter Chloe Atkins. Julia, first to you there in D.C. Talk to us about the judge's decision here and what arguments are being considered at this point.
Well, the argument from the Biden administration side was that this Idaho law, which is a near total ban on abortion, was in violation of the Emergency Medical Treatment and Labor Act. They said that, okay, it's a post-Roe America. We understand that. We can't lean on that decision anymore now that the Supreme Court overturned Roe. But this law should serve as a safety net so that doctors can still perform abortions when there's an emergency. And what the Idaho law did is it allowed doctors to be prosecuted as felons if it could later be proven that even though they thought the abortion they were performing in the case of a medical emergency wasn't actually necessary to save the life of a woman. That would put doctors in a really tough position and probably make them apprehensive to perform abortions when they were, in fact, necessary for medical treatment. So the judge did side with the Biden administration on that point, although the near total ban on abortion and basically every other case is still set to go into effect and has gone into effect in Idaho.
So, Julia, I want to dig in a little more into this federal law that's being used in this case, right? This requires hospitals to provide emergency care to people no matter what. Is this a law that the DOJ could use to challenge other state abortion bans?
Yeah, that's right. I mean, any hospital that's getting Medicaid, Medicare funding, that's federal funding, has to abide by this as a provision of getting that funding. And so they could use this to challenge abortion bans across the country. This could be a template that we could see being used in other cases. We know that there have been so many trigger laws that are already in effect since Roe was overturned this summer. And now we could see this be repeated across the board. But we're very likely to see a lot of conflicts between districts because just as we saw this judge in Idaho rule with the Biden administration, another judge in Texas just ruled in the other direction, saying the Biden administration overstepped in its guidance following Roe versus Wade that would have allowed women to go out of state to access abortion rights and abortion access.
It gets so complex dealing with different courts in different places. Julia, where does this go from here? What's next in this case?
Well, in this case, the law does go into effect, and now it could be challenged, we would imagine. It could be kicked up to an appeal level. It's really probably likely to end up back at the Supreme Court because you have different districts with conflicting guidance coming out. So now it should go up to the appellate level, and it could be that then we have the Supreme Court who would be weighing in not on Roe, but on that emergency law that we were talking about.
All right, Julia Ainsley for us in Washington today. Julia, thank you. I want to bring in NBC News investigative reporter Chloe Atkins now. Chloe, trigger laws, these laws banning abortion in 3 states went into effect today. Idaho, which we just talked about with Julia, Texas and Tennessee as well. What do we need to know about the bans in Texas and in Tennessee?
Good to be with you, Aaron. The erosion of abortion rights accelerated this week, with many people waking up this morning with little to no abortion access. In 2 states that I want to zero in on is Texas and Tennessee. Trigger laws took effect in both of those states today with little to no exceptions. But I want to remind folks that prior to these trigger laws taking effect, there was virtually no access to abortion. In Tennessee specifically, abortion was only permitted up to 6 weeks in pregnancy, which is before most people even know they are pregnant. And in Texas, virtually all providers had left Texas or stopped providing abortion services altogether. They started doing that on June 23rd out of fear of the enforcement of Texas's SB 8, their 6-week ban, and then also the enforcement of their pre-Roe abortion ban. So what changes here is really upping the ante on felony charges, civil charges that these providers could face in these states if they chose to break the law and provide abortion services.
So then, Chloe, let's talk about options here, if we can, for a second. For women who live in Texas or Tennessee, what options do they have now that these trigger laws are in effect?
Women in these states and huge pockets of the South and Midwest where abortion is virtually inaccessible, they have little options. One of them, which we've talked about multiple times, is they can travel to states, say they're located in Texas, they can travel to states like New Mexico or Kansas, where abortion is accessible. If you're in Tennessee, you can hopefully make it up to Illinois. But what it takes to get there is a lot of money, and most Americans don't have a couple $100 to their name in emergency funds. And abortion typically costs around $500 to start with and goes up in price as someone's pregnancy goes further along. And so that leaves with people having to stay home. And so we are probably likely going to see more people self-managing their own abortion using medication, ordering that online, or being forced to carry an unwanted pregnancy to term, which can put people in precarious health situations and also precarious financial situations as well. Aaron.
All right, Chloe Atkins for us in our New York newsroom. Chloe, thank you. The Justice Department has filed its proposed redactions to the affidavit from the search of former President Donald Trump's Florida estate. Separately, the Trump lawyers have until tomorrow to explain why they want a special master to oversee the documents taken from Mar-a-Lago. Meanwhile, in Georgia, Governor Brian Kemp's legal team appeared in court to fight a grand jury subpoena for his testimony. That's part of the state's investigation of possible interference in the 2020 presidential election. Let's bring in NBC News Justice reporter Ryan Riley in Washington and Blaine Alexander in Atlanta today. Ryan, what have you been able to learn about the Justice Department's filing here?
So I think what we can expect from this is a pretty heavily redacted document that they're going to propose here, because the Justice Department didn't really want any of this to get out and said that the redactions that they would propose would render the document essentially meaningless because they would be so aggressive. So expect a lot of black ink on what DOJ submitted to the judge here in order to decide. Remember, the judge has already seen all of this, and afterwards, in fact, confirmed that it was enough information to say that there was a probable cause that that individuals would find evidence of crimes at Mar-a-Lago when they executed this search. And based on what we know so far, based on what they took away from Mar-a-Lago in those boxes, there was probable cause of a crime there, because we had all of these documents that were classified that were supposed to be there, as well as all of these documents that weren't supposed to be held at all, because even regardless of classification status, Donald Trump was not supposed to hold on to all of these underlying documents that were covered by the Presidential Records Act. Aaron.
You know, Ryan, I've been on social media today, and it appears that the former president has been as well. He's been making some claims of his own there. Walk us through that.
Yeah, I mean, the former president has been lashing out against anything regarding the FBI. He essentially thinks that the FBI is biased against him, which doesn't really necessarily stack up with the facts. The FBI is generally a conservative-leaning organization, despite what we've sort of gotten used to these attacks in the past 6 years. But essentially, I think he's just lashing out at anything and everything that with regards to this investigation. But, you know, he had ample warning based on the public record we've seen so far that these documents were not supposed supposed to be held by him. And there's been a lot of reporting that he thought that these documents were his. He referred to them as my documents. And they're just factually, by the law, not his. There is a law created after Richard Nixon that was supposed to make sure that these records would be held by the American people for the purposes of being able to look back in history. The Presidential Records Act is there for a reason. So that's not how these documents are supposed to be handled, Aaron.
And Ryan, very quickly before I let you go, we know that Trump's lawyers are facing a deadline tomorrow. What can you tell us about that?
Yeah, so I think this deadline for the other litigation that they've entered into is looming for how they want to exactly handle this. They don't know essentially the basics of filing what amounted to a motion, so the judge sort of told them to basically follow the rules and file what amounts to an actual motion in this matter, because it was just sort of a lot of what amounted to essentially a long Truth Social post rather than anything that was necessarily regarding ongoing litigation. It wasn't handled in a typical matter that these motions should be handled, Aaron.
All right, Ryan Riley for us in D.C. today. Ryan, thank you. Let's bring in NBC News correspondent Blaine Alexander now. She's outside the Fulton County Courthouse in Atlanta today. So, Blaine, a judge there heard arguments about whether the governor, Brian Kemp, should testify in that election interference investigation involving the former president. Take us through today's hearing.
Well, Aaron, the hearing was about 2 hours in length. No decision from the judge today. That's going to come in the coming days. But essentially, attorneys for Governor Brian Kemp made 3 arguments. They said that they should be allowed to quash this subpoena, that he shouldn't have to testify under oath in front of the special grand jury. 1, claiming sovereign immunity. 2, executive and attorney-client privilege. But 3, saying that there would be political implications from this. Now, I want to focus on the 3rd point. That's something, actually, that his legal team really kind of focused on as the crux of their argument in legal filings. It's something, incidentally, that the judge didn't want to hear about today. But essentially, the attorneys for Governor Brian Kemp say that because we are now within about 2.5 months of what his attorney calls the most closely watched gubernatorial race in the country, that there's no way that the implications from that wouldn't seep into the politics leading up to the election, Aaron.
And Blaine, Jenna Ellis, the former Trump legal advisor, was expected to appear before a grand jury today. What can you tell us about that?
Yeah, of course, that's the former advisor, legal advisor for the Trump campaign. You know, they wanted to hear from her. Prosecutors wanted to hear from her as relates to 2020, specifically the role that she played in setting up a series of legislative hearings in which Rudy Giuliani came down and spoke before Georgia lawmakers and laid forth essentially a number of false claims and conspiracy theories about Georgia's election. Prosecutors certainly want to talk to her about her role in setting those up, Aaron.
All right, Blaine Alexander for us in Atlanta today. Blaine, thank you. We appreciate it. President Biden is appointing a new director of the Secret Service. That as the agency faces scrutiny over missing text messages relating to the Capitol riot. Kim Cheadle will succeed James Murray, who announced he was retiring last month before that text message scandal became public. Now, Cheadle has worked with the Secret Service for 27 years now and was the first woman to be director of the protective operations at the agency. She becomes the second woman to lead the Secret Service. President Biden's decision to cancel up to $10,000 in student loan debt is getting mixed reaction today. While many lawmakers are applauding the announcement, some are slamming the move as socialism. So who will actually benefit from these loan cancellations? Here's NBC News Now anchor Morgan Radford.
Hey there. All right, so let's just set the stage first. The vast majority of student debt holders, nearly 75% of them, owe less than $40,000. More than half of all borrowers actually owe less than $20,000. So in a nutshell, there are basically 3 categories of people who will be most affected by this. 1, you have younger people who are just starting their jobs and just now starting to pay off those loans. Number 2, people with lower credit scores. And 3, Black and Latino Americans who will end up having a higher share of their debt eliminated when compared to their white counterparts. So that's ultimately because data shows that students of color tend to do 2 things. They take out smaller loans and then they owe more money after graduation. In fact, if you break down those numbers, 90% of Black students and 72% of Latino students take out loans compared to 66% of white students. And then when you fast forward 4 years after graduation, the average Black college graduate owes more than $52,000 compared to around $30,000 for for Latino graduates and $28,000 for white graduates. So at the end of the day, a lot of those loan holders, they look like Juan Ramiro Sarmiento, a young activist who says he had to drop out of school and get a job after his mother had to self-deport back to Mexico during the Trump administration. And you also have borrowers like Sharonda Pender, a mother of two in her 40s, who still has that loan balance hanging over her head, even though she had to stop going to school to get a job. Take a listen.
I went to school in 93 to 96. So it's like now I wasn't able to finish. Life happened. I had a baby, and I had to get a job outside of college and work, and then, got married, had another baby. Long story short, so I was never able to finish. I'm 46 years old and still have this, over my head. So this announcement definitely, it gives a little hope, for a start of some type of relief for us.
I took out loans because I didn't have financial support for my family. I am one of 4 children, but I'm the only U.S. citizen in my family. I come from a mixed status household. I voted for the president specifically for this issue. $20,000 for Pell recipients would be a major victory. And I voted for the president for those reasons, and I would feel like the president is delivering to an extent, even if it's not everything that we advocated for.
So you can see for a lot of people, this is a politically motivating factor. The big picture, while every student loan holder who we spoke to is happy about this decision, many said they do hope that this is just the first step. Because even though this is likely to eliminate student debt for around 14.6 million people, there are still around 30 million who owe more than that threshold, with new students taking on debt every single semester. Back to you.
Teachers in Ohio's biggest school district reaching an agreement to end their strike. Coming up, a look at the terms of that potential deal.
And what do you love about fatherhood?
The chaos, the learning. Is climate change one of your top priorities?
What's your message to girls who want to make a difference in their own communities?
Believe in yourself.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. Unnecessary, unjustifiable, illegal. And good evening from New Orleans. Late military operation witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
We're here to start conversations because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
And welcome back. The embattled schools police chief in Uvalde, Texas, Pete Arredondo, is out of a job. The school board voted unanimously Wednesday night to fire Arredondo for his response to the mass shooting at Robb Elementary School in May. From the time the police entered the building, 1 hour and 14 minutes passed before the gunman was killed. Arredondo's lawyer says based on the information known to him at the time, Arredondo believed the officers could not breach the door without tools he did not have at the time. 2 teachers and 19 students were killed in that attack. A teacher strike in Ohio's largest school district has ended for now. The Columbus Teachers Union and the school board have reached a, quote, conceptual agreement, tentatively ending the strike there. Students in the school district started school yesterday remotely. NBC News correspondent Jesse Kirsch is in Columbus for us today. So, Jesse, what can you tell us about this agreement and what do they need to happen in order for it to become a permanent deal?
Yeah, Aaron, so overnight, the two sides announcing that they've come to terms here. The teachers union leadership saying that they are excited about this. However, they need the ratification of their more than 4,000 members. That's what the teachers union stance was on this. We also got a statement from the Board of Education, which reads in part, while the details cannot yet be disclosed, the contract recognizes the board's commitment to improving our student outcomes, the essential work of the CEA members, and strengthening our learning environments. We know that the teachers union had been pushing for multiple things, including smaller class sizes, improvements to the heating and air conditioning in the schools, as well as full-time art, PE, and music teachers in all of the elementary schools.
So, Jesse, we mentioned that the kids have been doing remote learning. They started that yesterday. When do we expect to see teachers and students back in classrooms there?
The school board says that the plan is to have teachers and kids back in class on Monday. They want teachers to take today and tomorrow to plan and get ready. We're talking about 47,000 teachers, or excuse me, 47,000 students, more than 4,000 teachers and support staff in the union, but more than roughly 47,000 students who have been learning remote for the last couple of days. And so the plan is to have them with their teachers back in class on Monday, Aaron.
All right, Jesse Kirsch for us in Columbus, Ohio today. Jesse, thank you. Much more to come today. Russia says it is surging new troops to Ukraine. Up next, what's prompting this stepped-up show of force?
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen now.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Back now with our NBC News exclusive.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
You open the door for so many people.
I love working with people. I did not do any of this by myself.
Hello! Lizzo, you put a smile on every single face.
It feels like Christmas or my birthday or something.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. Here are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Well, more than 40 million Americans left their jobs in 2021, hoping to find a new gig with better pay and more satisfaction. But a new study found nearly half of those who quit during the pandemic, they say the switch hasn't met their expectations. Here's NBC's Gotti Schwartz.
Call it the Great Resignation regret. More than 40 million Americans left their jobs last year in hopes of finding a career with better pay and hours and more satisfaction. A new survey finds nearly half of people who quit their old jobs for new ones during the pandemic say the switch has not met their expectations.
It was just kind of a slow burn of, oh, this is taking a lot out of me. I miss my old life.
For years, 39-year-old Skylar Maston worked as a server at one of LA's hottest restaurants. But when the pandemic hit, he started thinking about jumping ship.
Waiting tables can be difficult. And with the compounded aspect of COVID, that you're in a mask and a face shield and it's sweaty, it was exhausting.
Skylar also wanted a more stable career because he and his wife hoped to start a family, so he quit and took a job teaching high school English where the pay was 20% less, but the fulfillment would be higher, or so he assumed.
Was teaching what you thought it was going to be? It was not necessarily what I expected. To realize that, oh, I'm making less money, but I'm probably working 80 to 90 hours a week, grading papers. There was a great sense of, is this really what I want?
Many other workers have shared that disappointment.
Some will leave their jobs thinking that the grass is greener, and sometimes grass is grass.
Career counselor Tony Franis says her firm sees a lot of job jumpers move to new careers that may pay more but are less satisfying.
The work experience and the work-life balance and the company culture is not aligning with their personal goals and priorities.
And just when Skylar thought he was stuck, his former restaurant called, offering him a management job with higher pay and benefits and less stress, so he took it. Experts say it's a national trend known as boomeranging, and boomerangers now make up about 1/3 of all new hires. Some companies wooing back those former employees with better positions and perks. Employees and workers perhaps both learning lessons from the Great Resignation chaos.
Now, if you're watching this and thinking that sounds very much like the situation that I'm in right now, experts say do not panic. The demand for workers is still sky high in so many sectors, so it's still very much an employee's market. But it is good to start by sharing your concerns with your employer. Also, you want to always be networking, and it's even good to reach out to your previous employer to see if they might offer something better, because many times they will. Back to you.
And it's a change that starts at the roots, literally. Some teens in Atlantic City are honing their green thumbs in a summer program at a nearby farm where organic fruits and veggies are more than just food on a plate. Here's Morning News Now anchor Joe Fryer.
On Reed's Organic Farm in New Jersey, they're harvesting food.
Good, right?
While growing young minds.
Beautiful.
These teens live in Atlantic City, which is a mere 20 minutes away, yet feels like another world.
Why do you love it so much?
Because it's quiet.
78 serene acres that are home to a summer program through the Boys and Girls Club of Atlantic City.
Hold the branch with one hand.
The kids are learning what it takes to grow and harvest a wide range of fruits and veggies.
You have to have the muscles to pull the stuff out.
Do you have the muscles?
Yeah.
Here, they're united with nature, even the pigs in the farm's animal sanctuary.
They can come here and they can learn how we do things on a farm, but it's so important that they know that these are things that they can take home with them and share with their families.
In fact, some of the food they harvest ends up at the Boys and Girls Club.
Why are these so special?
Because they're organic.
A lesson in nutrition in a place deemed a food desert. Atlantic City has gone 15 years without a fully operated grocery store. For Amir Simmons Robinson, the 8-week program is having an impact. Just ask Mom.
I see a huge difference in his attitude, his behavior. He's a lot more patient.
And for Cookie Till, the farm's co-founder, that is food for the soul.
When you see it have an impact on them, how does that impact you?
It just makes my heart sing. It just means that change is possible.
Planting seeds in more ways than one.
Joe Fryer reporting there. Now, Reed's Organic Farm was founded just 2 years ago. In addition to the 8-week summer program, that farm holds seasonal workshops, too, teaching kids about cultivating crops and making plant-based meals. In our other headlines today, Amazon is shutting down its telehealth service, Amazon Care. That's according to an internal memo. It launched in 2019 as a pilot program for employees in and around Amazon's headquarters in Seattle. It lets business customers offer digital or at-home doctor's visits. Amazon Care operates virtual services nationwide and house calls in markets like LA, Washington, and Dallas. Amazon says the service was not meeting the needs of customers. And GameStop plans to reward thousands of employees with stock and pay raises as the struggling retailer looks to become profitable under new leadership. The Wall Street Journal reporting GameStop, which shifted last year to growing online sales, is trying to do more to motivate and retain employees at its stores. All store leaders will receive company stock of up to $21,000, and GameStop will give raises to some senior store staff. Well, the family of Kobe Bryant securing a major victory in court. Details next.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
Here's what's happening in your neck of the woods.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Back now with our NBC News exclusive.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were going to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that. Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
Bottom of the hour now. Here's what we're watching. Intense rain and flash flooding soaked central Mississippi, prompting rescues and evacuations. Heavy rain hit that state for 3 days. It submerged cars, homes, even entire neighborhoods. First responders are still working to rescue people from some of those homes. Hundreds of asylum seekers arrived in the New York City area this morning, bussed in by the state of Texas. New York has right to shelter laws, and Mayor Eric Adams says they would be welcomed with, quote, open arms. In the last 2 days, more than 400 people have arrived in an ongoing political fight over migration. And newly released body cam footage shows a huge weapons cache at a New Jersey hospital. Police say they found nearly 40 firearms and 1,400 rounds of ammunition while responding to a bomb threat. The investigation revealed the weapons belonged to the hospital's marketing director. He was arrested and now faces several weapons charges. The widow of Kobe Bryant, Vanessa Bryant, just won a multi-million-dollar lawsuit involving the death of her husband and their daughter. A jury siding with Bryant over leaked photos of the helicopter crash that killed her family. Bryant posted this picture after the verdict with the caption, "All for you. I love you. Justice for Kobe and Gigi." NBC's Raf Sanchez joining me now here in Los Angeles. He's been tracking this story for us. So, Raf, help us understand what happened here. Walk us through the verdict.
Yeah, Aaron, so the big picture here is the jury accepted Vanessa Bryant's case, which is that she suffered severe emotional distress just knowing that these photographs were out there. So, quick reminder, January 2020, that helicopter crash kills Kobe Bryant, his daughter Gigi, 7 other people, and first responders at the scene take unauthorized pictures of charred remains. They share them amongst themselves. Bryant's lawyers say those photographs ultimately go to 30 people. And LA County's defense here is that the pictures were, 1, never posted online, and 2, Vanessa Bryant herself never saw them. But she countered that she woke up every day not knowing whether today is the day that those photographs were going to make it to the internet, whether her surviving children were going to see them. And ultimately, the jury agreed with her, and they awarded her and her co-defendant $31 million.
Yeah, obviously a compelling argument for her to have made there. You mentioned this co-defendant, Chris Chester, right? He was also, as you mentioned, awarded some of the money there. What can you tell us about his part of this case?
Yeah, so the media focus, understandably, has been on Kobe Bryant's family, but there's another family that has gone through every step of this nightmare alongside them. Chris Chester lost his wife, Sarah, his daughter, Peyton. Peyton and Gigi were actually teammates. They were flying out together to that game. And it has been very painful, I think, for Chris Chester, hearing his loved ones referred to as the other victims in this case. But in this court trial, ultimately, his loved ones were worth just as much as Kobe Bryant's family. He was awarded $15 million out of that $31 million.
Now, what about an appeal in this case? Is there a chance or likelihood that LA County might appeal this decision?
There is. So this is a federal case. They could appeal to a federal appeals court. We don't know yet if they're going to do so. But I'll tell you, legal experts that we're speaking to think they might not for two reasons. One, the county was ordered to pay $31 million, which is a lot, but it's not the $75 million that Vanessa Bryant, Chris Chester were looking for. And two, just the publicity here has been so damaging for LA County. The idea that sheriff's deputies were taking pictures of charred remains, they may just want to put this case behind them, Aaron.
Yeah, some closure for everybody involved with this. Raph Sanchez for us here in LA. Good to see you. Nice to see you in person finally after so many years.
Good to see you too, Aaron.
Thank you. Well, New York's highest court granted an appeal to disgraced Hollywood mogul Harvey Weinstein. That appeal coming more than 2 years after he was convicted of rape and another crime. He was sentenced to 23 years in prison. NBC News legal analyst Danny Savalos is joining me now to help us understand what's going on here. So, Danny, oral arguments are likely to be held sometime next year. Walk us through the details of the appeal as you understand it and why this was granted now.
Not a particularly new idea for an appeal. It's basically that there was a juror that was seated that was improperly seated, and additionally, it alleges that the judge was, I guess you could say, biased against the defendant, but that the rulings that the judge made were improper and an abuse of discretion. So this is juror misconduct and jury instructions. Juries as a whole are often a source of appeals in both state and federal court. But the straight up odds of even getting to the Court of Appeals, which is New York's highest court, it's essentially New York's Supreme Court, even though they have a Supreme Court and that's the trial court. It's very confusing in New York. But the Court of Appeals is the highest appeal court in the land. And it is indicated there are some issues that they need to look at. That is a huge win for Weinstein's team because it is difficult to get your case to the Court of Appeals in New York.
You know, Weinstein is in jail right now here in Los Angeles. He's awaiting a trial on sex crimes charges. Will yesterday's ruling have any impact on that case?
No, and typically the rule is the jurisdiction that first gets its hands on a defendant has primary authority to jail, imprison that defendant, and then the other jurisdiction has to wait around until that sentence is maxed out or the defendant is released or whatever the case may be. So really anything that happens in New York is going to have very little effect on the LA case. The real key is who had jurisdiction over Weinstein first, whose sentence is he serving first, and then it comes down to states working together, reaching an agreement to ship him cross-country back and forth, which is no small feat. Believe me, I've tried to track some clients. It does not run efficiently. It is not like JetBlue or some other, easy way to get across country. This is an issue of agreements between states, and if the California court wants to hand him over, they will, and I'm sure they will.
All right, NBC News legal analyst Danny Savalos with us today. Danny, thank you. The law firm that helped defend convicted sex trafficker Ghislaine Maxwell is suing her family for legal fees. Her former legal team says they are owed nearly $900,000. Maxwell was convicted in December of helping Jeffrey Epstein sexually abuse underage girls, and she was sentenced to 20 years in prison. We turn to Ukraine now. The death toll is rising following a Russian rocket attack at a train station there. Ukrainian officials now say at least 25 people have died and dozens more are injured. NBC News correspondent Josh Letterman is live in Kyiv, Ukraine for us today. So, Josh, what else have you been able to learn about this attack, and what is Russia saying about it at this point?
Well, Ukrainian officials are saying that 2 children were among those who died in that attack, dozens injured, in what Ukraine says was an attempt by Russia to mar their Independence Day holiday and to use the anniversary of the 6-month beginning of this war to remind Ukrainians across this country that they remain vulnerable to Russian attacks. Now, Russia has confirmed that it was behind that strike, and Russia is claiming today that there were 200 Ukrainian military service members who were at a military arrangement at that train station who were killed as they were heading to the front lines. Now, we have not heard anything from Ukraine about that specific claim. It certainly seems to be a claim of quite a number of Ukrainian officials that Russia is saying were killed there. But so far, we don't have any evidence from Ukraine that there were really that many Ukrainian service members killed.
And Josh, we noted that the Russian president is expanding his country's armed forces as the war is continuing there in Ukraine. What do we know about this order from Vladimir Putin?
Yeah, that's right. President Putin signing an order today to increase the number of troops in the armed forces by about 137,000, which would bring to well over 1 million the number of combat forces in Russia's military. Now, we don't know exactly why Putin has done this. He did not give a specific reason, but we know that Russia's defense minister spoke just in the last 48 hours, acknowledging that Russia's campaign there here in Ukraine has really been seeing a pause recently. Now, the Russian military is claiming that's because they are regrouping ahead of a new offensive as opposed to stalling out. But we also know that Russia has struggled to try to create enough personnel to fight this war without relying on conscripts. They say that only troops who have volunteered to serve are fighting in this war, and that may be one of the reasons that Russia is now looking to bolster its troops as they try to continue to fight this war 6 months on.
And Josh, while I have you, I do want to ask, you've been keeping an eye on that situation at the nuclear power plant in southern Ukraine, helping us understand what's going on there. Any new reporting on that today?
Yeah, some really concerning developments today. According to Ukrainian nuclear authorities, that power plant was disconnected from Ukraine's electricity grid today for the first time in its history. Typically, there are 4 transmission lines that connect the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant to Ukraine's electricity grid. 3 of them had already been damaged earlier in the war. And today, something happened that knocked out the last remaining one. Now, the power was restored, and there's also backup power from a nearby thermal fossil fuel power plant. But this really just illustrates the kind of crisis we could have if the power plant loses external power and can't create enough power for its cooling systems that keep the nuclear reactors from overheating. And we're hearing today from UN inspectors from the International Atomic Energy Agency who are still negotiating for access to that plant. The big hang-up seems to be, Aaron, that Ukraine wants those inspectors to get to the plant through Ukrainian territory. The Russians saying no, they've got to come through Russian territory to access the plant. The IAEA saying it is critical that they have inspectors there within days to try to get the situation under control.
Yeah, really urgent they get this figured out. Josh Letterman for us in Ukraine again today. Josh, thank you. In Syria, U.S. forces responded to a series of rocket attacks that injured 3 U.S. service members. No official word yet on who's behind the rocket fire on those U.S. bases, but officials believe it may have been in response to American airstrikes on an Iran-affiliated military group. I want to bring in NBC News Pentagon correspondent Courtney Kube. She's been tracking this story from the beginning. Courtney, what more can you tell us about these 2 rocket attacks and how the U.S. responded?
So this occurred yesterday. It was in 2 locations in northeastern Syria. They're both bases or facilities that house U.S. troops. One called Green Village, the other is called Conoco. In both cases, they were struck by numerous rockets that, in both cases, resulted in minor injuries among U.S. service members. Now, soon after this occurred, the U.S. military responded with a series of strikes, at first from Apache helicopters, attack helicopters, on several cars, taking out what the U.S. military said were some of the attackers who fired those rockets. But then later, there was a second salvo. In this case, they used AC-130 gunships, which are fixed-wing aircraft that they fired on some more of these militants, and they used some artillery. So this was an ongoing back and forth that lasted for a number of hours last night. Again, it all started with these rocket attacks on these U.S. facilities. It is pretty uncommon these days for there to be U.S. military injured. So the U.S. military took this very seriously when it occurred, and they responded quickly, Aaron.
I do want to back up a little bit here, Courtney, if we can, and talk about the airstrikes the U.S. carried out before the attack on the American troops there. Help us understand what was happening there. What was the target?
So that was in retaliation for a number of previous attacks. In this case, it was another attack on 2 different locations. It was Green Village again, and then one in southern Syria called Atanf Garrison. But those attacks were much more like the ones that we've been seeing literally for the past year or so, where these militants will fire rockets. In some cases, they use what they call one-way drones. They're drones that literally just fly in and crash into a location. But in all of the previous attacks, more than 24 in number, there have not been any U.S. military injured or killed. There's been some infrastructures damaged, but that's it. That's the difference between what we saw happen here yesterday. So because of the 2 of the more recent attacks on August 15th, that's why the U.S. carried out a number of airstrikes, hitting some of these militant groups, these militia groups, hitting some of their infrastructure. But what I asked the policy chief here at the Pentagon, there have been more than 24 of these strikes in the last year that have damaged infrastructure. Why did the U.S. military respond to the attacks on August 15th? Here's what Dr. Colin Kahl had to say about that.
We don't want Iran to draw the wrong conclusion that they can continue just doing this and get away with it. But part of it was also the nature of the attacks on the 15th, the fact that they were coordinated against 2 U.S. facilities at the same time, the fact that we believe we have Iran dead to rights on attribution, the UAV parts that we've collected, for example, traced directly back to Tehran. So I think our concern was that this might be an indication that Iran intends to do more of this, and we wanted to disabuse them of any sense that that was a good idea.
So again, the difference here being that there was a culmination of a number of these attacks over months, and they were really concerned about these coordinated attacks that occurred on August 15th, Aaron.
Courtney Kube for us at the Pentagon today. Courtney, thanks. The drought in Europe exposing history that's been hidden for hundreds of years. That's next.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that. Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The indictment of a former president, or perhaps candidate for president, would arguably tear the country apart. Is that your concern? Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen to the full season now.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that. Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
It's the best time of the morning. Time for that pop start, baby.
I'm feeling the vibe today on the show.
Welcome back. Droughts around the world may be environmentally concerning, but they're also revealing a part of history that's been hidden in many places. Ancient artifacts have been uncovered, some dating back hundreds, even millions of years. NBC News foreign correspondent Matt Bradley has a closer look.
Yeah, Aaron, well, obviously there's no drought anymore, but you can still clearly see what happened here at historic Chatsworth House. Now, weeks of drought revealed the contours of a 300-year-old garden.
It's been a long, hot summer. And not just in the States. Droughts and heat waves have spread across entire continents worldwide, killing crops, drying up rivers, and raising worries about our planet's future. Even as they reveal tantalizing glimpses of the past, normally hidden from view. Like this ornate 17th century garden in England. 300-year-old paths and hedgerows laid bare by record-setting heat. Most were revealed by falling water levels as rivers shriveled. Like this island in China and its Buddhist statues believed to be 600 years old.
比较少吧。
I'm worried, this local man said. I feel like the environment has just become quite bad. I think this is a warning to us. In Spain, a dried-out reservoir displayed an entire village swallowed when the dam was built. The feeling is nostalgic as people see the home of a family member, their own, or of someone they know re-emerge, said the town's mayor. Some even date back to prehistory. In Texas, a dinosaur left these 113-million-year-old tracks. Other waterways exposed the scars of history's worst trials, like this bomb from World War II destroyed by the Italian army. And in Serbia, a graveyard for sunken Nazi warships emerged from the Danube. But other rivers convey urgent warnings about what's to come. In German tradition, these hunger stones mark the water levels that preceded famines. The oldest one, from 1616, reads, "If you see me, weep." Climate experts like Bob Ward say these hints from history shouldn't be ignored.
What do you think that means for our present day?
We're seeing more intense, more frequent heat waves happening all around the world.
He says it's something we may have to get used to.
They're definitely going to continue, and it's going to get worse for at least the next 30 years until the world reduces their emissions of greenhouse gases to zero.
A new reality that's living up to old warnings.
So, Aaron, while this particular grass is getting a much-needed drink, the damage from this past summer's extreme weather has already been done. And according to climate scientists, we could be in for a lot worse in the years to come. Aaron?
Matt Bradley for us in London today. There is much more news ahead. You're watching NBC News Now.
What do you love about fatherhood?
The chaos, the learning. Is climate change one of your top priorities?
What's your message to girls who want to make a difference in their own communities?
Believe in yourself.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast, available anytime and anywhere.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast, available anytime and anywhere.
Harry Styles!
Right now on NBC News Now.
We've got all the angles covered tonight.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We've got 3 new developments just this afternoon.
We begin this hour with breaking news and the growing impact of Russia's assault.
This is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine.
I don't want to say goodbye.
This factory has gone from making kitchen pots to lethal items.
There's an intense artillery battle underway between Ukrainian forces and Russian troops.
Breaking news this morning.
The heartbreak, the grief, and the tears that we have seen here are all tragically familiar. Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told.
No. The shooting is once again reigniting the debate over gun laws.
If it's Tuesday, it is primary night.
The highest profile races yet this year. We are talking elections in a battleground state.
The official confirmation of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson.
Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be?
We got some promising news this morning about the rollout of COVID vaccines for children under 5.
Have you seen a demand for mental health services increase among Latinos? It's time for another honest conversation about what it means to be Asian American.
The people of the Chamizal neighborhood aren't the only ones experiencing what they call environmental injustice.
We're here to try to start conversation.
A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
Tennis star Novak Djokovic will miss another big tournament because he's unvaccinated against COVID-19. Djokovic will not compete in the U.S. Open in New York because of restrictions on unvaccinated foreign visitors. The 21-time champion said, quote, "Good luck to my fellow players. I'll keep in good shape and positive spirit and wait for an opportunity to compete again." We'll get ready to see professional golf like never before, and it's largely thanks to Tiger Woods. He's meeting with other top players on how the PGA can keep up with a controversial competitor. NBC News Now anchor Joe Fryer has more.
Tiger Woods is a household name, an undisputed golfing legend, with 15 major championships and a record-tying 82 PGA Tour wins. He has dominated the sport and generated excitement like few other modern athletes.
Look at this scene.
But Woods' career took a horrifying turn last February after a single-car crash nearly ended his life. After the accident, which seriously injured his right leg, Woods admitting his career on the course would never be the same.
I can play certain events here and there, but on a full-time level, no, that will never happen again.
Now golf's biggest name is trying to revolutionize the sport once again.
Yes, it is.
Off the course, using his influence to protect the legacy of the PGA Tour against a challenger gaining ground in the game. The controversial Saudi-backed Live Golf offered big bucks to entice several major champions like Phil Mickelson and Dustin Johnson to jump ship from the PGA Tour. Woods himself was offered at least $700 million to join Live.
I think that what they've done is they've turned their back on what has allowed them to get to this position.
The 46-year-old turned the money down, instead advocating for his peers and the PGA Tour's future.
He has taken on the role of spokesman. He never did that before.
Last week, Woods and four-time major champion Rory McIlroy holding a players-only meeting to discuss ways to improve the game, including marquee events and more prize money. Woods' leadership role speaking volumes.
I think if someone like him is passionate about it, that's, I mean, no offense to all of us, but that's really all that matters.
Woods and McIlroy also announcing their own golf league in partnership with the PGA Tour. It's called TGL, a series of primetime events in a high-tech custom-built arena featuring teams of superstar golfers, giving fans, especially younger ones, a chance to watch Woods and their favorites up close.
To be able to see him still showcase his skills on prime time on TV without really any wear and tear on his body, I think it is a really good use of his time.
The TGL is set to debut in 2024, running from January to April. Responding to the tour's changes, Live Golf writes in a statement that it's clearly the best thing that's ever happened to help the careers of professional golfers. Aaron.
Well, now to a sport that's gaining popularity across the country these days. We're talking about pickleball. NBC's Chanel Jones hit the court with one of the many clubs popping up as pickleball grows.
It's the fastest growing sport in America. 5 million pickleball players and growing. Among them, names you'll know: Leonardo DiCaprio, Jamie Foxx, and the Clooneys. The sport, a mix of tennis, badminton, and ping pong, initially exploded in retirement communities. Today, there's more than 38,000 courts across the country and multiple leagues and tournaments with big payouts. The Association of Pickleball Professionals Tour gave out a total of $2 million in prizes this year.
Are you kidding me?
Not everyone is in it for the money. It's a passion for the sport for the Pretty Picklers of Far Hills, New Jersey.
It's a really inclusive sport. Anyone can pick up a paddle and play and be pretty good at it.
And as I soon found out, it's a great workout and a whole lot of fun.
Okay, let me do it. Okay. All right, we're gonna win this.
No pressure.
You did it! That's so funny. I see why you guys could do this all day.
Even as the sport expands at an unprecedented pace and the debate rages over how pickleball should grow, most players are just enjoying their newfound hobby.
My kids joke that I'm in a sorority at my age because it really is a lot of fun. You can spend as much time doing it as you want.
Thanks for joining us this hour. I'm Aaron Gilchrist, and a reminder, you can get your news 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, streaming on NBC News Now.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were going to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that. Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
News is happening now.
To look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Here's what's happening in your neck of the woods.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top story with Tom Yamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Right now on NBC News Now, trigger laws. Strict abortion bans now in effect in 2 states. This as a judge in another state issues a ruling blocking an abortion ban. Watching and waiting. A judge reviewing the redacted document that prompted the Mar-a-Lago search. This as another Trump ally fights a grand jury subpoena. And firing fallout. Uvalde's school district fires its police chief in a unanimous vote. Now families are focusing on others who they say have not been held accountable. It is noon here in Los Angeles, 3 p.m. back east. I'm Aaron Gilchrist, and we begin with a major court decision on abortions in Idaho. A federal judge there temporarily blocking part of that state's abortion ban that was set to take effect today. The Justice Department challenged part of the law that would ban abortions even in emergency situations. This is the DOJ's first legal action since the Supreme Court overturned Roe v. Wade. Leading us off this hour, NBC's Julia Ainsley and Danielle Campamore. Julia, I'll start with you. At the crux of this case, the Justice Department's argument here is this law from the 1980s, the EMTALA law, as I understand it. What is that law exactly, and what was behind the judge's decision?
Yeah, that's the Emergency Medical Treatment and Labor Act. You're right, that comes from the 1980s. And right now it's what we expect the Justice Department to be turning to in several cases, because now that we're living in a post-Roe America, after the Supreme Court reversed that decision, they see this law as the safety net that could keep some near total bans on abortions from actually going through. One of the reasons they started with Idaho, Aaron, is because in that state, the law put in place by the state legislature would have made it so that doctors would have had to defend themselves in court after performing an abortion, and then then turn to what they would see as affirmative defenses, saying that they performed it because of an exception like rape or incest, or in the case of a medical emergency. But if they couldn't prove that what they performed was to save a life, then they could be prosecuted as felons, Aaron. So that is one of the reasons why the Justice Department started with Idaho. The judge yesterday put a preliminary injunction on the part of the law that would have required doctors to prove that the care they delivered was specifically to save a life, and that otherwise that person would have died if they hadn't gotten that care. That has now been lifted, but in general, the rest of the law still remains.
So you mentioned it's a temporary ban, a temporary block on the abortion ban there. Where does this case go from here then, Julia?
Yeah, that's right. Temporary and partial. So we can expect it to be appealed. Obviously, we're then waiting to see how the judge will rule. Will he put in place something that would be more permanent? And once this gets appealed, we could expect this to go all the way up to the Supreme Court. So could other cases like it. We know in Texas, a judge ruled with the state there against the Biden administration for their guidance they put out also regarding abortions and whether or not women could get abortions in the cases of medical emergency or go outside the state for abortions. Now we could expect all of this to end up at the Supreme Court, where they will have to decide really how the law should stand when you have two competing districts like this on the same issue. We can also expect the Justice Department to perhaps see this as a win here and see if they can use that same law as a justification to challenge other trigger laws that have gone in place across the country.
A lot more cases to watch for some time to come. Julia Ainsley for us in our D.C. bureau today. Julia, thank you. Let's bring in Today.com reporter Danielle Campamore now. Danielle, there's a lot of scrutiny on individual abortion cases since the Supreme Court's decision. One in particular is raising a lot of concern when a Florida court ruled that a pregnant 16-year-old wasn't, quote, sufficiently mature to get an abortion. You talked to a woman who went through the process when she was a teenager, too. What did you learn from her?
Absolutely. So I talked to a woman, her name is Stephanie. At 17, she found out she was pregnant after she was denied birth control from a Catholic OBGYN. She had been pregnant a year prior. Her father actually drove her to abortion, but had shamed her and told her that if she ever got pregnant again, that she'd be forced to carry that pregnancy. She knew right away she'd want to be a parent at 17, so she realized that she had to go through what's called a judicial bypass, which means that she has to go to a judge, just like that other 16-year-old in Florida, and essentially plead her case as to why she needs an abortion. That included everything from gathering her GPA records to writing an essay on the things that she wanted to accomplish in her life. And this is what she told me about that experience in particular that still stays with her today.
I think the most traumatic part was having to go through it in the first place, right? No one should have to go to a judge to request permission to have access to their bodily autonomy. I knew and I was clear that I wanted to get an abortion, and it did not matter what anybody else had to say about that, whether it was my parents, whether it was the state.
Danielle, I do want to ask you, as I've been... Go ahead. I'll let you finish your point first.
Yeah, and so again, this is just kind of a clear reminder to people across the country that these laws, even when they're enacted with the idea that they're going to protect a minor in this case, that mandated parental consent is actually more harmful than helpful. The majority of teenagers who do become pregnant when they haven't planned to actually do tell their parents. This really impacts the most marginalized among us.
I was going to say, I wanted to ask you, too, about some of the other issues that you've been tracking and been paying attention to for women. There's a shortage of epidurals you've been reporting on in Canada. What do we need to know about that? And are there any concerns that that could be an issue here in the U.S., too?
Right. So the fact that this shortage is happening after the overturning of Roe v. Wade has really caught the attention of the public here in the United States and around the world. It is due to a shortage of catheters that are used to, use the medication for an epidural during childbirth. There has been anecdotal evidence that there are a few cases here in the United States where people who are in labor have not been able to access an epidural. But on the whole, the FDA does not list epidurals on their site for medications that they're having any issues with. And even in Canada right now, they are working around the clock to implement any kind of policies or changes to be able to help with the shortage. Here's what one anesthesiologist in Canada had to say.
At the moment, the shortage is improving. A month ago, the shortage was quite significant, but Health Canada has been able to obtain international supply of authorized epidural kits. And so this is a great stopgap measure while our producers are increasing their production.
All right, Danielle Campamore for us today. Danielle, thank you. We are waiting for a judge in Florida to decide whether he will release a redacted affidavit that prompted the FBI search of Mar-a-Lago. The Justice Department submitted its proposals for those redactions before today's deadline. At the same time, a judge in Georgia will decide whether Governor Brian Kemp should testify in the election interference probe there. Kemp's lawyers want to squash a grand jury subpoena for him. NBC News reporter Stephen Romo is following the Georgia hearing. First, let's go to NBC News Justice reporter Ryan Riley. So, Ryan, two things here. What options does the judge have with these restricted, redacted documents, and when can we get a decision from it?
The decision, I think, is sort of up to him, although he has been operating on somewhat of an expedited basis. It's only been a little more than 2 weeks since the search took place, and we've gone in terms of litigation timelines pretty quickly on this. I think that, the redaction decision, I think, is basically whether or not he wants to go along with the proposed redactions from the Justice Department, which I think are going to be pretty extreme. I think they're going to use a lot of black ink. They're going to go pretty harsh on the redactions because they didn't want any of this information really released. So I guess the question is whether or not he wants to go along with the DOJ's proposed redactions, in which case we could see this release on a pretty expedited basis, or whether he wants to sort of push for a little bit more disclosure. I don't know if that's the more likely scenario, because the judge has also indicated earlier this week that he is also worried about sort of giving Donald Trump a roadmap and releasing too much information, especially with all the threats that we've seen against members of law enforcement and specifically the FBI special agents who were involved in this Mar-a-Lago search, Aaron.
All right, Ryan Riley for us in our D.C. bureau today. Ryan, thank you. Let's go to the election investigation in Georgia now. NBC's Stephen Romo is standing by in our New York bureau looking at this. So, Stephen, prosecutors and Governor Brian Kemp are fighting over a grand jury subpoena for his testimony. Walk us through the arguments that both sides are making in court today.
Yeah, Aaron, this hearing lasted about 2 hours today, with attorneys for Kemp asking just to quash that subpoena altogether, claiming executive privilege here along with attorney-client privilege, and also pointing out how close this is happening to the midterms in November. He, of course, is running for re-election against Democrat Stacey Abrams, and this issue leading up to today has become quite contentious, especially between Brian Kemp and DA Fani Willis, all revealed through court filings. Now, the DA's office saying it's vital that they talk to Kemp, arguing he has knowledge about the alleged election meddling that happened in the state of Georgia. They deny, though, that they are politicizing this, as Kemp's team has claimed. Meanwhile, the team for Kemp saying if the subpoena is not quashed, they would at least like to see the questions he'll be asking beforehand. They're also asking that this just be postponed until after Election Day.
So, Stephen, what's the end game on this? When do we expect to hear a decision from the judge?
Well, yeah, at the end of this hearing, the judge said he would consider the political impact of Kemp's situation with his re-election race before making a decision on that. The win is very important here, Aaron. So the judge also suggesting that if he does side with the district attorney's office to keep the Kemp subpoena, he will figure out a time for that appearance, but he did not exactly say when he would make that final decision. Aaron?
All right, well, I'll be waiting. Stephen Romo for us today. Stephen, thanks.
Thanks.
Well, today is the 4th straight day of rain in Mississippi, a state trying to clean up from weather damage already. Flash flooding forcing roads to be closed, evacuations, and some life-saving rescues. NBC News correspondent Blaine Alexander has the latest.
Well, this is approaching a once-in-a-thousand-year flooding event. That's how statistically rare this is. And incredibly, this would be the 6th such event that we've seen over just the past month. Now in Mississippi, the damage is mounting and the rain is not over yet.
It's a race against time in rain-ravaged parts of central Mississippi.
emergency crews conducting dozens of desperate rescues. In Brandon, an all-out effort by first responders and volunteers battling fast-rising floodwaters while evacuating more than 40 residents from this nursing home. In nearby Florence, more than 100 children and staff members moved to safety after water rushed into this daycare center. The water strong enough to sweep part of this train off its tracks.
Evidently, the storm drain underwashed the bed of the train. The train stopped.
The scenes are even more striking from above. Historic flooding leaving entire communities underwater.
It's really bad. Like, literally, it's flooding. It's flooding my neighborhood.
Much of the rain's fury is in how fast it fell. Some areas dealing with up to a foot of rain in hours. And in Hattiesburg, this possible tornado sighting.
The whole town is almost flooded.
In Canton, some residents are exhausted after facing major flooding for the second time this year, with homes, cars, and entire neighborhoods now covered in murky water.
When the water comes down that fast and that quick, it has nowhere to go. And that's when the water bag up.
Officials are warning residents to stay off of the roads after highways like this have been completely washed away.
If they see a barricade, please don't go around it.
Now, as the water begins to recede, many residents must face the daunting task of cleaning up. And this is the same system that we have been watching through much of the week that's really left a path of destruction across the country. Now that threat is not over, some 7 million people still remain at risk for flash flooding today. Back to you.
All right, Blaine Alexander for us. Let's bring in NBC News meteorologist Bill Cairns now. So, Bill, can you walk us through the possible link here between the significant flooding events we're seeing and climate change? I think we all kind of, our minds go in that direction these days when we see these major events.
Yeah, well, we know climate change is going to bring more extreme events, but is it how many more is the big question. So first, let me explain what the difference, what does a 1 in 1,000 year flood event means? It means going into every single year, it's the possibility or probability that you're going to see a flood. So let's do the easy math. If you're in a 1 in 100 year flood event, that means every year you have a 1% chance of that happening. If it's a 1 in 1,000 year flood event, that's 0.1% of happening every year. So it doesn't mean it can't happen twice in 10 years in some areas. So let's take a look at this recent string of 1 in 1,000 year flood events. 5 have occurred in about a month, and obviously they've been in the St. Louis, the Kentucky, Illinois. We had the Dallas just this week, and then Death Valley. So how rare is this? Well, most flash flooding does occur in the warm months. So that's going to be from the late spring to the early fall. So the timing of this is when you would expect it. Now, climate change connection. Warmer air, we know, will hold more moisture. That has been proven by scientists. They can put it in their computer models. They can churn this data out, and they know that we can expect more extreme rainfall events as our planet continues to warm. So I wanted to dive a little deeper into this. Unfortunately, there's no official record database that shows how many 1 in 1,000 year flood events that we have. So, this is kind of a recent thing we've been keeping track of. So I wanted to do a little bit of math. So we have about 4,500 cities in the U.S. with a population over 10,000. So if we do the math on that, you can expect, again, annually, we should expect at least 4 cities in the U.S. to have a 1 in 1,000 year flood event. So we're talking only cities. We're not talking rural areas. So like Death Valley wouldn't count in that statistic, or areas of eastern Kentucky. That was a much more rural area. But St. Louis and Dallas, you would expect. So, Aaron, we know that we're going to see an increased number, but unfortunately, we don't have the record database to say how many additional we're seeing. But we know for a fact this has been an incredible month for these events.
All right, NBC News meteorologist Bill Cairns. Bill, thanks.
Turn in your badge and step down. You don't deserve to wear one.
Turn in your badge and step down. Uvalde School Board voting to remove its police chief. Still ahead, more of the emotional outcry from that community.
Our show is about sparking conversations around today's biggest issues. The Fed raises interest rates. That controls inflation. Explain how that works. Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs and their relationship to their employers? Could you just remind us why there are 9 justices on the Supreme Court instead of 3 or 20 or 2? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
top story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen to the full season now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
You open the door for so many people. I love working with people. I did not do any of this by myself.
Hello! Lizzo, you put a smile on every single face.
It feel like Christmas or my birthday or something.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers right now on Morning News Now.
We're staying on top of the breaking situation in Ukraine.
We are watching dangerous heat this week. Recession, I mean, is that where we're headed? Is there any way to avoid that?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7. The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Parents and students in Uvalde, Texas are pushing for even more accountability following the school district's firing of Police Chief Pete Arredondo. The school board voted unanimously last night to terminate his contract. Arredondo has faced backlash over his response to the mass shooting at Robb Elementary School. It left 19 children and 2 teachers dead. NBC News national correspondent Gabe Gutierrez is joining us now. Gabe, can you walk us through last night's decision and how the community is responding to it?
Well, Aaron, it was a very emotional night, and it has been a very emotional few months, of course, in Uvalde following that massacre. But last night there was a 21-second moment of silence for the victims. And then, as you mentioned, the board voted to fire Pete Arredondo, and family members of the victims and survivors as well also had their say. Take a listen.
Messages for Pete Arredondo and all the law enforcement that were there that day. Turn in your badge and step down. You don't deserve to wear one.
Incredible to hear from that young survivor there. And again, Aaron, this all comes as students are expecting to go back to school in Uvalde in just several weeks.
And Gabe, Arredondo was not at the meeting last night, I know. Is he saying anything today about this termination?
Not today, but while he wasn't at the meeting, his attorney released a lengthy statement, the most lengthy statement that we have heard from Pete Arredondo since this massacre. Of course, he had maintained previously that he did not believe he was the incident commander. That's what he told state investigators. That's what he had said in a previous interview. This 17-page statement went further, if we can put that up on the screen. The attorneys for Pete Arredondo accused the board of an unconstitutional public lynching. They allege that the board has not followed proper procedure and refused to provide a written complaint, and none of the decisions or actions demonstrate a failure to meet the accepted standard of conduct for law enforcement officers in similarly situated school districts in Texas. Basically, Pete Arredondo's attorneys say he did what he could, and he did as much as he was expected to do. Of course, the community in Uvalde, many of those community members feel that his firing was justified and long overdue. Aaron.
All right, Gabe Gutierrez in our New York newsroom today. Gabe, thank you. A school district in Missouri has reinstated corporal punishment, allowing students to be spanked with paddles. Cassville School District approved that policy over the summer after a survey was sent to staff, students, and parents. Families will need to opt into this new measure. Administrators say it will be used as the last resort if other forms of discipline don't work. Well, stay with us. Vladimir Putin orders the Russian military to increase its forces in Ukraine. Up next, what's being behind this bold new move in a country ravaged by war?
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen now.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen now.
No stress, no mess, just yum.
That's it.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
What do you love about fatherhood?
The chaos, the learning. Is climate change one of your top priorities?
What's your message to girls who want to make a difference in their own communities?
Believe in yourself.
Desire, deception, and a double cross. The Seduction, a deadly love story only Dateline and Keith Morrison can tell. Listen now, wherever you get your podcasts.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
It's the best time of the morning, time for that pop start, baby.
I'm feeling the vibe today on the show.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Some social media titans start scrubbing some fake accounts, and a major bank is closing up shop in Russia. CNBC's Seema Modi joins us now with today's Business Beat. Seema, let's start with this latest move from Facebook and Twitter, if we can. Which accounts are they targeting here, and why now?
So, Aaron, it's Meta and Twitter removing network of accounts that push pro-Western narratives in the Middle East and Central Asia, including posts that are critical of Russia's invasion of Ukraine. That's a report, according to a report released today by research from Graphica. It's sort of seen as the first time a campaign pushing U.S. interests abroad has come to light, been acknowledged, and now taken down.
And Seema, we're also hearing some news today that Amazon has struck a deal with a green energy company. Help us understand that. What's behind the new partnership?
Yeah, Aaron, this is Amazon signing a deal with Plug Power, a publicly listed clean energy stock, to supply liquid green hydrogen, a clean fuel often seen as the future of renewable energy. Amazon says Plug will supply nearly 11,000 tons of hydrogen a year that it will then use to replace fossil fuel.
The last thing I'll ask you about here, Seema, is Citigroup announcing that it's going to wind down its operations in Russia. They made that announcement today. They said it's because of the war in Ukraine, obviously. The invasion started more than 6 months ago, though. Why decide to do this now?
Yeah, a little late to the game, right? Well, here's the thing, Aaron. Citi is arguably one of the most international financial banks. In fact, it has the largest presence in Russia. So the departure is significant, but also explains perhaps why it took some time to figure out how to restructure the business and effectively pull out. The closure will affect about 2,300 employees that work at Citi.
All right, Seema Modi for us at CNBC today. Seema, thank you. Well, here's a real estate listing that might seem a little too good to be true. A 5-room apartment for a little more than $1,000 a month. The catch here? Well, take a look. It's only 327 square feet. CNBC's Andrea Day reports on how much robotic furniture is transforming the way people live.
Cassie Bailey likes living with less.
I like not having very much stuff. Like I said, I just need like 4 white walls around me sometimes just to concentrate on working because I work from home.
Less space, a lot less.
Everything that I have in here I actually like.
She lives here at the Coho Apartments in Fort Worth, Texas. 54 units where all but 2 were rented in a month and a half. Thanks to new technology, her tiny single apartment transforms from a living room to a dressing room to a bedroom, all at the push of a button.
I'm in bed and then I crawl out. I usually go to closet mode because it's kind of in the middle so I can get into my closet and start getting ready.
Her apartment is one of several designs tailor-made to the space you live in. Like, what if your bedroom was on the ceiling? With skyrocketing rents, a shift to work at home, and a nationwide housing shortage, several companies are stepping in to innovate the way we use the space where we live.
You know, how do we design cities? How do we move around, mobility? How do we create buildings, urban farming? And as part of that whole ethos around the future of cities is where this project was born.
Asir Larea is the CEO and founder of Ori.
Ori comes from origami.
He and a team of graduate students from MIT developed and then launched the company in 2015. They now have over 500 apartments in more than 25 cities, with plans for thousands more. Larea's Brooklyn apartment is one of them.
So every morning when I wake up, I can just press a button, and by the time I'm back from the bathroom, this space feels like a completely different room.
The idea isn't just meant to be novel, but practical.
If you are able to shrink square footage, of course, rents get cheaper.
Less space, less rent. A single apartment in the Fort Worth area goes for around $1,500. The price for one in Cassie's building, $1,025.
It's really good. It's good rent.
Andrea Day reporting there. Mixed reaction today to government plans to forgive billions in student loan debt. Up next, what borrowers need to know and why some are calling the move unfair.
Harry Styles!
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers right now on Morning News Now.
We're staying on top of the breaking situation in Ukraine.
We are watching dangerous heat this week. Recession, I mean, is that where we're headed? Is there any way to avoid that?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7. Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen to the full season now.
We're here to start conversations because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now tonight with Joshua Johnson. Weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Bottom of the hour now. Stephen Romo has a look at what's trending on NBCnews.com. Hey, Stephen.
Hey, Aaron, a wide variety going on today. Vanessa Bryant, the widow of NBA star Kobe Bryant, was awarded $16 million after photos were leaked of that crash site where her husband and daughter died. Bryant and her co-plaintiff argued they suffered emotional distress. The Arkansas sheriff's deputy seen in a violent arrest video is facing new accusations. 2 people say that same deputy assaulted them during separate arrests. Teddy Wallace and Tammy Nelson say their complaints were filed but ultimately ignored. The Crawford County Sheriff's Office has not released a comment on that. And actress Barbie Ferreira says she won't be returning to the HBO show Euphoria. Ferreira played Kat Hernandez, a teen who found confidence after struggling with body positivity issues. The actress says, "I hope many of you could see yourself in her like I did. She brought you joy to see her journey into the character she is today." A lot going on there, and that's what's trending right now on NBCnews.com.
All right, Stephen, thank you. Mixed reaction today on President Biden's new student loan forgiveness plan. More than 40 million Americans could soon see their debt reduced. 20 million could have their balances wiped out. Now the Biden administration plans to announce details on how people can claim that relief in the weeks ahead. NBC News correspondents Tremaine Lee and Corey Coffin are joining us now to talk through this. So, Corey, I'll start with you. Now people have to figure out how to take advantage of this plan, right? What is the best way to find out who qualifies for this relief.
Yeah, Aaron, there's a lot to know. Here's the breakdown. Under Biden's plan, borrowers earning less than $125,000 a year can see up to $10,000 of their debt wiped out. Pell Grant recipients could have up to $20,000 in loan forgiveness. Now, it's important to note that federal student loans qualify here. Private ones do not. In addition, the program extends the pause on federal student loan repayments until the end of this year. And also, here's how the numbers end up working out. Let's start at the lower end. Those with less than $10,000 in student loans will only have to pay back 33% of those loans. You can see here the breakdown for each bracket thus forth. Those with over $100,000 in student loan debt will only have to pay back 7% of it, depending on how you qualify. Now, the president says he will announce how people can claim their relief in the coming weeks. According to the Education Department, nearly 8 million borrowers, Aaron, may get relief automatically since it's income data that's already available.
You know, Corey, not everybody supports this plan, right? Some people have said that more needs to be done. Others have argued that this only helps people who go to college. Another concern is inflation in some cases. How is the White House responding to all that?
Certainly a lot of pushback here. Some Republicans have said that the forgiveness is unfair and it puts a burden on other taxpayers. Now, Biden then turned the spotlight on massive tax breaks that billion-dollar businesses get and asked if that is fair. In addition, the White House emphasized that the income gap on debt cancellation would ensure the relief was going to middle and low-income people, not high-earning graduates. Roughly 90% of those eligible earn less than $75,000 a year, Aaron.
All right, Corey Coffin for us today in the newsroom in New York there. Corey, thank you. Now let's go to NBC News correspondent Tremaine Lee. He's at Texas Southern University in Houston for us today. Tremaine, you're at a historically black college there. How are students reacting to this? Do they feel like it's enough? It's going to be helpful?
That's right, Aaron. There are kind of two paths here. You know, black folks own a disproportionate share of student loan debt. So you talk to students here who are in the early stages of accruing some of this debt. They say certainly it will help, right? Alleviate the burden from their shoulders, but also the generation before them, like their parents who may still own some of that debt. But then you have another group who says, you know, this is all fine and good, but Joe Biden promised us more and we voted for him because we wanted to see more done. And so they say it's a good first step, but more needs to be delivered to the people. Let's take a listen.
It's cool that he's going to cancel these debts, but Biden also said he was going to cancel all debt. I can't imagine other students who have higher debt than I do.
I do have a little debt. It's not as much as everyone else, but if it's cleared, it's going to help me out a lot.
That idea that clearing this debt could unburden a new generation of graduates, getting out of school and not having to worry about paying that back when they can get into their careers. And I think that idea that it's not just about one generation, right? It's about those that came before. When we think about the huge wealth gap in this country, when you have enough money to put down some money for a home and a mortgage, those are game changing. So as we know, this may only help a sliver of borrowers. It's a big deal for many.
Yeah, for sure. You know, we also think about the fact that for so many college students, they're dealing with a lot of stuff these days. It's not just the money issue. How does this issue of student loan debt, though, sort of compare to other things these students are having to deal with around campus?
You know, it's interesting. We're in the first days of school. So when you talk to them, you know, a lot of these young students are just getting on the campus. They're thinking about their classes. They have social things going on. But also, much more broadly, they're concerned about reproductive rights and justice issues. And so for them, student loan debt fell further down the list, but it's not lost on them the impact that this could have on them in their communities. But for these students, you know, there's a lot going on, as you mentioned, Aaron. They're trying to figure things out. But getting out of here 4 years later, 5 years later, hopefully this will be one less thing on their plate.
Yeah. All right. Tremaine Lee for us in Houston today. Tremaine, thank you. We appreciate it. Let's turn to Russia now. President Vladimir Putin wants to increase the number of armed forces there. Today, he ordered more combat personnel just one day after the war in Ukraine passed the 6-month mark. NBC News correspondent Josh Letterman is joining us live from Kyiv. Josh, bring us up to speed there on what Putin is ordering and why.
Well, we know that Russia has suffered serious losses so far in this war and has also struggled to keep the momentum going in their offensive here in Ukraine, Aaron. That may play into why President Putin today ordered an increase in the number of overall troops in the Russian military by about 137,000, meaning the number of active duty combat troops in the Russian military will be well over 1 million. Now, we don't know, according to Putin, whether this is specifically related added to the war in Ukraine. But obviously, that war is the major offensive that Russia's military is engaged in right now. So it stands to reason that at least some of those troops could potentially be involved in this war. And it comes as the defense minister of Russia has been acknowledging that there has been a pause in Russia's offensive here. Now, the Ukrainians say that's because the Russians have stalled out. Now, the Russians obviously dispute that. They say they are simply taking a moment to regroup, to resupply their forces before they once again go on the offensive. But clearly, this is the latest indication that things may not be going exactly according to President Putin's plan, and he wants to make sure that the military has the human resources it needs to be able to carry out whatever he might want to do in the future.
You know, Josh, the National Security Council here is warning that Russia may try to hold, I think, sham referendums was the term we heard, as early as this week. What do we know about that?
Well, the Ukrainians have been warning about this for weeks, and now the White House says they think that Russia could start to hold those referenda beginning in Kharkiv, which is up in northern Ukraine, and then also in Zaporizhia, where that nuclear power plant is nearby, as well as in Kherson, the first city to fall to Russia during the war. And this would follow the same kind of playbook we saw from Ukraine back in 2014, when they held referenda in Crimea and then annexed the territory. It appears to be an attempt by Russia to try to consolidate the gains they have so far by taking some of these areas where they've gained control, creating what the U.S. says will be these sham referenda to see if people want to vote to basically join Russia and they'd be able to annex that territory. The U.S. saying they believe any results of these referenda will be falsified and that will have really no legal significance whatsoever.
And Josh, I want to ask you too about the food issue that we've been talking about in that region. We know there are 5 more ships carrying grains and other crops that were approved to leave Ukraine today. Talk to us about where they're headed and just how much has this effort been able to accomplish so far?
You know, this has been one of the rare success stories of the humanitarian effort in this war so far. They have gotten hundreds of thousands of grain out of this country in the last several weeks, some of it going to countries like Ethiopia, where there are fears in Africa about a food shortage because of this export crisis. The Joint Coordination Center in Turkey that's basically overseeing this just announced they're also going to open a new shipping route. Basically, they figured out another pathway through the Black Sea for these ships to safely avoid the mines that are in that sea and to get onto Turkey for inspection before they head on to destinations in Europe, in Asia, and in the Middle East. So that is some good news. But obviously, this is a very dangerous journey these ships are making, not only because of the mines, but also the fear that Russian warships that are in the Black Sea could potentially target them, Aaron.
All right, Josh Letterman for us in Kyiv in Ukraine today. Josh, thank you. Well, right now, 3 American troops are recovering from rocket attacks in Syria. Those attacks targeted 2 separate bases that house U.S. service members. NBC News global security reporter Dan DeLuce is joining me now. He's been looking into this. So, Dan, what are officials saying about these attacks at this point?
Well, Aaron, the U.S. carried out airstrikes twice in 24 hours against what they said were Iranian-backed forces in Syria. And after these U.S. troops suffered minor injuries following the first strike, they went after the militias they believed were responsible. The administration is saying it sends a signal that the U.S. will not tolerate attacks on its personnel. The head of U.S. Central Command, General Eric Kurilla, said that we will respond appropriately and proportionately to attacks on our service members. No group will strike at our troops with impunity. We will take all necessary measures to defend our people. So kind of tough statement there from the head of Central Command.
You know, and Dan, just before these bases were hit, as you noted, we did have these airstrikes in Syria, as you described, the U.S. government trying to target some infrastructure that was being used by military groups. Can you sort of give us the background on that, the backstory? What do we know about this in terms of the lead up to it?
Aaron, this has been a long-running problem. These Iranian-backed militias in Iraq and Syria have repeatedly fired rockets and sent drones headed towards where U.S. troops are located or U.S. outposts in Syria. And it's not the first time the Biden administration has responded. They've been relatively restrained, but there have been airstrikes in the past during the Biden administration's tenure. And this is a case where they felt that U.S. personnel were in danger, and so they went after this bunker that they say contained ammunition. And after that first airstrike this week, then the Iranian-backed forces fired rockets at U.S. personnel in 2 locations. The U.S. then deployed an Apache helicopter, AC-130 gunships, and even artillery to go after where they said the rocket fire was coming from. And the U.S. says they killed 4 enemy fighters in that operation.
All right, Dan DeLuce in Washington for us today. Dan, thank you. Japan's national police chief says he will resign and take responsibility for last month's assassination of former Japanese Prime Minister Shinzo Abe. That announcement came after his agency released a report on how it failed to save Abe, finding holes in police protection that allowed the shooter to attack him from behind. This resignation is expected to be approved at tomorrow's cabinet meeting. New Yorkers with prior pot convictions can now be first in line to legally sell weed, I should say. Still ahead, how the city is hoping to right its decades-long war on drugs.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers right now on Morning News Now.
We're staying on top of the breaking situation in Ukraine.
We are watching dangerous heat this week. Recession, I mean, is that where we're headed? Is there any way to avoid that?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. Military operation, witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
What do you love about fatherhood?
The chaos, the learning. Is climate change one of your top priorities?
What's your message to girls who want to make a difference in their own communities?
Believe in yourself.
The indictment of a former president, perhaps candidate for president, would arguably tear the country apart. Is that your concern? Can you update us on the status of negotiations? Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
Harry Styles!
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen to the full season now.
It's the best time of the morning. Time for that pop start, baby.
I'm feeling the vibe today on the show.
30 years ago this week, Hurricane Andrew made landfall in South Florida. That Category 5 storm was one of 5 to ever hit this country. It left 65,000 homes destroyed and 175,000 Floridians homeless. NBC South Florida reporter Christian Benavides spoke to survivors about their experience. He joins us now. Christian?
Aaron, as you mentioned, it was 30 years ago this week that Hurricane Andrew struck, and the city of Homestead, south of Miami, was considered ground zero. I got a chance to speak to some people who lived through the storm. In Homestead, what 30 years ago became a field of destruction following Hurricane Andrew is now a city rebuilt.
It was just a sense of disbelief, really an inability to comprehend the scope and scale of what had happened.
Homestead Mayor Steve Lossner was there. So was Barbara Lola Cesar, who at 5 years old protected herself under a mattress.
I remember getting scared. I remember seeing the panic in my mother and my aunt's eyes.
John Deary captured these images from a helicopter. He worked for the telephone company Bell South and was sent up in the air to survey the damage so they could restore phone service.
Well, I got up and looked, and it was like, there's nothing to do here, you know? I mean, everything's gone.
Deary now runs the I Survived Hurricane Andrew Facebook group, which has 24,000 members, all sharing pictures and stories from that fateful day.
At one point, did you feel like, hey, you know, I might die here?
Yes, because we snuck out during the eye, and we could see the whole roof gone. And we had about 5 inches of water in there.
The hurricane is located about...
To mark the 30th year since Andrew, Homestead's Cybrarium, a library that incorporates technology, will hold a virtual reality exhibit to tell the story of what took place.
We have updated our history timeline experience to include the new footage for Hurricane Andrew.
I think my takeaway is, and my hope is that at this point we can move beyond. We are a rebuilt, mature, and prosperous community that moves forward.
And I should note, we've been really lucky in Florida since Andrew. While we've had a number of storms, nothing in Florida has been of the magnitude that Andrew was. And while some people have moved away following the storm, I spoke to a number of people who said, hey, this is my city, and I'm happy to see how far we've come. Aaron?
All right, Christian Benavides for us in Florida today. Christian, thank you. There is much more news ahead. You're watching NBC News Now.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were going to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that. Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
We're here to start conversations because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Right now on NBC News Now.
We've got all the angles covered tonight.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We've got 3 new developments just this afternoon.
We begin this hour with breaking news and the growing impact of Russia's assault.
This is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine. I don't want to say goodbye.
This factory has gone from making kitchen pots to lethal items.
There's an intense artillery battle underway between Ukrainian forces and Russian troops.
Breaking news this morning.
The heartbreak, the grief, and the tears that we have seen here are all tragically familiar. Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told.
No. The shooting is once again reigniting the debate over gun laws.
If it's Tuesday, it is primary night.
The highest profile races yet this year.
We are talking elections in a battleground state.
The official confirmation of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson.
Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be?
We got some promising news this morning about the rollout of COVID vaccines for children under 5.
Have you seen a demand for mental health services increase among Latinos? It's time for another honest conversation about what it means to be Asian American.
The people of the Chamizal neighborhood aren't the only ones experiencing what they call environmental injustice.
We're here to try to start conversation.
A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Can you tell us what it was like? Our NBC News exclusive. Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Breaking news into NBC News Now. We've just learned that parts of the affidavit used in the FBI search of former President Donald Trump's home in Florida will be unsealed. The federal judge overseeing this case has ordered the redacted version to be released by noon time tomorrow, noon Eastern. The Justice Department submitted its proposed redactions just today. I want to bring in NBC News legal analyst Danny Cevallos now. Danny, just first, your reaction to what we're hearing from this courtroom in Florida now.
It's interesting, but we don't know what exactly will be released yet. The fact that the affidavit as redacted may be released, it could be several pages of giant black blocks, or it could be something of substance. We don't know yet. We know the DOJ has submitted their own proposed redactions, and I suspect that they would have been very aggressive in redacting what they submitted to the judge. It's what I would have done. They likely want to keep as much as possible secret in the affidavit of probable cause. So, assuming that they proposed substantial, if not almost complete redactions to the document, then the judge may have approved them, and that's exactly what the judge is releasing tomorrow. So I would expect heavy redactions, even though the affidavit is going to be released.
And Danny, we heard from the judge last week saying that he was going to allow the FBI and the DOJ to do their redactions, and then he would do his own version if he thought that was necessary after they submitted theirs. Obviously, it seems at this point that that was not the case. He didn't feel it was necessary to do his own version of the redactions. What does that say to you, if anything, about whether there might be something substantive that comes out of what we ultimately will see tomorrow?
To start with, we're already in the judicial twilight zone because this is not something that normally happens. Affidavits of probable cause are not normally unsealed, redacted or not redacted. But we must assume that DOJ has been liberal in their proposed redactions and that the judge might not have anything to add because there may not be anything more to redact other than in the beginning and happily ever after, the very beginning and the very end, and maybe a few punctuation marks.
And we will all be looking to see what the story tells when it does come out tomorrow. NBC News legal analyst Danny Cevallos. Danny, thank you. There is some startling new data on traffic accidents in this country. Deadly car crashes this year were up 7% compared to the first quarter of 2021. That's according to the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration. And it looks like pandemic-fueled risky driving may be to blame. NBC News health reporter Aria Bendix is joining us now to help us understand what we're learning here. So, Aria, what were some of those risky driving behaviors the experts were seeing, and how does the pandemic sort of play into all this?
Yeah, so we know, Aaron, at the start of the pandemic, there were fewer cars on the road, fewer police officers pulling people over. So people might have taken that as license to drive a little bit more recklessly. They may have increased their speeding. The amount of impaired driving leading to fatal car crashes increased. Also, young people texting, or fewer people wearing seatbelts. So all these factors combined really created a dangerous situation on our roads, Aaron.
So what's the fix here as we are looking at this reality, Aria? What can be done to slow this trend?
Yeah, so the obvious fix is to have more law enforcement on roads to hold people accountable, make sure they're not speeding or driving under the influence. But then the bigger picture is to make our roads and cars safer. So in terms of our roads, that could mean making them narrower so that people feel less comfortable speeding, installing speed bumps, roundabouts. Some of these safety features could really reduce the number of fatal crashes. And then in terms of cars, horsepower is a big issue. We don't really need the average car to be able to go 200 miles per hour unless you're a race car driver on a racetrack. So experts think that could make a big difference, Aaron.
Yeah, some smart logic there, Aria. I don't know if some car owners would like that, but it makes a lot of sense what you just laid out for us. Aria Bendix today, thank you. Well, New Yorkers once convicted on marijuana charges can now apply for a business license to sell weed. This is part of a program supporting New York City's new recreational cannabis industry. Here's NBC News correspondent Zincle Esimwa.
What happened on this block?
When I was 13, 1998, I was
walking down this pathway right here.
Cos Marte was arrested here for selling marijuana.
A undercover detective grabbed my wrist and just slammed me down to the ground.
24 years later, Cos is working to legally open a New York marijuana dispensary on the same block he was first arrested for it.
First time I got arrested was then, and then it was down a spiral.
Cos says he was in and out of prison for years.
You can't talk about marijuana legalization without talking about the war on drugs.
Chris Alexander is the executive director of New York State's Office of Cannabis Management, writing a major part of the state's 2021 cannabis law.
There was a time when marijuana arrests were the single leading misdemeanor arrest in New York State.
And the consequences for those arrests are far-reaching.
So I couldn't go to a bank and get a regular bank loan because there were restrictions. Business insurance rejected me.
In many states, having a criminal record is a barrier to a marijuana business license. But New York is changing that, expunging those marijuana convictions, now introducing the new conditional adult use retail dispensary or card program, prioritizing the first 100 to 200 licenses to sell cannabis to those with prior marijuana convictions ahead of large corporations, turning that barrier into a business opportunity. Eligibility is straightforward.
Having a New York State conviction for a marijuana offense, the additional requirement is that folks have experience owning and operating a business.
Cos hopes to be one of the new licensees, having operated a successful fitness studio for nearly a decade, and now working to open a new venture, Conbud, selling cannabis with 2 family members just steps away from where his marijuana journey began.
It's a sign of reparations, to give back for what the government has done wrong. I feel like this is a step in the right direction.
And as mentioned earlier, today, New York State has opened up that special application for those with former marijuana use convictions to now sell adult use cannabis and marijuana. And the Office of Cannabis Management tells us that even when they open up those applications to the general public, priority will continue to be given to those impacted by criminal justice and marijuana use convictions. Back to you.
Cinco SNY reporting. Thank you for joining us this hour. I'm Aaron Gilchrist in Los Angeles. A reminder, you can get your news 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, streaming on NBC News Now.
Harry Styles!
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Can you tell us what it was like? Our NBC News exclusive. It was Leslie. Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
If it's Thursday, 4 more states today begin enforcing near total bans on abortion, putting the procedure out of reach for millions more women across the country. What's next in post-Roe America? Plus, President Biden makes his return to the campaign trail, holding his first rally of the midterm season as he battles low approval ratings and some growing backlash over his plan to cancel student debt. And a judge has ruled that parts of a key Mar-a-Lago search warrant document will be unsealed tomorrow. What we expect to see and what it means ahead. Welcome to Meet the Press Now. I'm Kristen Welker. More than 40 million Americans live in states today with less abortion access than they had yesterday, as near total bans officially went into effect in 4 states: Idaho, Tennessee, Texas, and Oklahoma. All told, more than 20 states have now moved to impose new restrictions since this summer's Supreme Court ruling. The Washington Post reports nationwide, 1 in 3 women has now lost access to an abortion. 1 in 3. It is a staggering number, one that has completely shifted our political landscape ahead of the midterms. In Idaho, a federal judge granted the Department of Justice a temporary injunction against part of that state's ban last night. The injunction allows doctors to continue providing abortions as emergency medical care. The DOJ sued Idaho, claiming emergency medical care is a federal constitutional right. The judge ruled in the government's favor. Now, big picture, it's a rare, narrow, and temporary win for the Biden administration's broader fight against this summer's Supreme Court ruling. The rest of Idaho's law, for example, banning all abortions with narrow exceptions for criminally reported rape and incest, went into effect, going well beyond the state's previous 6-week limit. There are 3 other states where the DOJ has not intervened, with bans going into effect today. These new laws, and some of the most restrictive in the country. In Tennessee, the previous 6-week abortion restrictions is now replaced with an almost total ban with no exceptions for rape or incest. Oklahoma's law is similar, tightening restrictions by taking away exceptions for rape and incest. The state's old law was enforced through civil lawsuits. Now performing almost any abortion is a criminal act. Texas, where a pre-Dobbs ban was also enforced by civil complaints, has also moved to make abortion a felony, with doctors facing up to life in prison. The only remaining exception is for the life of the mother. And another ban is set to go into effect tomorrow in North Dakota, where the state's only clinic has already moved to Minnesota. As we noted, the fallout from these bans has been intense. In a new Pew poll released this week, 56% of voters said abortion was a very important issue in their midterm vote, up 13 points since March, before the Supreme Court overturned Roe v. Wade. And the issue is engaging voters, even those who normally stay out of politics. Take a listen to what one Michigan voter said at an abortion roundtable today.
We have to be more diligent. We have to vote in pro-choice people, and that I've never been politically active before. I've always voted, but June 24th, I cried for 24 hours straight, and the next morning I Googled how do I organize a protest, and I mean, this has motivated me, and this is the fight of my life.
So stunning to hear someone say they've never been politically motivated, and now that's changed. Joining me now to discuss this is NBC News reporter Chloe Atkins and Elizabeth Sepper, a professor of law at the University of Texas Law School who specializes in health law and reproductive rights. Thanks so much to both of you for getting us started on this critical topic today. And Chloe, I want to start with you. Abortion was already restricted in these states, as we were talking about. So what is the significance of these new laws that are going to go into effect today?
Good to be with you, Christian. Like you just mentioned, abortion was already difficult to obtain in many of these states, where states moved to further restrict access this week and even this morning. But what changes here is that states have rolled back the time where patients are able to obtain abortion services, and has also upped the ante on the criminal and civil charges that providers could face if they decided to break the law. So, for example, in Idaho and in Tennessee, abortion services were available up until 6 weeks, up until this morning. Now we have a near total ban on all abortions, except if someone's life is in danger. Now, we can make our way down to Texas, and abortion was already purely out of reach because providers had already left June 23rd and stopped providing services in preparation for the overturning of Roe v. Wade. But what their criminal penalties do now is that providers can now face like a life imprisonment and around $100,000 in fines. So this is a huge uptick in criminal penalties that they could face, Kristen.
It's just staggering to hear what the ramifications could potentially be. Elizabeth, I want to turn to you and discuss specifically what the DOJ's action does and what it doesn't do in Idaho. This was very narrow. They were essentially saying that if a doctor needs to perform an abortion in the case of emergency, that still needs to be allowed. And it was on that very narrow provision that the injunction was granted. What does that say about the DOJ's strategy? What do you make of that move?
I think it's part of a broader strategy. There's the federal law that protects a right to emergency treatment, including for pregnancy complications, which sometimes requires offering abortion care. And so the DOJ's lawsuit was meant to carve out a little more space within the Idaho law. So as it stands now, under the temporary restraining order, Idaho's law has to allow abortions where there's serious jeopardy to someone's life, where there's serious impairment of bodily functions, or where there's serious dysfunction of body parts possible. So much broader than life-saving, but still narrow, still really about those complications that seriously risk someone's life on an emergency basis. But this is really essential for people with wanted or unintended pregnancies who experience pregnancy complications like miscarriage or ectopic pregnancies.
So, Elizabeth, given this, how big of a win was this for the Justice Department?
It's a start. So it means a lot for Idaho women. And so it does ensure them some emergency care during pregnancy, but it's only about the Idaho law. So I suspect that we will see the DOJ make arguments against other extreme abortion bans like Idaho's, that only allow life-saving abortions, but not emergency health-saving abortions.
Mm-hmm. And Chloe, you've been tracking what the impact has been on the ground so far. What has the effect been, and have women had to travel already, even though, you know, these laws are just starting to go into effect? Are we already starting to see the ramifications?
That's right. We are already starting to see the ramifications of the overturning of Roe v. Wade and states rolling back abortion rights. Many people are leaving their homes, their states, crossing state lines in order to obtain abortion services in quote-unquote abortion safe haven states, which are liberal-leaning coastal states. But the key thing here is, Kristen, it's only if someone can afford to travel out of state. Typically speaking, many Americans don't have a couple $100s in emergency funds. An abortion procedure costs around $500, and the cost of the procedure goes up as the pregnancy progresses. And we're not even counting airfare, gas, or staying overnight. So that leaves many people at home being forced to carry an unwanted pregnancy to term, which can then lead to unwanted health outcomes or risks, or even pushing them further into poverty. But one thing that has definitely emerged over the past couple of years is self-managing. Folks are self-managing their own abortions using medication, whether it's buying it online or getting it through a trusted community member. I talked to one woman named Emma who self-managed her own abortion with medication that her friend got from traveling across the Mexico border. She went to Mexico, obtained the medication there, and then brought it to Emma, and Emma successfully and safely terminated her pregnancy in her home in Texas.
Elizabeth, weigh in on that. The fact that women are having to travel and women who can't afford to do so are not traveling, and that they are seeking to manage their own abortions through at-home care. And as Chloe just laid out, having to cross the border in some cases to get the medication necessary to do so. What are the ripple effects of that?
So in Texas, we've had a 6-week abortion ban in place since September 1st of last year, so nearly a year of experience. So we know that a number of people find themselves self-managing their abortions in the state. These are medically safe, though legally perhaps a little risky. State laws in Texas and a number of other states don't allow prosecution of the pregnant person. But the example, for instance, of the friend who went to Mexico and brought back the medication abortion, that friend could look at criminal charges in the state of Texas, and a number of other state laws operate in that way. So the helpers of people getting abortions are actually in the legal crosshairs at this point in time.
And I do think it's interesting and important to think about who is actually impacted, who would potentially be held liable. In this instance, you're saying someone who helps a woman obtain an abortion, and certainly we know doctors. Elizabeth, can you talk a little bit about the impact even if anecdotally on some of these laws are confusing, some of them are inconsistent. What is the impact on doctors who may want to provide an abortion, think that it is necessary to save a woman's life, but not 100% sure and therefore hesitant to do so?
The place we've been seeing the conflict arise most clearly is in the emergency department. So someone experiencing a pregnancy complication where it's not clear that their condition puts their life at risk, as Texas law requires, or some of the other statutes use language like serious risk of substantial and irreversible impairment of bodily functions. And doctors aren't sure what this language is. How sick do they have to let their patients get? So we've seen people turned away miscarrying. We've seen physicians who are hesitant to treat ectopic pregnancies, which can easily become life-threatening and are always health-threatening. But we're seeing these problems of criminalization extend more broadly, right? Oncologists who see patients whose pregnancy means that they won't be able to get cancer treatment, and it may make their cancer progress much more quickly. We've also seen physicians, OBGYNs, family physicians all across the board wondering if they can even talk about abortion with their patients after these laws have gone into effect.
All right. Well, what a great conversation to start us off. Really appreciate it, Chloe and Elizabeth. Thank you. And joining me now is Democratic Congresswoman from Michigan, Debbie Dingell, who was a part of that panel that we were just talking about. Congresswoman, thanks so much for joining us. Really appreciate it.
It's good to be with you.
And the panel does come on a day when these new trigger laws are going into effect. We just talked about them. The Biden administration did sue Idaho over its law, and again, that very narrow emergency provision. Are you satisfied that the Biden administration, that the president is doing enough to challenge a lack of abortion access across the country?
I think we're at a very complicated time, and what the federal government can do and what the state governments can do. You know, what horrified me today at this roundtable, which women of very different backgrounds, a couple of medical doctors shared their stories, talked about how they felt. I did not know now that pharmacists are requiring pregnancy tests of some of their customers, if it's a medicine that none of us even think of, could impact the health of an embryo before they'll give someone the medicine. We really need, this is about women's health care, and we need to protect women's health care. I believe this is an individual decision. It's up to the woman, her doctor, her faith, her partner, her family, whoever she wants to be. And as these laws are becoming tighter and you hear more and more stories of doctors who are afraid to care for high-risk patients because they might have a miscarriage, and what can they do? Doctors talking about very real situations that they're having to deal with. It's very complicated, but I think the president's hands are tied to some extent because of this ruling, about what can be done at the federal level until we take action in the Congress. The Senate passes legislation we've already passed in the House.
And obviously we are seeing some voters newly energized, more energized by this issue. The voter in your panel said as much, in a new Pew poll, in fact, showed an increase in voters who say abortion is important to their midterm vote compared to before the Dobbs decision. We all saw this play out in real terms in New York and in Kansas as well. But I guess the question is, Congresswoman, how do you ensure that voters stay motivated around this issue? Here we are in August, and as you know, the races are not until November.
I think that it's very important that people understand elections have consequences. There were 1 million of women who marched on Washington who I would like to see march again late September, early October. The young woman that you saw talking to the governor today, I attended, by the way, the rally that she organized, and she talked about, I was scared to death, if you want to know the truth, about what was going to happen. She comes from a small town in my downrivers. Quite frankly, a lot of them voted for President Trump. Wyandotte is a very Catholic community. And I was stunned at the turnout at that rally. And it was people of all generations. You know, there are women who had to fight to get us where we are today. And they can't believe that we're going back and that we're having to do that fight. But young women, I can't tell you how amazed I am as I travel my district for was in that roundtable today. Young women who cannot believe anybody's going to tell them what they can do with their body, that it's their personal health care and no one else has the right. They are energized in a way I haven't seen. And we got to remind them elections have consequences.
Well, and again, and we did see that play out in Kansas when we saw turnout that actually approximated a presidential year. What was notable about Kansas, though, is that abortion was literally on the ballot in the form of a constitutional amendment. Do you think it was a mistake for Democrats not to get abortion on the ballot in more places, to make voters go to the polls and want to vote on that singular issue as a way to continue to drive turnout?
But I wish more people had anticipated that what a lot of us thought was going to happen would. It is on our ballot in November, by the way, because the governor saw this happening. And by the way, we collected 800,000 signatures in a matter of a few weeks to get this issue on the ballot. So we're going to have to, people who care about women's health care, this is a women's health care issue, pure and simple, are going to have to remind people about what's at stake, and they're going to have to elect people that are going to fight for women to make their own decisions about their body.
I appreciate that, Congresswoman. I would be remiss if I didn't ask you about the other big news today, which is the president's announcement on student loans. He's extending the pause. He's giving relief of $10,000 to those who make less than $125,000. Some economists, though, are warning that it could add to inflation, including Jason Furman, who tweeted, quote, pouring roughly $500 billion of gasoline on the inflationary fire that is already burning is reckless, doing it while going well beyond one campaign promise and breaking another. What is your reaction to what you are hearing from some economists who worked in the Obama administration who are concerned about inflation? Is this the wrong time to extend the student loan pause?
You know, I have a lot of feelings about this because I don't think it solved a lot of the problems, but President Biden made a promise and he is trying to help those most in need, reduce the stress that they have on them about how they're going to pay this debt. And it's really, quite frankly, keeping a lot of young people up at night. But I think we've got to do more real things like, you know, we look at other countries, we look at the state of Tennessee under a Republican governor that gives community colleges 2 years free tuition. We need to look at how we incentivize people to go into fields where there are real shortages so that perhaps we pay for their tuition and then in turn they give us their public service. We've got a total lack of psychiatrists.
Congresswoman, it sounds like you're saying that the president hasn't gotten to the root cause and root issue here.
We got to work at it more. I agree with that. And you know what I think of these armchair economists who like to get a lot of attention? It's really easy to take the shots. Let's get some concrete. I'm really tired of these armchair economists who love to take the shots and get attention, but aren't really working hard to try to solve some of our nation's problems. And I think President Biden has done a lot in the last few weeks to address many of the problems that are facing us in this country.
And he is going to be holding his first campaign rally in Maryland tonight, as you know. He's going to be speaking to the DNC. Do you see President Biden as an asset on the campaign trail, given his approval ratings are still in the low 40s?
So I want to say this. I'm really proud to call Joe Biden my friend. And I've invited him, and I sure hope he's coming to the car show in Michigan in September. I think that it's so easy for people to take shots, not come to the table and find common solutions. You need to look at what we have gotten done in the last few weeks and months and talk about that and contrast ourselves to Republicans and talk about the real issues. I mean, we've gotten health care. We're going to reduce the cost of prescription drugs. And we have Republican senators who would not vote to cap the cost of insulin for people that have private insurance at $35 a month. We need people to explain that. And I could go through a litany of that. They want to privatize Social Security or eliminate it. Seniors need to know about what they're doing. I think Joe Biden is working hard and delivering in a very divided country, and that Democrats need to be proud that we work with him, and we've gotten a whole lot more done than some previous presidents have.
And to follow up on that question very quickly, do you want to see him run again in 2024?
I want to get to, I'm so sick of these gotcha questions and everything else. I'm focused right now on the November election, keeping the House, keeping the Senate. And right now, I asked him already personally, but I'm even saying on your show, Joe Biden, I hope you're coming to Michigan to see our cars in September.
And no gotcha intended at all, but just to be clear, you want to see him come to Michigan? Do you want to see him run again in 2024?
If he wants to run, well, let's see what he's going to do. What? That is a gotcha question. I am one of those people that have said for a long time, politics is a long game, and it is a lifetime between now and 2024. So ask me that question after we kept the House, which we will, and the Senate in November, and then let's start looking at 2024.
I'll hold you to it. I'll ask you again then, and hope you'll come back. Really appreciate it. Congresswoman Debbie Dingell, great to talk to you as always. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Coming up, President Biden hits the road, returning to the campaign trail today amid mixed reactions, including from some in his own party to his new student loan forgiveness plan, as we were just talking about with the Congresswoman. We'll have the very latest from the White House next. Plus, canceled debt, abortion fights, and the ebbing red wave, the changing midterm outlooks for both parties. You're watching Meet the Press Now.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. We're back now with our NBC News exclusive.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now. Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast, available anytime and anywhere.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers right now on Morning News Now.
We're staying on top of the breaking situation in Ukraine.
We are watching dangerous heat this week. Recession, I mean, is that where we're headed? Is there any way to avoid that?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
What do you love about fatherhood?
The chaos, the learning. Is climate change one of your top priorities?
What's your message to girls who want to make a difference in their own communities?
Believe in yourself.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. Military operation witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
No stress, no mess, just yum.
That's it.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. The Supreme Court's decision to overturn Roe v. Wade hasn't just changed the midterm political landscape. It's changed the entire way some campaigns are even talking about the issue of abortion. For example, Democrat Pat Ryan made abortion a focal point of his campaign en route to Tuesday's special election win to Congress. But he framed the Supreme Court decision as a government infringement on personal freedoms issue, almost making a libertarian argument. Take a listen to Ryan talking to my NBC News colleague Dasha Burns on Election Day.
We have fundamental rights and freedoms, including the right for a woman to have access to safe abortion, to have reproductive rights being ripped away. And so much of this race has been about standing up and saying that is not who we are as Americans. The idea that the government is going to tell women and people what to do with their bodies, that is not, I'm a West Point grad, an Army veteran. I risk my life to defend all freedoms for all people, including the right to choose.
Similarly, opponents of the Kansas constitutional amendment that was dramatically defeated this summer ran a campaign that also made libertarian-style arguments, calling the amendment a referendum on more government control. To get into all of this, I'm joined by my panel, national political correspondent at Politico, Meredith McGraw, Bernie Sanders advisor, Faz Shakur, and Republican strategist Jim Dornan. Thanks to all of you for being here. Faz, let me start with you. Do you think that people are overstating the impact that abortion may have in November as an energizing issue? We saw it in Kansas. We saw it in the New York special election. But as you just heard me ask Congresswoman Debbie Dingell, can you keep the momentum going?
Well, I think if you go out and talk to generic Democratic voters right now and you ask them what issues are on their mind, you're going to get this answer around abortion rights, and you're also going to get a higher level of enthusiasm than you would have gotten 6 months ago. So I think that's a good sign for Democrats. Can you build them and maintain the enthusiasm? I think you want to couple that with an economic argument. To your point of Pat Ryan, he had on air a fight against corporate monopolies as one of his main ads alongside abortion. So it was a case for both personal freedom and economic freedom. And I think you can argue that the Democratic Party has the mantle of freedom to fight for if they choose to do so.
Which has always sort of historically been associated with one of the Republican arguments on a range of different issues. I want to play you an ad, Jim, that we saw from Pat Ryan this week, and then get your reaction on the other side.
How can we be a free country if the government tries to control women's bodies?
That's not the country I fought to defend. I'm Pat Ryan, and I approve this message because in Congress, I'll fight to protect all of our freedoms.
What do you make of this strategy? And it sounds similar to some of the ads that we've heard from Republicans on a range of other issues. From
I think it's absolutely brilliant. I think that Democrats, with all due respect, are finally getting the messaging that we've been so good at for very long. I think they've come into their own.
Well, how nervous does that make Republicans?
Well, very nervous, very nervous. Well, it's almost like a double whammy. Yeah. Not only do we have abortion rights being challenged, we've got Donald Trump. And so on suburban independent women, they don't like either one of those decisions. And so I think that they are very much going to be fired up to come out and vote and not vote Republican. We had those voters. We had them with inflation and we had them with gas tax. And now we're overplaying our hand in these states. And then we've got Trump on the front page of the news. This is not a good sign for the party for the midterms.
And yet it's still just August, Meredith. But Jim raises the point about inflation. That had really been the centerpiece of a lot of Republican campaigns. You are starting to see the numbers tick down, certainly still soaring above where it was pre-pandemic levels. But is that starting to lose its heft as a campaign issue? What are Republicans telling you?
Well, I think what we saw in Kansas was such a wake-up call for Republicans. And, you know, even with a Politico story we had out yesterday about a call that Ronna McDaniel had with donors, there is a great fear that Democrats have really been able to take advantage of this issue when it comes to fundraising and when it comes to motivating people to come out to polls. And I think you've seen a real difference with the way that the issue is being talked about at the state level versus how we've seen some senators talk about it on the Hill, where they recognize that they have to sort of play this delicate dance with how they talk about abortion rights and restrictions, because it could end up haunting them in the midterm elections.
Yeah, and I guess the question is, as I was talking about with the Congresswoman, abortion is not necessarily on the ballot as a singular issue in a lot of these races. You're going out to vote for a candidate, Faz, and that makes it more complicated.
Yeah, but I do think that there's a higher level of enthusiasm now than you're seeing during the Biden presidency on the left And it's a credit really to the White House. They've stacked a number of victories for themselves at the right time, and the conditions of the economy are improving. Gas prices are going down. There are certain measures in the real world and in the political world that are trending in their favor.
And yet here he's announced student loan debt, which has gotten relief, I should say, which has gotten criticism from those on the right, from economists, and also from those on the left. Faz, let me get your reaction. Does it step on the abortion message? That was a potent political
there's
issue.
A whole category of young people who are going to be core to this midterm election, the Democrats whose votes they need to count on. This is a great message directly to them. But also you're taking on a fight against all these economists, these pointed at, elitists who want to say, oh, if you do trickle-down economics and give a tax break to Jeff Bezos, that's good. We're good with that. But if you want to give direct stimulus to working people to alleviate student debt, that's a problem with our economy. I mean, go ahead, take that fight on directly. That's a great argument, I think, for all of us to have.
Jim, what's interesting, I think, is that you have the issues that fire up people to go to the polls, and then you have the issues that people are just fired up about. Do you think people go to the polls over an issue like student loan debt?
I think, and this is actually a good point, that I think that young voters who don't normally, and I'm going to question the timing, the policy I won't question, I'll question the timing of this particular announcement. We're less than 10 weeks out, right, for the midterms. What I would say is, all right, you want to fire up younger voters, I get that, and I understand that, but they don't normally vote in midterms. The people that are going to be very angry about this, middle class, people who paid their debt when they went to college, or blue-collar workers who didn't go to college, are they going to be that ticked off? Yeah, I think they are. So I think it's a political miscalculation. Obviously, the White House doesn't agree with me on this, but I think that this may be giving us something that we didn't expect to get.
Meredith, let me read you what Tim Ryan said in Ohio. He said, while there's no doubt that a college education should be about opening opportunities, waiving debt for those already on a trajectory to financial security sends the wrong message to the millions of Ohioans without a degree working just as hard to make ends meet. Of course, he's the Democrat running in Ohio. How politically difficult is this for those Democrats who are locked in these tight, very competitive races?
Well, I think Tim Ryan's response says it all. In a lot of ways, Republicans came out pretty swift and clear with their opposition to this. They said it could lead to potentially tuition hikes. This hurts middle class people. And Tim Ryan's answer there, saying it sends the wrong message. I do think Republicans are really going to hone in on this as we move towards November.
Yeah. And one of the big questions, President Biden's going to be out campaigning. He's going to have his first campaign event tonight in Maryland, a DNC rally. I guess the question becomes, is he an asset on the campaign trail, or does he hurt on the campaign trail? Where should he be used?
You saw the recent, Gallup poll that just came out that shows him up 10 points, or 6 points, I think, up to 44 in approval numbers. And so he's rising, clearly. And in addition to that, I think, if you look at his political standing, the thing that I would caution is that there's going to be a lot of retrospective looking backwards, saying I did X and I did Y and I did Z. But in addition to that, I would urge them to make sure they have an agenda going forward. That, to the point of that Tim Ryan's raising around student debt. Okay, free tuition at community colleges. That used to be something we were fighting for. Don't forget it. Yeah. Keep it on the agenda. Put me back in office. Help me get elected so I can fight for that.
Jim, I want to go back to a point that you were making. You brought up former President Trump. So let me remind folks of the breaking news that we are going to be covering, which is that the judge has announced that he is going to unseal what we anticipate is going to be a heavily redacted version of the affidavit that justified the search at Mar-a-Lago. What is the practical and real world impact of these headlines? The fact that it's soaking up so much oxygen this close to the midterms that's focused on the former president?
Well, if you read Meredith's article this morning, which I did,
I encourage everyone to do so.
He's fired up about it. I'm more of the be careful what you wish for. FBI does not make random searches like that to a former presidential president's home. I'm not confident that he's going to get out of this what he wants. He's using it right now. That's fine. He's raising money off it. That's fine. But I think in the end, he better hope he's not indicted.
Meredith, final word on this.
I would say so much of Trump's legal strategy is about PR and is about public appearances. So while he might be publicly, talking about his poll numbers and his fundraising, there's certainly reason to believe that he could be in some real hot water here.
Yeah, well, we will continue to watch it and track it. Great conversation. Really appreciate it, Baz, Jim, and Meredith. Great to see all of you. And just moments ago, the president departed for his first rally this midterm season, what we've been talking about. We are live from the White House. After a quick break, we're going to talk to Peter Alexander. You're watching Meet the Press Now.
Right now on NBC News Now.
We've got all the angles covered tonight.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We've got 3 new developments just this afternoon.
We begin this hour with breaking news and the growing impact of Russia's assault.
This is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine.
I don't want to say goodbye.
This factory has gone from making kitchen pots to lethal items.
There's an intense artillery battle underway between Ukrainian forces and Russian troops.
Breaking news this morning.
The heartbreak, the grief, and the tears that we have seen here are all tragically familiar. Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told.
No.
The shooting is once again reigniting the debate over gun laws.
If it's Tuesday, it is primary night.
The highest profile races yet this year. We are talking elections in a battleground state.
The official confirmation of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson.
Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be?
We got some promising news this morning about the rollout of COVID vaccines for children under 5.
Have you seen a demand for mental health services increase among Latinos? It's time for another honest conversation about what it means to be Asian American.
The people of the Chamizal neighborhood aren't the only ones experiencing what they call environmental injustice.
We're here to try to start conversation.
A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Back now with our NBC News exclusive.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. President Biden is back from vacation with less than 75 days to the midterms. He's making his return to the campaign trail tonight. He'll be speaking at a DNC rally just up the road in Maryland, a state where Democrats are looking to flip the governor's mansion this November behind gubernatorial nominee Wes Moore. It comes as President Biden's approval rating is up to 44% in a new Gallup poll just out this afternoon, folks, including a 9-point boost among independent voters. 44% isn't a breathtaking number, but at least for now, he's out of the 30s in this poll. That's from the perspective, of course, of his allies. My NBC News colleague Peter Alexander joins us now from outside the White House. Peter, thanks so much for being here. I know it's a busy one for you. So let's just start off by talking about this student loan announcement. Of course, President Biden announced this pause on student loan payments yesterday through January. He got a lot of backlash from Republicans, economists, and some Democrats. So what's the White House saying today?
Well, the White House is feeling good about this, as we've heard now repeatedly from the podium in the White House briefing room, from the president himself and from his domestic policy advisor, Susan Rice. They say this is an argument, a fight that they're willing to have. They feel that Americans strongly support the idea of giving Americans, in their words, a little extra breathing room. But the criticism, as you've heard from Republicans in particular, and some of those moderate Democrats like Tim Ryan of Ohio, who is in a fierce fight for the Senate seat in that state, is that basically this is not the best strategy, that this is helping a lot of Americans who, frankly, have a trajectory towards success in life right now. Those who went to college. And Kristen, I should tell you, just a matter of moments ago, I spoke to an individual, a guy by the name of Gabriel. He's a master plumber outside of Savannah, Georgia. He says that he and his loved ones, they didn't go to college, or if they went to some type of trade school, they did it and they paid for it as they went, so they wouldn't stack up. They wouldn't pile up these loans. He says that this is fundamentally unfair, and certainly that is some of the criticism right now. But the president has indicated that his desire is really to help those low and middle income Americans. Again, that $10,000, that erasing of $10,000 of debt will go to individuals making up to $125,000 a year. In some parts of the country, Republicans say you can say that's middle class, but in places like Arkansas, Tom Cotton and others complain that's basically helping the rich. Their frustration is that this is a Democratic priority and that it's not focused where the money needs to be going right now, helping a lot of Americans that are still in need.
Yeah, and the White House estimating it could impact some 48 million people. Peter, let's talk about tonight, the president's return to the campaign trail after his summer vacation. What are you expecting? What are you going to be looking for?
Well, I think what's notable is that the president is now back on the campaign trail. I think he begins in earnest this effort to sort of ramp up the motivating, the fueling of the fire in the Democratic Party right now ahead of the midterms, now just a couple of months away, of course, in November. And really what it does is sort of show you that pivot point after the student loans announcement that a lot of progressives and other centrist Democrats had been waiting on a decision for more than a year. The president feels like he now has the arsenal, that ammunition, with him in terms of achievements to this point, that now he's trying to solidify the message and to help Democrats in that effort going forward. The focus again today on the CHIPS bill that the president recently signed into law to help produce more semiconductors here in the United States. The White House insists that will bring down inflation. The climate change announcement that the president got passed just a short time ago, more money directed toward combating climate than any other president has ever done in the past. And of course, this effort on student loans. The White House keeps focusing on gas prices coming down. They recognize that even if prices are high, the average price about $3.50 nationwide right now, Kristen, that many Americans, they believe, will be focused on the direction. And if they feel like the country's going more in the direction of prosperity, success, and less in the way of inflation and rising prices, they'll feel better. But those prices, they still remain very high right now. And obviously this issue of student loans raises that topic once again. And
you are absolutely right, Peter. And they are watching those prices every single day. We really appreciate it. And as you've been talking, we've been watching the event there, band getting the crowd fired up ahead of the president's rally in Maryland tonight. Okay, Peter Alexander will be watching you tonight on Nightly News. Meanwhile, we do have some breaking news to tell you about next on a judge's decision to unseal some parts of a Key Mar-a-Lago search document tomorrow. I'm going to talk to two legal experts next on what to expect. You're watching Meet the Press Now.
News is happening now.
To look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
It's the best time of the morning. Time for that pop start, baby.
I'm feeling the vibe today on the show.
Right now on NBC News Now,
look at what's making headlines around the world.
We've got 3 new developments just this afternoon.
we begin this hour with breaking news.
This is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine.
I don't want to say goodbye.
This factory has gone from making kitchen pots to lethal items.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
Breaking news this morning.
The heartbreak, the grief, and the tears that we have seen here are all tragically familiar. Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told.
No.
The shooting is once again reigniting the debate over gun laws.
If it's Tuesday, it is primary night.
The highest profile races yet this year.
The official confirmation of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson. Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be?
The rollout of COVID vaccines for children under 5.
Inflation is cutting into almost everything.
Another honest conversation about what it means to be Asian American.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open.
Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top Story with Tom Yamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Our show is about sparking conversations around today's biggest issues. The Fed raises interest rates. That controls inflation. Explain how that works. Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs and their relationship to their employers? Could you just remind us why there are 9 justices on the Supreme Court instead of 3 or 20 or 2? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen now.
Welcome back. We do have some breaking news to tell you about in one of the investigations facing former President Trump. The judge overseeing the search of Mar-a-Lago has ordered parts of the affidavit supporting that search unsealed tomorrow. That version, the affidavit, will include redactions proposed by the Justice Department today, which means we may not get a lot of information from the document. Meanwhile, a separate judge has given Mr. Trump's lawyers until tomorrow to better explain why they want a special master to oversee the documents obtained in the Mar-a-Lago search. The legal team first filed its motion on Monday, 2 weeks after the search, calling it shockingly aggressive. Joining me now to discuss all of this breaking news, Danny Savalos, a criminal defense attorney and NBC News legal analyst, and Chuck Rosenberg, a former U.S. attorney and senior FBI official who's also now an NBC News legal analyst. Thanks so much to both of you for being here. So, Danny, let me start with you. Break down what Judge Reinhart decided today. What's the significance?
The judge decided that some of the affidavit of probable cause will be released in redacted form, but what that is still remains to be seen. And you can safely assume that DOJ, when they sat down with their redacting pens, redacted as much of this as they thought they could possibly get the judge to approve. And so it seems that the judge has approved something. Now, whether that thing is a series of pages of giant black blocks entirely blotting out the words, or if there's anything of substantive information in there, really remains to be seen. But if I were betting, I would err on the side of mostly redacted.
Well, and Chuck, I know you've been saying the same thing, that you anticipate it'll be heavily redacted. But I guess the bottom line here is, what, if anything, do you think we will learn from this heavily redacted affidavit?
Yeah, so think about the affidavit in sort of two broad buckets, Kristen. A procedural bucket, explaining what the government tried to do to get these documents back. A lot of that story is already publicly known, mostly. And then a more substantive bucket, where they describe the basis for probable cause, the witnesses with whom they spoke, perhaps the evidence or documents they've reviewed, plus the scope and direction of the investigation. I think Danny's right. If we get anything, it's going to be from that procedural bucket, sort of the introductory stuff. And it might be interesting, but I don't think it's going to be earth-shattering. But from that second bucket, which describes the investigation and the witnesses, I think we're going to get very little. And by the way, Kristen, I think that's completely appropriate. There's an ongoing federal criminal investigation. And so while we may all want to read this stuff, it makes sense for the government to keep it under wraps until they make charging decisions. At that point, I would expect all or almost all of the rest of the affidavit would become public.
So, Chuck, just to follow up on that point, do you think we will learn anything new once the affidavit is unsealed?
Look, I think we'll probably confirm a good bit of public reporting from the procedural side of the affidavit. I'm loath to say, Kristen, that we will or won't learn anything new. There might be parts of the investigation that are not yet public, which the government can reveal at this point without undermining the other work they have to do. So it's always possible. But I think Danny's right. I think it's more likely than not going to be a lot of big black boxes or blocks on the affidavit, sort of obliterating the part we most want to see.
And Danny, let's talk about the Trump legal team's request for a special master. The judge is saying that the judge needs more information, essentially, that they had to go back to the drawing board and resubmit the request. What is your takeaway from that, and how does this bode for the request overall?
In a sense, I imagine some of the other federal judges that might have received this motion by the Trump team, and instead of doing what Judge Cannon did, which was essentially say, what is this? What is this document that you've given to me? I need you to explain what it is. I think the Trump team is lucky. They could have gotten a judge, and I'm sure I know plenty of judges that would have just flambéed them and thrown this motion or this request right out of court. This judge is giving them a second chance and saying, and you can read between the lines, that I don't understand what it is you've asked for. Can you please tell me what it is that you want and the basis for asking for this relief? So I expect that the lawyers will go back and beef up the areas of the motion that they think are lacking and tell the judge exactly what they want and why the judge is authorized to give it to them.
And Chuck, let's try to delve a little bit more deeply into why the former president, why his legal team would request a special master. What are they after here? Is this a delay tactic?
Well, it may in part be a delay tactic, Kristen, but it's not a crazy request. Let me explain why. When documents are seized in a situation where some of those documents may be privileged, somebody has to serve as a filter. Now, normally it's done internally within the Department of Justice. When I was a prosecutor, I've been on the filter team, and I've been on the other side of the transom, on the investigative team. It's not exciting work, but it has to be done carefully and right. And so here, I suppose, the government was going to serve as both the filter team and the investigative team, two separate teams walled off from one another, but wholly within the Department of Justice. First team reviews, second team receives stuff that they're permitted to receive. But here, and again, not crazy, the Trump folks have asked for a special master or a neutral third party to serve as that filter team. And that's been done before. In the case involving Michael Cohen and Rudy Giuliani and the searches of their belongings. They were both lawyers. There's obviously going to be some privileged information that's seized. Somebody needs to filter it out. And a judge in the Southern District of New York, in both instances, Kristen, appointed a special master to help in that process. So here, where the imprimatur of neutrality is important and you want to sort of strip all politics out of this matter, I think it makes sense. Danny's right. The Trump folks had better get back into court and explain precisely what it is they want and why they believe this court and this judge has jurisdiction to grant it. That's a relatively easy hurdle to overcome in the sense that their original pleading, I think, was severely lacking. But I expect they'll meet it, and I wouldn't be shocked if a special master was appointed in the end. Either way, somebody has to serve as the filter.
And Chuck, just to follow up, if a special master is appointed, it would likely delay the DOJ process of going through these documents, correct?
Yeah, it could slow it down a bit, Kristen. Here's why. The Department of Justice has, 2 gazillion lawyers and can throw a whole bunch of them at a filter team process. And so, they certainly have the personnel to move this thing quickly. A special master may not have the same resources. That said, it doesn't sound to me like there are hundreds of thousands of documents to review here, that the filter team's work might be a little bit more narrow. So if it's a delaying tactic, it's not a particularly good one, but to lend some neutrality to the process, I think it makes a bit of sense.
Danny, very quickly, why do you think the Trump team waited 2 weeks to file this request for a special master?
That's only one of my questions. My other questions are, why weren't there affidavits attached? Why didn't they invoke any specific requests? Look, like Chuck says, it is likely that a special master will be appointed. There is precedent. However, the precedent, even cited by Trump's team, really only relates to attorneys. Just like Chuck said, you've got Rudy Giuliani and Michael Cohen. Those create a special situation where you have increased privileged issues. But ultimately, it's likely we may see a special master appointed in this case.
Chuck, last question to you, and I want to follow up again on the affidavit. Our NBC News team is pointing out that the documents can be filed electronically in the federal system outside of business hours. So from a timing perspective, there are just going to be a lot of reporters sitting at their computers. Is it possible it could come out tonight? Are we just going to be all hitting refresh overnight?
Well, I believe, right. So if a judge says I want it on a certain day, that usually means until 11:59 on that certain day. When a judge cites a specific time, I want it by noon, then you better file it by noon. So it all depends on what the judge said. But with electronic filing, as you point out, Kristen, and without with a specific date, but without a specific time, yeah, you should be at your computer until 11:59 p.m.
Well, we leave this segment a lot smarter than we started it. Chuck Rosenberg, Danny Savalos, thank you so much for helping us unpack the breaking news. Really appreciate it. And still to come, 3 months after a devastating mass shooting killed 19 children at Robb Elementary School, the man in charge of the police response that day has been fired. That story is next. You're watching Meet the Press Now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen now.
It's the best time of the morning. Time for that pop start, baby.
I'm feeling the vibe today on the show.
Welcome back. The school board in Uvalde, Texas, voted unanimously last night to fire Police Chief Pete Arredondo over his failed response to the shooting at Robb Elementary School, where 19 children and 2 teachers were killed. His termination comes 3 months to the day since that mass shooting, after it was revealed that law enforcement waited 77 minutes before entering the classroom the shooter was in. Prior to the school board's closed-door meeting, several students and parents voiced their frustrations and anger with Arredondo and the school board.
Your boy Pete, he dropped the ball big time.
Why the hell does he still have a job with y'all?
Turn in your badge and step down. You don't deserve to wear one.
Just chilling to hear from that student there. I'm joined now by NBC News national correspondent Gabe Gutierrez, who has been following this story from the very beginning. So, Gabe, what has the reaction been, and do you expect there to be any more fallout?
Well there, Kristen. The community down in Uvalde has been calling for this firing for quite some time, and they are calling for other law enforcement officials to be fired as well. But that really remains to be seen. There continues to be state investigations into this, and also the threat of civil lawsuits as well, potentially even a class action lawsuit. But we just don't know at this point whether other law enforcement officers might be fired as well. Again, the community, some members of the community and the victims' families and survivors have been calling for just that, Kristen.
And students are set to return to classes in just 2 weeks. How are they preparing for this, Gabe?
Well, it is obviously a very difficult situation, very difficult concerns, whether they would go back to Robb Elementary. That is not happening. They will be spread out over several other campuses in the school district. And also, the district is offering the opportunity for virtual learning, at least for some of the students. But certainly a very emotional time there, Kristen. And yes, this school board meeting had been a long time coming. The school superintendent had urged the firing, or recommended the firing of Pete Arredondo before, and again, that was a unanimous decision last night, Kristen.
Well, this is a horrific story that we continue to cover, that we continue to stay on top of. Gabe Gutierrez, we thank you for all of your great reporting on this from the very beginning. Really appreciate it. And we do want to thank you for being with us this hour. Chuck will be back tomorrow on Friday with more Meet the Press Now. NBC News Now coverage continues with my colleague Yasmin Vesuvian, who's in for Hallie Jackson right now.
We're coming on the air with a split screen on the investigations into former President Trump. One in Florida, where the judge overseeing the Mar-a-Lago search says parts of the affidavit will be released by tomorrow. The other in Georgia, where Governor Brian Kemp trying not to speak. The latest on both coming up. Plus, trigger laws blocking women from having an abortion go into effect today. Tennessee, Texas. What these new rules say about possible jail time for doctors. And then Russia cutting off a key Ukrainian nuclear plant from the country's power grid as the Russian president plans to grow his armed forces. We are live in the capital city with more on a new call between President Biden and President Volodymyr Zelensky. Plus, with school shootings becoming more common, we look at how principals across this country are working together to provide a playbook for communities who go through tragedies. That's in the original. And Novak Djokovic out of the U.S. Open because he still won't get vaccinated. What that means for the season's last tennis major later on in the show. Hey everybody, I'm Yasmin, in for Hallie. A little before we came on the air, we learned that by noon tomorrow, we're going to see some part of that Justice Department's legal reasoning for why they ordered the FBI to search former President Trump's Florida home at Mar-a-Lago. Judge Bruce Reinert saying the government has met its burden to seal portions of the affidavit because they could jeopardize its ongoing investigation. But he's also siding with a motion by news organizations like us here at NBC News that some parts of this document showing the underlying probable cause for the search should, in fact, be released. The judge saying the DOJ's redactions are narrow enough to make that okay. As a reminder, the DOJ has argued they don't want to release anything because they just started the investigation, and any unsealed info may actually cause, quote, as they put it, significant and irreparable damage. The FBI seized 11 sets of classified documents from Mar-a-Lago, including some labeled top secret. Mr. Trump maintains he did nothing wrong. Want to go now to Ken Delaney, who's standing by for us. So this is obviously kind of major development. What are we likely to actually see by tomorrow?
Well, that's the big question, Yasmin, and we really don't know the answer. So it could be somewhat revealing, or it could be an incredible disappointment. All we know is that the judge has essentially agreed with the Justice Department that a lot of this affidavit of probable cause will have to be redacted, and that includes anything that offers a roadmap to the investigation or reveals investigative techniques or identities of witnesses, not just names, but identities. So descriptions of witnesses, identities of federal agents, and importantly, grand jury information. None of that can be revealed. Now, I've been talking today about what possibly could be revealed, and this is just a theory on my part, but one thing that I think would not necessarily compromise the investigation is the procedural history between the archives and the Trump organization and the Justice Department and Trump and his lawyers on all the government's efforts to get these documents back. Going back to 2021, all the steps they took before they took the dramatic step of getting a search warrant. The problem with that, though, is that there's some of that is protected because it's grand jury information. Like we've reported that the Justice Department served a grand jury subpoena to try to get these documents, and then also subpoenaed some of the surveillance footage at Mar-a-Lago, which led them to be concerned about what was happening to some of these documents. Well, they can't, by law, reveal that. If that's in the affidavit, it's going to be blacked out. But they might be able to reveal some of the negotiations with the archives to at least inform the public that this just didn't happen overnight. This has been an ongoing process. And while Donald Trump is saying he's cooperating, he's been cooperating, there's a whole record that seems to belie that. Yeah.
Any suspected time we could expect this, Ken?
That's the other weird thing. Like, the deadline is noon tomorrow, but as far as we can tell, it could drop at any time because it appears that the Justice Department and the judge are in agreement on these redactions. So there's really nothing holding them up from just posting the thing 5 minutes from now. And if so, I'll run back to the camera.
Yeah, I would appreciate that. Thank you. We're also hearing, obviously, because a lot of things are going on here with regards to Trump world, hearing about this separate judge, right, wanting the former president's legal team to refine his request for this special master, basically someone to review the documents seized by the FBI. Why is that happening?
The Trump side is asking for this special master because they also want the FBI to stop looking at the documents. And they're asking for an independent, appointed special master to sift out things like attorney-client privilege documents or other documents that are not relevant to the investigation. By the way, the FBI is already doing that with what they call a filter team, but Trump wants them to go one step further. The judge didn't like the way Trump's lawyers filed this motion and asked them to do a number of steps to give her more information about why she even has jurisdiction, because it was interesting that they went to this Trump-appointed judge rather than the federal magistrate who works for her, who's politically independent. But she may have been Trump-appointed, but she really is giving the Trump lawyers a hard time, Yasmin.
All right, Ken, stay close. If it drops, I'm expecting you to be on camera immediately. Don't disappoint.
I will do that for you. Absolutely.
All right. Thanks, Ken.
Steps away.
Want to turn now to another investigation into the former president in Atlanta, actually, where the state's Republican Governor Brian Kemp is fighting an attempt by the Fulton County DA to force him to testify to a grand jury. This is actually a look that you see right here inside the courtroom earlier on today. The governor's legal team laying out both privilege and political arguments. Fulton County saying this can't be delayed any further. The governor expected to face questions related to the former president's attempts to falsely interfere with the 2020 election in the state of Georgia. I want to bring in Blaine Alexander, who's outside the courthouse, been covering this all day. Blaine, good to talk to you. Obviously, no decision as of yet today, but the judge does not necessarily appear or didn't appear to really like the political arguments, did he?
No, in fact, he said he didn't want to hear it in the courtroom. He said that wasn't necessarily the proper forum to discuss that. Now, what he did hear were the other arguments on executive privilege, attorney-client privilege, things of that nature. But when it came to political implications or, the attorney saying that it could have an impact on the governor's race for re-election in November, the judge essentially said that that's not going to be an argument to hear in the courtroom. He did, however, say that he has a lot to consider going forward, saying that he would consider the potential impact on this re-election bid. But it is notable that attorneys for Kemp really have kind of made that their central argument. That was something that was in the crux of their argument that they made in legal filings and tried to lay that out today in the courtroom as well.
Why is it, Blaine, that we are hearing the governor does not want to provide testimony here, considering the fact that he, in fact, was someone who stood up to the former president when it came to interference in the 2020 election? He is not a target at all, from what we know, of this investigation.
And his attorneys confirmed that again today in the courtroom, that he is a witness. But, they're claiming a couple of things. Sovereign immunity, one, executive privilege, two. But they're essentially saying that, listen, even if you don't quash the subpoena, let it be done later. Let this testimony happen after the November election. They really are pointing to the timing on all of this, essentially saying that given the fact that we're about 2.5 months away from what they call the most closely watched gubernatorial race in the country, that there's no way that the politics or really kind of everything that's happening here doesn't seep into the politics leading up to the election. Now, it is important to point out, though, that for the DA's part, they're essentially saying that the governor's team is the one who politicized this in the first place, saying had they appeared in mid-August, as was the plan, this could have been avoided. There wasn't any media attention on this. Remember, all of us in the media thought that he had already given a video testimony. It wasn't until the day before that supposed testimony that the governor's team filed a motion to quash. That motion became public, and that's where there was a lot of media attention on this. So essentially, the DA's team is saying, hey, if you just shown up, gone in quietly, testified, nobody would have known anything about this, and you guys invited this attention upon yourselves.
That's interesting. And you talk about, obviously, the political implications of all of this big race up against Stacey Abrams come November as well. How is that all playing out?
You know, we've seen a little bit of that already. In fact, during the hearing today, an attorney for Kemp kind of pulled up a tweet from Stacey Abrams in which she essentially is pointing to this new kind of friction between the DA's office and the governor's office and saying, in her words, that it shows that Kemp does not want to, quote, testify against Trump, and kind of using that to link the governor to the former president. You know, she even kind of tweeted a sort of link to a sort of campaign video to that very point. So it's something that Kemp's attorneys brought up today in the courtroom. Yasmin.
All right, Blaine Alexander for us. As always, Blaine, it's great to see you. More than 5 million people in the South are still under a flood watch. Forecast calling for more rain through the weekend. This after as much as a foot of rain caused dangerous flash floods in parts of Mississippi. At least 42 residents were evacuated from a nursing home in Brandon, Mississippi, as nearly 3 feet of water from a nearby creek poured into the facility. You can see here residents clinging to a rope, helped by firefighters and volunteers as they wade through dangerous floodwaters. The storms, they stretched from eastern Texas across Louisiana through Mississippi, the capital city of Jackson receiving, get this, 8.7 inches of rain in 3 days, making this the rainiest August on record, 11.57 inches, and still a week to go, by the way. NBC's Bill Cairns has been tracking all this for us and is joining us now. As always, my friend, good to see you. Talk to us, because some of these images, they are startling, they are astounding, certainly putting people in places they don't want to be. And it doesn't seem like it's letting up.
Today's been a bad day, too. Not as rough as yesterday, where we had the nursing home and the evacuations. We're not watching areas that are in the same spots getting hit. It's kind of been on the move, and that's been a little good, too. So the areas that we just showed you all the pictures from was located right here around Jackson, and just to the east of Jackson was the worst flooding yesterday. Hit and miss showers and storms, but nothing like yesterday. The heaviest rains all morning long, and it was pretty epic, was around Biloxi towards Mobile. And everywhere you see in the maroon here is where we still have flash flood warnings, including the Biloxi area, and right just south here of Mobile, and a couple spots here, just one north of Macomb, and right along the Mississippi-Alabama border. So it's a little improved from yesterday, but we still have a chance for additional flash flooding. And as we head through the weekend, things are slowly going to subside. It's going to get a little bit less. It'll be hit and miss more instead of just soaking rain. This is the rainfall forecast as we head through Sunday. Notice the highest would be in Florida, kind of typical. You still expect those afternoon thunderstorms, and right along the Gulf Coast, which is where we've had the flooding so far this morning. So yeah, it's been a rough week. The stuff in Dallas on Monday, and then what happened Wednesday in Mississippi, things are starting to slow down.
Well, and it seems as if, though, the flooding has been so incredibly widespread because part of the ground was already saturated.
Yeah, this was a much different scenario than Texas. Remember, all summer long, we've been talking about how hot Texas was and the incredible drought. So we just got our new drought update that shows you where the worst drought is in the country. And this comes out every Thursday. And you notice that the Dallas area is no longer in the extreme drought because of the epic 6 to 12 inches of rain that fell on Monday. And the areas that we've had the really bad flooding yesterday and then also this morning, there's no drought whatsoever from New Orleans to Mobile, Panama City to Jackson to Montgomery and Birmingham. This area has had hit and miss rain on and off all summer long. And yes, so the ground wasn't quite as dry there, and the rivers were a little bit higher in the creeks, and that did allow us to have some of the flooding. So when they did get this rainfall over the last 72 hours, that was in the 6 to 10 to 12 inch range, especially east of Jackson. It wasn't a surprise that we still have a lot of rivers that are waiting to crest in those areas.
I know you're going to be watching it for us. Bill Cairns, as always, thank you. All right, women in Tennessee and Texas, they woke up to the reality of a post-Roe world, with doctors now on high alert after trigger laws in those states went into effect today, banning nearly all abortions and criminalizing the procedure. In Tennessee and Texas, no exceptions for rape or incest, the only exception to save the life of the mother. And doctors could face felony charges. In Texas, that includes a sentence of up to life in prison and a minimum of a $100,000 fine. Idaho's trigger law also went into effect today with exceptions for rape, incest, and when the mother's life is in danger. And it, too, would have criminalized performing an abortion to protect a woman's health until a federal judge blocked that part yesterday, saying it contradicted a federal law that requires government-funded hospitals to give stabilizing treatment, in this case, an abortion during medical emergencies. Joining me now is Chloe Atkins to talk more about this. It's astounding. You think about how this is all affecting the country, right? What laws are in place where, and people don't even know where abortion is legal, where it's not legal, and what exceptions are there, especially in some of these states, these trigger laws are in place. And now you're thinking about the position this is putting doctors in, right, that are going to have to make the decision as to whether or not they should provide abortion services if they feel as if it's medically necessary and or possibly face jail time.
I mean, that's right. You said it. You laid it out very eloquently. Look, one of the first calls that I had after the overturning of Roe v. Wade was with a provider who is located in a state that's hostile to abortion services in the Southeast. And she said, look, Chloe, I'm scared to provide abortion services even if it's in an emergency, even if I think it's the right call to make, because I'm afraid that it would be later proven unnecessary to save that person's life. So these vague laws put providers at a huge legal risks. And as a result, it leads to a delay in care for patients or ultimately being denied care, which can lead to a pregnancy-related death.
Let's talk about the access that women have right now, right? If you're looking at the Washington Post, today they had a stat out. 1 in 3 women have lost abortion access in this country. When you look at the lay of the land and these trigger laws that are now in place today, I believe another one, North Dakota or South Dakota
Later this
tomorrow.
week, North Dakota.
Yeah, tomorrow. What does access look like in this country right now?
Huge swaths of the South and Midwest are basically without access. And so what that leaves patients with, or women who are of reproductive age in this country, is with very few options. They can, first and foremost, attempt to travel out of state, travel hundreds of miles out of state to a place or a city that they're not familiar with. But keep in mind, that comes with a huge cost. The average American does not have a couple $100s in emergency funds. They just don't. And an abortion costs around $500 and goes up in cost as the pregnancy progresses. And we're not even talking about airfare, cost of gas, or staying overnight in a hotel. So that leaves people having to stay home and carrying an unwanted pregnancy to term, which can lead to unwanted health risks and can push people further into poverty. But one thing I do want to mention that has happened over the past couple of years is this turn or this transition to people self-managing their own abortions using medication by either ordering it online or getting it through a trusted community member. And I spoke to one woman who obtained medication abortion through a friend who had traveled to Mexico to get medication abortion, and she terminated her pregnancy in her home in Texas safely and successfully while SB 8, their 6-week ban, was in effect. And SB 8 really gave us a window into what a post-Roe v. Wade world looks like.
So also, when you look at what took place in Idaho, right, it was kind of this narrow win, the first of for the Biden administration. Essentially, the judge there saying, okay, for now, it seems as if these emergency services can be provided. If basically in an emergency, right, an abortion can be provided because of the health of the mother. I'm wondering if this type of tactic can be applied elsewhere or will be applied elsewhere by the Biden administration to save reproductive rights for women across the country.
I think we very much so could be. I mean, I think to start off with, first and foremost, these court battles are not going anywhere. They're going to be playing out for years to come. It's kind of crazy how long court battles take sometimes. Yeah. And so we definitely could see this federal law that, to a degree, gives a protection to providers that are in hospitals that get federal funding. We could see that in many different cases surrounding the country. But I do think one thing to keep in mind is that when we see abortion being legal one day and then illegal the next day, that leads to mass confusion. For patients, for providers, which can ultimately lead to patients delaying care or not getting care at all.
Chloe Atkins, as always, thank you.
Thank you.
Good to see you.
Good to see you.
All right, I want to get to Ukraine now, where President Biden reaffirmed U.S. support in a call today with President Zelensky. The president also congratulating on their Independence Day, but calling it a, quote, bittersweet anniversary With the war now in its seventh month, I should say. Zelensky also said this was a great conversation a day after the Pentagon announced almost $3 billion in new aid, and that aid's coming at a critical time. Today, President Putin signing a decree to increase the Russian army big time starting January 1st. He plans to add, I should say, 137,000 combat personnel. And then on the ground, the Zaporizhia nuclear plant briefly got disconnected from the country's power grid. That's the first time that's ever happened. And it led to power outages in a number of cities across southern Ukraine. Josh Letterman is joining me now with more on this. President Biden, Josh, and Zelensky, they spoke today about aid, about the Zaporizhia nuclear plant as well, going offline for the first time. Talk about first the significance of this call.
Well, we saw President Zelensky yesterday as he was meeting with British Prime Minister Boris Johnson, saying that no country has done anywhere near what the United States has done to support Ukraine during this war. So I think that speaks to the importance and the centrality for the Ukrainians of their relationship with Washington right now and of keeping a constant line of communication with the White House. But they also, on that call today, spoke about the situation at Zaporizhia that you were just discussing, as President Zelensky says that today, for the very first time in history, the plant was disconnected from the power grid. And the reason is because there are typically 4 transmission lines that connect Zaporizhia to Ukraine's electricity grid. 3 of them were already knocked out earlier in the war. Today, there was a fire at a coal ash pit that appears to have damaged the last remaining one. And so for a time, it was disconnected. They had to rely on backup diesel generators to power the cooling system that keeps the nuclear reactors there from melting down. They also have a backup connection to a fossil fuel nuclear plant in the area. But in the meantime, out of the 6 nuclear reactors there, 2 of them were still operating. Wow. Both of them have now been taken off the grid, which speaks to just the height of concern right now as this nuclear crisis just continues to grow.
So amidst all of this, also we heard about this jump in armed forces presence by the Russian army. President Putin declaring that, I believe, a 14% jump or so in service members alone. Yeah. How do we read this?
Well, we should point out Putin is not saying explicitly that this has anything to do with the war in Ukraine, but it seems fairly apparent, given that this is the major military operation that Russia's military is engaged right now, that there is a need to really replenish the ranks, given what both NATO and U.S. officials have said is a significant troop losses by Russia in 6 months of war. And a big focus for President Putin has been on making sure that they are relying not on conscripts, drafted troops, but instead on volunteer troops serving in Ukraine, because they don't want to really diminish Russian domestic political support for this war by essentially forcing people against their will to come fight in Ukraine. And so part of this seems to be an effort by Putin to make sure he has as many troops as he needs to be able to continue to fight this war.
And then, of course, the train attack. We got to talk about that as well. The attacks against railways, they have played this outsized role in this war for Ukrainians really having to flee, right, their homeland, and also bringing into the country humanitarian aid. What more do we know about the circumstances surrounding this attack, Josh?
Yeah, the trains are so important because they're both civilian infrastructure, but also being used frequently for military purposes to transfer troops and weapons. So we know the death toll has risen to at least 25, including 2 children. But today, Russia's defense ministry said that in that attack, which they took credit for, that they killed 200 Ukrainian troops who were in the process of being transferred to the front lines. Now, we have not been able to independently confirm that, and Ukraine has not commented on that, but certainly that would be a significant loss for Ukraine if that were to be true.
Josh Letterman for us, as always. Thank you. Coming up, everybody, it is a major shift in the push for climate-friendly cars. The state that's going to ban the sale of gas-powered vehicles, I should say, and what it means for drivers. Plus, if you've had to renew your passport in the last couple of years, you know it's been a mess. The new system that is aiming to make the process way easier for travelers. We'll be right back.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate.
In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You were some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
You open the door for so many people. I love working with people. I did not do any of this by myself.
Hello! Lizzo, you put a smile on every single face.
It feels like Christmas or my birthday or something.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
Welcome back to Today. We got a lot to celebrate on this Wednesday morning. It's good to have you along with us.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Everybody's good, and that's it.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
The indictment of a former president, or perhaps candidate for president, would arguably tear the country apart. Is that your concern? Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
It's the best time of the morning. Time for that pop start, baby.
I'm feeling the vibe today on the show.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen now.
All right, just in, a historic environmental decision in the state of California today. Air quality officials voting a short time ago to require all new cars sold in the state to be zero-emission vehicles by 2035, just about 13 years from now. It's a really significant move. California is the largest auto market in the U.S. Gas vehicle emissions are the biggest source of carbon dioxide in California and make up about 40% of the state's greenhouse gas emissions. Reducing those emissions will also reduce the risk of severe drought, wildfires that wreak havoc on the state. Governor Gavin Newsom calling the decision a great transformation. Listen to this.
The car manufacturers themselves are celebrating and embracing it, including Toyota today, not just Ford and GM. We are going through one of the great transformations in our history, energy transformations.
Steve Patterson joining us now. This is huge, Steve. I got to say, and I bet gas companies aren't necessarily happy about it right about now. How do you do this? How do you implement a plan like this? What is the phase-out schedule?
Well, first of all, I think it's important to start out by saying this. Symbolically, California wants this to be the beginning of the end of the era of the gas-powered car, full stop. 11% of all new passenger car sales across the country come from California. You know, more than a dozen other states are expected to follow their lead. Massachusetts, New York, Washington State all have similar goals, for instance. So, yes, to do that, it kind of has to come in installments, right? So All new cars sold in California by 2035 would be free of greenhouse gas emissions like carbon dioxide. But the plan is to start curbing this early with targets along the way. So the state wants 35% of new passenger vehicles sold at zero emissions by 2025. It wants 68% by 2030. And finally, you guessed it, 100% by 2035. And to enforce this, automakers would be fined by up to $20,000 for every car that falls short of that production goal. But it's a lot. I mean, you're talking about a market that's at about 18% right now, jumping up, as you mentioned, to 100% in just 13 years.
So talk to me about affordability here, right? Because two things. For folks that don't necessarily have the money to buy a new car, they go out and buy a used car. That would be a gas car in that instance, right? And or you're looking at cars that are electric that are a little bit more expensive than their kind of gas models that are on the same plane.
Yeah, a lot more expensive. And I think those two things are very much linked. This is kind of the ultimate cart before the horse argument right now. A lot of people calling this more aspirational than tangible because of a lot of factors. You've got, a supply chain mess, infrastructure that would have to be overhauled. And then, yes, in a lot of cases, this is prohibitively expensive technology. These cars are not cheap. No. You're not going to get an electric car for less than $25,000 in California.
Wow.
It ain't going to happen. And then for a lot of the ones that are out there right now, they're getting marked up because there's such heavy demand. So on average, you're paying closer to about $65,000 or so. So to offset this, there are a number of subsidies, there are rebates for consumers, but there's a huge backlog and those programs need to be expanded. And then on top of that, you're talking about not enough charging stations in the state. We're at something like 80,000 right now. You'd have to be at more than 1 million by 2030, although there is funding for more of that expansion. And then experts say, finally, California's grid, which still largely relies on fossil fuels, is likely nowhere near robust enough to handle millions of electric vehicles all being plugged in at the same time. So, you're talking about more backups like diesel generators or natural gas plants or nuclear energy from the one plant that's still in California to try to keep pace, Yasmin.
13 years. They got 13 years. The clock starts now. So we heard obviously from Newsom as I came to you that automakers, they're on board with this, right? What about environmentalists? What are they saying?
So that's kind of the other side of the coin to what I was just talking about, right? There's certainly nothing that says the law is going to mandate, for instance, taking gas-guzzling cars off the road. You can't stop people from driving in California. Also has no impact on the used car market. And then, most gas-powered cars live on average from 15 to 20 years. So there's nothing to say that we won't still be seeing a lot of these conventional vehicles on the road well into 2050. So there's a lot of concern from environmentalists that say, we haven't pushed this far enough. It isn't coming soon enough. So you're kind of hearing both sides of the coin as officials debate what to do next. Yasmin?
Steve Patterson for us. Thank you, Steve. Want to get you over to the 5 things our team thinks you should know tonight. At number 1, we've been bringing you news about that teacher strike in Ohio. Well, the Columbus Teachers Union and the school board have reached a quote-unquote conceptual agreement that will tentatively end the strike. The terms of the deal are not public yet, but this weekend nearly 4,500 teachers, librarians, and other education professionals will meet to vote on the agreement. The district's 47,000 students began the school year remotely on Wednesday and will continue with virtual learning for the rest of the week. Number 2, another union story. This one, though, is about Starbucks. The National Labor Relations Board says Starbucks is illegally withholding raises from union workers. The board says the coffee chain denied benefits and raises to union employees in order to discourage organizing. Starbucks has denied that claim. Number 3, Pfizer's COVID pill appearing to have little or no benefit for younger adults, according to a large study published on Wednesday. However, it does reduce the risk of hospitalization and death for high-risk seniors. Paxlovid has become the go-to treatment for COVID since it can be taken at home. The Biden administration has spent $10 billion purchasing the drug and making it available at thousands of pharmacies across the country. Number 4, a federal jury awarded Vanessa Bryant, the widow of NBA superstar Kobe Bryant, $16 million in damages over leaked photographs of the site of the helicopter crash that killed her husband and one of their daughters back in 2020. Co-plaintiff Christopher Chester, who lost his wife and 13-year-old daughter in that crash as well, received $15 million. And number 5, here's some news that is going to save you some time. money and effort, really. Starting early next year, American travelers will be able to renew their passports online. Currently, renewing your passport, it's a frustrating and complicated process that can take anywhere, as they always say, from 8 to 11 weeks and lots of paperwork, but no more, it seems. All right, we want to bring you today's original with in-depth reporting on a topic that we've been keeping an eye on. Walking in for their first day of school today at Oxford High School in Detroit, students were greeted by a new weapons detection system. The community installed it after last year's November 30th mass shooting that left 4 students dead and several others injured. Finding a clear path forward after a school shooting can be confusing for students and for educators. Thankfully, a group of school leaders who've experienced school shootings themselves are lending a helping hand. They're called the Principal Recovery Network. We told you about them earlier this summer, and now they're back with guidance for what schools can do in the aftermath of one of these tragedies. NBC News correspondent Steve Romo has more.
George Roberts was the principal of Perry Hall High School near Baltimore when a student opened fire just hours into the first day of school. Now, 10 years later, Roberts is part of the Principal Recovery Network, a nonpartisan group of current and former principals who've experienced gun violence at their campuses. Back then, he and so many principals since did not have any roadmap to follow during one of the most traumatic days of their lives. That's why the network released their Guide to Recovery.
Really is written by principals for principals, that if something were to happen, it could be something they could push to a principal who needs it right away.
The principals rolled it out this week at the Columbine Memorial in Colorado, 23 years after that high school shooting. Among the guide's topics, what to think about before reopening, how to address student and staff mental health, how to include student input in recovery plans, and how to approach offers of help from outside groups.
This particular document is directly from the viewpoint of being a school leader in the moment of and the days, months, years, and decades thereafter. The usefulness of it is it's quick, it's easy, and it's extremely pragmatic.
Elizabeth Brown became the principal of Forest High School in Ocala, Florida in 2018, just 45 days after a student who'd been expelled shot a classmate with a sawed-off shotgun.
What is not understood by society is the ramifications on the mental health of students, staff, and school community, that this has forever changed their lives.
The network says there are tips that can help, especially right after a shooting, like more faculty meetings, mental health support like trauma counselors and therapy dogs, and hard choices like when to reopen schools, especially if funerals and building repairs are factored in.
It is horrific that we have to have a guide like this. And there will be another school shooting. There will be another active shooter scenario in our country.
A new report from nonprofit Everytown for Gun Safety found the number of gunfire incidents on school grounds quadrupled to 193 last school year, up from an average of 49 per year since 2013. And while the guide might seem alarming heading into this school year, the principals say they're just trying to be practical.
The timing was very deliberate, and our hope was that by releasing this tool at this point in time, some of these pieces of advice would be useful to school leaders that are coming back and revisiting their school safety plans and preparing their school communities to have a safe and solid learning atmosphere this year.
Steve Romo here with me. And now we're watching these kids go back to school. Next week, I believe, kids in Uvalde are going to be going back to school as well. And there's been some kind of major legislation happening over the summer, especially following Uvalde. Take us through quickly kind of a little recap of where we are right now.
Yeah, Uvalde really seemed to be sort of a turning point. It helped spark that landmark gun legislation that was passed by the federal government, the most aggressive legislation in 30 years now on guns. And of course, that helps with the red flag laws, offering funds to states so they can help have those red flag laws on their own. Also expands background checks, so it includes juvenile records for accessing guns, as well as the boyfriend loophole. Very important part of this legislation, the boyfriend loophole, that not only holds married spouses accountable when there are convictions for domestic violence, but also just non-married spouses as well, to help stop them from getting guns.
Yeah, I mean, there's been a lot of movement over the summer, and I also remember Senator Chris Murphy saying, in fact, he hopes this is just the beginning of changes that are to come when it comes to gun legislation. Steve Romo, thanks so much. Thanks. Appreciate it. Up next, everybody, 2 people taking the blame today for stealing the president's daughter's personal diary and selling it to a conservative group. What's next for them and whether that group could also be charged, plus how New York City is responding to hundreds of asylum seekers arriving on buses from Texas. Stay with us.
News is happening now.
To look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen now.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
It's the best time of the morning. Time for that pop start, baby.
I'm feeling the vibe today on the show.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Back now with our NBC News exclusive.
We're here to start conversations because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now tonight with Joshua Johnson, weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
All right, in a Manhattan federal court today, 2 people pled guilty to stealing and selling the diary of President Biden's daughter, Ashley Biden, along with some other stuff of hers, Amy Harris and Robert Kurlander. They admitted it was part of a conspiracy to steal Ashley Biden's property in Florida, where she was living, and taking it to New York. They wanted to sell it to the conservative group Project Veritas just a few weeks before the 2020 election. Prosecutors saying when Kurlander showed Project Veritas pictures of what he and Harris stole, the group paid for them to bring it to the Project Veritas headquarters in New York. According to prosecutors, Project Veritas ended up paying them each $20,000. The group saying it turned the journal over to the authorities and never did anything legal. Tom Winter is joining us now with more on this. So let me ask you first about Project Veritas. Are they going to at all be held, or can they be held liable with this thing?
Yeah, I think, when you look at this particular case, there's no indication, at least at this point, that Project Veritas has any sort of legal concerns. There doesn't appear to be, to their point, they point out, look, they believe that they're a news organization that has First Amendment protection, and that news organizations receive documents all the time. Even though there's a payment here, it's likely at this point, and we've seen no outward indication. There was an FBI search of the founder of that organization's home, as well as the organization itself. We've seen no indication, at least at this point, that there's going to be any sort of charges levied against either Project Veritas or its founder. So we just don't see that at this point.
Do we know at all why they would pay these 2 individuals and then subsequently turn these diaries over to the authorities after that?
Well, according to Project Veritas, I think they looked at the content of the diaries and felt that they couldn't properly authenticate some of the things that happened. There could be some things in there that they would need to check out prior to publication, that was a situation where they may not have been able to get confirmation of it, and ultimately they turned, according to the organization, they decided to turn over the documents to the FBI and also not publish the contents of them.
So I guess the question now is, where does this go from here? here because it seems like this agreement was based on these two individuals agreeing to cooperate with the government. So what does that mean? And
Kurlander specifically. So just Kurlander has a cooperation agreement with the government. He's going to be subject to a 5K letter, meaning that if he does complete that cooperation, federal prosecutors will ask for a substantial reduction in any sort of sentence that he receives. I think for the two of them, they have to restate their taxes. First off, they have to declare the income that they received as a result of these payments. They agreed to turn over $20,000, and both are going to be convicted federal felons at this standpoint. I think there's also probably a deterrence factor here in that if you start to steal political rivals or somebody's information and then try to sell it to make money off of it, that it might be advantageous to a particular campaign or to a particular group. That could get you in serious trouble with the feds. I think it's important to note federal prosecutors say in their criminal information that was filed today that this information was originally, or this diary rather, and some other contents were originally brought to the Trump campaign, and that they turned it down, and they suggested that the documents be turned over to the FBI. At some point later, Project Veritas is in communication with them. We don't know how that communication kind of came about and who talked to who and why. So that might be something that an ongoing investigation looks into. I think that's still a bit of an open question at this point.
Tom Winter, thank you.
Sure thing.
All right, another miss for tennis major champion Novak Djokovic. Why he won't be competing in next week's U.S. Open, plus a very sweet moment months in the making for a little girl who survived the shooting in Uvalde and is now on the road to recovery. That's after a very short break.
News is happening now.
To look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. Military operation witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top story with Tom Yamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers right now on Morning News Now.
We're staying on top of the breaking situation in Ukraine.
We are watching dangerous heat this week. Recession, I mean, is that where we're headed? Is there any way to avoid that?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Can you tell us what it was like? Our NBC News exclusive. It was Leslie.
You open the door for so many people. I love working with people. I did not do any of this by myself.
Hello! Lizzo, you put a smile on every single face.
It feels like Christmas or my birthday or something.
News is happening now.
To look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen now.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
All All right, so NBC covers hundreds of stories each day, and because you couldn't possibly read, watch, or listen to them all, our bureau teams have done it for you. This is what they tell us is going down in their regions in a segment that we are calling The Local. From our Northeast Bureau, hundreds more asylum seekers arrived in New York this morning from Texas. In just the last 2 days, more than 400 migrants have been bused to the city. City agencies, social service groups, they greeted them and offered basic necessities like food and clothing and information on how to find housing. From our Southeast Bureau, a survivor from the school shooting in Uvalde, Texas, threw out the first pitch at the Houston Astros game this week. 10-year-old Maya Zamora was honored as the August Hero of the Month and received a standing ovation. She was in the hospital for 66 days after the shooting, suffering from serious gunshot wounds. Also from our Northeast Bureau, a true Uptown Girl moment in Madison Square Garden last night. Billy Joel welcomed Olivia Rodrigo on stage to perform her hit song Deja Vu, which mentions, by the way, Joel and his classic song Uptown Girl. Naturally, the two then performed Uptown Girl together. Rodrigo described the moment on Instagram as the biggest honor ever. Let's talk tennis, everybody, because it's that time of year. U.S. Open around the corner. The tennis world buzzing with news that Novak Djokovic will miss the U.S. Open next week because he didn't get vaccinated. The 21-time major champion, who is from Serbia and is the 6th ranked player in the world, pulled out of the tournament today knowing he would not be allowed to enter the country. U.S. rules saying any non-U.S. citizen must be fully vaccinated against the virus in order to receive a visa. Djokovic has remained unvaccinated against COVID throughout this pandemic and says he does not plan to get the shot. He tweeted, "Sadly, I will not be able to travel to New York this time for the U.S. Open." He says he'll wait for an opportunity to compete again. This is not, by the way, I'm sure as many of you know, the first time Djokovic's vax status has caused drama. He was deported from Australia back in January because he was unvaccinated. That caused him to miss the Australian Open as well. I want to bring in Andrew Krasny from the Tennis Channel. I'm going to suspect, Andrew, that this was not necessarily a surprise, considering all of the controversy that surrounded Djokovic back in January, and now that he's pulling out of the U.S. Open.
Yasmin, no surprise, but anybody who loves Novak, including myself, was hoping that, A, the regulations would have been lifted, or he would be vaccinated. Neither of those have come to fruition, so today's news was not a shocker, but it is a bummer.
So can we talk a little bit more about that? I'm a little bit of a tennis geek myself. I played college tennis. I'll just put it out there. But Djokovic is a contender. I mean, he's a player. He's a beast, right? 6th rank in the world. When you have someone like that drop out of the U.S. Open, what does that mean for the tournament overall?
Well, first of all, he should be ranked number 1 in the world. He's ranked number 6 because he's been unable to defend points since he hasn't been able to play tournaments. So listen, there's a lot of guys who, first of all, no one's happy that Novak's not there because of the circumstances, but some people are happy to not have to face him. So there's a difference, right? Daniil Medvedev, who's the defending champion, has a great chance to retain his title. Rafael Nadal, who's going for that big number 23. I mean, there's a lot of people who love Novak, but they're not that bummed out that they don't have to play him, but they're bummed out that he's not there.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, I mean, why would you want to have to face off against Novak Djokovic? It's just someone else that's out of the tournament now, so you can get a little bit more ahead. What are officials saying there, tournament officials saying?
Okay, so I'm not speaking on their behalf, but I will tell you what they are saying is that, look, it's the U.S. Open, and they have to go by U.S. rules and regulation. And as you said at the top of your story, that it is the federal government's vaccination policy that no one from outside of the country who's not an American citizen cannot come into our country unless they're vaccinated. So we're not surprised. I think we're hoping by, say, come March, when the BNP Paribas Open and the Miami Open are, that maybe rules will change.
Yeah.
But as of now, it is what it is. Novak is no stranger to controversy.
Yeah.
We're not happy about it. But there is good news.
Yes.
There's good news that at the end of the tunnel, if you'll see Novak Djokovic play tennis He's going to be playing Laver Cup in just a couple of weeks. I'm going to be there. He's going to be in London playing with Roger and Rafa and Andy Murray and Casper Ruud. So Novak Djokovic will be on a tennis court in just a couple weeks.
Well, he better spend his time training then, I guess, since he's not going to be playing in the U.S. Open.
He is training. He's training and hoping for that small window of opportunity where he'll be able to come in and play. So a lot of people are bummed out. We love Novak a lot, but rules are rules, and no one's above the law.
Yeah, Andrew Krasny, thanks.
Thanks.
All right, a political action committee with an unlikely source has had big consequences for some schools in Texas. Coming up in tonight's Backstory, how a conservative Christian cell phone company has had an impact on what students are taught in public schools. We'll be right back.
What do you love about fatherhood?
The chaos, the learning. Is climate change one of your top priorities?
What's your message to girls who want to make a difference in their own communities?
Believe in yourself.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
We're here to start conversations because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
No stress, no mess, just yum.
That's it.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
What do you love about fatherhood?
The chaos, the learning. Is climate change one of your top priorities?
What's your message to girls who want to make a difference in their own communities?
Believe in yourself.
News is happening now.
To look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Harry Styles!
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen now.
Here's what's happening in your neck of the woods.
NBC News, streaming free now.
All right, it's time to get the backstory, a behind-the-scenes look at how a story comes together and how it fits into the bigger picture. Tonight, we're looking at how a far-right Christian cell service